Have you come across this very popular anime in your feed that's the source of these memes?
Yes, Real Saga!
The one about the golden golden balls?
Yes!
Dandadan is about Kintakakura, better known as Okarun, and Momo Isa, two individuals in the opposite side of the paranormal spectrum regarding on what they believe and don't believe in. And in the middle of their argument about who is wrong, they both realized that what they both believed in was actually true. This series is packed with humor and weirdness, but it doesn't lack in action and romantic moments. Everything is actually here, and you'll only discover that when you watch it. The story begins with a high school girl talking to someone. She couldn't believe it when he said that if she didn't lend him money, their date wouldn't happen. He added that if she was reasonable and willing to play with him, that would be fine too, but she would have to pay for the love hotel. Because of this, the girl suddenly kicked him in the face. Although surprised, the boy managed to dodge. The girl then tried to punch him, but he stopped her and grabbed her left hand. Irritated, the boy kicked her in the chest, causing her to fall to the ground. He told her to get over herself. The boy added that he was done messing with her because she had no money and wasn't willing to put out. He said he no longer cared about the girl who was still on the ground. She knelt down and said it wasn't funny, calling him an idiot, fish brain, squid, and octopus. In class, when the girl's classmate heard the story, she told her that what she did was hilarious. She said that calling him seafood names couldn't be considered bad-mouthing. While crying, the girl said they should be comforting her instead. Moreover, he was her first boyfriend, but her friend replied that she had warned her not to get involved with that guy. She asked if there was even one good thing she could say about him. To this, the girl answered that he looked like Kintakakura. Her friends became annoyed, saying she kept repeating that and it was making them sick. The girl stood up and asked what was wrong with that. She said she liked masculine and tough men like Kintakakura. The face of her crush, Kin, was shown along with his line from a Nippon Life insurance commercial from the 80s. Her friends then said that men like that were extinct. When she left the classroom, the girl still couldn't move on. She wondered if she would ever meet another Kin in her life. She thought about whether anyone could console her. As she looked into a classroom, she saw a student being bullied and pelted with objects inside. A seemingly nerdy schoolboy wearing glasses, who was just reading at his desk, was being pelted by his classmates. When the nerdy schoolboy looked at them, they told him not to look because he was creeping them out, so he just continued reading while they kept throwing things at him. The girl became concerned when she saw this. The boys then put a magnet inside the paper they were about to throw. One of them commented that it would surely hurt. As a student was about to throw it, the girl suddenly sat down in front of the nerdy schoolboy and glared at them. Surprised by her action, they didn't throw the paper with the magnet. The girl spoke to the nerdy schoolboy and asked what he was reading. He stammered and couldn't answer properly. Because of what she did, the boys stopped throwing things. She glanced at them and commented that they were lame. She stood up and asked if the world was really full of scumbags. The nerdy schoolboy watched her as she left the classroom. He then stared at his book. While walking in the hallway, the girl became annoyed and wondered what she could do to relieve her stress. Suddenly, someone called out to her, "Momo Isa." It was the nerdy schoolboy who had chased after her and said he knew what she's into. Momo was surprised by this. The nerdy boy repeated that he knew what she's into. Isa became irritated and asked how many times he was going to repeat that. He replied that there was only one explanation for why she approached someone like him. Isa responded that he might have the wrong idea. She clarified that she wasn't trying to be his friend and told him to forget what happened earlier. However, the nerdy boy held out his book and pointed to what he was referring to. He mentioned that President Obama had been to Mars and revealed the entire Project Pegasus. Isa couldn't understand why he was telling her this. The nerdy boy asked if she wasn't interested in the paranormal, and Isa denied this, saying she didn't believe in UFOs or aliens. While looking to the side, The nerdy boy said that what he was referring to were UAPs or unidentified aerial phenomena, not UFOs. ISA tried to stop him, but he added that finally, the American military had acknowledged the existence of UAPs and reorganized it as the Space Force. Meanwhile, Japan had created the Japan Air and Space Self-Defense Force. If you looked closely, he said, they were preparing for space war. ISA seemed uninterested and just asked if she could leave now. The nerdy boy stopped her and said that there were also the latest pictures of Nessie there and things about Lieutenant Colonel Jim Shannon and Skinwalker Ranch. ISA couldn't contain herself anymore and told him to shut the hell up. She said she was going through a heartbreak, so she wasn't in the mood for such nonsense. She told him he was pushing this nerd crap too much, and that's why he had no friends. The nerdy boy was stunned by her words. ISA added that he shouldn't talk to her as if they were friends. Because of this, the nerdy boy remained silent with his back turned, so ISA peeked at him. Noticing he was down, she apologized and admitted she had gone too far. She picked up his book and handed it back to him. ISA said she didn't believe in aliens, but she did believe in spirits. The nerdy boy suddenly laughed because he couldn't believe what she said. He claimed there was no such thing as spirits. ISA was shocked by this. She became annoyed because she had gone along with his nonsense earlier, but now he had the audacity to silence her. She told him not to belittle the paranormal. ISA proudly stated that her grandmother was a spirit medium. The nerdy boy couldn't believe her. ISA added, asking if he had ever seen an exorcism. She said it was terrifying. Those possessed would go wild and cause fits. The nerdy boy adjusted his glasses and said that illnesses also cause fits. He argued that wasn't proof that spirits exist. Extremely irritated, ISA suddenly approached him and asked if an alien had ever offered him a ride in a UFO. The nerdy boy couldn't answer directly and just said her argument was all over the place. He told her not to be an idiot. ISA's friends were surprised to see her arguing with the nerdy boy in the hallway. One commented that it looked like ISA had given up on the Ken Takakura type and preferred the geek type. Another replied that it seemed ISA no longer cared about her looks, which she can't say she hates. Meanwhile, because they couldn't agree, ISA challenged the nerdy boy. If she could prove that spirits are real, then he would have to serve her as her gopher. The nerdy boy agreed and said he would show her UFOs, or rather UAPs, and if ISA saw them, then she would have to serve him as his gopher. That night, a medical school hospital that looked old and abandoned was shown. ISA was there, talking on the phone with the nerdy boy. She asked him what kind of place it was, saying it was scary. The nerdy boy had told her it was a UFO hotspot. He replied that Nagi Hospital was like a holy land for UFOs. If she called for a UFO from the roof, they would surely abduct her. While walking inside the hospital, ISA asked what he meant by that. He answered that aliens would kidnap her and use her for human experimentation. ISA was shocked and asked if he had been experimented on. The nerdy boy replied that it seemed possible. He added that most people abducted by aliens have their memories erased. Suddenly, ISA wondered and asked if he had never seen a UFO. The nerdy boy then asked her if she had heard about regressive hypnosis. She replied, telling him to stop avoiding her question. And so the nerdy boy said that whether he had seen one or not was irrelevant. The question was whether his argument was solid. ISA silenced him in extreme irritation. She asked how it was on his end. He replied that he had arrived at the haunted location. He was at the entrance of a no-entry tunnel. The nerdy boy was visibly nervous, but said he would prove to her that there were no ghosts. He was trembling with fear, and ISA asked if he was scared. She added that he was guaranteed to see a ghost there. The story was famous on the internet. This made the nerdy boy even more nervous, so he started singing loudly. ISA said that based on her online research, a loud voice was the most dangerous of all. The nerdy schoolboy then asked why she always referred to the internet. He asked her whether she has seen a spirit. ISA replied that she hadn't. The nerdy boy was extremely surprised by this. He said she had the audacity to boast about spirits when she had never even seen one. Isa could only apologize. The nerdy boy told her to take back what she said. She had never seen a spirit, but believed in them. He said that was bizarre. Isa replied that it wasn't bizarre because, as she said, her grandmother was a spirit medium and they were very close. This was because she had no parents. The nerdy boy paused at that and just said, "I see." Isa was surprised that he suddenly became shy. Isa wanted to tell him something. Her family was extremely weird. In the past, whenever she went out, she had to perform a ritual for good luck. Her grandmother forced her to do it until she reached their school. Of course, because of this, her male classmates teased and laughed at her. But if she didn't perform the ritual, her grandmother would get angry and Isa would feel bad. The worst was when her crush at the time laughed at her. She hated her grandmother because of that. She thought that because of the ritual her grandmother made her do, her crush didn't like her. Because of it, she said many terrible things to her own grandmother. As a result, they didn't speak or acknowledge each other for a long time, and she stopped performing that ritual. The nerdy boy was just listening to her on the other end of the phone. Isa added that the weird thing was, she got irritated when people laughed at her family. Because of that, she realized something. She wasn't upset because her crush didn't like her. What she hated most was that her crush laughed at her grandmother. The truth was, her grandmother and her job as a spirit medium were special to her, and she loved that. So, she admitted that she had never seen a ghost. She also wasn't sure if her grandmother's ability to sense the supernatural was real or not. Nevertheless, her grandmother took care of her and raised her. More than that, her grandmother believed in her. That's why she said she believed in spirits. The nerdy boy was still quiet and didn't speak. And so Isa asked him why he believed in aliens. He couldn't answer and just said if that was still important. Isa couldn't believe he had no reason for it. The nerdy boy replied, asking if a reason was needed to like something. Isa answered that it seemed it wasn't necessary after all. She then commented that when on the phone, the nerdy boy, whom she called a cult, spoke quickly. A cult couldn't believe this. He replied that it might be because she was easy to talk to. While on the phone, an old person suddenly appeared in front of a cult. She said she would let him suck her watermelon if he would let her to gobble his banana. Isa became nervous on the other end of the line while a cult screamed, "Ghost." On the phone, Isa told him that no matter what happened, he shouldn't run. But it was too late. In his extreme nervousness, a cult fled. While running, he couldn't believe what he had seen. He kept telling himself it was just an old woman. He repeatedly tried to convince himself. He finally got out of the tunnel, but Isa told him to stop. She said what he did was dangerous, according to the internet. A cult didn't care and quickly got on his bike. He said he might have misunderstood the situation. It was just a chance encounter with a perverted old person. Isa told him that no matter what, he shouldn't let the ghost overtake him. If he lost the race against the Turbo Granny, she would put a curse on him. Isa became worried because a cult stopped responding. She asked if he could hear her, but there was no answer. She couldn't believe what had happened, so she ran towards the tunnel to help him. She told him she was on her way and to wait there. Suddenly, Isa stopped because 3 identical figures were blocking the way. They all looked the same, and Isa was shocked. As they approached her, she asked what they were and pleaded with them to stop. Sweating profusely from nervousness, Isa suddenly ran to escape. However, the weird-looking creatures chased her inside the abandoned hospital, and it wasn't long before they caught her. They gripped her clothes tightly, tearing her school uniform. They finally caught her and stripped her. Suddenly, she found herself left only in her undergarments, with her hands and feet locked to a weird-shaped bed. Isa couldn't believe what was happening. Suddenly, a man greeted her and called her woman person. They introduced themselves as Serpoians, saying that's what they're called because they come from the planet Serpo. Isa was shocked when she realized they were aliens. One of them replied not to be afraid because they were friendly. Isa retorted that friendly people don't undress women. She then asked where her clothes were. They answered that they were handled with care, but they were visibly torn to shreds. So, Isa said they should pay for them. Moreover, she wanted to leave, so she asked if they could release her. One Serpoian replied that their species was all male. Therefore, they reproduced using cloning technology. However, if everyone was identical, the evolution of the species wouldn't occur. As a result, conflict and emotions like happiness, anger, grief, and pleasure had disappeared. So, to regain their reproductive functions, they wanted to obtain the banana organs of her kind. Isa was bewildered by this statement. The Serpoian showed his robotic banana and said they would start playing now. After that, they said they would remove her womb and take some banana organs for their research. Isa struggled and just said, as if. She admitted she had dated a dirtbag, but still managed to keep herself pure. She maintained her chastity for the Kintakakura she was still searching for, and she wouldn't let some aliens take it from her. However, the alien just held her face and said to awaken her desire, they would control her brain waves using psychokinesis. They started using it on her, then asked if she feels her body getting warmer. Isa couldn't accept this and called out Kintakakura's name. The aliens were impressed because she was resisting the psychokinesis. They said her force of will was admirable. Nevertheless, one Serpoian positioned himself above her and said he would start. While crying, Isa begged him to stop. Suddenly, her cell phone rang nearby, distracting the aliens. It was a cult calling. A Serpoian was surprised to see her phone and said it was bad timing. Immediately, a strange creature emerged from her cell phone. Isa and the others were shocked to see the spirit bite off a Serpoian's banana and throw it with such force that it became embedded in the wall. The strange creature that came out of the cell phone posed and tumbled around. He apologized to Isa and confirmed spirits exist. It was a cult who had ended up cursed by the Turbo Granny. He was even spider-walking while talking to her. Isa was thankful to see him there and asked for his help. And so, the alien was curious because they had been infiltrated using a smartphone. They said that kind of technology was not yet available to them. Meanwhile, a cult asked for help, saying he couldn't control himself. While trying to stand up, he was suddenly taken over by the Turbo Granny, who said, "Let me gobble your banana."
Hey, that's pretty good.
Isa told him to get a hold of himself, while the Serpoian said he had no permission to enter that place. His head rotated, and he told him to leave. If he didn't, he should just give them his banana organ. The alien's appearance changed, and Isa was disgusted. The Serpoian attacked using 6 sense organs, but the Turbo Granny in a cult's body ran on the wall. An alien commented on how fast it was, making it impossible to use psychokinesis on it. Again, the Turbo Granny bit off an alien's banana and removed it, leaving the alien helpless. One alien couldn't believe it because their bananas were precious, so he called the Turbo Granny a banana thief. The alien then used the Serpoian form serpogrammetry to fight it, saying he finally have him. He targeted the granny, who was suddenly thrown forcefully against the wall. Isa was worried about a cult. Due to the strong impact on the wall, a cult suddenly returned to himself. A Serpoian said they had never encountered such a physically aggressive person before. All this time, they had established friendly relations with humankind. So, he pleaded with him to just give them his banana organs. A cult replied that they could have it. If it were just him, they could take whatever they wanted. He admitted that all his life, all he wanted was to meet an alien. He said he had no friends, so he thought that if aliens existed, maybe they would befriend him. Isa was surprised to hear that since elementary school, he had been looking at the sky and wishing for UFOs to come, but they never did. A cult was on the verge of tears when he said that no matter how often he called them, they never showed up. He said people bullied him while aliens ignored him. No one acknowledged his existence, but he remembered how Isa helped him against his bully. So, he told them not to touch Isa. If they did, they wouldn't escape from him. Isa didn't expect that. A cult slowly transformed and said he would even allow himself to become a monster if it was for her sake. And so, Isa cheered him on, telling him to show his manliness. However, the alien took him again using the Serpoian form, causing him to hit the wall again. Occult regained his senses and told Isa that it seemed he couldn't fight them after all. She couldn't believe he gave up so quickly. An alien said that a barbaric person like him wouldn't pass as a friend. Moreover, they preferred human females to males. So, his robotic banana rose again, saying he would reawaken Isa's desire. She tried hard to resist their psychokinesis and remembered how her grandmother used to tell her to send out her chi. However, when she was young, she didn't want to obey because her friends made fun of her for it. Flashback to the past, her grandmother asked what she was saying. If she released her chi, her grandma said she wouldn't get sick or have accidents. No evil would come near her. She told her to focus her energy below her belly. Next, she should visualize the chi coming out from the top of her head. So her right hand was placed on top of her head. But because of this, other children laughed at her and called her a weirdo. They teased her, asking if she was trying to talk to aliens. Isa walked out on her grandmother, saying she would never do that again. Her grandmother called her Momo and told her to wait. However, she just left, saying she hated her grandmother and called her a phony spirit medium. Back in the present, Isa wondered why she remembered that now. She apologized to her grandmother, saying she was just really embarrassed back then. With her eyes closed, she recalled what her grandmother had taught her: to focus energy below her belly and visualize the chi. Because of this, she suddenly broke the machine she was bound to and freed herself. Everyone was shocked by what she had done, especially Isa herself. Occult couldn't believe that Isa had a paranormal ability, but she replied that, like him, she was surprised too. The alien was shocked that she could push back his psychokinesis. He wondered how that happened since she hadn't employed psychokinesis before. The alien thought that maybe he had overstimulated her brainwaves with psychokinesis, causing her chakra to open. At last, Isa had proven that her grandmother was a real spirit medium. With tears in her eyes, she thanked her. Now, she said she could make those scumbags flying into next year. She performed a flying kick, sending the alien flying. It was so powerful that he went through their UFO, causing it to break apart. Isa was shocked to realize they had been in a UFO all this time. She then asked if Occult was okay, and said they needed to leave. But suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit Isa. She was surprised and asked what he was doing, calling him a moron. She pushed him with her right hand and told him to control himself. Once again, Isa used her power, causing his mouth to release its bite on her. Because of this, Occult was separated from Turbo Granny's spirit. Isa didn't expect this, and the old woman asked who she was. Occult was lying on the floor, and Isa noticed that the curse hadn't been lifted even though Turbo Granny was no longer possessing Occult's body. She insisted that she had his banana, and while she had it, the curse would remain on Occult's body. If they wanted it back, they should go to the tunnel, saying this place is too far for her. The Turbo Granny mentioned that at the tunnel, she could take on as much as they could give. She slowly faded away, calling Isa a garish little bitch. Isa asked who she was calling a garish bitch, calling her old hat instead. She then demanded her return Occult's thingy. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It was the UFO they were in. Isa knew that if they couldn't get out, they would die. So she woke Occult up and said they needed to run and escape. Soon after, the exploding UFO crashed onto the hospital rooftop. The two finally got away and said that was the worst. Isa admitted that now she believed in aliens because they had abducted her. Meanwhile, Occult said he now believed in spirits because one had cursed him. Isa wondered what they should do now. Good question, Occult said. Isa extended her hand and said she needed to keep a lid on his curse using her power, or else he would go berserk again. Occult apologized to her because of this. While performing the containment of the curse, Isa said she had lost her uniform, wallet, phone, and everything. That's why she was wearing Occult's uniform. Occult thought about what they could do to remove the curse from him. Isa replied that for now, there was only one thing they could do, and that was to take down Turbo Granny because she was the cause of everything. Occult said, "I see," and told her he would go home first. Isa was surprised by this. Occult took off his shirt and pants and told her to wear them and go home. But Isa replied that if she wasn't with him, he would surely go berserk again. Occult said that everything that happened was his fault, so he didn't want her involved anymore. He also said he would gather his courage to go to the tunnel, and after that, he would resolve it somehow. He then walked away while Isa wondered curiously why he wasn't asking her to come with him. After what happened earlier, she couldn't just let him leave like that. Moreover, if she wasn't there, he would surely be dead. She suggested that it would be better if they helped each other. Occult just scratched his head and asked if she was sure. He was very embarrassed, but Isa stopped him and told him to put on his clothes so they could leave. Because of this, Occult apologized again and said he was an awkward person after all. Isa was surprised by this. Occult handed her his clothes and pleaded with her to wear them because if she didn't, he wouldn't be able to talk to her properly. Isa's heart began racing because of his action, and she couldn't believe it. As her heartbeat quickened, Isa denied what was happening and said she just didn't expect him to say a famous line by Kin Takakura. That was the only reason for her reaction. She calmed herself down and suddenly asked what his name was. She added that she wasn't good at remembering names. Occult just scratched his head and introduced himself as Kin Takakura. Isa was stunned when she heard this. Isa couldn't believe this and didn't want to accept it. Occult wondered what she meant, as acceptance had nothing to do with it since his real name was Kin Takakura. Isa covered her ears and told him to stop mentioning it because she didn't want to hear it. Occult was surprised as his curse suddenly returned. So he asked Isa to use her powers immediately because Turbo Granny had said she wanted to devour his banana again. Because of that, Occult was thrown against the wall as the curse was lifted, and he thanked her for it. Isa then said they needed to set some ground rules. First of all, his name was off limits. Occult had no choice but to accept that. And since he liked paranormal stuff, she would call him Okarun. If he used his real name again, she threatened to kill him. However, Okarun insisted that it was indeed his real name. Nevertheless, he accepted the condition. Isa noticed that he didn't seem upset about it. Okarun was surprised, and as they walked with his face covered, he said he really didn't want it. Isa forced him to show his face and teased him because he seemed happy about it. Suddenly, Okarun accidentally passed gas, which greatly annoyed Isa. He blamed her for pressuring him too much. Meanwhile, Isa stopped when she realized it was already morning. Because of that, it seemed Turbo Granny wouldn't come out anymore. Okarun wondered and was curious if that was true. Isa clarified that ghosts and goblins only come out at night, so she invited him to her house for now. She said they would have more problems with what he was wearing now than with the goblin. It could be seen that Isa's place had a torii or Japanese gate. She said that her grandmother was very strict when it came to boys, so he should be careful. She almost killed her ex-boyfriend before. Okarun was shocked by this and asked why she was telling him this now. As Okarun stepped through the gate, he suddenly seemed to catch fire. Isa was shocked and wondered what was happening. She noticed a river nearby and, using her ability, thought of throwing Okarun into it. Once he was in the water, she asked if he was okay, and when Okarun gave a thumbs up, she pulled him out again using her power. They noticed a talisman and thought it might be the cause of the incident. Isa apologized and explained that their place was protected by a mystical barrier. While lying on the ground, Okarun said he thought he was going to die. Isa, curious, asked if it would be all right to remove the talisman for a moment and took it. Now, she invited Okarun to enter again. He was nervous and asked if she was sure it was okay. Isa said yes and said that if it happened again, she could always throw him back into the river. Okarun cautiously extended his hand to check if it was safe before walking through the gate. Finally safe, Isa asked how he felt. Okarun replied that his body was stinging all over. Isa was suddenly surprised by his hair, which she said looked like a middle-aged lady's perm. Okarun was annoyed that she was laughing at him when he had nearly died. Upon entering, Isa called for her grandmother but realized she wasn't there. She went up the stairs, saying it was fine, and Okarun followed her. Isa went straight to her room, which had posters of her favorite actor, Kin Takakura. She stopped Okarun outside, telling him to wait there and close the door since she's gonna change clothes. As soon as the door closed, the spirit of Turbo Granny suddenly returned. So, he opened the door again and said the curse had returned. However, Isa was still undressing, so she told him not to just barge in. She made him turn around and face the wall. Okarun apologized while Isa became irritated, saying he was a real pain. Isa threw some clothes at him, telling Okarun to wear them. She mentioned they were women's clothes, but it should be fine. He picked them up and thanked her. Suddenly, Isa remembered to ask if his was gone. Okarun was surprised and quickly looked at her to ask what she meant. But he covered his eyes again when he realized she was still changing. He apologized, saying he didn't see anything. Isa replied that it was okay now. She casually told him to show his junk and said she was referring to what Turbo Granny had mentioned. She revealed that the spirit had cursed him and taken his banana. Shocked, Okarun checked his boxers. It was true, and he cried out because it was gone. Isa couldn't believe it and asked what was down there and wanted to see. Okarun retorted as if he would show that, asking if she was an ignoramus. Isa was curious as to why not since there was nothing there anyway. Whether there was something or not, it has nothing to do with it, Okarun said. Isa was annoyed at his pettiness. The situation was terrible, and Okarun wondered what he would do now that it was gone. Hugging a pillow, Isa told him not to blame her. But Okarun replied that she was the one who thought of making it a contest. And so Isa clarified that she wasn't interested in his paranormal baloney from the start. She said he was the one who kept talking about that crap as if looking for a fight. Okarun then said he didn't want to miss that opportunity. In truth, he wanted to make a friend and didn't want to risk losing that chance. So, he admitted he was desperate to talk to her. With his back turned, Okarun said he should have known they live in a different world, since she is not someone he should be talking to. So he apologized for getting her mixed up in a dangerous situation. Once everything was okay, he said she could go back to ignoring him. Isa became irritated and said it makes her sick when he said such things. She told him to go ahead and make assumptions about other people and just close himself off. The real reason he had no friends, she said, was because he distanced himself. Okarun pondered this and came to his senses, approaching Isa. She asked him not to say she should ignore him. Anyway, they could still talk about paranormal stuff as usual. Okarun teared up, and Isa glanced at him when he didn't respond. She poked him, and Okarun suddenly called her a skank and Isa couldn't believe it. Okarun said she had no sense of tact and was too blunt about others' shortcomings. Isa, very annoyed, asked what tact meant. As they were arguing, they noticed the doorbell rang. Okarun thought it might be her grandmother, but Isa hushed him, which confused him. Isa was scared because she had never heard that door chime before. She carefully went down the stairs to check it out. She said her grandmother had told her they had 2 door chimes, one for humans and one for evil spirits. A large shadow could be then seen at the door. The 2 were now downstairs, and Isa thought it might be because she removed the talisman. She pulled Okarun and said there seemed to be something at the door, so Okarun asked what they should do. Isa replied they needed to return the talisman. If it was an evil spirit, it would burn like he did earlier. They went out the back door, and Okarun asked if she wanted him to burn too. She answered he'd be fine once he leave the grounds. Okarun pleaded with her to wait until he left before returning the talisman. Isa peeked and looked at the door. She was puzzled because there was nothing there and wondered where it had gone. Okarun then called out to her, asking if this was what she was looking for. Isa was startled and pushed Okarun away, telling him to leave. She pointed out the way, but he was confused, saying he couldn't get out. A wall had suddenly appeared blocking his path. Blood started dripping from Ayase's nose, and she fell to her knees. She wondered what was happening and thought it might be dangerous. Okarun called out to her for help as his bleeding was even worse. Ayase asked if he was okay and asked him to pull himself together. Meanwhile, Okarun was panicking because he was bleeding. Ayase noticed something and thought the black mist was causing it. They covered their noses while she tried to think of what to do, realizing it was getting bad. It would be dangerous if they didn't act. She looked at the torii gate and thought they could put the talisman there, but Okarun stopped her. When asked why, he said the wall was blocking the torii, so he wouldn't be able to get out. Suddenly, something fell in front of them. It was a huge creature saying they were both bad people because they didn't keep their promise. He said he had finally found them. He stretched his foot, demanding they hand over the organs. Because of its enormous size, the ground cracked from its action. Ayase wondered what kind of evil spirit it was. She asked Okarun if he had a second thing down there, which he firmly denied. He then said it was a space alien. Okarun insisted he couldn't be mistaken. It was a Flatwoods monster. He explained that this creature was first sighted in the American town of Flatwoods. And in Japan, a similar being was reportedly seen in Yamanashi Prefecture, described as a 3-meter-tall alien. Ayase pondered why the doorbell rang and wondered if it meant the alien had set off the chimes set up for evil spirits. Okarun replied that some studies showed people who experience psychic phenomena often also see UFOs. In other words, spirits and aliens had similarities. Ayase wondered if this was a comrade of the alien they had encountered. If they didn't act soon, they would surely die from its poison. But if she kept maintaining Okarun's curse, she couldn't use her abilities effectively. Okarun confidently replied he would fight it. So, he asked her to let his curse loose. Ayase was puzzled by this request while Okarun said he wasn't afraid of aliens. He asked if she could release the curse on his body but suppress it just in his head. They were suddenly distracted when their surroundings got destroyed, so they quickly ran. Ayase commented that it was easy for him to say, but she hadn't mastered her power yet. But Okarun said it seemed he could now control Turbo Granny's powers. However, Ayase replied they weren't sure if it would work. Nevertheless, Okarun insisted, so Ayase did as he requested. Okarun gradually transforms, and the Flatwoods monster noticed them, again demanding their organs. Turbo Granny gradually took over Okarun's body, and he told Ayase to hurry the process. Just as the alien was about to hit them, Okarun saved Ayase. Surprisingly, he managed to suppress the curse to just his head, which seemed to change his appearance due to the curse. Ayase was shocked when he said his power seemed to be overflowing. However, he said he was depressed. Ayase was stunned because it had obliterated his personality. Okarun's consciousness was fully present, but he was bummed out. Ayase was then curious about why he was talking like that. Okarun apologized and again said it was because he was an awkward person. Ayase choked him because she had told him not to say that line again. But he added that he had no use anymore and it would be better if he just disappeared. Again, Ayase stopped him, saying she was getting irritated. He bowed to her repeatedly, saying he'd be back in a minute. Ayase called him an idiot and told him to look where he was going. The monster's huge hand was already in front of Okarun. He trapped him in his hand, which shocked Ayase. However, the monster's left hand fingers suddenly broke off while Okarun was still alive. He was surprised because his body moved on its own. He thought this must be the true power of Turbo Granny. While biting the monster's finger, he suddenly became dejected. Ayase was surprised by his speed and asked how he did it. She was impressed, thinking that at this rate, he might just pull it off. But Okarun suddenly vomited, and Ayase wondered what happened. The Flatwoods monster took a stance and suddenly hit him hard, sending him flying onto the house's roof. Because of it, Ayase became worried. However, the monster stretched its foot next, worrying Isa significantly. Luckily, Okarun manages to fly away, and Isa asked if he was okay. While on the ground, he apologized because his body couldn't keep up with the curse's power anymore. He felt like he was about to explode into pieces, as humans weren't meant to move that fast. Nevertheless, all he managed to do was cut off 5 of the enemy's fingers. He cried out, asking how they could defeat it. "How would I know?" Isa replied, telling him not to get angry at her. If she knew how to defeat it, they wouldn't be struggling like that. Suddenly, Isa noticed something and asked if he was doing sumo. The Flatwoods monster indeed took a sumo stance, so Isa thought that if it could touch the ground, it might mean they'd win. Okarun asked if she was a genius, and she said yes. So, Okarun asked her to suppress his curse to his head one last time, as that was his limit. Isa told Okarun to go for its legs, while she'll use her powers to knock it down. Isa needed to get close, so she asked him to back her up. Again, the monster demanded their organs while Okarun held Isa. He ran incredibly fast, let go of Isa, and hit the enemy's right leg. He bit it, but said he couldn't take it anymore. So Isa positioned herself to curb his curse using both hands. Isa was irritated, calling him pain in the butt. Okarun flipped over while the monster managed to touch the ground, causing his hand to melt. The two were delighted as it happened exactly as they planned. However, the alien just used its feet as support. Isa didn't expect this, and Okarun told her to run. But it was too late, and the enemy caught her with its other hand and suddenly slammed her into the wall where the Torii gate was. Okarun couldn't believe it and called out to Isa, but she was embedded there and bleeding. Because of this, Turbo Granny's spirit emerged again, and Okarun's body snapped. However, he quickly returned to normal. It turns out that Isa was behind this as she held her hand. She said Okarun was really a handful. She then called out to the sumo alien, saying it had touched the ground and thus cheated. Meanwhile, Okarun requested her to release his curse again, saying he didn't care what happened to his body anymore. But Isa took responsibility to defeat it. She said she wouldn't let it escape because of its cheating. Okarun was curious about what she was saying. Isa was extremely irritated at what she called the alien small fry. The alien was triggered and suddenly punched Isa into the wall. Okarun tried to stop it, while Isa said it wasn't working. The alien unleashed a barrage of punches, causing Okarun to beg for her to release his curse. He said she couldn't survive the monster's attack anymore. Isa's body was clearly battered, but she still didn't give up. Okarun was surprised when she said it was okay because now she had achieved the right depth. From there, she was outside the Torii. So, she stretched out her hand and pulled Okarun towards the hole in the wall, while taking out the talisman to attach it to the gate. Because of this, the Flatwoods monster gradually caught fire and blazed. Okarun and Isa hugged each other in the hole outside the gate while the monster completely burned until it turned to ashes. Finally, they survived, and the black mist and the wall blocking their surroundings disappeared. Isa was glad everything was back to normal, and they managed to survive. While hugging Okarun, she told him to look, as everything had returned to normal. She lay down to relax, saying she thought they were going to die. Suddenly, Okarun's curse returned, and he called out to her. Isa got up and complained again, asking if he could give her a few seconds to breathe first. "That's easy for you to say," Okarun replied, asking what he's supposed to do then. Isa then wondered if he had changed his hair. Okarun denied this, but Isa said she kinda dig it. But she joked saying she preferred his middle-aged lady perm. Okarun was annoyed that she was teasing him again. Suddenly, Isa said she felt dizzy and fell down, which shocked Okarun. She fainted, so he tried desperately to wake her up. And because she lost consciousness, the seal on Okarun's curse disappeared, and Turbo Granny's spirit gradually emerged again. While that was happening, we went to a broadcast center, where there was a fortune teller wearing a frightening mask. The fortune teller told a man that his age was 27, to which the man replied that he was only 20 years old. It turned out they were in the middle of a live airing of a TV show called Psychic Powers Exposed. The fortune teller's next prediction was that the man's favorite food was curry, but the man corrected her again, saying that it was actually ramen. Following that, the fortune teller claimed that the man had a wife and a child, to which the man responded that he lived alone. After the shooting, the directors thanked them for coming, and as the fortune teller walked away down the hallway, one of the staff members commented that the fortune teller, whom he called Dodoria, was really something else. Another staff member added that it was kind of satisfying how wrong all of her predictions were. As if an idol that young would have a wife and children, one of them remarked, while another man chimed in that even he could have guessed that. One staff member asked if they were going to run the episode as is, and another replied that it would be fine since no one would protest about a local show like that. In the next scene, Dodoria was riding in a taxi, and upon reaching her drop-off point, the driver asked if she was indeed Dodoria, whom he had seen on TV. He inquired if she really had psychic abilities, to which Dodoria simply replied that he could let her out here. The driver, puzzled, explained that he didn't mean to insult her and was just hoping she could show him something. As Dodoria got out of the taxi, she warned the driver that if he didn't want an early death, he should leave immediately, which silenced the driver and prompted him to depart. Dodoria walked towards what appeared to be the entrance of Isaya's shrine, and as this was happening, we returned to Isaya, who was unconscious and being stared at by Okarun, who had transformed into Turbo Granny. Turbo Granny lifted Isaya's skirt and raised one of her legs, exposing her underwear. Turbo Granny stared at it and slowly moved closer to bite into this pancake. However, suddenly someone threw a brick with a nail hammered into it, inside a circle drawn on the brick, which caused Turbo Granny's entire face to burst into flames, forcing her to jump into a nearby moat. The person who threw the brick commented that she thought Isa had brought another trash boy home, but it turned out not to be human. She added that her granddaughter had brought her nothing but trouble, and her skin was drying out from the stress of it all. It appears that a woman wearing glasses arrived here, holding a baseball bat with the power of Nessie inscribed on it, who didn't look like a grandmother despite calling Isa her granddaughter, and she challenged Turbo Granny to confront her. While the two were staring at each other, in an instant, Turbo Granny vanished from in front of the woman and appeared behind her with extraordinary speed, attempting to bite her as a result. However, Turbo Granny couldn't get close despite her swift attack, and she was suddenly enveloped in flames again, which startled her. She was thrown back, and the woman commented that she was as fast as all get out, but either way, she just fell as she had expected, and she knew that Turbo Granny would circle around to attack her blind spot. After Turbo Granny stopped her backward motion, she landed on a large circle with a nail on the outside, and the woman said that she had stepped right into her set-up trap. Turbo Granny tried to leave the circle, but when her hand extended beyond it, it suddenly caught fire, causing her to recoil. While patting down the flames, the woman explained to her that if she were to step outside the line of that circle, she would be roasted. The woman added that it was a barrier, and it seemed she had created it using a hidden pin in her metal bat, and she showed us that she was also inside a circle, but instead of the nails being on the outside, hers were on the inside, the opposite of Turbo Granny's. The woman told her that by firing the talisman nail outside Turbo Granny's circle, she had turned that region into a barrier, but if she had placed the nail inside like hers, the interior would become the barrier instead. The woman twirled the baseball bat while approaching Turbo Granny, and she also explained that the reason why Turbo Granny couldn't touch her was that she was already protected by it. The woman and Turbo Granny stared at each other from very close, and Turbo Granny said she would eat her alive and that she shouldn't think she could trap her like this forever, to which the woman replied that she didn't want to trap her forever, and that she wanted to kill her. The woman struck Turbo Granny in the face with her metal bat, forcing her to stick to the line, which set her head on fire. The woman followed up with 2 more swings while saying that Turbo Granny should just stand her ground, because if she didn't, she would touch the line. As she continued to beat Turbo Granny, the woman asked what her problem was, and it seemed she couldn't use her vaunted speed, which irritated Turbo Granny, who called her a dirty old hag. Because of this, the woman commented that she was disgusted that this granny was calling another granny a dirty old hag while showing more nails. She took another nail and added that, for Turbo Granny's information, she was known for her bewitching beauty, to which Turbo Granny replied that if she burned her, the boy she cursed would die too. The woman responded that she would kill any scumbag who tried to seduce her granddaughter, even if it was a human. The woman said goodbye and dropped the nail, causing Turbo Granny to scream dirty old hag at her while trying to catch the falling nail. The nail finally fell to the ground with a loud noise, and suddenly we were transported to a scene where Isa woke up in her bed after all these events. As soon as she sat up, she immediately remembered Okarun, so she got out of her bed and shouted Okarun's name to look for him. When she came down from her room, she saw her grandmother already watching TV, so she commented that she was back, to which her grandmother shushed her and said she was watching Bakatono, so Isa said she had something more important than that to talk about. Her grandmother suddenly asked her if she had gone to a haunted spot, which caught her attention, and she agreed but said a friend had cleared it. So her grandmother asked what for, and she replied that they had talked about it, and one thing just led to another. Speaking of friends, she asked too if her grandmother had seen a young boy in their place, and if she didn't stay by his side, they would have a big problem. Her grandmother laughed loudly at this and commented that Bakatono was truly a national treasure, which irritated Isa, who asked if she was listening to her. Her grandmother replied that if she was referring to the evil spirit, she had already killed it, which surprised Isa and made her shout in disbelief, asking what the evil spirit looked like and if it was wearing glasses, to which her grandmother calmed her down and said she thought she didn't believe in spirits and stuff, and added, "Didn't Isa say she was a phony spirit medium?" Because of this, Isa angrily said how long she would hold on to what she had told her, called her an old bag, and added that her friend might be in serious trouble, so she should give her a proper answer now, to which her grandmother said oh please and told her not to believe in such things, because there were no evil spirits, and she was a fraud. Isa frowned at this and called her grandmother to turn around, and when her grandmother turned, she saw Isa in a bowing position, apologizing because she was wrong, so she asked her to please tell her what happened to the evil spirit. Her grandmother looked down at this and said she should go to the main shrine to see it. So Isa quickly stood up and ran while calling her grandmother a dirty old bag, saying that if anything happened to Okarun, she wouldn't forgive her. Isa ran quickly out of their house, and while running, she thought about Okarun and remembered what Okarun told her earlier, and he was just a guy interested in the paranormal, and he just wanted a friend. She also blamed herself because all of this happened because she forced him to go to the haunted tunnel. When she arrived at the main shrine and was about to open the door to see what happened to Okarun, she was apologizing in her mind. But when she opened the door, to her surprise, he was fine and just eating an onigiri, which made her blush after seeing him. Okarun immediately cried when he saw her, and said he was happy she was safe because he thought he had killed her. Isa suddenly closed the door, which surprised Okarun. Isa regained her composure first, and she started kicking the door while shouting that this four-eyed freak was alive after all, which bewildered Okarun and made him say irritatedly what her problem was, and excuse him for being alive, to which Isa just said with a flustered look that what happened was annoying. Her grandmother arrived and suddenly asked when she started having monster friends, which surprised her and made her comment that she scared her. Her grandmother began to explain that Okarun's curse wouldn't activate if he was inside the shrine, but the moment he stepped outside, he would turn back into a monster. Confused, Isa pointed out that she had said she killed him and called her a liar, to which her grandmother pointed out how desperate she was and asked if Okarun was her type, causing Isa to shout no. After that, Isa also explained that Turbo Granny had stolen that child's cucumber, and apparently, the curse couldn't be lifted until he got it back. She added that it was her fault, and she wished there was something she could do about it. So her grandmother commented that she understood Isa had a thing for Okarun, which made Isa shout that wasn't what she said, and she seriously stated that there was something else she wanted to talk about, and that she now had paranormal powers, to which her grandmother just asked what she was talking about, so she explained that she went to a place where you could encounter UFOs, and then, yada yada, and now she had powers. Her grandmother bluntly contradicted her, saying there's no such thing as UFOs, which left Isa speechless and made her comment that she could understand why she said that because until yesterday, she didn't believe in them either. But anyway, she said, she had powers now, and that was the truth, and if she didn't suppress Okarun's curse, things would really get messy. Her grandmother wasn't surprised about the paranormal powers, which left Isa speechless again and made her ask what her criteria for believing things were. Afterwards, her grandmother said they had a serious problem when they encountered Turbo Granny, and she explained that in the old days, she was called the 100 kilometers per hour Granny, and she was a modern-day yokai, spreading havoc throughout the country. She said she had heard that this elusive freak had been staying in that long tunnel recently, so she went there once to scope out the scene, and what she could say about it was that it felt bizarre because the spiritual force there was so strong that she couldn't even get close to the tunnel. She also asked if she knew what a bound spirit was, and she answered her own question by explaining that it was a spirit that remained in a particular place with which it had a strong connection. Pretty much, she said, they were in their strongest state when they were in their territory, and there wasn't a single living spirit medium who could give a decent fight to a bound spirit, and there was that kind of spirit in that tunnel. Concern was visible on Isaya's face as she listened to this, and her grandmother asked if she understood what she was saying. She pointed out that that Turbo Granny and the bound spirit she was referring to had combined into one. She told her not to meddle in that problem because she didn't want to lose her precious grandchild. She said she had no direct connection to that problem, so she should just forget about Okarun, which surprised her. While staring at the room where Okarun was, her grandmother added that she should just return to her regular life. Isa spoke up and said she was thinking about what her beloved kin Takakura would do in this situation, which caught her grandmother's attention. She said that whenever she lost direction, that was the question she always asked herself, and it had never led her astray, so she was absolutely certain that Kin Takakura would do something to help, so that's what she would do. Her grandmother moved in a strange way and swayed while she said, and that meant she really loved that punk, which made Isa shout no, and that she was thinking wrong because Okarun wasn't the one she was referring to. Her grandmother suddenly spoke to Okarun and said that Isa was confessing her love and asked how he felt about it, to which Isa explained that she had told her grandmother that she misunderstood, and what she meant was the actor, so her grandmother commented that if her feelings were that strong, then so be it. She seriously said that they should play tag with this Turbo Granny, which made Isa's eyes widen. She explained that Turbo Granny had absolute confidence in her legs, so if they challenged her to a race, she would surely accept, but the problem was what came next. She added that she and Okarun needed to run as if their lives depended on it. The bound spirit's territory was Shono City, and they needed to get Turbo Granny out of the city limits without getting caught. And once they got Turbo Granny out of her territory, the old witch would weaken, and then they could defeat her together. Isa didn't agree with this and told her grandmother to look at her spindly legs, saying there was no way she would play tag against Turbo Granny. She pointed to a paper talisman and said there must be another way, asking if her grandmother couldn't make a barrier and they could put it in that tunnel, to which her grandmother said she couldn't do that, and to start with, she couldn't help them, which made Isa shout why not. So her grandmother explained that her barrier magic was just borrowing the power of the god residing in that region, and once they were outside Kamigo City, that power wouldn't work anymore. So Isa added that it meant they also had a territory, to which her grandmother explained that each region had its own god, and the problem was whether she was playing a home game or away. But anyway, she said, there was no other way to defeat Turbo Granny, and if they started to get stronger, their abilities would probably be enough to escape her, to which Isa, confused, asked if she was serious, adding that even if she tried her hardest, she still wouldn't qualify for a prefectural track tournament. So her grandmother pointed out that she wasn't referring to her and opened the shrine door, saying she was referring to Okarun. That's when Isa realized she was wrong, and Okarun asked if he could join their conversation now, so Isa apologized because she had forgotten about him. She also argued to her grandmother that Okarun had no stamina, and he agreed. And he still needed her to accompany him to control his curse, so her grandmother said that if that was the case, Okarun would run while carrying Isa on his back, which made Okarun ask Isa how heavy she was, irritating Isa, who asked if he was trying to die. Okarun didn't agree with Isa's grandmother's idea because in his cursed state, he could only go all out twice and that was his limit, to which Isa agreed. So her grandmother said that if that was the case, he needed to train himself to be able to go all out all the time. She told him to do 5 sets of 100 push-ups, sit-ups, back exercises, and squats right now, which shocked Okarun. And as for Isa, she said she needed to train her psychic ability to a higher level than it currently was, and because she couldn't help them in the fight, the two of them needed to get stronger and she would be their trainer. After their discussion, Isa's grandmother left and told her to sleep because they would start first thing tomorrow, while she had Okarun start his fitness training immediately, so Okarun just agreed. Okarun also commented that Isa's grandmother looked young, to which Isa just said, "Oh please." Okarun suddenly apologized to her for what happened the other day, which made Isa turn to look at him. He said that when they were fighting that giant monster, he was actually so anxious that he couldn't think of anything but himself, so he apologized to Isa, to which Isa replied that he shouldn't apologize, and that was to be expected in such a situation. But wasn't Isa different from him, he asked, because she saved him and still managed to take down the monster. He said he would give it his all, so that next time something like that happened, he would be able to help her. He didn't want her to be disappointed in him, and he pleaded, while bowing his head, for her not to stop being his friend. Isa smiled at this and said she wasn't disappointed in him, and he was overthinking things again. If that's the case, Okarun asked, why did she slam the door in his face earlier, which made Isa go huh and scratch her head, causing Okarun to shout that he knew it and she was disappointed in him, to which Isa also shouted that she was telling him it wasn't like that. But now she said yes and he was such a pain, so Okarun just apologized. After that, Isa suddenly said that Okarun was cool in their previous fight, which surprised Okarun and made him blush, and Isa added before leaving that he was still a real oaf, and she would probably end up saving him again. He could sleep inside that shrine, she said, so she would get a futon for him. But before Isa could leave, Okarun called her and said while very embarrassed that he was extremely thirsty and asked if she could bring him some water. In the next scene, Isa got some barley tea from their house, and she asked her grandmother if she could take it, to which her grandmother agreed. It was shown that her grandmother was watching the news, and there was a news flash revealing that a popular idol named Shoma, who was 20 years old, had a secret child. The newscaster added that he wasn't actually 20, but 27, and furthermore, he hadn't filed for marriage registration with his partner yet. While watching this, Isa's grandmother commented that it was correct, and now he should tell the public about how much he likes curry and not ramen, which points to us that Isa's grandmother might be Dodoria, who interviewed that man on a TV show. Isa made a side comment about her grandmother's reaction and said who cares about that tabloid trash. Suddenly, Okarun shouted and called for Isa. She knew exactly what that meant, and she told her grandmother that he needed to use the restroom. Okarun was becoming restless because of this. Her grandmother told her to go. However, Isa mentioned a significant problem. If anything obstructed her view of Okarun, such as the bathroom door if he went there, the curse would suddenly reappear. Therefore, Isa thought she needed to watch him do his business. Her grandmother simply replied, "Then watch him." Isa protested, saying she didn't want to see that, and even Okarun wouldn't allow it, saying it would injure his dignity. Okarun kept moving around to distract himself, and so Isa asked her grandmother if she had any good ideas, but she replied that she didn't. Suddenly curious, she asked how Isa had been suppressing the curse. Isa struggled to explain. She said she could see a blue flame surrounding Okarun, or like a blue aura. When she grabbed this aura and squeezed it, it got smaller, which caused the curse to be suppressed. Isa added that everything had an aura, each with a different color. Even plants and rocks had them, and she could take them to control them, but only within a small area. Her grandmother was surprised and thought her supernatural abilities were more powerful, but from the sound of it, it seemed limited. Isa then said that when her ability first awakened, something even cooler happened. Everything she imagined came true, and she became invincible. However, this subsided, and now all she could do was grab auras. While wearing a sleep mask, her grandmother called her Momo and told her to close her eyes. She refused, saying that if she did, the curse would be released. Her grandmother clarified that the problem was that she was relying solely on her eyesight. She suggested trying to use other senses, like the sense of touch. If she could grab the aura, then she should be able to feel it. And so Isa extended her hand in Okarun's direction, while her grandmother told her to feel the aura with her skin. Isa touched the aura in front of her and noticed it felt cold. Her grandmother then instructed her to gradually close her eyes and slowly reach out to feel it. Isa finally closed her eyes and asked how it was going. Her grandmother lifted the sleep mask and said that Okarun had transformed. He shouted and called for Isa. Because of this, she opened her eyes again and said she had failed, to which her grandmother agreed. Okarun said he has reached his limit and couldn't hold it any longer. So Isa's grandmother asked what she was going to do now. She replied that it was her grandmother who had suggested this. Okarun said he didn't want anyone watching him poop. But it would be worse if he had an accident there. So he started running. Isa chased after him, asking where he was going. He answered that he was going to use their bathroom. They reached inside, and Isa caught up with Okarun. She remarked on his nerve to crap in someone else's bathroom, but he replied that he was desperate. Meanwhile, her grandmother joined the chase. Isa asked who said he could use their bathroom. Okarun told her not to be dumb because he was about to burst at any moment. Isa became annoyed and said that in that house, no one outran her, so she blocked Okarun's path. However, he pushed her aside, saying if he didn't, he'd make a mess there. From behind, the grandmother commented on how tough Kintakakura was. Isa was distracted when she mentioned that name, while Okarun and the grandmother raced to the bathroom. Finally, Okarun reached the bathroom but just covered his face. The bathroom door was open, and he said it was humiliating. Isa said it was embarrassing for her too. While sitting on the toilet bowl, Okarun admitted that he had wished for a paranormal encounter like being abducted by aliens, but what happened was terrible. He just wanted this curse to end. Outside, Isa's grandmother mentioned what she had said earlier about being invincible. She thought Isa truly had immense power, but it seemed to be sealed. Isa was excited about this, but her grandmother said it would be troublesome. She would need to gradually release her power through training. She didn't know how long it would take, and it seemed Okarun's body modification would also take a long time. Meanwhile, Okarun said he still couldn't believe they had to watch him go. Isa replied that it was the same for her. She then noticed her grandmother's nose was bleeding and asked if she had been hit earlier. Peering into the bathroom, she was shocked to see that Turbo Granny's spirit had appeared again. Isa was startled and told her grandmother that Turbo Granny was there. However, she wasn't moving and seemed unable to hear her. Even when called, there was no response. Turbo Granny said it was useless. She explained that it was merely a shadow and time was flowing only for them. Isa repeatedly called her grandmother, but she remained motionless. Isa asked Turbo Granny what she had done to her grandmother. Turbo Granny gave her a choice between a heart attack or cerebral infarction, saying Isa could choose her grandmother's cause of death. She revealed that her curse was transmissible through Okarun's body. She claimed she could curse anyone he sees and told Isa not to underestimate her. She said she wouldn't give them any more time. They were to go to the tunnel that night, or else she would use Okarun to take others' lives. She reminded her again that it was to be tonight, and then gradually disappeared. Finally, Okarun returned to normal and was puzzled to notice his nose was bleeding. Isa suddenly looked at her grandmother and was shocked to see blood coming from her nose and ears as well. Isa asked if her head hurt. Isa's grandmother looked at the talisman on the wall, which seemed to have changed, and asked Isa to recount what had happened. That evening, they lit candles there, and her grandmother performed a ritual outside. They were wearing traditional clothes, which made Isa curious if it was necessary. Okarun commented that he couldn't see properly because of what was covering his face. The grandmother put on her glasses and explained that these were like bulletproof vests against evil spirits, so they should stay. She added that they were like entering a professional wrestling ring without any training, so they should be careful, or it could cost them their lives. Isa couldn't believe this. She clarified that although it wasn't obvious, they had already defeated aliens. Her grandmother told her to stop joking around, as there were no aliens. She said Isa's carefree attitude was why she always got into trouble, as she didn't listen to her. Isa became annoyed, saying she hated being scolded by her, so she called for Okarun. Her grandmother called her again, but she just replied that they were still going. Isa was surprised when her grandmother suddenly hugged her from behind. Her grandmother told her not to die. Surprised, Isa said she wouldn't. The two then biked towards the tunnel while the grandmother prayed for their protection. Suddenly, Okarun and Isa were seen on a train. Okarun was extremely embarrassed and couldn't believe what they had done. Isa replied that it would have been too far to bike, and they needed their strength for the tunnel. She said she wouldn't forgive Turbo Granny, while Okarun apologized, saying it was all his fault. Isa denied this and said that the spirit had tried to hurt someone important to her, which was her grandmother. Therefore, she would make sure to defeat Turbo Granny. It didn't take long for Isa and Okarun to reach the tunnel, where Isa promptly instructed him to proceed with their plan. Isa attempted to let Okarun go first, but he insisted on ladies first, to which Isa responded by acting cute and declaring she would gaze at him with tear-filled eyes. This prompted Okarun to comment that her eyes were in fact quite dry. Okarun then suggested they enter together, claiming it would be fair if they went side by side. This proposal dismayed Isa, who criticized him for being so unmanly. As they entered the tunnel, Isa quickly became irritated because Okarun was behind her and then moved to her side. When she pushed him, Okarun protested loudly that it wasn't fair since she was now the one lagging behind. The two began quarreling like cats and dogs, swatting at each other's hands until they both grew weary and reluctantly continued their journey. While walking, Isa inquired about their plan of action when Turbo Granny appeared, wondering if they would resort to punching her, to which Okarun shouted no, and explained that they needed to lure her outside Shono City and separate her from the local bound spirit. Afterward, she would weaken, allowing them to defeat her, to which Isa claimed to understand this strategy. She also pointed out that they had previously defeated formidable alien foes, so perhaps they could vanquish this spirit as well. Okarun reminded her that, if his memory served correctly, she had been utterly terrified during that encounter. Isa retorted that after facing such a colossal enemy, how bad could an old lady possibly be? As she uttered these words, they suddenly halted in their tracks, confronted by the sight of Turbo Granny's giant head blocking their path in the tunnel. They cried out in shock at its immense size. Panicking, Okarun turned to Isa and asked what their next move should be. Isa tried to calm him down, reiterating that they needed to lure Turbo Granny out of the city, which meant they had to run. When Okarun glanced behind them, he let out a pained scream that startled Isa. As she looked at what had caused his reaction, she saw another giant Turbo Granny head behind them. Fear was evident on their faces as they struggled to comprehend this new development. Isa quickly grabbed Okarun's basket bag and raised her hand, declaring that she would handle the situation. She levitated 4 baseball bats they had brought and swiftly directed them all towards the Turbo Granny head behind them. However, when Turbo Granny opened her eyes, she had mouths in place of eyes and managed to stop the baseball bats, leaving Isa speechless. Isa pointed out that the eyes were also mouths, exclaiming how disgusting it was. Okarun then instructed her to release his curse, saying he'd somehow handle their predicament. She complied, expressing her trust in him. Okarun gradually transformed into his cursed form, agreeing and stating that he would do his best. However, despite his words, upon transforming, Okarun seemed to become despondent again and said, or maybe not, and he thinks he can't do it, adding that he's truly useless, prompting Isa to pause and commented that she'd forgotten he becomes a total downer when transformed, but she'd cheer him on, so he should get moving. Okarun slowly walked towards Turbo Granny, muttering that the pressure was going to kill him. As he approached Turbo Granny, Okarun's body suddenly returned to normal. He turned to Isa and asked what had happened, leaving Isa in disbelief. She examined Okarun closely, amazed that she couldn't see the curse anymore. She pointed out that the curse's power had vanished from Okarun's body. Turbo Granny interjected, saying she had returned his schlong, so the curse was gone, shocking both of them. Turbo Granny smiled menacingly and said she was surprised the boy could still transform, but now that ability was gone. She called them filthy thieves and declared they couldn't use her powers anymore, announcing that she was going to eat them. As Turbo Granny's mouth approached them, Isa suddenly remembered her grandmother's advice to challenge Turbo Granny because she was confident in her speed, ensuring she would accept their challenge. After that, Isa asked Turbo Granny if she's afraid of losing a battle of speed, and remarked that it would be embarrassing for her to resort to brute force, given that her name was Turbo Granny, so surely she wouldn't refuse a race. She challenged Turbo Granny to act like her name suggested and see who was truly faster. Turbo Granny briefly stopped and reverted to her normal form and stared at Isa, seriously asking who she thought she was talking to. She claimed she had never been defeated in speed and accepted their challenge, asserting she could eat them anytime. While Turbo Granny inquired about the rules and finish line, Isa signaled to Okarun that this was part of their plan. Isa responded that there was no finish line and they would play tag, where Turbo Granny would win if she caught them. She added that when they started, Turbo Granny should count to 10 minutes to give them a head start, insisting these were the rules she must follow, or else it would ruin the legend of Turbo Granny. Turbo Granny agreed to their rules, stating she despised rule breakers. After their discussion, Isa and Okarun immediately started running, commencing their game. Turbo Granny began counting while Okarun commented that he thought it was the end for them. He called Isa a genius for this plan, to which Isa replied that she knew, but wished she had extended it further as 10 minutes might not be enough. When she looked back at the counting Turbo Granny, she heard a chaotic counting sequence, jumping from 10 to 12, then to 1 minute. Isa couldn't believe it, remarking on how weird the counting was. As they ran, numerous hands suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbing Isa. Okarun became worried for her, and soon Isa was completely enveloped by these hands, seemingly placed in a cocoon, prompting Okarun tried to call out her name. Turbo Granny appeared behind Okarun, explaining that Isa's 10 minutes were up, and now she would count another 10 minutes for Okarun. She began counting in her peculiar way, prompting Okarun to shout that it wasn't fair and demand Isa's release. However, Turbo Granny didn't stop, irritating Okarun, who insisted she cease her unconventional counting. Turbo Granny retorted that she agreed to count to 10 minutes, but not how she would count. She continued counting, and Okarun tried again to shout at her to stop. Suddenly, Turbo Granny's count reached 10 minutes, and she immediately attempted to catch Okarun. During this, he remembered Isa's words calling him a real oaf, and how she would likely save him again next time. After this, Okarun lunged at Turbo Granny, shouting for her to let him suck her soggy melons, but instead of sucking, he bit them, causing Turbo Granny to scream.
Damn!
Turbo Granny howled in pain from Okarun's bite and tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let go. Turbo Granny screamed that he shouldn't do that unless she asked, so she ordered Okarun to let go, but Okarun retorted, asking if this wasn't what she wanted. He taunted that she wanted him to suck her watermelons and she would suck his popsicle. As Turbo Granny tried to shake him off, Okarun shouted that he'd only let go if she released Isa. Turbo Granny was bewildered, unable to summon any strength, wondering why she couldn't shake him off. She speculated it might be due to the clothes Okarun was wearing. Frustrated, Turbo Granny decided Okarun left her no choice but to possess him using her spirit form. Her soul entered Okarun's body, gradually corrupting it. Soon, Okarun fully transformed into her spirit form, and Turbo Granny commented on how troublesome this was. She tore Okarun's clothes while angrily questioning who gave him that outfit, speculating whether he worked for a sorcerer. After shredding the clothes, Turbo Granny declared it no longer mattered, and she would just eat the girl and end everything. However, to her surprise, Turbo Granny gradually lost control of Okarun's body, feeling as if something was choking her. As her body disintegrated from Okarun's, she screamed in anger, demanding to know who had played this rotten trick on her. Isa, still inside the cocoon Turbo Granny had created, spoke up, saying that while she couldn't see what was happening, she understood it. Isa explained to Okarun that what was inside his body now was no longer a faint blue flame, but Turbo Granny's main form. Isa shouted that she now understood, grasping it clearly and by touch, as she tightly choked Turbo Granny's flame. Irritated, Turbo Granny lunged at her, screaming for her to let go. She kicked the cocoon she had made, destroying it, and soon after, Okarun gradually returned to normal. After this, Okarun returned to his normal state and thanked Isa, who returned the gratitude and praised him. It appeared that Turbo Granny was still inside him, now in the form of a scarf around his neck, but when she tried to leave, she found out that she couldn't. Because of this, Isa gave Turbo Granny a creepy stare, saying that now that they had her, she was contemplating what they should do with her. This filled Turbo Granny with nervousness and anxiety. Suddenly, a voice told them to return Turbo Granny, causing them to turn around. As they looked, they saw a giant crab monster, making both of them scream in fear. Turbo Granny called it the bound spirit and ordered it to kill them both. Isa yelled for them to run, and soon they managed to escape from the tunnel they had entered. Isa and Okarun continued running down the road where the haunted tunnel was located, and soon, it became apparent that the giant crab-bound spirit was chasing them, causing fear to be visible on their faces as they fled from this spirit. Okarun shouted a question about why the bound spirit was a crab, to which Isa explained that her grandmother had told her that when the dead cross the river to the other world, they transform into freshwater crabs, while Turbo Granny, still inside Okarun's body, was yelling at the bound spirit that they were here and calling it a fool for looking in the wrong places. Isa quickly told Okarun that he needed to transform, so she raised her hand and pointed it at him, then began to strangle Turbo Granny's spirit while calling her an old hag and telling her to stop moving, which irritated Turbo Granny, who told her not to speak to her like that. Okarun hurried her along, so she pointed out that what she was doing wasn't easy. While Isa was explaining that unlike before, Turbo Granny's true form was now with Okarun, the bound spirit tried to reach them, causing Okarun to shout, "Here it comes." Fortunately, Okarun managed to transform into his cursed Turbo Granny form, and with Isa on his back, he dodged the giant spirit's attack using his speed. Isa commented that it was a close call, while Turbo Granny, annoyed with them, said not to use her power without her okay, prompting Isa to immediately strangle her, which made her yell to be released, while Isa remarked how cool it was that she could strangle her more easily with physical contact. Okarun said that this situation was crazy and called Isa Momo-chan, to which she quickly told him not to use her first name. He pointed out that Momo was too heavy and he couldn't turn, and when Isa looked ahead, it turned out they were approaching the road's railing, causing her to shout if Okarun was serious. Because Okarun couldn't turn, they went straight off the road, resulting in them falling off the mountainside road. Isa screamed in fear as this happened, while Okarun shouted that now he was going to get serious. He stretched his legs as if he was about to do a split, and they began to rotate at an incredible speed, which amazed Ayase and made her comment that he looked like a helicopter. It didn't take long for Okarun to use this maneuver, and luckily they were at a lower height by then, so they didn't get hurt much when they landed. Ayase asked if he was okay after that, to which he replied that he was becoming totally bummed out, and Ayase noticed that Okarun had intentionally landed so that she would fall on his body, so she apologized and thanked him. Okarun prepared to run again and said he had gotten serious earlier, which made Ayase realize that he could only use his full strength twice. But thanks to that shortcut, they had managed to open up some distance from their enemy. However, the bound spirit jumped down the roadside and landed behind them, causing Ayase to shout that it was there already. When Ayase looked back while running, she noticed that there were many faces on the back of that crab. As they ran, some civilians saw them and were delighted, thinking Okarun was very dedicated to giving Ayase a piggyback ride, which embarrassed Ayase. Ayase was concerned because there were more and more people around them, but as Okarun ran, she realized that no one could see the crab chasing them. Because of this, Ayase became extremely embarrassed and shouted that if they couldn't see the crab, it must look like they were just really serious about a chicken fight, so she hoped none of her acquaintances would see them. Okarun called out to her and said he was starting to get tired, so she told him that it wasn't possible and to continue and get serious again, to which Okarun explained that even if he did that, they were still too far from the outskirts of Shono City, so the bound spirit would catch up to them and eat them. Ayase said no thank you, and that she doesn't get eaten by crabs, but rather she eats them. When she said those words, she thought of a plan, and when she saw the water spa, she commented that what she was thinking might be worth a try, so she quickly ordered Okarun to turn left. Inside the Healthland Spa, while a cashier was asking a customer how many they were, Ayase and Okarun suddenly burst in shouting too, still being chased by the giant crab. Ayase directed Okarun to the next floor, thinking it would be too cramped for the bound spirit to follow them, but upon reaching it, the spirit easily destroyed the ceiling with its pincers, causing her to exclaim that it apparently wasn't. They reached the building's hot spring bathroom, where they stumbled into one of the pools, and Okarun cried out about the water's heat and questioned their location. Meanwhile, people in the bath fled due to the explosion. Okarun expressed concern, pointing out to Ayase that this place would slow them down, adding that if that wasn't bad enough, water was a crab's natural environment. Ayase pulled him along, and while saying that water is water, but when she noticed a pipeline marked "Caution Hot Water," she exclaimed that but the water here is from a hot spring. She tore the pipeline containing hot water using her powers, making it burst, spraying the giant crab's entire body. As the bound spirit was doused with hot water, she explained that when you boil crabs, their meat becomes firm, meaning their muscle fibers stiffen. She said this would make it difficult for them to move, and soon enough, the giant crab completely stopped moving, prompting Okarun to cheer joyfully that it was no longer moving, while Ayase marveled that they had managed to boil it. She also pointed out that the crab had turned red and now looked delicious, causing Okarun to exclaim that he was afraid of her and couldn't believe that's what she was thinking at a time like this, so he urged her to stop staring at it and leave the place. In the next scene, they had exited Healthland and continued their run, now having a straight shot out of the city. As they ran, Ayase noticed that there seemed to be fewer people around, to which Okarun agreed. However, they saw someone running towards them from ahead, causing the duo to wonder what was happening, and gradually more people began running towards them, until eventually a massive crowd was running at them from the front, all appearing to be possessed. They stopped running and paused at the sight, but quickly turned while shouting that this was bad. Ayase asked what was wrong with them, and suddenly Turbo Granny shouted that they wouldn't escape so easily, calling them fools. Turbo Granny explained that there was a large cemetery at the edge of the city, so they had tapped into the sleeping spirits there for help. While pointing out that Shono City was their territory, they witnessed the process of souls possessing people and how they transformed into their appearance. They stopped again because this was happening right in front of them, and the newly possessed immediately began to run. The duo was surrounded by spirits helping Turbo Granny, who were rapidly approaching them while Turbo Granny shouted that they wouldn't let them go. The bound spirit blocked one side of the street, while the possessed people blocked the other, cornering the duo. So Isa immediately told Okarun that it was time to get serious, which made Okarun ask if that was really okay because if he used his serious mode, they wouldn't be able to reach the next city, to which Isa reasoned that if he didn't do it, they would die here, so he should trust her. Because of this, Okarun transformed into his Turbo Granny cursed form, and he commented on how depressing it was, while Turbo Granny shouted that they were goners here, and after this transformation, Okarun would be immobilized. Isa, on the other hand, told him to just run there, so Okarun did it and quickly sprinted towards the possessed people, managing to pass through them without difficulty. They were thrown back as he ran, and when they had gotten a little distance away, Okarun suddenly reverted to his normal form, causing them to trip and fall. They both puked due to the speed of their movement, and while gasping for breath, Okarun explained that he couldn't run anymore and had reached his limit, while Isa was saying that what happened to them was intense and she thought she was going to throw up her insides. Okarun tried to roll over and commented that it felt like his body was being torn apart, while Isa, who was also struggling to stand, said that she needed to get up because they were close. When Isa realized that Turbo Granny was no longer in her hands, she became worried about it and immediately told Okarun that she had dropped her. Because of this, Turbo Granny managed to escape from Okarun's body, and she suddenly kicked Okarun, sending him flying. So Isa tried to control her using her power, but she easily kicked away her attack, which also sent her flying. Isa's hand was hurt because of this, and Turbo Granny started walking towards them while saying that she would never forgive their tricks. But what was most disturbing was their lack of respect for elders, and as she walked, it became apparent that behind Turbo Granny were countless possessed people and the giant crab-bound spirit. Isa slowly sat up and commented that actually, Turbo Granny was amazing because she had never seen an old hag bullying kids like that before. So she sarcastically said, "Mad respect for this grandmother," to which Turbo Granny told her to speak properly, and while transforming, she said that she could see through her double talk. She said she hated that kind of casual speech, and she also hated annoying brats like them, and that Isa was such a fucking bitch. Before long, Turbo Granny had fully possessed the giant bound spirit, and it seemed to become a new monster with Turbo Granny's facial features and the crab-bound spirit's body. She said she would eat them now, so they should run because it becomes more exciting when they run, and after all, they were close to getting out of the city. She further described what she would do to them, but she said she would wait for 10 to 20 minutes while they ran. Isa held the unconscious Okarun and raised her hand with one finger up, telling Turbo Granny to give her just 1 second, which irritated and confused Turbo Granny. Isa explained that her ability allowed her to grab things, and when a train passed by on the railroad, Isa pointed her hand at it, and her power quickly stretched to grab it, allowing them to be pulled and dragged by the train while she held on. Turbo Granny shouted in anger for them to stop, and they managed to climb onto the roof of the moving train, with Isa pointing out that Turbo Granny used to be called 100 km per hour Granny, and the top speed of the Takasaki line was 120 km per hour. So if Turbo Granny could only move at 100 km per hour, she would never catch up to them. As the gap between them widened, Isa shouted at Turbo Granny, calling her a slowpoke and saying she couldn't reach them. However, Turbo Granny continued running along the train line while shouting no, and that she would kill Isa. Suddenly, the train Isa and Okarun were riding braked, so when Turbo Granny jumped towards them, she managed to reach the end of the train. Turbo Granny called Isa a fool and pointed out that trains don't always run at top speed, and they slow down when turning. She, on the other hand, could maintain her 100 km per hour speed, and she was the fastest old lady ever, so they couldn't escape from her. Isa questioned her statement about them not being able to escape, saying it was her line, and while pointing her hands at her, she said that, as her grandmother had said, she would surely rise to their challenge. Now that she was on board the train, those rails would lead to her defeat, and we were shown here a mast with numerous talismans attached to it. At one part of the route of the train Isa and Okarun were riding, it appears that her grandmother had already prepared her talismans there, and she shouted "all right," and welcomed them to Kamigo City. Isa held onto Turbo Granny tightly so she couldn't escape, causing her to shout at Isa to let go while calling her a shitty, foul pig bitch. Isa then said that the old bag was definitely fast, and her being alive for this long was proof that no one could defeat her, but the winner of this battle would be Isa. Turbo Granny could only scream fuck because there was nothing she could do about it. In the end, they passed through the barrier prepared by Isa's grandmother at the limit of Shono City, and because of that, Turbo Granny and the bound spirit with her were immediately enveloped in flames. Their opponent gradually burned before Isa, and as she watched it closely, she seemed to notice something flying away from them. It turned out to be the souls of the schoolgirls who had been trapped by Turbo Granny and the bound spirit, and as they floated upwards, they smiled and shed tears before finally vanishing into thin air. After that, the train that Isa and Okarun were riding arrived at its destination, so Isa carried Okarun again and jumped to get down from the roof, landing on her back, which caused her pain. She could still see Turbo Granny on the roof, but it wasn't long before she completely disintegrated. The train departed to go to the next station, and suddenly Okarun regained consciousness, shouting abruptly about where they were, where the giant crab was, and where Turbo Granny was. Isa lay down, exhausted and gasping for breath. She said that she thought they had defeated it. After a brief rest, they stood up and exited the station, and as they left, they saw Isa's grandmother waiting for them there. In the next scene, they returned to the haunted tunnel where Turbo Granny had stayed, and the three of them prayed over that place. While praying, Isa's grandmother suddenly said that she didn't want it to be rough on Turbo Granny, and she explained that this place was the scene of many murders. Isa was stunned when she heard this, and her grandmother added that the killer had attacked women like Isa, assaulted them, dismembered their bodies, and scattered their remains. She said that those women had no desire to become evil spirits. They, as mediums, had been hunting Turbo Granny for a long time, and with each encounter, they had one thing in common. She always appeared near the spirits of women who had suffered horrific deaths. She suspected that Turbo Granny visited places where women couldn't reach the afterlife to console them, and as Isa listened to this, she began to cry due to the sadness of what was said. However, her grandmother said, the dead should not attack the living, so force was necessary to bring them to the other side. The same was true for the living, she said, and they shouldn't disrespect the dead, and going into their territory disrespectfully invited their malice. Her grandmother walked back to their house, adding that those were the rules for coexistence between the living and the dead, and she was happy that Isa wasn't hurt in their fight. After that, when they returned to Isa's house in the evening, Isa shouted at her grandmother in annoyance because she was taking the large pieces of their dish. She told her to give her that crab, or else she would destroy her Bakatono DVDs, to which her grandmother replied that she should go ahead, and she would burn all her Kin Takakura crap. While this was happening, Okarun was sitting quietly at the dining table, waiting for the two of them to finish arguing so they could start their hot pot. Because of what her grandmother said, Isa called her a skank and said that taking her master Kin hostage was inhumane, to which her grandmother replied that she was the one who first threatened her Bakatono. Okarun interjected and calmly said that he wasn't hungry, and just as he was about to say that if they wanted his crab, the two quickly reached for what was on his plate, immediately put it in their mouths, and trash-talked him by saying that only losers don't eat crab, and that he was an animal, which made Okarun shout that he normally eats it. But how could they eat like that after what happened to them? Asked Okarun. So Isa's grandmother asked him what he wanted to eat while calling him Picky McPickerson, which made him shout that he wouldn't talk to her anymore. Isa's grandmother let go of the crab plate, so Isa quickly took it, and her grandmother pointed at Okarun and said that men shouldn't whine, and asked if he even have a thing, to which Okarun said yes and thanked her for helping to return it. Suddenly, Isa's grandmother said to show it to her, So Okarun wondered what she wanted to see, so she pointed out for him to show if he really had one, which shocked Okarun, and he asked if she was joking, to which she just stared at him. Ayasea's grandmother chased Okarun, so he tried to stop her while asking if she had gone crazy, and he also tried to ask Ayase for help, but she was too busy eating crab meat, which made Okarun shout that she was too busy being a pig, and he added what kind of face her grandmother was making there, and what had he done to her. Okarun ran out of the dining area while shouting that this house was bonkers, so Ayasea's grandmother chased after him. In the next scene, after they had eaten, Okarun prepared to go home and thank them, and Ayase told him to be careful because it was already night, to which he replied that other places were safer than there. Her grandmother grinned at him and said that next time he wouldn't escape, to which he said he would never show it to her. Ayasea's grandmother went into the house, and Ayase told him not to mind it because she wasn't serious. She said that because he didn't have an appetite earlier, her grandmother was just trying to cheer him up, which made him ask if that was true, and if so, he should have been more considerate, but he quickly took it back by shouting not. But anyway, he said he was leaving now and said goodbye, and he took his bicycle. While walking towards the street, Okarun repeatedly thought about the word goodbye, and even Ayase repeatedly thought about it. Ayase thought deeply, and without delay, she suddenly called out to Okarun, making him turn to look at her, and as he turned, she happily said to meet again tomorrow, which made Okarun blush when he heard it, and he agreed. The next morning, as Okarun was about to enter the school, his nervousness was visible on one side, so he tried to calm himself down. Some passers-by were starting to notice him as he thought that saying hi wasn't a big deal, and he had practiced all night, so he could definitely do it, and he proceeded to say hi to the air in various ways. After that, he walked towards their school gate while thinking that he couldn't let her know that he was new to this, and when he arrived there, it seemed like his life brightened when he saw Ayase waiting for him there, and he stared at her. Ayase noticed him immediately, making his face blush and be flustered. He panicked internally because he couldn't believe that yes, they had hung out, but she was waiting for him at the gate. Because of this, he thought that she was probably waiting for someone else, so he decided not to approach and just walk past. However, as he passed in front of Ayase, she suddenly bumped into him and asked why he took so long, and said they should go in now, which made Okarun blush because it turned out she really was waiting for him. Ayase and Okarun were talking while walking to their classrooms. When Ayase reached her room and said goodbye, Okarun seemed to become sad. Someone bumped into Okarun, causing him to fall. The person who bumped into him said it hurt and told him to get out his way. A girl told Okarun to move, calling him annoying. Okarun prepared to sit down, and when he sat, he thought that he could handle it. He thought to himself that no matter how cruel people were, he could forgive them, because he now had the most wonderful friend. Suddenly, he was hit by a ball. We see that it was thrown by his classmates who were playing, but he still told himself he would forgive them. We move to another classroom, and we see Ayase staring intensely. Her friends tried waving in front of her, and one said it wasn't working. She wasn't there mentally. One said that something was happening with Ayase, and she wasn't responding to texts. She claimed she lost her phone and didn't come to school yesterday. One friend bet that she was with her scummy ex, while another suggested he might have broken up with her again, so she freaked out and destroyed her phone, to which the other agreed. Ayase collapsed on her desk, and one of her friends said she was swooning in agony. Another said she was suffering from memories of a bitter past. They both looked at Ayase, who muttered the word blurg. We see Okarun in class, saying he wanted to talk about aliens, while drawing the two ghosts they fought recently. He also mentioned wanting to talk to Ayase about ghosts. He added that he was so nervous earlier that he could barely speak. He said Ayase was so kind and called himself an idiot. On the other hand, Ayase was thinking about wanting to talk to Okarun. She wondered what aliens usually ate, if they used tissues, and if they wore underwear. Okarun felt he needed to make it up to Ayase, or she would hate him, while Ayase really wanted to talk to Okarun. It was now break time for the students. Someone said they were hungry and invited their companion to go to the cafeteria. We see that both Okarun and Isa were rushing to find each other, but due to the crowd, they missed each other. Isa asked Okarun's classmates about him, and one asked for his real name. Isa refused to tell them, only mentioning that he wore glasses, was a nerd, and liked to talk about paranormal stuff. One classmate wondered if there was such a person there, and another suggested he might be in the cafeteria since it was lunchtime. Meanwhile, Okarun went to Isa's classroom to look for her, but someone asked who she was and said they couldn't hear him. Okarun left the hallway, thinking Isa might be in the cafeteria. She was there too, saying Okarun wouldn't go to the cafeteria, so she would look for him at the school store. Okarun turned around and saw a girl. He thought about going to the school store but decided to check the cafeteria first. Okarun arrived at the cafeteria while Isa was at the school store. Not finding each other, Okarun thought of going to the school store and Isa thought of going to the cafeteria. They missed each other again and didn't find each other at the cafeteria and school store. Unable to find Isa, Okarun thought she might be avoiding him. He wondered if she had realized that morning how boring he was and saw him as a pest. Isa was also sad that she couldn't find Okarun, and lunch break was almost over. We see them sitting on benches on opposite sides. Okarun said it was awful, while Isa thought Okarun looked down that morning. She thought she might have been too straightforward and should have considered his feelings more. On the other hand, Okarun thought that since Isa was popular, he might just be a backup friend. Isa thought that if Okarun was hard to find, he might be avoiding her, while Okarun thought that from Isa's point of view, they weren't friends. Both were sad and stood up simultaneously. Isa felt sucky, and Okarun thought he had gotten over himself. They both blamed themselves and apologized to each other in their thoughts. They ran into each other, accidentally kissing. Both were surprised, and Okarun asked what Isa was doing there. She replied that she was wondering the same thing and that their teeth had collided. Annoyed, Okarun said he had been looking for Isa all this time, and Isa replied that she had been looking for him too and told him not to wander around. Okarun was surprised to hear this and asked if she had really been looking for him. Isa seemed irritated and said yes, but now the break was over. Okarun said he thought Isa was avoiding him, and Isa said she thought the same about him. They seemed embarrassed by what happened, and Isa thought it was awkward and needed a new topic, but at that moment, they heard a voice. It came from one of Isa's friends, who said they were kissing. Both were shocked, and one friend said Isa should have told them, while another added that this must be why Isa was acting like a spaz. Isa said she wouldn't kiss a dork like Okarun, and he replied that he wouldn't kiss a bubblehead, which Isa didn't like. She called him bald, and he said he wasn't rejecting her. Okarun replied that he wasn't bald and asked if she couldn't see that. Isa's two friends watched their argument, and Isa called Okarun Four Eyes, to which he replied that she was against everyone who wore glasses. They moved away from each other, and Isa said she didn't want to talk to Okarun and told him to stay away from her. Okarun said, "Same here," and told Isa not to try talking to him. Isa's friends gossiped, saying the two were extremely close. Okarun went to the bathroom and told himself that he got carried away earlier, but he really wanted to talk to Isa and should apologize to her. While urinating, he noticed something and said he thought it had returned to him, but his marbles were gone. We see Isa surrounded by her female classmates, and one of them asked if it was true that she kissed a boy in the courtyard. "What's he like?" said another, and she also asked what class is the boy in. Isa said that's not what happened, and she shouted, "She keeps telling them." Isa's friend recounted that he was a mega geek who wore glasses. Isa got annoyed with her and said to stop talking about what happened, but she pointed at something and said Isa's babe was there. Isa replied that she had already told them he wasn't her boyfriend. She got angry and asked Okarun what he was doing there. He answered that he needed to talk to her. The girls were surprised to see Okarun, as if they didn't expect the boy Isa kissed to look like that, and she seemed so pissed already. Okarun said that a big problem had arrived, but Isa just shooed him away, asking again what he was doing there and saying she didn't want to talk to him. Okarun argued that this wasn't the time for that. He said it was extremely important and he needed to talk to her alone. He pleaded Isa to listen to him, but she didn't seem to believe it. Isa's friend said the couple was fighting, and Isa replied that she had already said Okarun wasn't her boyfriend, so they should stop spreading weird rumors. Okarun said Isa was talking to him earlier, so why wasn't she talking to him now? Isa answered that Okarun also said he didn't want to talk to her. Okarun said that it was just verbal tit for tat, but the truth was he couldn't help wanting to talk to her.
You fucking rule!
The girls squealed, and one said Okarun was a sweet talker, while another praised his moves. Isa told them to shut up and said she didn't want to talk, so Okarun should just leave. Isa's friend said that was cold, and asked if it wasn't a bit mean. Isa replied that they were the mean ones and told them to quit stirring the pot. Okarun asked if Isa was that embarrassed to be his friend, and we see that both of them look sad. Okarun left, and Isa's friend asked her if she really needed to reject Okarun flat out like that. She added that if they were just friends, Isa would have joked with him, and she had never seen Isa like this before. The students were going home, and while walking among many students, Okarun wondered if Isa had gone home, but he suddenly bumped into someone at that moment. The person who bumped into him was a very beautiful girl, who immediately apologized and asked if he was okay. Okarun replied that it was his fault, so he's the one who's sorry. The girl said she had a water bottle in her bag and asked Okarun if it hurt him. Okarun said no, and maybe it was because he had gotten tougher. The girl touched his arm and apologized again. Okarun replied that it was his fault and to forget about it. The girl said Okarun was such a kind person, and he seemed to blush. Isa was also walking in the hallway, thinking that she was bummed out because it seemed like it was all her fault. She accepted that she was in the wrong, and then she saw something at that moment, Okarun and the girl. The two were laughing, and they were both blushing. Isa seemed annoyed, and she thought that Okarun had told her he didn't have any friends, and the girl was cute to boot. The girl passed by Isa and asked her friends if they saw that. Then, she insulted Okarun's reaction and said he probably has a huge crush on her. One of her friends said she really played with Okarun, and the girl replied that it's fun making worthless trash get the hots for her. She added that a guy like Okarun would never talk to a girl, and surely he'll never be touched by a girl as beautiful as her. We see a small basin, and the girl keeps talking, saying she'll let Okarun dream, and it's probably not a big deal. She added that Okarun probably enjoyed what happened, and a hand was shown making a gesture. In the next scene, the girl was suddenly hit on the head by the basin and fell. Her friends checked on her, and we learned that her name is Eira. One of her friends asked what's the deal with the basin and if it just suddenly fell out of nowhere. Okarun saw this and was surprised by the girl's collapse. He also wondered if it was a delayed reaction from their collision earlier. Someone grabbed his arm, and when he turned to look, he realized it was Isa. She invited Okarun to walk home with her and said he looked good with his glasses, which Eira heard. She added that only idiot girls couldn't see Okarun's charm. She also said that Eira deserved wash basins falling for her, not boys. As they walked, Isa apologized to Okarun for her ugly behavior earlier. She said she only got angry when a kiss happened to them in the courtyard. She also apologized for being embarrassed, but said she wasn't ashamed to be Okarun's friend. Okarun said it was okay, and he wasn't bothered by what happened. He was happy they made up like that. He added that they should forget what happened, and they had a bigger problem. Isa replied that it wasn't just nothing because she was bothered by it. Okarun told her to calm down and confirmed if they had defeated Turbo Granny. Isa said of course, and they even prayed and did all sorts of things. They also freed Okarun from the curse and his eggplant returned. No, said Okarun, and Isa asked what he meant. Okarun answered that it was his balls, and Isa looked confused. We see Isa's house, and Okarun said he didn't have his balls. Isa laughed hard at what she heard, and her grandmother said that was why she told Okarun to show his thing to her. She also asked why Okarun only noticed this now, since they were his balls. Isa laughed so hard, and said her sides were hurting from laughter. Okarun got annoyed with her, and said it wasn't funny. He explained that his eggplant had returned, and he was so relieved that he didn't notice his balls. Isa's grandmother said it wasn't an eggplant, and it was more appropriate to call it a pencil. Okarun replied that she wouldn't know that, and Isa kept laughing. The grandmother said she would look, and Okarun, seemingly annoyed, asked if Isa's grandmother wanted to see his thing. The grandmother replied that she wouldn't look at Okarun's sausage, but she would look inside him, while holding a mirror. The grandmother used the mirror on Okarun, and ordered Isa to get any doll and water in a wash bowl. She said there was something inside Okarun. Okarun placed his foot in the wash bowl filled with water, and Isa's grandmother said they should start. She also confirmed with Isa if she had placed the talisman on the cat doll, which was called 10 million Rio. Isa's grandmother called Okarun a little dum-dum while hitting him with a large fan, and Isa seemed to laugh. Okarun was surprised and asked the grandmother what that was about. The grandmother called him a rotten tangerine and told him not to move. Okarun said that this wasn't a TV drama. The grandmother replied, asking if the kanji for the word person wasn't a pictograph of poles supporting each other. Okarun said the grandmother was just pranking him, and Kenpachi-sensei doesn't call people rotten tangerines. The grandmother asked Isa if she saw anything, and she answered yes. She explained that when her grandmother hit Okarun, his aura briefly turned blue. Her grandmother asked for her help and instructed her to pull Okarun's aura when it turns blue. Isa asked her grandmother if it was possible to take someone's aura. Her grandmother replied that the blue aura wasn't Okarun's, and if it was foreign to him, Isa could remove it. The grandmother prepared and told Isa to focus. The grandmother hit Okarun, and Isa pulled the blue aura. Then, Isa said she felt the aura, but after she pulled it out of Okarun, it disappeared. She added that it was bad, and it might have escaped, but her grandmother told her to relax. We see that the appearance of the talisman leaning on the cat changed. Suddenly, the cat ran away, and the three of them scrambled to catch it. Isa said it was fast and asked what it was. Isa's grandmother called it a rotten tangerine while waving her fan. Isa got an idea at that moment, and when she closed her eyes, we learned that she used her powers. She asked the cat where it was, and using her power, she found its aura. She caught it using her powers and shouted that she had caught it. She opened a door while saying she thinks the cat was inside, and when she opened it, she was surprised by what she saw. We see the cat going wild, saying to let it go, or it would kill all three of them. Okarun arrived and said that what Isa did was awesome and her paranormal abilities must be improving. Isa replied that she didn't know. While the cat was going wild, the two wondered what it was, and Isa's grandmother said she was surprised by it. So Isa asked her what was it. The grandmother said it was Turbo Granny, and we see that the two were very surprised. Isa said they had already defeated Turbo Granny and sent her to the afterlife. Turbo Granny said that she couldn't be defeated by kids, and they should never look down on their elders. Isa called her cute, but Turbo Granny again told her to not look down on her elders. Then she explained that when she was torched by the magic barrier, she became an astral form and swam through the flames. She was desperate, so she took shelter in Okarun's body. Because she was at death's door once when she was inside Okarun's body, all signs of life seemed to disappear. She stayed inside while waiting for her spiritual power to recover, and when it returns, she'll kill them all. Isa challenged her, saying Turbo Granny was already defeated, so she should accept it. Turbo Granny replied that she wasn't defeated, and she couldn't be beaten by a dumbass like Isa. She added that Isa in particular would really get it. She said she's just simply recuperating now, and when her power returns, she'll beat her like a drum. Isa asked her if she knew what her situation was now, and that they had the power now, so she should think about what she's saying. Okarun showed her a talisman and said to return his balls and that she had nowhere to run. Turbo Granny told Okarun not to fantasize about defeating her because if she dies, his balls won't return. Isa and Okarun were shocked by what Turbo Granny said, and she asked them if they finally see the bigger picture. She said she was the only one with power. She ordered Okarun to get a carving knife and kill Isa and her grandmother, then she'd return his balls. Okarun didn't want to do it, and Turbo Granny told him he needed to do everything she said, so he should hurry up and move. Okarun seemed very annoyed at that moment, and Isa, her grandmother, and Turbo Granny noticed something. Okarun transformed and said that was stressing him out, and he is so bummed. Isa was shocked and asked how he could transform when Turbo Granny wasn't inside him anymore, and even Turbo Granny was surprised. Isa's grandmother said her fan caused it, and explained that the purpose of the fan she was holding was to drive out evil spirits from the body, and perhaps her grip on Okarun was so tight that only Turbo Granny's consciousness left. In other words, Turbo Granny's spiritual powers were still inside Okarun, and only her consciousness possessed the doll. She said that only she could return Turbo Granny's consciousness to normal. She added that she believed Turbo Granny called Kinpachi a moron, and she called her a little dum-dum cat turd rotten tangerine. Isa's grandmother started hitting Turbo Granny, who apologized and called the grandmother sensei. Isa's grandmother said she wasn't her sensei, and Okarun said that's how you do it, Seiko-chan, referring to the grandma. After that, Okarun returned to normal, and Isa asked him how he did it. Okarun answered that he didn't know. He just got so angry and thought he wouldn't let Turbo Granny get away with it, then he just transformed. Seiko continued hitting Turbo Granny, but Isa stopped her. She said Turbo Granny was underhanded, but to be blunt, she couldn't hate her too much. Isa said Turbo Granny felt sympathy for the girls who became bound spirits, and she felt the same. She added that they should be nice to each other now, and if Turbo Granny returned Okarun's balls, they would return her power. Turbo Granny was forced to agree, and Isa said to return the balls now, but Turbo Granny said she didn't have them. Isa got angry and said Turbo Granny promised, so she should fulfill it, but Turbo Granny said she wasn't lying. She added that she kinda lost them. Turbo Granny said that she enveloped each of his marbles in a spirit energy membrane that looked like shiny gold balls about 5 centimeters across. She said that if they saw them, they would surely recognize them immediately. Therefore, Okarun and Isa quickly went out to search for them, but seemed to have difficulty. Okarun couldn't find them, while Isa said they wouldn't be able to locate such tiny objects. As Turbo Granny lay in her cat form on the chair, she stated that if they had thoroughly searched and still couldn't find them, it meant someone had already taken them. She explained that there was a powerful life source residing inside these gold balls, and spirits and yokai were drawn to such energy. They believed that if they collected powerful life force, they could be revived. That's why evil spirits attack people, to steal their life force. Isa was troubled and said it was bad news. If someone had taken his marbles, there was no hope of finding them. Turbo Granny then asked why they were telling her this. The two kicked her and blamed her for losing them, saying she should help them search, while Turbo Granny told them to stop, saying it hurt. Isa suggested they should just go back to think of another strategy, and Okarun agreed. Turbo Granny was annoyed and vowed not to forget how they treated her. That evening, they returned to Isa's house. When her grandmother asked if they had found anything, Isa replied they hadn't. She went inside, saying if they had no clues, what else could they do? She said she would ask her associates if they had any new information about the marbles. She looked at Okarun and reminded him that Turbo Granny's power was still inside him. Even if it didn't go haywire now, it didn't mean the situation wasn't dangerous anymore. Turbo Granny listened from the side as the grandmother told Okarun to stay away from trouble until they had more information. Okarun nodded in agreement. The next day at school, as Okarun entered their classroom, someone suddenly put an arm around his shoulders. This student spoke to him and asked if there was anything going on between him and Isa. Okarun denied it, and the boy confirmed again if there really was nothing. Then he said that if that was the case, Okarun should introduce him to Ayase. Okarun was surprised when the boy said Ayase was super cute. The student expressed his desire to get to know her better. This comment made Okarun ponder the idea of Ayase being cute. He had never considered it before, as he was simply happy to have a friend for once. But upon reflection, he thought that perhaps she was indeed cute. He suddenly slapped himself, thinking that she was just a friend and that he shouldn't think of her as cute because it was impure. The student abruptly asked if they have done it, which greatly shocked Okarun. The boy added that there were rumors about Ayase that she'll spread them for anyone. And so Okarun demanded to know who was saying such things. The boy replied that he didn't know, but asked if it wasn't true. Okarun grabbed him and again asked who was spreading these rumors. Irritated, the boy questioned Okarun's actions and challenged him. In his anger, Turbo Granny's power suddenly emerged, and Okarun asked once more who was spreading these rumors, stating that Momo wasn't that kind of girl. The boy was terrified by Okarun's intense stare. Okarun warned him not to spread such lies, so the boy nervously denied being the source of the rumors and pleaded to be released, saying he understood. Okarun let go, while the boy's companion asked if he was all right. Okarun apologized and walked away, leaving the three bewildered by his behavior. Back at his desk, Okarun covered his face with a magazine to calm himself. Surprisingly, Turbo Granny suddenly slid out of nowhere, noticing Okarun's struggle. Caught off guard, Okarun quickly stuffed her into his bag and ran out of the classroom. After catching his breath, Turbo Granny commented that it had been hundreds of years since she'd been to a school and how nice and clean it was. While observing, Okarun asked what she was doing there, wondering if she wasn't supposed to be hidden at Ayase's house. Turbo Granny explained that Seiko, Ayase's grandmother, had allowed her to roam freely since she couldn't do much harm. Moreover, they had a bigger problem, which is her power inside Okarun. She said it was too heavy for him to bear. As a result, Turbo Granny urged Okarun to let her enter him again. She assured him not to worry, as once she regained her power, she would leave. She tried to convince Okarun, but he replied that she should return her marbles first, and he wouldn't fall for her smooth talk. Suddenly, Ayase arrived and greeted Okarun, while Turbo Granny quickly dove back into the bag. Okarun was about to tell Ayase about Turbo Granny, but she hushed him. Okarun then became distracted upon seeing Ayase up close. He thought to himself how incredibly cute she was and even blushed. He averted his gaze and moved away from her. Ayase asked why he was distancing himself, but Okarun just scratched his head, unable to answer properly. He tried to escape, but Ayase chased after him, telling him to look at her when she's talking to him. Okarun was still thinking of an excuse while Ayase demanded he stop, asking why he was running. The two ended up chasing each other on the hallway, with Ayase even threatening to kill him. Meanwhile, Turbo Granny decided to tour the school to experience campus life that she had long missed. The bell rang, so they returned to class. Ayase's friend asked if there was a problem between her and her man. Ayase replied that he was avoiding her, which irritated her. She also clarified that he wasn't her man. Her friend mentioned that he seemed to be a good guy, which surprised Ayase. When asked where that came from, she said she heard it from someone in Class C. The boy from Class C had badmouthed her apparently, and her man, Okarun, had confronted him. Ayase was shocked and asked if it was true. Her friend added that there seemed to be a rumor spreading about her, which had apparently angered Okarun. Ayase then was curious why he's avoiding her. Outside the classroom, students were admiring a schoolgirl who seemed to be everyone's crush. This was Eira, who walked by, admiring herself. She thought she couldn't walk down the hall without people staring at her. But she said she wasn't just a pretty face. She smiled and waved at the blockheads to make them think a beautiful girl like them, which helps them keep going. In her mind, she was the perfect combination of beauty and kindness. However, even though she thought herself perfect, she sometimes got angry. She recalled an incident when a wash basin had fallen on her head. To get revenge on the girl responsible, she spread a rumor that the girl was a slut. But surprisingly, the rumor didn't spread much, which angered her more. She believed no one else knew that the woman she called bitch was actually a devil. But she could clearly see with her own two-eye the devil wings when that girl had put her arm around Okarun. So, she had no doubt that the girl, Momo Isa, was certainly a devil. Eira thought that the fact she could suddenly see this meant she had been chosen, and she understood why, because she was so beautiful. As proof, she took out an object from her pocket that she claimed came from the sky. It shone when she took it out, and it turned out to be a golden ball. Eira thought it was a message telling her to save the world from a wicked fiend. She understood this and was determined to do it because she was a beautiful girl. Flashback to Eira walking outside. Something hit her head from above, which annoyed her as it hurt. When she looked, it appeared to be a marble. Despite her irritation, she picked it up. However, a train suddenly passed by, startling her and causing her to drop it. After the train passed, she curiously looked at the marble again. She picked it up once more and decided to keep it in her pocket. Back to the present, Eira's friends called her, saying they had brought the items she requested. They clarified that they had only borrowed these items, so they needed to be careful with them. Eira replied that they were now equipped. She found the smell of the cross strange and asked if it was real. Her friend wasn't sure and asked if they were really going to do this. Eira confirmed, saying she was chosen and, due to her beauty, was tasked with saving the world. Her friend said she believes her because they were friends, but honestly, Eira had been acting weird lately. What she was planning now wasn't normal. While looking out the window, Eira noticed something in the field and pointed it out, asking what it was, but there was nothing visible there. Her friends peeked to see what she was pointing at, a woman in a red one-piece. They were confused because they couldn't see anything. Eira thought it might be a familiar or minion of Isa, whom she considered a devil and believed it was spying on them. She quickly ducked on the floor and told her friends to do the same before the familiar spotted them. Some students then noticed this and asked what she was doing. Eira suddenly stood up and said that because it was so hot, she thought of pressing her body against the wall to cool down. Laughing, the students called her a ditz or silly. Eira playfully hit them, denying it, although she admitted many people had said that to her before. She looked at her friends and signaled that they would do it after school, but they shouldn't tell anyone else. On the rooftop, Isa called for Okarun's attention, who still wouldn't look at her. She tried to make him look at her, but Okarun was still blushing and replied that he was just watching Turbo Granny in case she tried to escape. While eating in her cat form, Turbo Granny responded that he couldn't stop her even if he tried. Isa then wondered why Turbo Granny had come to their school. Turbo Granny glared at her, asking if she needed her permission. Isa retorted that they had defeated her. Turbo Granny challenged her to a fight, saying she'd make it difficult, but Okarun intervened. While the two were arguing, Okarun mentioned about Turbo Granny noticing a strange woman. She'd confirmed this, saying she hadn't just come for a casual visit, but was looking for Okarun's marbles. Isa angrily called her a dummy, questioning how his marbles could have ended up at school. This triggered Turbo Granny again, and she would have fought back if Okarun wasn't holding her. He suggested they could search there too, adding that he hadn't considered that a human, not a spirit, might have picked up the marbles. Turbo Granny clarified that the marbles looked like pretty golden balls, so it wasn't impossible for someone to have picked them up on the street. However, if a human had them, it might awaken their spiritual powers, allowing them to see spirits. And if they could see spirits, the spirits could see them back and potentially attack them. Isa was shocked and stood up, saying Turbo Granny should have told them earlier. She asked who was the eerie woman Turbo Granny had mentioned. While eating, Turbo Granny said she didn't know her name but would show them after school. In class, Eira was in serious mode. While solving a math problem, she was thinking about how strong Momo Isa might be. She wondered if she could defeat her using just a cross and a holy book, and she was concerned about Ayase's familiar. When class ended, Eira peeked at the grounds again. She contemplated whether she could fight both of them simultaneously. She seemed nervous while holding the golden ball. She noticed the woman in the red one-piece approaching her. As students were leaving the classroom, Ayase told Okarun they should start looking for the marbles. She was then curious about Turbo Granny's whereabouts, and Okarun replied she was in his backpack. As Ayase was about to open Okarun's bag to check, Eira suddenly called out to her, saying she wanted to talk to her alone. Ayase asked what they needed to discuss, as she was busy. Eira bowed and pleaded that it wouldn't take long. And so, Ayase, remembering Eira as the girl hit by the wash basin, was curious if she had noticed anything unusual. Not wanting to cause issues, she agreed to go with her. She told Okarun to go ahead and that she'd find him later. He nodded in agreement. With so many people at school, Okarun wondered if he could find the golden balls alone. Suddenly, Turbo Granny peeked out of his backpack, pointing out the person she had mentioned earlier, surprising Okarun. Eira led Ayase to what seemed like a warehouse. When Ayase asked why they were in such a place, Eira peeked around, signaling her two friends to emerge and grab Ayase, who was confused by the situation. They forced her to the ground and tied her hands with zip ties. Eira approached, then sat on her. While holding a holy book, she pressed the cross at Ayase's face, telling the demon to die. Ayase then asked what it was, complaining about the smell. Eira commanded her to return to where she came from. She then told her friends to hold Ayase's feet to stop her from moving. Because of this, Ayase was extremely irritated. Eira claimed to see demon wings on her, and because the cross didn't work, she took out what she considered a gift from heaven, the golden ball. Ayase was shocked to see Okarun's marble in Eira's possession. The two friends stumbled back while Eira wondered how Ayase knew about the golden ball. Nevertheless, she said Ayase couldn't have it because she received it to save the world, calling it a holy ball. Ayase corrected her, saying it was Okarun's marble and demanded its return. Eira, angered that Ayase had defiled the holy object, called her vulgar and started hitting her.
And so Ayase called Eira stupid for worshipping someone else's nutsack.
Suddenly, Okarun arrived running, relieved to have found Ayase. Ayase shouted that the girl had his marble and was the eerie woman. Eira wondered if Okarun was Ayase's cohort. As Okarun approached, he said he wasn't her but was the eerie woman's target. Eira suddenly vanished from behind Ayase, and the body of an enormous creature appeared, saying she finally had Eira. She resembled a ballerina standing on tiptoes while carrying Eira. The creature said she had been waiting a long time for her to see her. A flashback appears of when the young Eira was shown pulling a woman and calling her mommy in the past. In the present, the eerie woman claimed to be Eira's mother, while Eira recognized her as the familiar she had seen earlier in the field. Ayase became worried as the creature held and lifted Eira, so she instructed Okarun to take action. Okarun removed his shoes and suddenly started running. His body gradually transformed, revealing Turbo Granny's power. He dashed to retrieve Eira from the creature's grasp. However, when the creature noticed him, she managed to dodge, and so Okarun failed to rescue her. Okarun observed the creature carefully, while the eerie woman was surprised by him. She asked if he had a crush on her child, Eira. Annoyed, Okarun wanted to go home. Meanwhile, he swiftly ran and jumped again to grab her, but the creature said it wasn't allowed. Suddenly, she swallowed him whole, causing Ayase to scream. She asked her not to eat him. Because of this,
She used her giant hand ability and held the creature's mouth to stop it.
but Ayase was extremely irritated because with her hands tied, she couldn't fully control her ability. As a result, the creature managed to kick her forcefully, sending her flying to the side. And then, she swallowed Okarun and rejoiced that she had finally met Eira. The creature said she had been waiting for over 10 years for her to see her. Surprised, Eira asked if she was Momo Isa familiar. She denied this and said she was her mother. She wondered whether she knew how much she loves her. The creature then recalled when Eira pulled her as a child and called her Mommy. She said that was the first time she had been so happy. While crying, she wished for Eira to call her Mommy again. Suddenly, from the side, Isa called her an old bag and demanded the return of Okarun. Despite her tied hands, she forced herself to stand, saying it was against the rules to attack the living. The weird creature replied that they were just enjoying an emotional reunion. Eira then asked Isa what the creature was and if this was the kind of demon she fought against. She inquired if Isa wanted to cooperate to defeat it, which confused Isa about what she was saying. Meanwhile, Turbo Granny emerged and commented that at this rate, they would end up as side dishes for that eerie woman. While holding a cell phone, she said it was an Acrobatic Silky. Isa then wondered why she had her friend Miko's phone,
asking if she had stolen it to search the net.
The description matched, wearing a red one-piece, with silky hair and moving acrobatically. Isa was curious about how, as a yokai, Turbo Granny didn't know this, to which she replied that she didn't pay attention to low-ranking rookies. Meanwhile, still held by the Acrobatic Silky, Eira declared that she was the chosen one due to her beauty, and she would defeat monsters like her. The Acrobatic Silky was not happy with what she had said. Eira repeated that she would defeat monsters like it to bring peace to the world. As a result, she swallowed her too. Isa hadn't expected this and again tried to stop it, asking why she was eating everyone. Crying, the Acrobatic Silky blamed Isa, saying she was the reason Eira had become a naughty girl and called her a monster, which she hadn't done before. Her hair suddenly lengthened while Isa called for Turbo Granny's help to remove the zip tie from her hands. However, she couldn't do it. Frustrated, Isa begged her to cooperate because the creature had eaten Okarun and she couldn't face it alone. Turbo Granny replied that she had stolen his power, so what did she expect? Isa was about to respond when the Acrobatic Silky strangled her with its hair and pulled. She forced her to apologize, saying she was to blame for everything, but Isa only said, "Moron." This angered her further, and she suddenly started spinning her hair. She said her acrobatics whip up a gale, ensnaring everything and slinging it around. As a result, pipes, metal, and various objects were seen tied to the creature's hair, and she called Isa a hopeless girl. She said that usually, only Eira gets to say it, but since Isa seemed to want to speak, she would allow her. She told her to just call her Mommy, and she would forgive her. She tried to force her to say it and even spelled out the word Mommy for Isa, but she refused to say that word. And when the Acrobatic Silky was extremely irritated, Isa opened her mouth and said, "Moron." In her fury, she swallowed and gulped her down too. And so she suddenly cried and searched for her child. On the ground, Turbo Granny became concerned that Isa had also been eaten. She called the Acrobatic Silky a subordinate and ordered her to return the swallowed students, saying she might still forgive her if she does. But the strange creature asked who she was and said she didn't want to talk to her. Turbo Granny was irritated, insisting she should speak to her with respect because she was older. Because of this, the Acrobatic Silky became angry, saying she sounded like she had a death wish. Turbo Granny then replied that there's a saying that the Maneki Nico, or her current form, has the power to invite good luck. She mentioned that she had eaten her hair along with Momo. Suddenly, the Acrobatic Silky's mouth and hair burst into flames. She wondered what was happening since her hair was burning and her insides were on fire. She asked what Turbo Granny had done. She answered that the woman earlier had a cross, referring to Eira. But she revealed it was actually a lighter, and either Momo or that student had used it to set her hair on fire inside her body. It just happened that someone had a fake cross and she managed to swallow her hair, so it was a coincidence. But Turbo Granny said since she was there,
that chance was inevitable.
Because of this, the Acrobatic Silky vomited Isa and the others out. Okarun complained about Isa's recklessness, while she retorted that he was eaten first. Now that their rescue was successful, she said their next step would be a counterattack. The Acrobatic Silky went berserk, claiming they had stolen Eira from her, which made her furious. Isa and the others hurriedly ran as she chased them. Meanwhile, Okarun struggled because he was carrying Eira and asked what they should do. Isa replied to just keep running because she had an idea. Okarun wondered how, given the many obstacles around that would slow him down. The Acrobatic Silky passed over them, getting ahead and telling them they couldn't escape. Surprisingly, it suddenly stomped on Isa with great force, calling her a naughty girl. Okarun was concerned for her, but continued running while carrying Eira. And so the Acrobatic Silky's next target was Okarun, whom she called a teeny-weenied punk, to which he responded that she was being harsh. She demanded the return of Eira, but Okarun kept dodging her attacks. The Acrobatic Silky said that avoiding her acrobatics in such tricky terrain was impossible. Soon enough, she managed to kick Okarun, causing him to struggle to breathe and drop Eira. With both on the ground, the Acrobatic Silky told Eira it was okay if she didn't want to call her mommy. She would accept that as long as they were together. But once she devours her, Eira would become part of its flesh forever. So, she said she would chew her thoroughly. She tiptoed to reach Eira but was puzzled when she realized she couldn't move. Someone suddenly mentioned that her acrobatics could ensnare anything. Well, because of that, her old lady perm was now fried, and she couldn't untangle it. Her hair was visibly wrapped around the steel beams and the surroundings, preventing her from moving. Isa praised Okarun for running around perfectly. Meanwhile, Okarun was relieved that he could breathe properly now. However, the Acrobatic Silky became annoyed and struggled. She said they wouldn't catch her that easily. Okarun became worried, saying she looked like she might escape because she was destroying the beams. But Isa replied that wouldn't happen on her watch.
She then used her giant hand's ability to grab the Acrobatic Silky's legs.
The creature became angry again, telling her to keep her hands off her beautiful legs. Nevertheless, she remained restrained. Isa then told Okarun to get serious, adding that he hadn't even used his ability yet. She urged him to take the fight seriously and beat her up. Clueless, Okarun asked how to do that, which surprised Isa. Okarun clarified that with the alien, he had freaked out and bit it. As for the bound spirit, he had only tried to escape. He admitted he hadn't actually beaten anyone up yet, but Isa told him to just kick it. Okarun asked if it was like soccer, but Isa said she didn't know. She just told him to just act quickly. Meanwhile, the Acrobatic Silky struggled against Isa's giant hand, who was visibly straining. With her hands still tied, Isa felt she couldn't hold on much longer. Soon, the monster broke free and prepared to attack. And so she said she would kill them. So once again, Isa told Okarun to beat her up. With no choice left, he suddenly used Turbo Granny's power and targeted the Acrobatic Silky's stomach. The impact was so strong that it destroyed the building they were in. It was evident that the creature was thoroughly beaten with just one hit from Okarun, shocking Isa. She praised Okarun, saying he wasn't so bad when he tried. However, Okarun was on the ground, feeling like he might explode. Turbo Granny suddenly commented that it was rather flimsy, considering he was using his power. He said it was actually pitiful. Given what happened, Isa wondered what they should do with the creature. She pondered if she should have her grandmother exorcise the Acrobatic Silky. Turbo Granny replied that they should leave that nobody alone. After that attack using her power, she wouldn't be able to use its spiritual power for a while. She suddenly looked at Eira and asked if she had the golden ball they were looking for. Isa confirmed, saying they should retrieve it. Meanwhile, Isa wanted to remove the zip tie from her hands, so she asked Okarun if he had scissors. He replied that he didn't and apologized. Isa was annoyed, blaming Eira for her being tied up. She then wondered about Eira's relationship with the Acrobatic Silky. While Turbo Granny searched Eira, she suddenly called for Momo. When asked if she had the golden ball, she showed that it was indeed there. Isa was pleased, saying how lucky Okarun was,
now that he had gotten back one of his testicles.
Okarun was embarrassed when Isa called it that. Meanwhile, Turbo Granny said they had a bigger problem. The student, Eira, was dead. As they gazed at Eira, they couldn't believe Turbo Granny's claim that she was dead. So Isa and Okarun immediately checked her pulse and breathing. But when they did so, they were shocked to find that her heart wasn't beating and she wasn't breathing. Turbo Granny explained that when an ordinary person is eaten by a yokai, they die, so it's nothing to get worked up about. She added that in this instance, a person with paranormal abilities and another blessed with her spiritual power had survived, and that was the whole story. Isa asked Okarun if he knew how to perform CPR, to which Okarun replied that he wasn't confident in his abilities. Isa said she would try a cardiac massage, and using her powers, she might be able to massage Eira's heart directly. She attempted to do so, but Turbo Granny commented that the heart is just a lump of muscle, and massaging it wouldn't do any good. So Isa told her to be quiet, and that if she was just going to interfere, she should jump into a lake. Okarun put down his bag while Isa continued the cardiac massage, and Okarun brought his mouth close to Eira's to attempt CPR. He took a deep breath, and they synchronized their efforts with massage and CPR, while Isa called Turbo Granny a hag and told her to call an ambulance since she had Miko's phone, to which Turbo Granny simply asked what the point would be. Suddenly, Acrobat Silky spoke up and called Eira's name, causing them to turn towards her, and it appeared that this yokai's consciousness returned. Isa shouted at Acrobat Silky not to interfere, calling her a psycho, while Okarun said he'd handle it and told Isa to continue resuscitating Eira. Acrobat Silky commented that such methods wouldn't bring back her life, and there was a better way to do it. She said she would give her aura to Eira, explaining that for living things, an aura is like a battery, and without a battery, the motor, or the heart, won't function. She pointed out that she would replenish Eira's depleted aura with her own. Isa shouted, asking who would believe such nonsense, thinking that Acrobat Silky just wanted to eat Eira again. Acrobat Silky suddenly grabbed her head and forcefully opened her mouth, destroying it in the process, which startled the duo. She picked up a large steel beam and said she now could no longer eat humans, and if they still didn't believe her, they should take the steel beam she was holding and use it to smash her head. Turbo Granny commented that Acrobat Silky was telling the truth, and without an aura, Eira would remain dead. Isa stared at Acrobat Silky with a reluctant expression and suddenly said she didn't believe her at all, and if she made even one false move, they would crush her head with the steel beam. Isa asked Okarun if he could go all out and lock onto Acrobat Silky, so Okarun transformed into his Turbo Granny cursed form and prepared to attack. Isa also asked Acrobat Silky if she had said she could replenish the dumb skank Eira's aura using her own, and if so, how they would do it, demanding she explain how it works. Acrobat Silky stared at her for a moment, but soon explained that Isa should use her ability to link her aura to Eira's, like a communications cable, which Isa immediately began to do. She told Okarun not to take his eyes off Acrobat Silky, who commented that it was a bummer, and soon after, Isa shouted "Here we go" and reached for Eira and Acrobat Silky's flames. As she touched them, it seemed her mind was transported into Acrobat Silky's life story, and she saw several flashes of memories. In the next scene, we went to a time just after a woman had finished selling her body to a man inside a hotel called Hotel UU, and the woman's face appeared unhappy. After receiving her payment, she left and walked towards an apartment. Before entering, she bowed her head, and upon opening the door, she was greeted by a tight embrace from a young girl. It appeared to be her daughter, who gave her a colorful smile, which she returned in kind. She knelt down and hugged her daughter, and after changing clothes, she began preparing a meal for the two of them. After that, We were shown that this woman had many jobs such as being a janitor, cashier, and she also sells her body. But after her exhausting day, she always happily bonded with her daughter at their home, and one of their bonding activities was dancing. While walking home from the hotel, she saw a beautiful dress for children, so she thought about using her money to buy it. In the next scene, she had arrived home and prepared their meal for her daughter, and while they were eating, 3 men suddenly entered their house, and 2 of them started causing trouble, with one of them beating her up. The man wearing glasses took her crying daughter, so she tried to reach for her, but the man beating her just kicked her in the face, making her left eye bleed and swell. Here, we see that she had indeed bought the dress she was looking at for her daughter on her way home. The other man, who seemed to be the boss of the 2 who thrashed her home, took the paper bag containing her money and started counting it. After the intrusion into their home, they left and took her daughter with them. The woman screamed in anger as she watched her daughter being taken from her. After the men left, she started running outside even though it was raining and her body was covered in bruises, especially her left eye, and began chasing the men's van. While running, she tripped and hit her head on the ground, and when she lifted her head, she saw a pool of blood due to the injuries she sustained from the man's beating. She could only kneel there in anger and sadness while remembering the smile that gave her the strength to live despite her situation. Next, she went to the rooftop of a building, and while standing on the edge, she recalled the bonding moments with her daughter, and she began to dance there. Her elegant movements were visible as she performed ballet, and while expressing her emotions through dance, she also remembered the times when her daughter comforted her when she was struggling. In the end, after she finished dancing, she jumped from the building with lingering elegance, saying in her mind that she was always grateful to her daughter. Next, we moved to a scene where we saw a woman wearing a red one-piece dress with silky hair standing in the midst of many people. She thought to herself that she couldn't remember what this was, but she felt as if something precious was missing from her. She pondered what could have been lost. Suddenly, a little girl approached her and tugged on her dress while calling her mommy, and this child appeared to be Eira when she was younger. The woman turned to look at young Eira, but when she did, young Eira realized that this wasn't her mommy. Eira's daddy called out to her and scolded her for suddenly leaving on her own, so she explained that she thought she had seen her mommy, to which her daddy asked why she would be there of all places. Young Eira then asked where her mommy had gone, so her daddy told her that he always says she went to a very faraway place. While we are shown a funeral scene, Eira also asked when her mommy would return, to which her daddy said that she wouldn't be coming back for a long time, so she needed to stay strong. Even though her mommy was gone, they needed to hold things together so that she would be proud when she returned to them someday. It turns out that at a young age, Eira's mommy had died, and her daddy had just convinced her that she had left. Young Eira agreed with what her daddy said and promised that she would become a person her mommy would be proud of. After that, young Eira and her daddy left, but before they did, she waved goodbye to the woman in the red one-piece dress, causing her to stare at Eira. The woman suddenly started crying, wondering where her child was, and as she said Eira's name in her mind, she realized that she remembered now, and that she was Eira's mother, while seeing her real daughter who resembled Eira. It turns out that this woman was the one whose child was taken earlier, and she transformed into Acrobatic Silky after this realization, saying that she must protect Eira so that no one could hurt her. After that, we returned to the present, and Isa was crying, which prompted Okarun to ask what was wrong and if Acrobatic Silky had done something to her. Because of this, Okarun thought Acrobatic Silky had done something bad to Isa, so he prepared to get serious and attack, but Isa quickly shouted to wait and asked him to stop. Suddenly, the supposedly dead Eira coughed, which caught both of their attention, and they exclaimed that her life had returned, and Eira began to cry while trying to stand up. Acrobatic Silky's body began to disintegrate while standing, and she apologized to Eira. She had promised to protect her, but she ended up being the one to hurt her. She said she had just become a monster who couldn't control her own emotions, so she decided to end everything here. Isa shouted at Turbo Granny that Acrobatic Silky was starting to fall apart, asking what was happening to her. So Turbo Granny pointed out that Acrobatic Silky had already explained the reason earlier. An aura is like a battery, and without it, you die. She added that Acrobatic Silky had lingering regrets, so she wouldn't be able to achieve nirvana in this way. Isa asked what would happen next if that was the case, so Turbo Granny said that the only thing that could happen was nothingness, where Acrobatic Silky would be completely erased. She explained that it would be as if she had never lived, and she would be forgotten by both the living and the dead. It was just one worthless life anyway, so the wiping out of such an existence was hardly worth a second thought, she said, and as she spoke, Eira's concern for the situation was visible. Isa said that couldn't be possible, and it was too harsh. She asked if there was another way for a person to achieve nirvana, saying there must be one. So Turbo Granny said there wasn't, and whether or not she achieved nirvana depended on her own heart. She said no one else could help her do that. As her body continued to fade away, Acrobatic Silky remembered her cheerful child once more, and she began to cry while saying that she still wanted to buy her more beautiful clothes, that she should have played with her longer than she did, and that she should have tried harder. Her child would have had a better life if she hadn't been her mother. She said she only brought misfortune to her child, so she was sorry, and she repeatedly said the word sorry. While crying, Eira suddenly hugged her, and Eira was teary-eyed as she did this, surprising both Acrobatic Silky and Isa when they saw it, and Eira suddenly called her mom and said, "I love you." When Eira said this, Acrobatic Silky suddenly remembered the time when she and her daughter went to a field one night, and they watched countless shooting stars,
And in this instance, Acrobatic Silky felt as if she was the happiest in the whole universe.
After that, Acrobatic Silky's body completely vanished, and it seemed she had achieved nirvana because of Eira's words. Isa cried at what she had witnessed, and as Acrobatic Silky faded away, Eira said that she promised she would never forget her. In the end, Eira wished to the heavens that no one would be allowed to hurt them anymore, to let them be happy, and to let them reach a better world. And here, it was shown that Acrobatic Silky seemed to have reunited with her child on the other side.
In the next scene, after those events, we move to Isa's house, where the friends ate together, joined by Eira and Turbo Granny. Okarun and Seiko stared at the quietly eating Isa and Eira, and as Isa was getting some food, she asked if it was true that Eira was angry at her for dropping a basin on her head, adding that she wasn't trying to become close friends now, but she also didn't want them to be enemies, so she admitted that what she did was excessive and apologized. Now, she said she wanted Eira to apologize to Okarun for making him look foolish, and after that, they would be even, to which Eira asked if she had any idea about this, and that she wouldn't hold a grudge over something as trivial as the wash basin incident, explaining that she was pursuing Isa because she knew she was a demon. Because of this, Isa said that she had been telling her all along that she wasn't a demon, and that she was mistaken about everything, and now she had turned on her, and if anything, she was a pain in the ass. If that was the case, Eira retorted, then what kind of creature was Okarun, causing Okarun to cough in surprise. When they fought Acrobat Silky, Okarun had apparently resembled a demon, and there was no way, Eira continued, pointing at Seiko, that this woman was his grandmother, as she was hot and too young, which caught Seiko's attention and prompted her to praise Eira for being such a sweet girl. And in fact, she claimed that Momo is a demon, which greatly irritated her and made her yell at Seiko to be quiet, and that she was just causing trouble. Eira commented that she knew it, and immediately pointed at Isa, while shouting that Okarun and Seiko were both demons, and Isa was the boss in charge of them, suspecting that their aim was to destroy this world. This caused Isa to shout again, and ask if Eira was a total idiot, and if she had that kind of power, the first thing she'd do is blow up Eira's head, telling her not to aggravate her pubescent paranoia, to which a shocked Eira said that Isa would blow up her head, and then had an aha moment, claiming that Isa's true nature had been revealed. Eira stood up while finishing her food, and declared that although she didn't have enough strength to defeat Isa now, she was confident that day would come, and when it did, she would crush Isa. Ayase also stood up and accepted her challenge with pride, promising to thoroughly crush Eira, which prompted Eira to comment that Ayase shouldn't underestimate her because there was one thing she was forgetting, and that was that she had been chosen to protect the peace of the world due to her unparalleled cuteness. And as she said this, she posed with a peace sign. After that, Eira grabbed her things and ran out of the house while shouting thanks for having her over, and that the somen noodles Seiko made were delicious, causing Ayase to yell at her to wait because she wasn't done talking to her. Because of the compliments Seiko received from Eira, she took her side and told her to hang in there because she would beat Ayase one day, and that she, as her Annie, was rooting for her, which also annoyed Ayase, who called her an old hag, and asked what she thought she was doing. Before Eira finally left, she called out to Okarun, getting his attention, and pointed out that although he was a demon, he had saved Eira several times, which made her wonder why, causing Okarun to be puzzled while Ayase yelled that she had been saying all along that he wasn't a demon. Okarun responded that it was only natural that when someone is in a bad situation, you try to help. Eira seemed to be moved by this, understanding that there was still something human left in Okarun's heart, and because of that, she said she would free him from Ayase's grasp, promising to do so. After saying that, Eira blushed and started walking away again, which surprised Ayase, who said she didn't understand what just happened and that Eira's mind was really out of whack, with Okarun adding that she had seriously misunderstood things. As she walked, Eira told herself that it was wrong to have feelings for Okarun because she was human and Okarun was a demon, and that it couldn't be. In the next scene, Okarun suddenly shouted, asking if the one he was talking to couldn't do what they were doing in a more normal way. And it was revealed that he was talking to Turbo Granny, who was holding one of his lost marbles, telling Okarun to stop complaining and that she had already told him she would return his marbles. Seiko and Ayase prepared as if they were at a baseball game, with Seiko commenting that the pitcher had the jitters, which made Okarun nervously ask why she was trying to bat away his marble, while Turbo Granny questioned Seiko's statement and asked who she thought she was talking to, telling her to just watch old Turbo Granny's ball come to her. Turbo Granny prepared to throw forcefully, and after throwing Okarun's marble, she shouted that she would make Seiko eat her words, to which Seiko retorted that she talked too much and tried to hit Turbo Granny's fastball. However, Seiko missed the marble, so it solidly hit Okarun's groin, causing him to cry out in pain. The force of Turbo Granny's throw sent Okarun flying, while Ayase, pretending to be the catcher, shouted strike, batter out. Seiko quickly made Okarun jump up and down after his marble hit his groin, which Okarun did. After jumping up and down, as he looked at it, Ayase asked if it had returned, and soon after, he shouted with joy that he had gotten back one of his marbles, making Ayase cheer. Seiko commented that the ball was high and inside, and that she would hit it next time, while Turbo Granny boasted, asking if her ball wasn't smoking fast, as Ayase asked Okarun if it wasn't great that he had gotten back one of his marbles, to which Okarun replied that it was embarrassing. In the next scene, Ayase and Okarun were at school, and while walking in the hallway, Ayase commented that they had gotten one marble, but they had no leads on the second one, and Okarun agreed. Ayase asked if Okarun had a PC for paranormal message boards, to which Okarun apologized, saying he didn't have one. Ayase thought that maybe she should get another job to get a replacement phone because those 4-year loans were a serious ripoff. After that, she said goodbye to Okarun and told him they'd meet on the roof at lunch, but Okarun apologized and said he wanted to work on a report over lunch. Ayase acknowledged what he said and asked if after school they could go to an internet cafe, but Okarun just apologized again, and as Okarun was about to give his reason, Ayase ignored it and let it go. Because Okarun didn't join her for lunch, Ayase went to her 2 friends and invited them to lunch instead, which made Miko ask about Okarun, to which Ayase explained that he had to work on a report, causing one of her friends to comment, "Oh dang," and suggest having Okarun do his report too, while Miko said Okarun was hardcore. Ayase agreed, but said there was something fishy about all of it, which made Miko ask what she meant, and she replied that Okarun was hiding something, and it seemed pretty obvious. Miko asked if it was a girl he was hiding, and Ayase shook her head, saying Okarun would be the last person she'd suspect of such a thing. But as she was about to say, but, She thought of Eira, yet she still denied that Okarun would do that. She suddenly decided to just buy a drink, and Miko asked her to get a Pampy for her too. Isa bought from a stall at their school, purchasing 2 cartons of Pampy Orange, and while walking back, she wondered what Okarun might be doing, feeling uneasy for some reason. She thought that maybe she should peek into Class C for a moment, but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking she might just disturb Okarun working on his report, and it would be better to do her own homework. However, as she was walking, her eyes widened at what she noticed, and it turned out she saw Okarun on top of Eira behind a building at their school.
Police! Help! Police! Help!
Isa dropped the carton she was carrying in shock when she saw this scene. In the next scene, we go back to the time before these events occurred, where Okarun was doing push-ups, and after completing 20 reps, his arms gave out, and he said it wasn't good and shouldn't be like that. He thought that when they searched for his other marble, another monster would surely appear, and he'd need to fight it. And while saying this, he put on wrist weights and started doing squats while remembering the training Seiko made him do. 5 sets of 100 push-ups, sit-ups, back exercises, and squats. And he also thought that he needed to become tough and strong, because if that didn't happen, he'd put Isa in danger. Eira arrived and called out to him, so he turned and asked if he could help her, to which Eira pointed out again that he was a demon and Eira was a human. And as she was saying that even though she knew it was wrong, Okarun made a side comment that he wasn't a demon. Eira continued what she was saying, stating that even though she knew it was wrong, she couldn't stop her feelings from coming out, which made Okarun ask what she meant. Eira stretched out her hand to Okarun and ordered him to stay there. So Okarun wondered again what was going on, but Eira just told him not to move and close his eyes, which made Okarun shout, "Wait a minute." Eira approached him and suddenly tried to kiss him, causing Okarun to cry out and push Eira's face away from him. Eira asked why Okarun avoided it and why he was being weird, to which Okarun countered that Eira was the one being weird, and why would she do that out of nowhere? Eira reasoned that isn't it right that when you confess your feelings to someone, you need to kiss them, which made Okarun go huh. Eira added that she read it in a book, and it said that a confession equates to a kiss, and a guy has an obligation to accept that confession. Okarun was speechless and said that all of that was wrong, asking what kind of book Eira was reading, to which Eira replied that it was in her dad's den, making Okarun shout that she had read a dirty magazine. Okarun seemed to start playing tag with Eira to get away, and while this was happening, he asked if Eira wasn't popular with guys, so how could she be so romantically awkward, to which Eira questioningly said the words Roman tongue swords, making Okarun shout that that wasn't what he said. Their hands clasped and they wrestled for strength. And here Okarun begged Eira to stop because an attractive person shouldn't act like that, to which Eira replied not to equate popularity and romance, and that he didn't even know what it takes to be popular, and she wasn't romantically awkward, she just didn't know things, so Okarun shouldn't make fun of her. Okarun countered that that was the definition of romantically awkward, and that what Eira was thinking was completely wrong. Eira still forced herself on Okarun and reasoned that this was the very first time she felt this way, so Okarun should just let her confess, which made Okarun comment if she was insane or possessed again or something. Eira then swept one of Okarun's legs, causing Okarun to lose balance, and because of that, they both fell, resulting in their position with Okarun on top of Eira. And here you could see how flustered they both were by what happened. Eira puckered her lips as if expecting a kiss from Okarun, and this was when Isa saw them. Okarun heard the juice cartons Isa was carrying fall, and when he looked, he saw the shock on Isa's face at what she had seen. Okarun tried to explain, but was quickly cut off when Eira said to hurry up and do it, so Okarun shouted that what Isa was thinking was wrong. But it was too late, and Isa was already disappointed in him, angrily saying he was a turd burger before leaving. Because of this, Okarun tried to chase after Isa while explaining that what she was thinking about what happened was wrong. So Isa countered and said that Okarun had told her he was working on a report, but now she'd see him fooling around with that skank. Isa pointed out that Okarun's jacket was off. He was sweaty And what were those things on his hands? S&M things, so Okarun said there was a logical reason for all of that. However, Isa continued to walk out while saying she didn't want to hear his excuses and that the report was just a lie, to which Okarun agreed that it was a lie. Because of that, Isa disappointedly said she'd heard enough. So Okarun tried again to say wait and that he had valid reasons, which made Isa shout that she'd heard enough, causing Okarun to stop chasing her and just let her leave. When Isa returned to the classroom where Miko was, she asked if Isa had bought her Pampy juice, to which Isa just sat at her desk and banged her head on it while saying she had given it away on the grounds, causing one of her friends to be speechless, wondering if it was some kind of joke, and Miko to ask if they were out. Isa replied to just wait a moment as she was thinking, which puzzled her friends that she was thinking. In the next scene, we moved to their next class where they were studying a Japanese mantis shrimp, and their teacher explained that it had a punching speed of 80 kilometers per hour with 150 kilograms of force. And if it were the size of a human, that would be equivalent to 700 tons, and it could knock down an elephant with one blow. Even with water resistance factored into the equation, the force was that strong, and if it were in the air, they should just imagine its destructive power. While Isa stared at the shrimp with disgust, she suddenly spoke to it and said she understood it and that sometimes it felt an overwhelming desire to punch things, which shocked her friends and made them think she really wasn't feeling well. It turns out that the scene Isa saw earlier had really stuck in her mind, and here it was obvious that she was very bothered by it. As a solution to get it out of her mind, she tried punching her own face, and after a while, she stopped and just sighed. This was when her friends realized that without a doubt, she had been possessed by the spirit of the shrimp. On the other hand, while Okarun was listening to his class, he continued training by secretly doing bicep curls, and he was thinking that Isa was right and there was no point in making excuses. He thought that if he got stronger without Isa knowing, he would look cool to her, and now he had told her an outright lie, and his current situation was the result of that. He had disappointed Isa, so he wondered what he should do now, and if Isa was really important to him, he told himself he should forget the excuses and be tough. While thinking about these things, he suddenly noticed that the floor had turned to water, and when he looked around, his classmates and teacher had suddenly disappeared. Someone shouted from outside his classroom, catching his attention, and as the person shouting asked if anyone was there, he quickly went out, where upon exiting, he saw Eira and asked her where everyone else was. Eira asked what this was and what was happening, and not to tell her that Isa was the one who did this. So Okarun also asked where Isa actually was. Okarun searched other classrooms to see if Isa was there, and Eira pointed out to him that it was pitch black outside, which got Okarun's attention, and he said he had experienced something like this before. Meanwhile, Isa was experiencing this too, and here Isa was trying to open the window to get out, but she couldn't do it, so she just commented that she was really locked inside. This was annoying, she thought, and the water was starting to rise. She also wondered what might be happening on Okarun's side, or if this phenomenon was only happening to her. When she thought of Okarun, her anger returned, so she shouted that even just thinking about him made her blood boil. And what was with this water anyway? She stopped talking when she heard something in front of her that seemed to be moving, and she realized that it was running towards her. She listened carefully to what it was, and when she stared at the other side of the hallway where she was standing, she saw a snake-like creature swimming in the water there. As the creature turned, Isa fortunately managed to hide in a classroom. Isa tried to peek at the monster, and while looking at it, she wondered what kind of creature it could be, or if it was perhaps a dinosaur, and unfortunately, due to the movement of her feet, she created a small splashing sound, causing Isa to cover her mouth in shock at what she had done, which caught the monster's attention. The water on the floor started to flow as if the creature was approaching her, and the anxiety was visible on her face as she tried to prevent making any more noise. In an instant, the monster suddenly released an incredibly powerful laser-like projectile that destroyed the classroom where Isa was hiding. After checking if there was anyone inside and seeing nothing, it left and returned to its previous location. It turns out that Isa had managed to duck before the monster launched its attack earlier, and her shock and fear were evident as she cried out, wondering where Okarun could be. On the other hand, Eira and Okarun heard the noise made by the monster's attack, causing them to turn towards the other end of the hallway, and Eira asked what that noise could be, to which Okarun replied that he didn't know and that it sounded like an explosion. Eira fearfully asked what was really happening there, and if this wasn't some kind of trap set by Okarun and Ayase for her, to which Okarun irritatedly said no, and that he could ask the same question to Eira. After that, Okarun explained that this kind of thing had happened to him and Ayase before, where everything turned pitch black and they were walled in. Eira then asked what they did in that situation. So Okarun answered that when they defeated the alien, everything returned to normal, which surprised Eira when he mentioned the alien. Eira paused for a moment and exclaimed in shock that aliens actually exist, and Okarun agreed, adding that actually, they were even nastier than ghosts and goblins. Eira was surprised again and asked why exactly they were attacked by aliens, to which he said he didn't know why, but explained that they were collecting human reproductive organs for some reason. And as he was about to say, but suddenly a creature appeared in front of them with a traditional straw hat-like head, wearing boxing gloves and ready to fight. The strange creature began to sing with lyrics like Chiquitita You and My Cry, which alarmed Eira and Okarun, and it immediately charged at them while singing the words Chiquitita Shy Ming a Boy View. The creature threw a left uppercut at the two of them, but Okarun managed to guide Eira and dodge the attack. The creature was surprised by Okarun's speed, while Eira blushed as Okarun carried her, while saying what a bummer. It turns out that Okarun had managed to quickly transform into his Turbo Granny Curse form, and he immediately put Eira down, saying he couldn't do that, and who was he to save women there? After putting Eira down, he positioned himself to attack, and called Eira Eira-chan, explaining that she would just get in the way, so she should go somewhere else. Eira blushed when she heard him call her Eira-chan, and asked where he got off, saying that when he hadn't even kissed her yet, while Okarun just commented that this was depressing. Their enemy creature began to move again, and while saying the words Chiquitita You and My Cry, it seemed to be hypnotizing Okarun, which Okarun also noticed. Suddenly, Okarun felt an extremely strong gravitational force that pushed him into the ground, causing him to revert to his normal form, and Eira cried out in concern for him. Other creatures emerged from behind Eira and surrounded Okarun as well. One of them commented that they had finally met, calling Okarun man-person, and Okarun noticed that the new arrivals were Serpoians. Eira pulled out a cross and shouted for them to stay away from Okarun, saying she would fight them instead, to which Okarun yelled at her to run, explaining that women were the targets of their enemies. One of the Serpoians raised its hand and pointed it at Eira, immediately flinging her away with an unknown force. Okarun worried about the flung Eira, and the Serpoians commented that only people with high spirituality could enter their void, so they wondered if their apparatus was malfunctioning. They also said that they came for Okarun's banana, repeating twice that they wanted it. Okarun shouted angrily, asking why everyone wanted his banana, to which one of the Serpoians replied that it was because Okarun was endowed with a good set of bananas. They said he had surpassed their science and technology, and that he possessed marvelous abilities. They wanted him and needed to experiment on him, saying they would transplant his abilities to themselves. Okarun countered that those powers came from a curse and weren't his own powers, and that he had less physical abilities compared to an average person. The Serpoian questioned his mention of a curse, asking what kind of banana organ situation that was, to which Okarun irritatedly asked how he would know. In Okarun's mind, he was cursing because he was trying to transform but couldn't, and it seemed as if Ayase was suppressing his curse using her powers. Okarun started to levitate, and his clothes seemed to be melting as this happened, revealing that the Serpoians were lifting him to begin their surgery. Suddenly, one Serpoian pulled out scissors from its crotch and asked if they should start by cutting Okarun's banana first, causing Okarun's eyes to widen in fear when he heard this. He shouted no, and that he only had one testicle left, and as he was saying this, hair-like strands seemed to be swimming in the water, suddenly wrapping around the neck of one of the Serpoians. Suddenly, a long-haired woman began to spin her head rapidly to fling away the Serpoians trying to cut Okarun's banana. Okarun was shocked by this event, and the other Serpoians and the weird being with boxing gloves stared in surprise. The spinning woman commented that she really seemed to be a chosen one, and here we see the face of Acrobatic Silky. It turns out that Eira was behind all of this, and Acrobatic Silky's powers had been transferred to her. After her head spin move, she commented, while her face was becoming Acrobatic Silky's mask, that they should now release Okarun. When Eira became serious again, Okarun noticed that she resembled Acrobatic Silky here, and Eira promptly dispatched another Serpoian there. After Eira knocked down the last one levitating Okarun, he fell to the ground, and she immediately asked if he was okay, whereupon Eira saw his bare back as he stretched due to the fall, causing her to scream and blush while shouting about how he could be so shameless. Eira covered her eyes and shyly asked if his display of nudity was under the presumption of an honorable betrothal, and when she said very well, she transformed back into her Acrobatic Silky face. One Serpoian inquired if she was also a superhuman, and if so, they understood why she could enter their void. They then stated that since they were here, they would remove her banana organ, and the boxer-like alien immediately charged at Eira. Okarun entered a classroom and said to wait a moment, as he needed to put on some clothes, while Eira told Okarun to leave them to her. The boxer-like creature threw a right straight, which Eira easily dodged, and the Serpoian followed up with a Serpo form serpogrammetry, hitting both Eira and the boxer creature, causing Eira to be thrown back and the boxer to irritatedly ask if the Serpoian could avoid attacking him too, to which the Serpoian replied that he was cheap and they had many replacements for him. As Eira stood up, she commented on the strange nature of the attack, feeling as if she had been hit by an invisible wall. The boxer creature rained a barrage of punches on Eira, and suddenly he uttered his phrase and added jet punch, which Eira dodged, causing it to hit the wall and destroy the classroom where Okarun was hiding, sending him flying as well. Eira remarked that it was indeed a respectable punch, to which the boxer thanked her in Spanish, and Eira added that, but if it doesn't connect, it's worthless. This irritated the boxer, who tried to punch her again, but she easily dodged it, while Okarun grew frustrated, unable to find anything to wear. As Eira continued to dodge, the Serpoian prepared to use his Serpo form serpogrammetry again, which hit the boxer creature, causing the boxer creature to shout at him to stop that, while Eira managed to evade it while commenting that he was an honorable nuisance. Eira attempted to charge at the Serpoian, but the boxer creature stopped her by blocking her path with his fist, saying, "Wait a moment," to which Eira replied that he seemed to be falling for her, and as they exchanged blows, the boxer creature responded, "Not in the least," and Eira apologized, saying her heart was already set on someone else. Nevertheless, she said she would give him many chances to try, and after saying this, she kicked the boxer's head upwards, embedding it in the ceiling. Eira added that this was a requirement for a refined lady like herself. The boxer yelled in frustration as his head was stuck in the ceiling, while Eira searched for the annoying Serpoian. However, when she was about to attack it, she was quickly pinned to the wall by its ability. The Serpoian creepily told her that now he had caught this woman person, while Eira struggled and wondered what was happening, feeling crushed. The Serpoian walked closer to her and said that in reality, did Eira think that even if he didn't say serpogrammetry, he couldn't use his power, to which Eira angrily replied, asking who cared about that. As if the Serpoian would fail to notice she was unguarded, Eira said that nothing it was saying mattered and demanded to be released. The Serpoian found this quite interesting, stating that to think there could be multiple people with special abilities in one location. And as he lifted Eira's skirt, he added that now they could expect further advancements in their evolution. Suddenly, the boxer creature fell from the ceiling where he was embedded, causing them to turn and look, and as he fell, the other Serpoians there transformed into their true forms. The Serpoian who pinned down Eira said that while her agility might be impressive, she seemed to lack much power. The Serpoian companion said that although they hadn't planned this, they would take her banana organs since they were there. Eira shouted that she was a chosen one, and that beings like them could not defeat her, and while declaring that surely the light of hope would beam down from the heavens, her dialogue was cut short when the boxer-like creature punched her in the body with extraordinary strength, sending her crashing, through the classroom wall. Eira writhed in pain after that, and as the boxer-like creature approached her, the Serpoian's companions commented that she truly was chosen for this, chosen to aid in their evolution. As they were about to begin what they planned to do, Okarun shouted for them to wait, and despite still being completely naked, he stood in front of Eira and asked if it wasn't him they wanted, and if so, he would face them, to which Eira objected while blushing, telling him he was being indecent. So as he transformed into his Turbo Granny curse form, he said he had more important problems than clothing. After his transformation, he commented that this was tiresome and he just wanted to go home, while one of the Serpoians agreed with what he said about wanting his banana, but nevertheless, since there were 3 of them there, they could handle both of them simultaneously. The Serpoians again released an extraordinary gravitational force, causing Okarun to fall to his knees and immediately revert to his normal form. And both he and Eira shouted, asking what was happening and why it was undoing their transformations. The Serpoians explained that this was something they could do by combining their psychokinetic powers, and they called it the Awesome Zone, so they shouldn't think about transforming because they wouldn't be able to stand in it. However, it had one shortcoming. They couldn't enter it themselves, so they brought the boxer-like creature to beat them until they couldn't move. The monster punched downward on Okarun's head, so Eira tried to stop it, warning that if the boxer-like creature continued, it would kill Okarun. As the boxer creature was about to deliver its final punch, Okarun suddenly stood up and forcefully used his own body like a javelin, solidly hitting the boxer creature's body and sending it flying. They couldn't believe he had overcome their awesome zone, but they quickly realized that wasn't the case, and there was someone repelling their psychokinesis. Someone suddenly commented behind them that this was a face she would never forget, and when one of the Serpoians turned to look, it turned out that Isa had arrived on the scene and jealously called Okarun an idiot, saying this is what he got for flirting with dumb skanks. Okarun turned to her and said he had been wanting to see her, while the Serpoians exclaimed, "Oh no," because this woman person had arrived there.
The Serpoian were utterly surprised when they saw Isa, whom they called woman person. She stated that she would never forget that face. The aliens became irritated because they had already assigned someone to prevent her from reaching there until they obtained Okarun's banana organs. They wondered, what is it doing? Meanwhile, as he lay on the ground, Okarun expressed his desire to see Isa again. She silenced him and told him not to look at her, calling him a perv. Eira was annoyed that of all people, Momo Isa would be the one to rescue them. However, having no choice, she asked for her help. Isa was shocked when she realized that Eira was now Acro-Silky. As she prepared to attack, Eira said she would cooperate with her but would never give up her dear kin Takakura, who had also transformed. Isa swooned again upon hearing her crush's name and fell down, while the two suddenly returned to normal and bumped their heads on the ground. Eira asked what Isa was doing, saying she should use her power to keep them in check. Meanwhile, the Serpoian couldn't understand what was happening, but felt they seemed to have the upper hand. One of them ordered their companion to wake up the so-called gig worker. And so he hit the shrimp alien on the head and told him to wake up and work, or else they would reduce his salary. While sitting, the gig worker apologized, saying there would be nothing left for him. The Serpoian became irritated and said he caused more problems than he was worth, so he activated his robotic banana, which revealed a sharp object. The gig worker was terrified and said, "Anything but that?" But he pierced him in the head, causing him to scream and beg them to stop. The gig worker's appearance seemed to change due to the injection in his head, and his form leveled up. When he transformed, he asked if he could fight for 24 hours, addressing him as businessman. He released a shockwave punch towards Okarun and Eira, who were flung away as they were still bound by the Serpoian's psychokinesis. On the Serpoian's orders, he attacked them relentlessly. Okarun was frustrated because they couldn't do anything to fight back. Suddenly, Isa stood up and declared that if Eira mentioned that name again, she's done for. The Serpoian became worried because she was so powerful that their telekinesis was being repelled, so they ordered the gig worker to target Isa. Eira then transformed again, saying that wouldn't happen on her watch because she wouldn't allow them to ignore her. Meanwhile, when Turbo Granny's power emerged, Okarun said this was such a bummer. Eira and Okarun attacked simultaneously, with Eira stating that without their telekinesis, this fight was hers. She kicked the gig worker in the head, whose mind was solely focused on his salary. With that in mind, he managed to uppercut her, sending Eira straight to the ceiling. Isa was concerned because she couldn't see the enemy's attacks, which was dangerous. As Eira fell from the ceiling, the gig worker prepared to attack again. However, Okarun caught and pulled her away, allowing her to dodge. Isa was surprised that Eira wasn't hit. Okarun then revealed that he could see the punches coming. As Okarun landed, Eira kicked the gig worker in the head, angering him. And so he punched with his right hand, but Okarun and Eira dodged again, giving Eira another opportunity to kick his head again. She said he respectfully stated that her power wasn't enough, so she would respectfully hit his weak spots repeatedly. With Okarun's help, she continued to attack. She said she and Takakura were one. Meanwhile, Isa told them to stop fighting so close together because it made them easier targets. While the two were still posing, Eira asked if she was jealous, but Isa denied it. Okarun replied that her advice was good and mentioned again that he truly was an awkward fellow. The Serpoian then used the Awesome Zone again, causing the two to lose their yokai powers, while Isa told Okarun not to say that line. She was very annoyed and asked if they wanted to die. Okarun apologized profusely while Eira told her to focus, saying it was her job to keep their weird powers in check. While in a fighting stance, the Serpoian said their gig worker was useless and so they would reduce his pay by 60%. He couldn't believe it. Suddenly, they were all thrown off, and Okarun wondered what caused it, while Isa became concerned as the water level was slowly rising. They found themselves underwater, bewildered by the situation.
The entire place was then submerged.
Okarun was worried because he couldn't feel the ground anymore, and they seemed to be drowning. When Isa grabbed onto the side, she noticed that even the walls and ceiling had turned to water. They then heard a rumbling sound that alarmed them. A huge creature could be seen below, and Isa announced that it had arrived. The creature she was referring to was just below them, so Isa said they needed to leave immediately. Eira was irritated and asked who said Isa was in charge, insisting that she was the leader. Meanwhile, Okarun recognized the creature as the Nessie. Eira found it cute how excited Takakura was upon seeing the creature, while Isa called them dumbass. Amazed, Okarun said that since they were in Kamigo City, it should be called Kamasi. Eira was impressed that he was so learned and was surprised that the creature was called Nessie. Isa, still annoyed, said if they wanted to be buddy-buddy and just gawk at Nessie, they could, but she was going to run and escape. Meanwhile, the Serpoian questioned the enormous creature about what he was doing, as he was tasked with stopping the woman person, Isa. They said Thai would reduce his salary by 60% as well. However, he suddenly released a high-compression water blast that split one of the Serpoian in half. The others were shocked by the powerful attack and asked why he was attacking them. The Serpoian pointed at Isa, saying she was the one he should be hunting. Due to this, Okarun and the girls quickly swam away. He said Nessie was deadly, while Isa retorted that this was what she had been saying all along. Eira seemed to be falling behind
And asked Okarun to wait for her.
Suddenly, she flew upwards and hit the ceiling. As a result, Eira struggled to breathe because the ceiling had also turned to water. Okarun was worried for her, and Isa wondered if this was one of the strange aliens' attacks. The creature released more shockwave punches, causing Isa and Okarun to swim away quickly. Surprisingly, his punches were even stronger underwater. Okarun couldn't believe it, noting that the creature's specialization was similar to a mantis shrimp, and wondered if he was a mantisan. The creature replied that when underwater, he becomes even stronger. The force of his punches was 10 times stronger in water than on land. However, he seemed to be running out of air, and so he swam upwards gasping for air. Isa were puzzled when the creature said it was 10 times stronger in water, and she was curious if he didn't have gills. Because of this, Isa urged Okarun to get him. And so Okarun snapped and used his powers. But again he commented it was a bummer. Isa responded that using Turbo Granny's leg strength, he could surely swim very fast, so he went straight down. However, he quickly returned to the surface, saying he was drowning. When asked what was wrong, Okarun replied that he couldn't swim underwater because Turbo Granny couldn't. Isa was surprised by this. As the mantis shrimp alien prepared to attack, they quickly escaped. Isa wondered how they could defeat such an opponent, but even Okarun had no idea how to do it. Meanwhile, Isa was nervous because if they threw around, they were in trouble. And if they didn't help Eira, whom she called a dumb skank, she would drown. While escaping, Okarun asked if Isa couldn't use her power. If she could position herself under Eira, Isa said her power could reach her, but the shrimp alien was blocking the way, so they had no chance of getting close to Eira. Because of this, Okarun said he would distract the alien. He told Isa to use that opportunity to help Eira. Isa wondered what he was talking about, because if he went straight for the alien, he'd just end up like Eira. She told him not to create more headaches. Okarun couldn't believe she could say that. He said he was just trying to be useful in the situation. Isa retorted that how could it be useful if it would only add to their problems. She said that was why she told them earlier to run and escape, but they chose to be lovey-dovey, which is why they ended up in this situation. Okarun denied being lovey-dovey with Eira, but Isa insisted it was very obvious and they were constantly like that. Isa added that Okarun was even all over her in the school courtyard. Okarun was surprised that this was what angered her, but Isa said it wasn't, because she didn't care what a liar did with his dumb skank. Suddenly, Okarun grabbed her hand and said if she cared, she should be straight with him. If it bothered her, then she should let him explain. Okarun added that he didn't care if others misunderstood him, but he'd hate it if she did. He really wanted her to know what truly happened. Isa blushed, but removed Okarun's hand, telling him not to touch her. She asked how he could say all that while being buck naked, and so Okarun apologized. Meanwhile, the shrimp alien attacked again, aiming for Isa, but Okarun saw it coming and came to the rescue, pushing her out of the way and ending up embracing her. They went underwater and locked eyes. Upon surfacing, Okarun apologized, saying it was beyond his control and promised not to touch her again. Just then, Isa figured something out, which puzzled Okarun. In the background, the shrimp alien was exhausted, while Isa told Okarun to stay put. She moved him around in the water and Isa prepared for her plan. The shrimp alien insisted they stop trying to resist, saying they had no chance of escaping his attack. But he suddenly stopped and questioned what he saw. It was Isa riding on Okarun's back.
Her plan was to use her giant hand ability to hold the body of Okarun,
then squeeze him forward. She would move him using her power as if he were a fish on a line, then ride on his back. So when the alien attacked, they blasted off from the water and dodged the shockwave punch. The two headed straight for the ceiling, which had also turned to water, to rescue Eira. Finally, Isa managed to pull her out, and when they surfaced, they gasped for air. Okarun couldn't believe it, saying Isa was some kind of a genius, to which she replied that she already knew that while trying to wake Eira. Isa became worried when Eira didn't respond, saying she might have swallowed a lot of water. So using her ability, she entered Eira's body, hoping she wouldn't hate her for it. It was a forced resuscitation, and as a result, Eira expelled the water she had swallowed. Okarun was relieved when she was okay, while Eira wondered if she had been dreaming. And so Isa called her a dumbass because they were still in the same situation. She suddenly ordered Eira to undress, saying the extra water resistance was making it difficult for them to move. But Eira refused, saying she'd only do that on her wedding night. Nevertheless, Isa insisted. Meanwhile, the shrimp alien swam, saying escaping up is very sneaky, but when a Serpoian suddenly appeared, he said he was just hunting down the humans and asked for a little more time. As the Serpoian floated, there's a noticeable change in his appearance. The shrimp alien was puzzled when he noticed this, while the Serpoian chased him, saying they were all useless. The Nessie had great attack power but was mentally unstable and attacked indiscriminately. As for him, he called a gig worker. He had strong attack power in water but needed to surface often to breathe, allowing the enemy to escape. The shrimp alien apologized for this. The Serpoian said enough is enough, saying it was time to amalgamate. They would use body cables to become one. Meanwhile, blushing, Eira told Okarun to take responsibility because he saw her in her underwear. Isa retorted that Eira in her underwear was cheap like a Chupa Chups. Moreover, she said they needed to get serious. If they didn't go all out as a team, they wouldn't be able to defeat their enemies. Okarun agreed while Eira responded not to boss her around because she was the leader. Isa started counting down as Okarun prepared for their plan. They went underwater to face the enemy. But when Isa opened her eyes, she was shocked by what she saw. The Serpoian, Nessie, and Mantis Shrimp had joined forces into one monster, alarming them.
When the alien spotted them, they suddenly opened their mouth and released high-compression water blasts. However, they managed to dodge it. The power of those shots was so intense that it split the building, ceiling, and surroundings. When Eira looked at it again, she was surprised to find that the alien had suddenly disappeared. It turned out that they had run out of water. Because of this, the three had an opportunity to return to the surface to breathe. Isa commented that they had a close call, while Eira couldn't believe that such a creature existed. Meanwhile, Okarun noticed something while observing the creature from above and pointed it out to Isa. He noticed that the alien's neck was taking in water. Because of this, Eira realized that they couldn't fire lasers nonstop. Isa deduced that if they destroyed its neck, the alien wouldn't be able to attack using the laser. Okarun was sold on the plan, and Eira said this might be their chance. She told them to get closer, and she would attack it. So, they returned underwater and faced the alien. Eira transformed into Acro-Silky and used her hair manipulation ability. She lengthened her hair to wrap around the creature's neck and strangle it. After that, she let go of Okarun to prepare for her attack. She positioned herself to kick its vital spot, which was its neck. However, the alien saw her plan and punched Eira in the stomach, which they hadn't expected. The alien taunted them, asking if they thought they only had high-compression water blasts. Though not apparent, they claimed that their combined abilities included close combat fighter skills. And so they used the shrimp alien's ability to attack Eira, blasting her off again until she hit the ceiling. Isa and Okarun were worried about her. The alien was about to hit her again, but Isa saw this and they quickly rose to the surface to save her and avoid the attack. They used the technique they had employed earlier to ascend to the ceiling and rescue Eira once more. While holding Eira, Isa told her to keep it together. When she asked if she was okay, Eira responded that she wasn't, while on the verge of tears. But because she had answered, Isa said she seemed to be alright. Eira was irritated because the punching jerk, shrimp alien, was now part of the creature's arms. She wondered when this had happened and realized they couldn't get close to it anymore. Isa was also annoyed, saying the Serpoians knew they needed to compensate for Nessie's shortcomings, so they brought that punching jerk along. Okarun was also concerned because the creature was too powerful, having both a laser beam and shrimp punches. He commented that if they were on land, it would be better, but underwater, they were hopeless. Isa was puzzled when she heard this and asked Okarun to repeat what he said. He replied that they were hopeless, but that wasn't what Isa was referring to. She asked him to repeat what she said about the shrimp punches. He was about to respond, but they were suddenly thrown to the surface by the alien shockwave punch. Isa was separated from them, covering her mouth and nose. And when she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see the enemy was right in front of her. However, the alien was disappointed because its high-compression water blast had run out again. Well, they said they had other ways to kill her. The alien stated that Isa was a dangerous human, so the Serpoians decided to kill and dissect her. They could wait for her to drown, but too much time had been wasted already, and so they thought it might be better to beat her to death. Suddenly, the veins in their arms popped. Just then, Isa raised her left hand, seemingly taunting the aliens to give her their best shot. The alien was about to attack Isa with a shockwave punch, but she used her ability to manipulate the water. Because of this move, the water level dropped. As a result, the aliens' arms were destroyed, which shocked them. The enemy's arms were ripped apart, leaving them wondering how this happened. Isa said that they shouldn't have merged with their alien shrimp companion. She revealed that the mantis shrimp's punch is strongest in water, but on land, it can't release a serious punch at all, which is why the shrimp alien is the same. If he tried, he would end up like the alien now. The shock of his own punch would cause it to be ripped apart. Because of this, the alien then tried to trap Isa in its mouth. However, Isa grabbed its teeth to prevent it from closing. And so the alien went back underwater, saying they could stay under for hours, but what about Isa? Surely she would drown. The alien thought they could also recharge and cut her in two using the high compression water blast. Suddenly, the alien's neck was strangled again by Acro-Silky's hair. Okarun said that although he couldn't swim, he had a road he could run on. He positioned himself to use Acro-Silky's hair as a path to get closer to the alien and save Isa. Using his boosted leg strength, he launched himself with great force like a missile. Isa was surprised when she noticed this. And finally, his plan to rescue Isa succeeded. Due to his charging speed, Okarun managed to split the enormous body of the alien in half and retrieve Isa from its mouth. The two embraced, and when they reached the surface again, Okarun returned to normal. They gasped for air, hardly believing they had defeated the alien. Suddenly, Okarun noticed the solid floor and realized they were in a hallway. Isa thanked the hallway for its hardness. They laughed, and Okarun asked what she was saying. She replied that she didn't know, and they laughed again. But they were startled when someone suddenly asked what the two of them were doing. Opening their eyes, they were shocked to find students staring at them, unable to believe that they were lying on top of each other while naked. They couldn't believe everything was back to normal and that the students had seen them, so they quickly ran away. The students exclaimed that Isa and the Four Eyes from Class B were up to something scandalous. Okarun ran away in embarrassment, covering himself. Eira was also seen coming down the stairs. The boys couldn't believe she was naked too and wondered why they were all without clothes. We then see the school infirmary, where the nurse asked the three if they were trying to make a fool of her. She told them to repeat their story from the beginning. Now dressed, the three were asked by the nurse if they had been bullied, to which they replied no. She insisted they confess, saying they didn't need to hide it. The sexy nurse added that she had zero tolerance for bullying and was on their side, and so they thanked her for her concern. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man called out the nurse, addressing her as Queen Sensei, saying she had a phone call in the staff room. She approached him and hit him on the head, calling him Baldy. She told him not to open the door without knocking, and so the man apologized to her. She replied that it seemed she needed to punish him and called him a shiny cue ball. And so she left the infirmary, saying she'd be back in a minute. She told them they could stay there as long as they liked. After she left, Isa and Eira panicked. Isa didn't know what to do because everyone had seen them in the weirdest situation possible. On the side, Eira was concerned about her popularity and innocent image. Isa added that those aliens were extremely persistent, and she couldn't handle going through such an attack again. Okarun said that this time, he was their target, and it seemed they wanted Turbo Granny's power. Because of this, Isa remembered to ask when Eira had used Acro-Silky's power. She replied that it was in the middle of the battle. Moreover, she claimed to be the exquisite chosen savior of the world. Isa wondered why her title kept changing. However, Isa wasn't surprised that it happened since Acro-Silky's aura had transferred to her. But Okarun said that the aliens might target her because of this. Eira blushed, thinking Okarun was concerned for her. Okarun added that she was able to fight the alien because of her yokai power, but due to the power she now possessed, they would surely target her too. Isa wondered if that wasn't strange. If the aliens wanted yokai power, she wondered why didn't they just attack the yokai directly. Okarun agreed and said that was exactly the point. There was an argument that if aliens possessed astounding science and technology, why hadn't they invaded Earth yet? Even he wondered about that. He realized they couldn't do it because of the yokai. And not just in Japan, there was folklore about spirits and demons all over the world. In other words, these yokai and demons were protecting Earth from alien invasion. And even though aliens had science and technology, they still couldn't defeat the yokai, so they needed to attack special people like them to study. They wanted them to develop the science necessary to defeat the yokai. Okarun was sure of this. Perhaps the aliens were also the ones who stole his missing marble. Okarun was worried and said they needed to find it quickly. Ayase was confused by this story and couldn't figure out what the point was. She asked what exactly was wrong. Meanwhile, Eira said she got the gist of it, which was that the fate of the whole world rested on her. Okarun just replied that they could put it that way. Suddenly, Ayase laid down on the floor, saying the most important point was that everyone had seen her naked. Eira was annoyed and told her not to remind her of that. Ayase couldn't move on because no matter what they said, no one would believe them. And so she wondered what they should do. To this, Eira agreed and thought she'd just blame it on Ayase, saying she made her strip. She claimed that was the truth, and Okarun could say the same. Ayase said they could just go ahead and say that. Okarun was surprised because if they did that, it would make Ayase look bad. However, she didn't care because she was tired. She had a pain trying to think of excuses to tell. Suddenly, Eira's friends arrived to visit her. They asked what happened and if she was okay. Eira was surprised to see them. One of them asked Ayase if she was responsible for this, but she didn't answer while Okarun tried to clear things out. They started to pull Eira out, but Okarun said that if Ayase didn't explain, she'd look bad in this situation. But she replied that it didn't matter anymore. She suddenly brought up that Okarun should be the one to start explaining himself. She asked what he and Eira were doing at lunch in the courtyard. She replied that Eira suddenly tried to kiss him out of the blue, which shocked Ayase. He added that it was true, and in the end, they tussled and fell to the ground. That's when she arrived. Ayase was then curious about what he was doing there in the first place. Okarun shyly admitted that he was working out, doing push-ups and stuff. He said he wanted to become stronger. When asked why, he replied that if Ayase noticed he was getting tough without knowing how, he'd look kinda cool. Ayase was very surprised by this. She didn't know he had a vain side too. Okarun admitted this embarrassingly. He added that he was still a guy after all, and so he wanted Ayase to think he was cool. She approached him and peered at his face. Okarun told her not to laugh at him because it wasn't nice when she does that. Ayase was curious why he wanted him to think Essie was cool. Okarun stuttered and just said it was because he was a guy. But when asked what that had to do with being a guy, Okarun couldn't believe she still wasn't satisfied with his answers and told her to stop. So, he left first, saying he wouldn't say anything that would make Ayase look like she was at fault for everything. As he was leaving, Ayase called out to him, visibly blushing. They both seemed embarrassed with each other. Ayase called Okarun, and it seemed she had something to tell him. But suddenly, Ayase's friends arrived. The two of them were surprised, and Ayase said that they scared the crap out of her. "You want to talk?" replied one of her friends. One of them said they had heard that the two suddenly disappeared in the middle of class. The other agreed, saying that Kana had told them about it. One added that according to Kana, Ayase was hugging Okarun in front of Class D while they were naked. They were in the science lab at that time, and this person asked what had happened. Ayase replied that even if she told them, they wouldn't understand, and that's just how it happened. Okarun said that was rather vague, and we can see the reaction of Ayase's friends. One of them said that she had solved the mystery, and their companion asked if it was true. She asked Ayase if she knew someone named Shiratori in Class D, and she answered yes. The girl explained that in her investigation, she learned that Shiratori was also nude, which proves there was a love triangle between Ayase, Okarun, and Shiratori. In other words, it was a clear case of fighting over the same man. Then, she asked if a nude gladiatorial combat broke out. She added that when Isa was talking to the shrimp earlier, it was to learn how to punch in order to beat the tar out of Shiratori, and the other friend looked very shocked. She said Isa was acting weird and withdrawn because she was jealous, and Isa told her to be quiet and that she wasn't jealous. One of them poked Okarun's face, and when he told her to stop, she answered that he was the culprit. Let's move to Class 2D, where Eira Shiratori's classmates are checking on her, saying they'll do whatever it takes if she needs help. She thanked them all because they make her feel so bubblicious. However, she said she doesn't want to talk about what happened earlier, so she'd be happiest if they just leave it alone. We can see Shiratori grinning, very impressed with her own popularity. All her efforts to become popular are bearing fruit at times like these. At this rate, it's as if the incident never happened. Suddenly, the expression on her face changed when she heard people talking about Isa and blaming her for what happened. Shiratori's friend told their classmates that Isa had been harassing Eira recently, like when she threw a wash bowl at her. Shiratori's classmates started saying all sorts of things about Isa because of this, like how Isa won't get away with what she did, who does she think she is, and that she's probably just jealous of Shiratori's beauty. Someone even said that Isa would sleep with anyone as long as it's a guy, and another chimed in that they had also heard this rumor spreading recently. Another one said they need to make Isa pay and tell everyone about her. They said that she'll learn not to make their Shiratori cry. Shiratori spoke up and said that she was the one who spread that rumor, which shocked everyone. She said she was wrong to do that, and they shouldn't say bad things about Isa. She left the room, and her classmates still couldn't believe it. Shiratori sat on a bench outside the school, and it seemed like she started crying. She said she made a mistake and how pitiful her popularity was. She was throwing a tantrum and calling herself an idiot when someone asked her what she was doing. It was Isa who said Shiratori was still messed up in the head. "Shut it," Shiratori replied, and asked what Isa wanted, who answered nothing. Isa asked her how it went making up a convincing story, and she explained that everyone was angry at Isa, who looked surprised. "Yet you're still alone," said Isa, adding that people always follow Shiratori like goldfish turds. Shiratori told her to give her a break, and made her leave because they were enemies. Isa then asked if Shiratori hadn't said anything bad about her. She answered that she did, and that she had raked Isa over the coals. Isa stood up and sarcastically said sure, but at that moment, they both saw something. We can see liquid dripping on the floor, and the source of it said it couldn't just leave like that. It needed to earn money for its family. We learned that this was the alien gig worker from earlier, and it was also what Isa and the others saw. Shiratori transformed and said it was still chasing them. Isa, on the other hand, was disgusted because white liquid was dripping from it. The gig worker mentioned the words Chiquitita iwi and my cry while preparing to attack, but suddenly collapsed in front of the two. The two were surprised at what happened, and Isa heard the gig worker mention the word Chiquitita. In a flashback, we see a crying child chasing after their father, and we see the father saying sorry to it, calling it Chiquitita. In the next scene, the gig worker wakes up with bandages and wonders where it is. It saw Isa and the others standing in front of it, and Isa told her grandmother that the gig worker was an alien. Seiko said it doesn't look like an alien, and asked Isa if she was sure it wasn't a Kappa. Isa got angry at her, saying there was an alien in front of her, but she still didn't believe it. Seiko replied that it wasn't an alien, but a Kappa, and Okarun chimed in, saying there are people who would say a Kappa is an alien. Shiratori then asked what they were going to do with the gig worker. They had treated its wounds, but it might still attack them. The gig worker tried to stand up, and Isa told it to stop because her grandmother was with them now. The gig worker noticed the food, and Isa said they didn't know what aliens eat, so they made curry for it, and it didn't have to eat the food if it didn't want to. The gig worker seemed to want to say something, and Isa wondered what it was, but it suddenly started crying. It explained that this was the first time it had received this kind of medical attention or been treated so kindly. Then, it promised that it would never try to hurt them again. In the next scene, we see Isa's house, and a large platter of various sushi. The gig worker is eating it, and twice he says how bad it tastes. Everyone is creating a commotion at the dining table, and Seiko tells the gig worker to stop eating all the toro. Ayase and Shiratori are fighting over something, and Ayase says she doesn't care if Shiratori is a guest, but she can only have ginger. Shiratori replies that since she's a guest, she should be offered Nataguro. We also see Turbo Granny kicking Okarun, saying that Okarun ate all of her uni. Seiko keeps hitting the gig worker, telling him that he's a kappa, so he should eat the kappamaki. On the other hand, Okarun argues that Turbo Granny left the uni, and Turbo Granny says she was saving it to eat last. Of course, the two girls are still arguing, and Seiko says she won't give them any more sushi. Their sushi is gone, and the gig worker says his child is sick. He explains that his child loses blood when defecating and urinating, and if he doesn't get daily blood transfusions, he will die. He adds that his wife died from the same illness. He mentions an alien word that Ayase doesn't understand, which is supposedly needed for his child's treatment. The gig worker explains that it means money in human language, and he desperately needs it. He says something again in alien language about a conflict zone, and that he has no way to earn money there, so he left to look for money elsewhere. He said that their kind have tough bodies. They can work as bodyguards or similar jobs, but he's weak. There's no hope for someone like him who has fallen on hard times. And all he can do is dangerous work as an outlaw. Because of his weakness, his wife died and he hurt people, and has filled his son with anxiety. We see the gig worker crying, calling himself pathetic. Okarun asks what they can do to help him, and if he gave him his sausage, would it save his child? Ayase asks what Okarun is talking about, and he replies that if the gig worker could get money for it, it's fine with him because they can get it back later. Ayase asks where they would get it back from, adding that what the child needs for treatment are daily transfusions, so there's no point in getting a lump sum of money. The situation is bad, but the gig worker needs to earn consistent money to pay for his child's treatment. Okarun says that the gig worker wants to work, but there's no job for him, so where will he get money from? He says he knows the gig worker's problem, so he can't pretend he doesn't know, and he wants to help. Ayase tells him to calm down, saying she understands how he feels, but Shiratori suddenly interrupts, saying she can take back Okarun's sausage. Ayase tells her to shut up, calling her a dumb skank. Eira says that a woman who won't support Okarun when he says he wants to help someone can't be his partner, and Ayase replies, as if you could be. The gig worker says that, as Ayase said, the right way is just to work. He adds that Okarun's thoughtfulness warms his heart, but he's already imposed far too much on him. As he promised, he won't hurt them anymore. The gig worker apologizes for staying too long and thanks them, but someone suddenly stops him. It's Seiko, and she says the gig worker's blood smells rank. Okarun told her she shouldn't say that because it's alienism and not PC, politically correct. While smelling the gig worker, Seiko tells Okarun to be quiet, asking who's not PC. She then asks the gig worker if the white liquid is his blood, and Seiko says the smell of the gig worker's bandages is nostalgic, which surprises him. Seiko makes the gig worker drink milk, and he complies. The three kids are puzzled, and the gig worker seems to realize something. The gig worker says that's their blood, and we see Ayase, very surprised, asking her grandmother how that can be. Seiko explains that the bandages smell like rags used to wipe milk. She says milk is the blood for cows in a way, but she never imagined that milk would be the blood of kappa monsters. Ayase can't believe it and says they'll get a lot of milk. Okarun has the same reaction, calling the gig worker a Dover demon. The gig worker says the milk is a bit weak, and Seiko replies that it's diluted for human consumption. She adds that she knows a dairy farmer, and she'll ask him to give a cow to the gig worker. She instructs the gig worker to give everything he has and take care of his health. We then see a UFO taking a cow, and the gig worker thanks Okarun and the others. He says he won't forget his debt to them, and if they need help, he'll be their ally. Seiko tells him to be quiet. The neighbors will get annoyed, so he should hurry and leave. Cattle mutilation, Okarun shouts, and Ayase is amazed at the size of the UFO. Shiratori says she's the protector of that planet, so the gig workers shouldn't come back. After that, Isa asks her grandmother if she believes in aliens now, but Seiko says the gig worker was a Kappa. Isa seems to be getting irritated with her grandmother and asks Okarun for help, who again says that according to some people, Kappa monsters are aliens. They go back inside the house, and the three are begging Seiko to buy them uniforms and use her appearance fees as Dodoria. Seiko asks them how many times she has to buy them uniforms, and the three answer that they'll take care of them. Shiratori asks Isa if they'll be bought uniforms too. She replies that they, as students, have no money, and in times like these, they've got to exploit the financial means of adults, and Okarun adds that this is their third time. Seiko says she'll buy for Eira and Okarun, and her granddaughter looks surprised. She asks why she's not included, and Seiko answers that she doesn't like the look in Isa's eyes because she's saying they should exploit the financial means of adults. She orders Momo to do a Hiroshi Abe impression until she says stop, but Momo strongly rejects it, saying she'd never do that. Her grandmother reminds her who she's talking to, and says Isa should forget about the uniform. She asks why she should care, as she's not the one who'll wear it. Isa does a Hiroshi Abe impression, and Shiratori laughs at her, while Okarun says it's kinda cute. Seiko says that she's not doing a proper imitation, and at that moment, someone rings the doorbell. Seiko orders Isa to see who's there while doing the impression, and Isa obeys, saying the words rocket engine valve in Hiroshi Abe's voice. As Isa opens the door, her grandmother tells her that she'll be watching her from where she's sitting, so she shouldn't stop. Isa opens the door for the person who rang the doorbell, saying she's rocket engine valve. We learn that Isa knows the boy who rang the doorbell, and his name is Gigi. Seiko says he's there already, and his mother told her he was coming. We can see the surprise on Isa's face, and she asks Gigi why he's there. Okarun asks who Gigi is, and Seiko says he's Isa's childhood friend and her first love, which surprises Okarun. Okarun seemed unable to believe that Gigi was Isa's first love, and he even said that Gigi looked cool, and based on his outfit, he must be a true blue athlete. He added that Gigi looked sincere, and since Isa fell for him, he must be a real tough guy type. Gigi called Isa sweetie, and said her totally terrible impression was priceless. You could see on the faces of the three that they found him weird. Gigi said it had been a long time since he and Isa had seen each other, and he asked if they could start with a hug. Isa called him annoying, but he seemed to like it. Gigi acted like Spider-Man while saying, "Gimme more," and Isa asked Okarun for help to off Gigi. Seiko greeted Gigi, saying long time no see, and he bowed while responding that it had indeed been a long time since they'd seen each other, and Seiko was still as beautiful as ever. Seiko said Gigi had become a genius and told him to make himself at home. Isa couldn't believe it and asked her grandmother what she was saying. Seiko replied, asking if it wasn't obvious yet, and that Gigi would be moving in with them. Isa didn't like what she heard and asked what for. Gigi pointed out Momo's objection, but it was just an expression of her love for him. Seiko called him a genius again. Isa asked about her permission, and Okarun also seemed surprised that Gigi would be living there. Shiratori said it was extremely unnatural and questioned if they were trying to bring forth new demons. She added that they might be gathering steadfast allies to prepare for the coming of Ragnarok, but Okarun told her it probably wasn't like that. Shiratori shouted that she wouldn't allow it, and Isa asked her what her problem was. Shiratori replied that Isa's schemes were completely transparent. She added that they were currently facing an alien threat, so she was allying with them, but once that's over, she would fight against them. Isa said Shiratori was making things too complicated, and Okarun agreed. Shiratori said she would also gather allies to fight Isa in Ragnarok, and then she left. Until next time, Okarun said to her, and Isa thought it was one pain in the ass after another. Okarun also said goodbye, and Isa told him to take care. As Okarun was walking away, Isa called him, making hand signals. Okarun asked what she was saying, and Isa replied that it meant see you tomorrow, and it was Okarun's turn to say it. Okarun was surprised there was a turn order, and Isa told him to just say it already. Okarun said see you tomorrow, and Ayase seemed to be blushing. Okarun went home, and his heart was throbbing, showing that he had developed feelings for Ayase. In the next scene, there was food prepared, and Ayase said she didn't understand. She told her grandmother and Gigi to explain why Gigi would be living there. They ignored her, and Gigi praised Seiko's cooking. Seiko said Gigi was a true genius, and an annoyed Ayase asked if they had heard her. According to Seiko, she had already told Ayase that both of Gigi's parents had been hospitalized. Ayase asked why he was there, saying that at times like these, Gigi should be with his other family members. Her grandmother called her cold and said people need to help each other in times of need. Gigi said Seiko was cool, and Seiko replied that Gigi was truly a genius, so he should eat his fill. Ayase said that Gigi had already won over her grandmother's emotions, and she replied not to be stupid. She said she had never been moved by emotions even once. Then, Gigi praised Seiko again, and we can see that Ayase was right. While the two were cleaning the dishes, Ayase said something funny was happening, and Gigi thanked her, but Ayase added that it was funny weird. Gigi asked if they were ever that good of friends. He said that when they were in elementary school, he used to make fun of Momo, but now that he looks back at it, he regrets it. He added that he could now see spirits. Ayase was surprised and asked if he had happened to pick up a golden nut, but he wondered what that was. Gigi asked if it was a dirty joke, and Ayase told him to forget about it. Gigi said they grew apart starting from junior high school when he moved. The place his family moved to was near the mountains, and there's lots of nature which he loved. The house was big, and everything was exciting at first, but he gradually felt that something was off. It was hard to explain, but things there like the toilet and bathroom were a bit different from normal. He mentioned it to his parents, but they didn't listen, so he convinced himself it was just his imagination. He pretended not to notice it and just continued with his life. In the next scene, we see an extremely tall and thin man with a deformed face facing Gigi. Gigi said it suddenly appeared to him as if saying, "Hey, look at me," and from then on, he always saw the man. After that, his parents fell ill, so they hired supposedly famous spirit mediums to perform an exorcism, but 3 out of 5 decided to off themselves. Even the most experienced mediums couldn't exorcise that man, and the last person they told him to contact was Seiko. Ayase said that was the story, and she wished Gigi had told her from the beginning. Seiko hadn't told her Gigi was coming, and she added that it was right for him to come to them. Gigi apologized, and Ayase stopped him, asking what he was apologizing for. Gigi said for many things like teasing Ayase in the past and involving her in his problem. Ayase replied that if Gigi needed to apologize, he shouldn't have asked in the first place. She added that it was okay, and her grandmother was really tough. She said her grandmother would beat the evil spirit with one shot. Seiko said she wouldn't do anything, which surprised Ayase, because as she had said, she could only use her powers within Kamigo City, so Momo would be the one to do that assignment. Ayase couldn't believe what she heard, and Gigi couldn't believe that Ayase called Seiko her grandmother. Seiko said that if Gigi couldn't see spirits before, but could now, it might have something to do with the golden ball. Seiko ordered Ayase to do that assignment, and she would buy her uniforms until the cow returned. She told Ayase to go blow down that cursed house. In the next scene, a person is expressing gratitude, saying he is just transferred. He introduces himself as Jean and Joji, but says to call him Gigi. The girls are amazed and find him handsome, while the male students seem to dislike him already. While the teacher explains that Gigi's parents are in the hospital, Gigi's acting cute towards the girls. The teacher says he's going through a lot, so they should support him. As the teacher says this, Gigi is asking for a girl's number, saying it might kill him if he doesn't get it, and we can see on Ayase's face that she's getting annoyed. The teacher says Gigi can sit next to Ayase and asks if they're related. Gigi replies that they're even closer than that, but Ayase says neither of those things is true. One of Ayase's friends said playboys are annoying. The horror, says Gigi, claiming he's been burned by a beauty and that he'll savor those words. Ayase's friend is surprised by what he said. The tables have turned, and she says Gigi seems like a good dude and is handsome, another friend adds, while Isa looks extremely annoyed. Gigi says maybe Isa's friend meant to say he's mega handsome. He adds that he feels like he's being drawn close to Isa's friend, and that she's super sweet, while continuing to act cute. This friend asks who the guy she's talking to is, and says he's funny, and another friend asks the same. Isa thinks for a moment about how to explain, and says they've been friends since elementary school. Then Gigi suddenly interrupts, saying they live together. Isa tells him to stop because he'll start weird rumors. Isa's friend asks if it's true, and Isa says to let her finish, but Gigi suddenly says they're lovey-dovey, and Isa looks annoyed with him. Gigi says he and Isa are in a relationship, and she's choking him while telling him to shut up. Their other classmates are already gossiping, and one of Isa's friends tells Gigi that it's not possible because Isa has Okarun. We then see Okarun slumped over his desk. He says he's being bothered by Isa's first love, and he's wondering if Isa still likes him. Gigi calls Isa Momo, and it's sweet. Okarun wonders if they like each other, and if Isa would still be friendly with him if she started dating Gigi. Surely Isa would become interested in whatever Gigi is interested in, and she'd lose interest in the occult. He thinks this means he won't be able to talk to Isa during his downtime, or even just be with her. Okarun is overthinking too much about Isa, and he's banging his head on his desk while slapping his face. He imagines Isa acting cute towards Gigi, and when the school bell rings, he immediately stands up calling himself useless. In the next scene, we see Okarun working out, and he tells himself not to think about anything else because what's important is to hone his body. Isa arrives, causing Okarun to suddenly dive, and she asks if he's practicing a special move. Okarun asks if she's eaten, and Isa replies that she'll eat there. Okarun wonders why there, and Isa says she'll watch Okarun to make sure he doesn't do anything weird. Okarun says what happened with him, and Shiratori wasn't his fault, and Isa asks if he's eaten. Okarun says not yet, and Isa says if his hands are full, she can feed him. Okarun agrees to this, and then someone calls Isa's name. It's Gigi, and he recognizes Okarun, asking if he and Isa are friends. Isa asks him if he wasn't supposed to be eating with Maiko and the others. Gigi asks if Isa is jealous, and she replies that she's not. He then took out a Pampy yogurt drink that made Isa look excited. Gigi says it's a gift for Isa, and Okarun sees this, seemingly envious of what he's watching. Okarun leaves, saying he can't watch Isa happily talking with Gigi. He says he'll try to stop hanging out with Isa, and that it's probably for the best for both of them. At that moment, he hears someone say they won't give up so easily, and he sees a man with half of his body skinless running towards him. He calls out to Isa, and we see Okarun running away from the man. The man overtakes Okarun and tells him to step aside as no one can stop him. Isa and Gigi are shocked by what they see, so Gigi tries to leave while Isa tells the man to stop. The man says not to block his way, and Gigi is worried about Isa, but she stands firm and says it's no skin off her nose. Gigi jumps to save Isa, and we see the man jump over both of them, allowing Isa to clearly see something shining near the man's bottom. She tells Okarun that the man's ball is golden, and Gigi tells Isa to hide behind him, but Isa tells him to let go. Okarun chases after the man, and Isa tries to catch him using her magic powers, saying he won't escape. Isa grabs hold of the man, and he says Isa has got some nerve, then speeds up his running, dragging Isa and Gigi along. Okarun follows them, and Isa tells Okarun to stop the man, while Gigi tells Isa to hold on tight to him. Okarun gets angry and shouts at Gigi to get away from Isa. The man continues running, and Isa tells Okarun again that his ball is golden. While taking off his socks, Okarun says he doesn't like it and asks if Gigi could just stay away from Isa. Okarun transforms to chase the man, who asks if he's planning to stop him, but claims he can't be stopped. What a bummer, Okarun replies, and Gigi says there's another monster. Okarun and Isa try to reach each other, but the man climbs up buildings, separating the two. Isa is still holding onto the man, so she rises when he climbs the buildings, and they nearly hit power lines. Isa is reaching for something, and we see that using her powers, she reaches Okarun to avoid the power lines. Now, Isa and Gigi are about to hit a bus, but luckily Okarun saves them just in time, and the bus passengers can clearly see it. Okarun carries Isa and Gigi on his back, and she thanks him for saving them both. Gigi says they've been caught by the monster, and he'll protect Momo, so he starts hitting Okarun. Isa tells him to stop because Okarun is on their side. She explains that the monster carrying them is Okarun, and Gigi can't believe it. Gigi asks about the man with half his body skinless, and Isa says it's fine because she still has a firm grip on him. Isa tells the two boys to plant their feet, and it looks like they're managing to stop the man because of this. She adds that she hopes he's learned his lesson, and calls him a butt nugget. Okarun says to pull him slowly, but the man says he won't give up, and he doesn't want to give up. Suddenly, the man's body breaks into pieces, disgusting Isa, but his body quickly returns to normal, and he escapes again. Gigi says the man is escaping, and Isa orders Okarun to chase him, but unfortunately, he manages to get away completely. Okarun asks what they should do now, saying they don't know where the man went. On the other hand, Gigi is surprised to see Okarun morphing. After that, Isa does something with her hand as if she's punching something, until she hears the sound of someone getting hurt. She runs towards the direction of the sound, and Okarun asks what it is. Isa does something with her hands again, and Okarun asks what she's doing. They hear the sound of someone getting hurt again, and it seems to be coming from a construction site. Okarun asks if they can enter without permission. They see the man inside, and he says he almost escaped. Okarun asks Isa how she knew where the man went, and Gigi says he looks pooped. Isa explains that when the man split himself into many pieces, she didn't let go of his heart. She thought about what would happen if she punched it, and she heard the man getting hurt. Okarun feels sorry for the man, and Gigi says that's cool. Isa tells the man they're not there to catch and eat him, and if he promises not to run away, she'll return his heart. Then, she asks if she can see his golden ball because it might belong to her friend. Okarun says to be less direct, and Gigi asks if dirty jokes are that popular. At that moment, they hear someone speaking, asking if it's Taro's voice they're hearing. Taro immediately recognizes the voice as Hannah's, and he's looking for her in the piled-up trash. Hannah tells Taro not to come closer and to just stay away, but Taro says he won't give up. He says he won't give up on Hannah, and Isa asks what's happening. We see Hannah, who has no arms and legs, surrounded by bandages, and like Taro, half of her body is skinless. Taro is overjoyed that he's finally found Hannah, but she asks why he looked for her and why he put himself in danger. Taro answers that it's because he loves Hannah. He says that since he met Hannah, his life has changed. His world used to be just gray, but now it has color because of Hannah. We see Okarun while this is being said, implying that he feels the same way about Isa. Hannah says that she and Taro are from different eras and live in different worlds. She says she's done her part, and it's over, so Taro should go back before he ends up in the trash. He says he doesn't care. Hannah is the woman he loves, and no matter what happens, he won't let her go. He invites her to run away together, saying that if he doesn't do anything now, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Hannah seems touched by what he said because she's starting to cry, and so is Okarun, who relates to Taro's situation. Back to Isa's house, we see that Hannah now has clothes, and Okarun is pleading to let her stay there. Seiko asks why they can't let Hannah stay at Okarun's house, but Okarun replies that it's not possible because they can only hope on asking for permission here. Momo says that Turbo Granny is living there, so why can't Hannah? Turbo Granny responds not to compare Hannah to her, and suggests that maybe Hannah doesn't eat. Seiko asks what happened to Taro, and Momo answers that he returned to the science classroom, which puzzles Seiko. Momo explains that as long as Hannah is safe, Taro said he would return as an anatomical model, but in exchange, he wants permission to see Hannah when he escapes from school at night. The three are begging, and Gigi says their hope lies in Seiko's magnanimous heart. Seiko says that of all things, Hana is an anatomical model in the heat, and she agrees to let her be lovey-dovey with Taro as long as they don't bother the neighbors. She also asks about the golden nut, and Momo says it turns out it was just a Christmas ornament or something. So Seiko just responds with "that's crazy." Momo says it's like animals when they're courting. Her grandmother asks what Momo can do, and Okarun says it doesn't make sense. While they're talking, Gigi is bothering Turbo Granny, so she kicks him in the face. Seiko says she'll cook dinner now, so they should prepare the table, and Momo asks Okarun if he'll eat there, to which he replies yes. While setting the table, Gigi says Momo is incredibly strong, so he now understands why Seiko trusted her with the exorcism of his house. He says the same about Okarun, and his transformation earlier was wicked. It was super badass, he says, and he wishes he had powers too, but Okarun says he shouldn't. Momo tells Gigi to move aside because she's bringing out the table, and Gigi wants to help. Okarun sees how Momo and Gigi are playfully interacting while bringing out the table, and Gigi is acting cute towards Momo. Gigi says there's something on Momo's face, and he claims to have removed a speck of dust from it. Momo thanks him, and Gigi asks if she shouldn't be more grateful, but Momo tells him to leave. Gigi asks Momo to say it again, so he'll leave, but Momo just says no way, no how. Okarun is very jealous of what he's seeing, and he remembers what Taro said earlier about his love for Hana, as he relates to it. Okarun suddenly gets in between the two and tells Ayase that there was dirt, and he removed it. Momo thanks him and asks what's the matter. Okarun says he's decided not to hold back anymore, and he's going to fight now, which confuses Momo. While setting up the table, Okarun sings what he wants to say, that he's liked Momo since they met. As he sings, Gigi joins in, and they both sing to Momo at that moment, so Momo calls them morons. Seiko tells them to be quiet, saying they're making a mess, so the two apologize. She adds that Momo will sleep at Gigi's house on the weekend, so she should make sure to pack her underwear and things. Momo says her grandmother doesn't need to say that out loud, and we see that Okarun looks shocked at what he heard. He asks why Ayase is going to Gigi's house, and Momo answers that she already told him. Gigi's house is cursed, and they want her to cleanse it. That's also the reason why Gigi is at their house. Okarun asks if only Momo and Gigi will be sleeping there, and Momo says no. She plans to invite Okarun because she'd feel uneasy if she were alone, and Okarun can't believe it. Okarun suddenly becomes enthusiastic and says they should do it right away so Gigi can go back to his house. And Momo is puzzled by Okarun's sudden change in mood, while Gigi thanks him. We move to the school, and one student says the school is freaky at night. Another asks if it's okay for them to be there without permission, and one answers that it's fine, they're just going to do a small seance. One says he'll take the video, and another asks if they hear anything. The girl with him says not to joke around, but suddenly they hear loud thud sounds. They're all scared, and they see a figure running. It's Taro, and he tells the students screaming about a ghost to get out of his way. Taro shouts for Hana to hold on, and he's on his way, but unfortunately, he seems to get hit by a truck. In the next scene, we see Momo feeling sleepy while accompanying Hana as they wait for Taro outside the house. Momo says Taro still isn't there, and it's almost 4 o'clock, but Hana shouldn't worry because she'll stay with her until Taro shows up. Taro will come, she says, and everything will be okay. Momo falls asleep while waiting, and Taro arrives with his body looking wrecked. He apologizes to Hana, saying he was hit by a truck and it took him time to gather the parts that were scattered. Hana calls Taro's name, and she tells him she loves him. Momo wakes up at that moment and sees the two kissing. She says Taro could have woken her up when he arrived, and Hana thanks her for staying with her. Taro says a lot happened, so he was late, but tomorrow he'll arrive before 2 o'clock, and an annoyed Momo says Taro plans to do this every day. In the next scene, we see Gigi's room, and it looks like he's woken up from a nightmare. He says he can't go back to sleep because of the man haunting his house. We see a beautiful scene, and people are playing cards inside the train. It turns out to be Okarun and the others, and it seems Momo has outsmarted Okarun. While laughing at Okarun, Momo says that he's not good at Old Maid, and Okarun retorts that they're being mean-spirited. Momo then says that Okarun is like a toddler, and Gigi even calls him Toddler Okarun. Because of this, Okarun gets upset and says he won't play anymore. Momo says they were just joking, and Gigi offers Okarun some candies to make him feel better. Momo mentions that the candies remind her of the past, and she really loves them. According to Gigi, he brought a lot, so Momo should have some too. Gigi adds that he was touched when he saw that the old sweet shop was still there, and Momo says that the old lady there hasn't changed one bit. Okarun seems to feel left out of the conversation, and as he watches the two talking, he thinks that for some reason, he doesn't like it. He feels disgusted with his own shortcomings when he has these kinds of thoughts. He wonders what he could do about these feelings, and he needs to get rid of those thoughts, so he decides to focus on getting his marble back. Momo noticed him and asked what's wrong, and he answers that it's about his nut. The two are surprised by his random answer, and while laughing, Momo says that Okarun is thinking too much about his marble nut. Okarun replies that it's not like that, but Gigi interrupts, saying that he's being bothered and asks when dirty jokes became a fad. Momo says that it's not a dirty joke and that it's a long story. Gigi then says he'll start a new trend, and that's his junk. According to Momo, there's no dirty joke craze, and Gigi responds with vamola. Momo laughingly says it's just like the Kazu commercial, and she laughs while Gigi jokes around. Okarun seems to be getting filled with jealousy when he sees Momo happily laughing with Gigi, and he shouts that he'll tell them about the Tsuchi Noko monster. Momo and Gigi seem excited about it, and Okarun suddenly seems to regret what he said. He tells himself that it's very unmanly, but because of what's happening, his heart can't take it, and he feels he needs to dominate Ayase's attention. Okarun starts his story, saying that cryptids are not just creatures of imagination. In fact, about 100 years ago, gorillas were considered cryptids, and he sees the Tsuchi Noko, which looks like a snake, as the next gorilla-like cryptid. Gigi then says that he remembers a legend from his village about a big snake. There's apparently a 200-year-old shrine dedicated to it, the Tsuchi Noko Shrine, and Momo is impressed, which seems to annoy Okarun. Momo wants to see the shrine and the giant Tsuchi Noko snake, so Gigi tells her to just come with him. And Okarun gets more annoyed because his plan to dominate Momo's attention seems to have backfired. Then he mentions that there's also a shrine dedicated to a Kappa mummy, so a cryptid shrine isn't that rare, and he thinks that he threw the cryptid shrine topic back in Gigi's face. Gigi says that's super spooky and that Kappas do exist. He then asks about Nessie. Apparently, there are photos and whatnot. He thinks it's real and hopes to see it. Okarun then says that the famous photo of Nessie is known as the surgeon's photograph, and it's known to be fake, but he saw Nessie with his own eyes recently. Gigi is very surprised by what he heard and says he wants to see it too. Okarun thinks that this is the first time he's talked to someone like this besides Ayase, and it feels good. Gigi says that what Okarun is saying is awesome. He just knows everything, and he respects Okarun as a friend. Okarun is surprised that Gigi called him a friend, and Gigi asks if he's wrong, saying it's shocking. He adds that Okarun is friends with Momo, so wouldn't Okarun count him as a friend too? "Excuse me," says Okarun, because he's an awkward fellow, and Momo says that she's already told Okarun not to say that. Gigi wonders why not, and Momo answers that he doesn't need to know. Gigi then says not to count him out of Momo's inner circle. Okarun thinks about why Gigi isn't more unlikable, and how someone so kind makes him, but that thought is interrupted as we're shown a busy street, where Momo looks amazed. We also see the three of them walking, and Momo excitedly mentions that there are hot spring baths there. Gigi says it's related to his father's work. Momo asks if Gigi's father is a professor, and Gigi replies that his father studies volcanoes at a nearby university, which is also the reason why they moved. Momo asks if there's a volcano that might erupt, and Gigi says that the last recorded eruption was 200 years ago, but people say it's been dormant since then. They arrive at a steep staircase, and it seems Momo and Okarun don't want to climb it. But on the other hand, Gigi is excited. They climb it and Gigi points somewhere, and in the next scene, they arrive at a house. This is Gigi's house, and he asks Momo if she sees any strange aura. Momo asks him if he's not tired, and also says that she doesn't see anything. She adds that the house is super ordinary, and Gigi says that according to spirit mediums, it's messed up. Momo says she's very thirsty, and Gigi asks again if she really doesn't see anything. Okarun says to wait for him, and we see some figures in the forest that Okarun notices. Momo tells Okarun to hurry up, and Okarun seems to feel the presence of the figures. We see that it's actually a group of people with a creepy look on their faces. In the next scene, Gigi and the others entered his house, and upon entering, Ayase and Okarun carefully observed their surroundings, while the two boys hid behind Ayase, as Okarun asked what she thought of the place and if she noticed anything weird. Ayase opened a cabinet to examine its contents, then proceeded to inspect the bathtub and bathroom, and after a brief investigation, she sat on Gigi's sofa, while Okarun and Gigi continued to cautiously scan the area. Suddenly, the television in the living room turned on, capturing Okarun's attention, and he pointed out that it had activated on its own, but it was revealed that Ayase had used the remote control to switch it on. So Okarun exclaimed that she had startled him and questioned why she would turn it on so abruptly, to which Ayase replied by asking what else they could do there. She then stated that she hadn't observed anything unusual, causing Okarun to glance at Gigi as if doubting. So Gigi cried out, asking if that meant they didn't believe him, but Ayase clarified that wasn't the case. She inquired whether, when the spirit mediums had visited, they had correctly identified the presence of something dangerous there, and if so, her conjecture was that the ghost must be hiding, which puzzled Okarun about what she meant by hiding. So Ayase explained that it was just like with Turbo Granny, where spirits with weak spirit energy are difficult for her to detect, so they tend to hide, and in other words, she said, their task here would be relatively easy. Gigi was amazed by her and commented on how cool that was, and he promptly offered to give Ayase a shoulder massage, which made Okarun jealous and shout hey, while Ayase simply relaxed and commented that they wouldn't hear her complaining. And when she mentioned wanting something sweet to drink, Gigi immediately ran to fetch it, while Okarun remained flustered because Gigi had touched Ayase's shoulder, and Ayase then suggested they rest for now and told Okarun to sit down as well. After Gigi left, and while Okarun and Ayase were seated on the sofa, Ayase mentioned that at night the spirits act as if they own the place, so they should rest while they can, and Okarun agreed, and Ayase added that because of this, she would go to the hot springs district, which surprised Okarun. This made Okarun skeptical, and he asked if she was just saying there was no ghost in the house because she wanted to go to a hot spring, which made Ayase blush and exclaim no, insisting that she truly hadn't seen anything. Afterwards, Ayase put on her shoes and told Okarun to just play with Gigi for now, while Okarun was bewildered that she was really going, and asked what they would do if the ghost appeared to them. So Ayase answered while running towards the hot spring that they shouldn't worry about that, and she'd be back later that night, and she bid farewell, and Okarun couldn't stop her then. Gigi arrived there and happily looked for Ayase to give her the sweet juice, but he was dumbfounded when he noticed she wasn't there. So Okarun explained to him that she had gone to the hot springs district, which made Gigi ask if it was true and that he wished he could have joined her. Gigi stared at the perspiring Okarun due to the awkwardness of the situation and suddenly invited him to play soccer. In the next scene, they began playing soccer, and here, Gigi taught Okarun how to trap the ball, which Okarun successfully managed, earning praise from Gigi. After Okarun accomplished this, Gigi instructed him to kick the ball using his pivot foot on the side of the ball and to strike it with the edge of his foot. Okarun attempted this, but the trajectory of his kick was slightly off, causing him to apologize, though Gigi reassured him while chasing the ball that it was all right. Gigi managed to catch up and kick the ball back to Okarun, but Okarun failed to receive it, prompting another apology, to which Gigi laughed and commented that he was apologizing too much. As Okarun ran to retrieve the ball, he thought to himself how lame he was and how fortunate it was that Ayase wasn't present to witness this. However, he reasoned that if he practiced now, should the opportunity arise, he could showcase his skills to Ayase, and in his imagination, he pictured Ayase marveling at him and telling him how cool he was, causing him to blush. But his daydreaming was interrupted when Gigi called out to him. Upon turning to face Gigi, he was suddenly asked if he had feelings for Ayase, causing him to blush and stammer, huh? To which Gigi added that it was understandable as Ayase was quite cute. Okarun responded while Gigi passed the ball to him, stating that, well, Ayase was his very first friend, so he respects her, and Ayase was incredibly important to him. After receiving the ball, Gigi complimented Okarun's pass and expressed amazement at how important Ayase was to him and how much Okarun respected her. But in his own case, Gigi admitted that he truly loved Ayase's face and personality, which flustered Okarun, causing him to become jealous and shout, "Me too." Gigi was puzzled by this and exclaimed that Okarun had just said he respected Ayase, to which Okarun replied that he respected Ayase, plus more, prompting Gigi to declare it unfair and add that he would plus his affection too, stating he also loved Ayase's eyes, thus claiming victory. But Okarun refused to back down and countered that he would also plus his feelings, saying he loved Ayase's mouth, therefore claiming victory himself, to which Gigi objected that it didn't count. This caused Okarun to shout that Gigi couldn't disregard his statement, so Gigi argued that since he had first mentioned loving Ayase's face, Okarun's declaration shouldn't be discounted, to which Okarun retorted that if that were the case, then Gigi's love for Ayase's eyes shouldn't count either, but Gigi insisted that his declaration did count. Gigi then pointed out that he was Ayase's lifelong friend, therefore claiming victory, and struck a pose, while Okarun seethed with frustration. While thinking of a possible rebuttal, Okarun suddenly remembered the time he accidentally kissed Ayase, causing him to blush and cover his face in overwhelming delight while declaring his victory, which startled Gigi and prompted him to ask what was wrong, shouting that Okarun couldn't just claim half of victory, to which Okarun embarrassedly tried to explain, but eventually agreed and apologized, further puzzling Gigi. On the other hand, we shift to Ayase relaxing in the hot spring, where she contemplates whether the two are getting along, noting that Gigi was Okarun's first male friend, and if she were there, she would only cause trouble, so it was better that she left for Okarun's sake. While Ayase soaks in the hot spring, we are shown extremely creepy people secretly peeking at the entrance of the hot spring, their eyes fixed on her. Afterwards, we return to Okarun and Gigi playing soccer, where Gigi comments while panting that Okarun is truly stubborn, but he admits that Okarun has guts, to which Okarun responds, also out of breath, that they're still on and he won't give up. Suddenly, Gigi invites Okarun for a friendly handshake, which Okarun readily agrees to and extends his hand while saying that's good, but instead of a handshake, he receives a headlock from Gigi, who declares that he's caught him, causing Okarun to shout that it's bullshit and that Ayase hates this kind of cheating, while Gigi yells for him to admit defeat, to which Okarun responds with a resolute never, asking if Gigi really thinks he'll give up, irritating Gigi with his persistence. As the two roughhouse, Okarun notices something, promptly asking Gigi to stop and look at what he's seeing, which puzzles Gigi and causes him to look as well. While observing the front of Gigi's house, Okarun points something out and asks if it doesn't seem odd, confusing Gigi about what he's referring to, so Okarun tells him to look beside the entrance and questions whether there should be a room protruding there. The eyes of both widen as Gigi realizes that it is indeed strange, so they quickly enter the house to investigate it thoroughly. Gigi comments that he had never noticed it before, and that if you look at it from the outside, there's no doubt that something is there, so there must be something behind this wall. Gigi attempts to knock on the wall to check if it's solid, and Okarun hears that the other side is hollow, prompting Gigi to ask if they should break down the wall to get inside. Gigi retrieves a tool for breaking down walls from their storage room under the stairs, causing Okarun to question if he's sure about this, to which Gigi responds that it's dicey and it's a rental, but it needs to be done. Gigi grabs a sledgehammer here and states that there must be a reason for what happened to his parents. Gigi swings the sledgehammer towards the wall, and after one powerful swing, he creates a hole large enough for him and Okarun to peek through. The two exchange glances, and when they look inside this hidden room, they see an abundance of paper talismans scattered throughout the interior. The two were utterly shocked upon witnessing this spectacle, and Gigi inquired about its nature and their potential course of action, to which Okarun responded by questioning how he could possibly possess such knowledge. For the time being, they resolved to await Ayasea's return home, as recklessly entering the room would be fraught with peril. Abruptly, the sound of Gigi's doorbell ringing startled them, and they surmised that Ayase had returned, prompting Gigi to hastily dash towards the door while exclaiming that the timing was impeccable. As he opened the door, he immediately began to exclaim about their incredible discovery, but upon fully revealing the entrance, Okarun stared in shock, for it was not Ayase who had arrived, but rather a group of elderly women with unsettling faces. Meanwhile, at the hot springs, Ayase began to experience a slight dizziness, prompting her to stand up, and as she rose from the steaming water, she remarked that the walls were surprisingly high for an open-air bath, lamenting that a view would have enhanced the experience. Suddenly, the exit door creaked open, accompanied by a comment about someone already being present, causing Ayase to swiftly submerge herself to conceal her body, only to discover that 5 middle-aged men with disconcerting expressions had entered, remarking on Ayase's beauty. The men began to wet their bodies, which puzzled Ayase, and one of the men commented that she looked very young, asking if she had come to the mixed-use hot springs alone, which shocked Ayase. While showing the nearly illegible signage, Ayase reasoned that the sign was basically unreadable. The men were now submerging themselves in the hot springs, commenting on how good it felt to relax there, and how nice it would be to have a beer. As Ayase looked at them, she thought in panic about what she should do, wanting to leave, but with the men blocking the exit. Ayase closed her eyes in irritation, thinking that she needed to leave because her mind was becoming fuzzy. Suddenly, one of the men asked her if she knew about gators, which confused Ayase, who asked if he meant the reptile, to which the man laughed and said that wasn't the type of gator he was referring to, explaining that they often appeared in mixed-use hot springs and targeted naked women. The men submerged themselves up to their noses and began approaching Ayase, while one of them called them gators. Ayase's shock at this situation was evident, and she angrily thought about how bad her predicament was, wondering if she could fight so many of them using her powers. As the gators approached her, she remembered hearing once that if you defeat the leader of a wolf pack, the others will scatter. So she quickly aimed her hands at one of the men and thought that if she could levitate the one she believed to be the leader, maybe the others would run away. However, she couldn't do it, and one of the men reached her, immediately grabbing both of her hands and lifting them up, causing Ayase to panic because she was too lightheaded and couldn't activate her powers. As she closed her eyes, the snake fountain behind her suddenly shattered, and it seemed to land precisely on the man's neck, appearing to bite him, which caused him to fall. Those soaking in the hot springs cried out that the water was extremely hot, and as one of the men's companions was drowning, the others wondered what he had done and if he had touched some weird place. Ayase quickly tried to leave the hot springs, but was immediately noticed by some of the men there, and fortunately, they were struck by falling walls. One of the men shouted for them to be careful because the walls were collapsing, and ordered the others to get out of the water immediately. Ayase swiftly sprinted away while exclaiming that she truly couldn't comprehend what was transpiring, but this was her chance to escape. However, she suddenly tripped and fell, realizing that one of the men had grabbed her ankle. The man flashed her a creepy grin, while concern was evident on her face. Abruptly, the man seemed startled and glanced ahead, releasing her and beginning to flee from her. As Ayase turned to look in front of her, she saw the wall near the exit door collapsing. A large portion of the wall crashed down, striking the man who had attempted to capture Ayase. And fortunately, the door was open, sparing Ayase from being hit. Ayase was shocked and amazed by what she witnessed, letting out a whoa. Her reaction was due to the fact that as the walls of the hot springs collapsed, they revealed a breathtakingly beautiful view, prompting her to comment on its splendor. A voice from the side caught her attention, remarking that sometimes a rundown hot springs bath wasn't so bad, and that one could be quite lucky at times. When she turned to see who it was, she was surprised to find Turbo Granny relaxing in the hot spring as well. Startled, Isa asked what she was doing there, to which Turbo Granny replied not to underestimate her, explaining that when Seiko mentioned Gigi's address, she realized it was Hot Springs territory, so she had secretly slipped into Isa's backpack. Isa sheepishly responded that Turbo Granny could have just accompanied her normally. Afterwards, the two of them went to the locker room, and while Isa was changing clothes, she asked Turbo Granny what they should do about the building. Turbo Granny replied that they should forget about it since it was already destroyed, and she hadn't done anything to it. Meanwhile, the men were struggling to climb out, wondering what had happened. As they attempted to surface, an angry voice suddenly shouted, demanding to know who was responsible for the destruction. It turned out to be several local men who pointed at the other men and asked if they were the culprits. They quickly recognized the men as part of the Kido family and angrily questioned if those bastards were causing trouble again. The men who had tried to attack Isa recognized the newcomers as members of the Chamber of Commerce and immediately fled, despite being naked. The Chamber of Commerce members gave chase, shouting that they should take them to the police. Isa, carrying Turbo Granny in her bag, irritatedly commented that those men were scumbags and should be locked up for life, while Turbo Granny expressed enjoyment of her bath. As Isa began walking back to Gigi's house, she thanked Turbo Granny for saving her. Turbo Granny asked who had saved her, explaining that the abilities of this vessel had acted on their own accord, to which Isa responded that it might be so. Isa also asked if Turbo Granny had seen Gigi's house, and, in her capacity as Turbo Granny, what she thought was happening there since Isa hadn't seen anything. Turbo Granny, while drowsy, answered that the place was surely evil, which caught Isa's attention. Turbo Granny stated that the place was soaked in human blood. Meanwhile, returning to Okarun and Gigi's situation, Okarun was puzzled while Gigi watched with a smile as the group of women who had arrived earlier gossiped about an idiot family in the corner house, remarking that the people there didn't even say hello and that it really stank. The women began lounging in Gigi's living room, bringing an abundance of food to share while they conversed. The woman with an afro and pearl jewelry emphasized that the land belonged to them, stressing them, and that people with no idea about common courtesy needed to be taught. Suddenly, this woman called Gigi Jean and seriously told them not to just stand there, but to sit down and eat some sweets, to which Gigi happily expressed gratitude. The woman added that it was good for Gigi to be sociable, and thanks to her warm-heartedness, Gigi didn't have to pay rent. Gigi scratched his head in embarrassment while profusely thanking her. The woman continued, saying that life was difficult when one's parents were unwell, and if it weren't for them, Gigi would be on the streets with nothing to hold on to. Another woman agreed, stating that Gigi should know to be grateful. Okarun approached Gigi and whispered, asking who these people were. Gigi explained that the house was a rental, and they weren't charging him while his parents were in the hospital. He introduced them to Okarun as the Kido family, the landlords, and expressed gratitude for allowing him to continue living in the house. It turned out that the two of them had covered the hole with a poster, and upon hearing that these were the landlords, Okarun realized the severity of what they had done to the wall earlier. Gigi suggested they feign ignorance if the hole was noticed. Suddenly, the woman with the afro and pearl jewelry commented that Gigi had disappeared without permission, so Gigi explained that his buddy, pointing at Okarun, wanted to hang out, so he went to see him, asking if that wasn't allowed. The woman then said she knew Gigi wouldn't do it again, but asked if he was planning to bring spirit mediums or anyone else there again, to which Gigi nervously smiled, while the woman's companions began shouting, demanding an answer and insisting it wasn't a laughing matter, and they claimed there was no such thing as ghosts, called him a dummy, and accused him of trying to tarnish the good name of their property. Gigi denied this, putting his arm around Okarun, and asked if he looked like a spirit medium, stating that those people were all scam artists. The woman then showed a gun, informing them that she had a hunting license and that there were many unfortunate accidents in the mountains. She gave an example, pointing her gun at the two, saying that while chasing a wild boar, by chance a person could suddenly pass by. Nervously, Gigi told her to take it easy, stating that even with a license, pointing a gun at a person could get her arrested by the police. Speaking of police, a police officer suddenly entered the house and greeted them. The officer's companions commented that it was a mess because they had been caught by the Chamber of Commerce. It turned out that men accompanying the officer are the men who had tried to grab Isa, and one explained here that if it weren't for Officer Tsuru, they would have been in big trouble. Another added that the place they went to was so run down they couldn't believe it, and they needed to find another location. Officer Tsuru knelt down and explained that if they went too far, he wouldn't know what to do, and dealing with the aftermath wasn't easy. The woman with the afro hair asked the men where they had come from, to which one replied it was a secret, calling her mother. Another added that if any family member got arrested, Tsuru would be responsible. A man in a white sweater put his arm around Gigi and asked where he had gone. Gigi nervously replied that he had visited a friend. However, the man seriously told him not to lie, saying that the thing he hated most was liars. Gigi assured him that he would never lie. The man also noticed Okarun and asked who he was. Gigi introduced Okarun as a good buddy who wanted to hang out. The man stared intently at Okarun and suddenly inquired about Gigi's favorite soccer team, which perplexed Okarun. The man explained that, as Gigi's good buddy, shouldn't he be aware of this information? When Gigi attempted to respond, the man promptly silenced him. Okarun was unexpectedly put on the hot seat as the man began questioning whether he and Gigi had only recently met, and if Okarun wasn't a close friend, it would be peculiar why Gigi had brought him to this house. After a brief moment, Okarun answered that Gigi's favorite soccer team was Saint Germain, causing both the man and Gigi to stare at him. And following the intense interrogation, the man suddenly smiled and remarked that he apparently did know after all, confirming that he was indeed Gigi's close friend. Gigi whispered, asking how Okarun had known that, so Okarun gestured towards the poster they had used to cover the hole they had made, which turned out to be a poster of the Saint Germain soccer team, impressing Gigi with his quick thinking and earning his praise. The woman interjected, suddenly mentioning that a girl had also visited, and inquired when she would return, causing Gigi to feign ignorance and ask who she was referring to, which the men quickly noticed, prompting Gigi to nervously state that he didn't know who they were talking about. The woman turned to him and seriously declared that he had already lied to them. On the other hand, let's shift our focus to Isa, who was walking and spotted a man doing a forearm stand in front of a shrine, which Isa recognized as the shrine where they worshipped the Tsukinoko snake monster, and she wondered what the man was doing. The man noticed her and asked if he could be of assistance, startling Isa, who inquired if this was indeed the Tsukinoko shrine, to which the man agreed. The man stood up normally and explained that she had caught him in an awkward moment, revealing that he actually aspired to become a VTuber, and invited Isa to enter. Isa couldn't believe that the man would simply show her the interior of something so important, to which the man concurred, adding that he couldn't profit from it anyway, and expressing his wish to become a VTuber. Isa smiled with delight and expressed her excitement, stating that she would return later with Okarun. Upon entering the shrine, a man showed them a snake skin, causing Isa to fall silent and remark that it didn't resemble a Tsukinoko, to which the man agreed. The man explained that according to the documents still in the shrine's possession, a dragon flying through the skies will cast a rainbow, and the wrath of the mountain will swallow up the village. He stated that the people in this region used to worship a large snake, and when the giant snake dwelling in the volcano grew hungry, the volcano would erupt, or so it was believed in the past. He added that during those times, people would offer a child from the village as a sacrifice to the serpent to satiate its hunger, and because of this, there had been no volcanic eruptions for 200 years, and they had benefited from the hot springs, according to legend. Furthermore, he pointed out that what Isa was looking at, which resembled an umbilical cord, was likely the shed skin of the great serpent, and now they pray to the skin of the great snake and receive protection from volcanic eruptions, to their understanding. When Isa inquired about the Tsukinoko, the man explained that his father had said if they called it a mythical beast, they could attract tourists, causing Isa to mutter a curse under her breath. However, because of this, The man continued, "People like Ayase come to visit this place, and the legend surrounding this great serpent is a creation of humans. People who are deprived of the ability to think due to fear will believe and do things like human sacrifices, and this man was here to prevent the repetition of such mistakes." He also pointed out that what he truly desired was to perform headstands on BooTube, prompting Ayase to suggest, with a poker face, that he could perhaps share the story he had just recounted on BooTube instead, which surprised the man with its ingenuity. Following this interaction, Ayase resumed her journey back to Gigi's house, contemplating that there wasn't actually a Tsukinoko after all. She was certain that Okarun would be disappointed by this revelation, but speculated that he might still appreciate aspects like the local folklore. Upon arriving at the front of Gigi's house, she wondered if the two had become closer. She joyfully opened the door and announced her return, inquiring if they had encountered any ghosts or goblins. But her smile quickly faded as she observed the situation inside the house. She spotted the men who had attempted to grab her earlier at the hot springs, now clad in what appeared to be loincloths, with one holding a large fan and another a baton, while she also noticed Gigi and Okarun lying on the floor, battered and bloodied. The woman with the afro hair and pearl jewelry commented upon seeing her, stating that at last all their offerings had arrived, and if so, she inquired whether they should commence the festival. Ayase's eyes widened in shock at this scene, her speechlessness evident in the face of such a startling spectacle. Ayase couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at her beaten friends, and she swiftly sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to the neck of the man holding the baton, which connected solidly and sent him crashing to the ground. She then aimed her left hand at the bespectacled man who was attempting to charge at her, and using her power, she gripped his face, pulled him towards her, and readied her knee. The impact was so forceful that it shook the man's world, shattering his nose, while Ayase winced in pain as her knee was also injured in the process. Two more men were charging at her, wielding a hammer and a fan, with the hammer-wielding man shouting boobies. But before they could reach Ayase, she hurled a stool and a table at them using her powers, striking them in their faces and causing them to halt and tumble abruptly. Ayase followed up with a nutcracker move on one of the men, causing him to writhe in pain, but unfortunately, another bespectacled man managed to bear hug her, pulling his head back from Ayase in preparation. Without delay, the man forcefully delivered a headbutt to the back of Ayase's neck, causing her to gasp and gradually lose consciousness due to the solid impact on her nape. The man put her in a headlock, seemingly trying to calm her while saying she was a good girl and that she didn't need to be afraid. Ayase was being choked and couldn't breathe, but fortunately, Turbo Granny suddenly emerged from her backpack, shouting at the man embracing her, calling him a damn turd nugget, which startled him. The man stepped back, accidentally stepping on a bottle on the floor, which caused him to slip, and as he fell, his neck hit an overturned table, making him clutch his neck in pain, while Ayase gasped for air after being released. Turbo Granny shouted that she had been enjoying a peaceful cat nap and demanded to know who was trying to squash her, while Ayase thanked her profusely. Ayase prepared to face the remaining opponents and told Turbo Granny that if she could help, it would be greatly appreciated, to which Turbo Granny replied that she wasn't there to help her and asked who these people were, causing Ayase to shout that that's exactly what she wanted to know. The men Ayase had knocked down regained consciousness, and she told them to calm down, pointing both her hands at them and yelling at them not to come closer. She demanded that they leave this house and depart immediately. Suddenly, the woman with the afro hair and pearl jewelry charged forward, delivering a solid kick to her right arm, which sent her flying. While commenting on how much that hurt, Ayase countered by aiming her hand at the woman and attempting to throw a TV at her, but the woman easily dodged it using her martial arts know-how, surprising Ayase and prompting her to comment if this woman was for real. The woman charged at her again, and while executing a combo, she shouted the name Jennifer Lopez, then kicked Ayase in the body to send her flying. And after performing a snake stance, she yelled Anaconda and delivered a double punch to Ayase's body as a follow-up, which sent her crashing through the wall into the room that Gigi and Okarun had discovered earlier. One of the men cheered for the woman, calling her mother, and proclaiming her as the most powerful old lady of the Kido family. The Bruce Lee-like woman inquired about the identity of the girl, noting that she seemed to be using some kind of strange power earlier. Isa caught the woman's attention by immediately standing up after enduring the attack, and she levitated some debris from the wall while asking Turbo Granny who this old lady was, to which Turbo Granny replied that she was just a tough old broad, prompting Isa to comment that there was no such thing as an old lady that tough. But Turbo Granny pointed out that there was one in their house, causing Isa to agree. One of the old lady's male companions shouted that there were floating objects next to the girl and a talking cat. And while Isa was asking what room they had entered and how creepy it was, the old lady questioned who she was, stating that she didn't look like a spirit medium. The old lady clasped her hands as if in prayer and commented that since Isa was disrupting their festival, it seemed she had come to destroy their village, adding that the Kido family had been protecting the village for generations, and they wouldn't allow her to do as she pleased. Isa pointed out that they had intruded into someone else's house, disrupted everything there, and asked how they could speak like that, demanding that they leave the house immediately. The old lady told her to chill and asked who she thought was responsible for her safe hot spring bath, explaining that it was due to the Kido family offering sacrifices to the Great Serpent for the past 200 years, which shocked Isa. This, she claimed, was the reason why the volcano hadn't erupted, and they were blessed with hot springs from the Great Serpent. If they hadn't protected that land, the area would have long been submerged in magma. Isa shouted, "Wait a minute," and asked if she had said they were giving offerings, to which the old lady replied that she believed so, and began to explain that there used to be an altar for human sacrifices in that place, and perhaps its form had changed with the times, but she shouldn't be mistaken because this house was an altar, and the Kido family invited offerings to this house and gave them to the Great Serpent. Isa couldn't believe this, and she realized what had really happened to Gigi's parents. The old lady commented again on how lucky they were, as they had obtained exactly 3 offerings, and they had almost fallen short. Isa began to sink into the ground where she stood, and her surroundings suddenly changed as the old lady declared that the Great Serpent was famished. Before long, strange roots suddenly emerged around Isa, causing her mouth to open in fear and bewilderment. Isa's jaw dropped as she asked what the hell is this, and commented that it was bad, noting that the floor had turned to sand, while Turbo Granny made a side comment wondering if these people wanted to compete. Isa reached for the wall, saying they needed to get out of that room immediately, so using her powers, she gripped both sides of the hole and lifted herself up, but the Kido family was waiting for her outside, and even though she had a force field from her powers when she approached them, they easily pushed her back into the room. The old lady shouted that they wouldn't let her pass that threshold, and that quicksand would swallow her, making her an offering to the Great Serpent Lord. Isa's entire body was almost submerged in the sand, and she commented that this was seriously bad, so she shouted at the lazy Turbo Granny to do something. Fortunately, the battered Okarun and Gigi managed to stand up, and they pushed the old lady and the men into the creepy room with Isa, using a stool and table. The two of them piled on top to make them sink faster into the quicksand inside the Great Snake Lord's domain, causing them to scream in fear. Isa was also surprised by this, and Okarun quickly called out to her to reach for his hand, saying this was their chance, while Gigi shouted for her to use her powers. Isa managed to grasp Okarun's hand and exclaimed, "Nice one," as they had saved themselves. However, the quicksand's downward pull suddenly intensified, and it turned out that a large hole had formed at the bottom of the quicksand, causing them all to fall through simultaneously. Before long, they crashed onto the roof of a house. Upon impact, Isa groaned in pain and asked if Okarun was okay, to which Okarun replied, somewhat painfully, that he was. Isa looked up at where they had fallen from and shouted, "Are they kidding her?" and wondered how they would get out of that place. When she peered down, the numerous houses below caught her attention, and she exclaimed in shock, asking what they were and if it wasn't mind-boggling, while Okarun also questioned how those houses ended up underground. Gigi shouted for help from Ayase, causing her to turn around and quickly search for his location. Looking to one side of the roof, they saw him hanging from a gutter and shouting that he was falling. So Ayase told him not to worry and that they would help him. Unfortunately, the gutter Gigi was holding on suddenly gave way, and he began to fall, prompting Ayase to quickly try to use her powers to reach him, but she couldn't grab him in time. However, it turned out that Gigi's landing wasn't as dire as expected, and he fell onto a soft substance. The three of them were surprised that Gigi had landed safely, but it turned out that he had fallen on a part of the body of a terrifying monster that resembled a worm with countless teeth. All members of the Kido family assumed the snake's stance, and the old lady shouted that it was the great snake lord, declaring how blessed they were by its arrival, and that the Kido family were its emissaries, revealing that they were posing like that in case the great snake lord might eat them, while others commented in their minds that this was what it looked like, as they had never seen it before. The old lady explained that Ayase, Okarun, and Gigi were the offerings they had brought for this occasion, and she hoped it wouldn't mistake them for members of the Kido family. Gigi was utterly shocked when he heard that this was the great snake lord mentioned in the region's legend, while Ayase couldn't believe it wasn't just a superstition. Turbo Granny emerged from her bag and stated that it was a karagari, prompting Ayase to ask what a karagari was and express surprise that Turbo Granny knew what the creature was, while Okarun answered her question, saying it was a Mongolian deathworm. He explained that some say it inhabits the Gobi Desert, describing it as a giant man-eating earthworm cryptid. But all the stories, he said, claim they are 1.5 to 2 meters long, and he had never heard of a deathworm this large. It was then that they realized, with a questioning tone, that for the past 200 years, the Kido family had been giving offerings to an earthworm cryptid. The old lady joyfully shouted for the great snake lord to devour the three, which irritated Ayase, causing her to curse at the old lady while calling her an old hag, and the old lady added that she should stand up and miss on the scene. Ayase told them that the creature they were worshipping wasn't a god, but merely a man-eating earthworm. Yet the Kido family continued their ritual while the old lady shouted for it to calm its fury. However, to everyone's surprise, the earthworm began devouring some of the Kido family members, leaving Okarun and the others stunned and speechless at what they witnessed, while Ayase shouted that the earthworm was eating the Kido family, and the old lady ran away, exclaiming, "Ah shit." We were shown here just how massive this earthworm was, its entire body seemingly coiled around the pile of houses beneath Gigi's house. And at this point, Gigi fearfully asked what they should do, as there was no way they could defeat such a creature, while Ayase added in panic that their situation was definitely bad news. Ayase decided they should hide inside the house they were standing on, to which Gigi quickly agreed, stating they didn't want to be outside. Gigi hurried the other two to enter, so the earthworm wouldn't see them, but when he turned to see what they were doing, he saw them seemingly writhing in pain from a headache. Gigi grew concerned and quickly approached them, inquiring about their problem and if they were all right. But as he drew near, Okarun suddenly stood up and threw a right hook at him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it, but Okarun began to destroy the room and even shattered one of the windows, starting to scream, which puzzled Gigi and prompted him to ask what was happening. Gigi felt a strong tremor from beneath them, and when he looked to see what was happening on the floor, he quickly realized it was bad news. So he immediately grabbed Okarun and Ayase and moved them to a safe place, which allowed them to evade the approaching earthworm. Gigi turned to look at the creature, and as he did so, he noticed a mug, which he quickly grabbed and attempted to use by throwing it at a part of the floor, and when it landed, the monstrous earthworm immediately devoured it. At this point, Gigi realized that the earthworm was reacting to sound and could locate them using sound. However, it apparently didn't react to their voices, and it might only hear sounds that reverberate off the walls of that house. When he turned back to Okarun, he saw him about to take his own life with a pair of scissors. But before he could stab the scissors into his neck, Gigi managed to grab them and shouted at him to stop, asking what he was doing, to which Okarun angrily replied not to interfere and to let him die. Gigi was shocked and, while asking why he would do such a thing, he remembered something. In the next scene, we suddenly flash back to the time when Gigi saw his parents trying to take their own lives by hanging themselves from their balcony. He felt an extraordinary chill and immediately grabbed a cutter from his drawer and climbed up to the balcony where his parents were to cut the ropes coiled around their necks. Fortunately, he managed to reach them while they were still alive, but when he checked on them, his mother grabbed his face and said the same thing Okarun had said, to let them die. After that, we returned to the present where Gigi was shouting, asking Okarun why and what his problem was. And as he was asking this, he also heard Isa say to let her die. So he turned to her and saw her holding a large shard of glass, which she had pointed at her stomach. Gigi tried to shout at Isa to stop, but it was too late, and Isa managed to stab herself with the shard. However, fortunately, it turned out that Turbo Granny was in her stomach sleeping. Instead of stabbing herself, Isa had stabbed the sleeping Turbo Granny, who calmly commented that she had been stabbed, while Gigi was shocked and said that was a nice one, but also asked if she was okay, at which point Turbo Granny realized what had happened to her and let out a cry of pain. Turbo Granny shouted at Gigi to tie up Okarun, and Gigi, having found some yarn, immediately did so, apologizing to Okarun as he tied him up. While he was tying him up, Isa repeatedly attempted to stab herself, but thankfully, Turbo Granny's body was at the tip of the blade, and she told Gigi that when he was done, he should tie up this dumb bitch, calling her a dumbass. Gigi did this as well, also apologizing while doing so. Gigi exclaimed, "Damn it," and asked what was happening and why those two were trying to take their own lives, to which Turbo Granny replied, "Psychic waves," puzzling him. Turbo Granny explained that psychic waves were being sent to encourage the people in that house to take their own lives. Gigi was shocked to learn this, realizing that this was the cause of what had happened to his parents. But he also asked why he was okay, which made Turbo Granny wonder and ask if he hadn't noticed it yet. While they were talking, Isa used her powers to gather some glass shards and immediately sent them towards Gigi's face, causing him to shout for her to stop. Gigi was forced to shield his face, but unfortunately, one of his palms was impaled, and another shard cut his swollen eye, sending him flying. When he looked at the window, he saw the earthworm poised to lunge at him, causing his jaw to drop in fear. And as he turned to Isa, he saw her preparing to end her life again, with Turbo Granny helpless as Isa was using her powers on her as well. He also glanced at the frenzied Okarun trying to break free from his bindings, and at this point he began to lose hope as his vision darkened. Nevertheless, he gathered his courage and resolve, quickly blocking the shard Isa was pointing at herself, then picked her up, doing the same for Okarun and Turbo Granny, and swiftly ran. His footsteps on the floor caused the earthworm to repeatedly attempt to devour him, but due to his speed, he managed to outrun it. They made it out of the house, but he hadn't anticipated stairs, causing him to misstep and lose his grip on Isa and Okarun, resulting in his fall. He winced from the pain of his injuries, but quickly told himself not to give up now. And as he was saying this, he noticed the two trying to jump from the stairs, so he immediately stood up and ran up the stairs to stop them. He shouted at them, pleading for them to return to normal, but Okarun continued to yell for him to let them die. When Gigi looked ahead, it turned out that the giant earthworm was right in front of them, ready to devour them. Concern and fear were visible on Gigi's face as he stared at this monster, and before long, he closed his eyes and accepted that this was their end. But when he expected the monster to attack, it didn't, so he peeked to see what had happened. And as he looked, his jaw dropped in shock as he saw the familiar monster of a tall man with a deformed face. As this creepy monster emerged, the space around it seemed to become distorted, and Gigi screamed as if he knew this monster all too well. Gigi suddenly turned to Isa and Okarun because they immediately told him to release them, as they didn't know why, but the two of them were apparently back in their right minds, and Okarun even apologized for what had happened earlier. After that, Isa blushed and was left speechless, then asked anyway what was in front of them, and Okarun added a question asking if that was the reason why they had become sane again. The creepy man suddenly turned to them, and his head rotated 180 degrees, causing them to shudder and become speechless with disgust. Turbo Granny immediately shouted at them not to look it in the eye, which made Gigi turn to her in confusion. Turbo Granny explained that this creature was the evil eye, and its gaze supposedly drove people insane and led them to take their own lives. Isa questioned the mention of taking their own lives and realized that it was similar to the psychic waves of the worm they were currently fighting. Turbo Granny then pointed out that the curse of the evil eye and the psychic suicide waves canceled out each other's effects. Isa commented that she didn't really understand it, but the worm had stopped moving, so she immediately ordered Okarun to attack, causing Okarun to transform and comment that his kid gloves were off, quickly charging towards the worm's neck and easily cutting it off using his javelin body throw. Isa cheered because he had managed to cut off its head so easily, but she also wondered where Okarun had gone. However, the giant earthworm grew a new head, causing Isa to gape in shock and curse while shouting that it wasn't fair, and they began to be attacked by both the earthworm and the evil eye. While running, Gigi asked the evil eye if it was true that it wasn't responsible for what happened to his parents. The evil eye caught up with him and lay on top of his body while staring into his eyes. Because of this, Turbo Granny shouted at him not to look into its eyes, but it was too late and Gigi was already affected by the curse of the evil eye, and we were suddenly transported to a time in a field where 3 children were happily dancing with their hands raised. On the other hand, it appears that they were being watched by another child who was trapped in a makeshift cell underground. And we can see here that he was very thin and dirty, and he couldn't get out because the door where he was staying was blocked from the outside. After watching the children, this child tried to imitate their steps, and while doing so, he collapsed on the floor, probably due to hunger, fatigue, and various other reasons. Before he finally closed his eyes, he remembered once more the moment he watched the happy children dancing. So he smiled with joy, even though he had never experienced dancing and having fun with them. In the next scene, a massive disaster struck their area where a volcano erupted and its magma spread to nearby places. Fear and anxiety were visible on the face of the ragged child when he saw this. And it turns out that this child was one of those sacrificed to the Great Serpent. And if we recall what the Kido family said about 200 years of continuous sacrifices, they were likely responsible for this as well. This seems to be confirmed when we see the old woman with afro hair and pearl jewelry praying together with other Kido family members while this was happening. Before being completely burned and toasted by the magma, the child thought that even just once, he wished he could have played with other children. After that, following the eruption of the volcano, we see here the burned body of the poor child left behind on this sacrificial altar. A mother and child saw him, and they noticed that he seemed to still be alive because he appeared to be moving while a crow was pecking at his face. In the next scene, we see the same child looking healthier, while staring at a family happily eating their dinner. While they were eating, the child looked at him with a puzzled expression, and before long, he suddenly choked his father while shouting that there was a ghost there, which irritated his father because he was eating while the child was pointing out that the ghost was right in front of them. This child hugged his father in fear while saying this, so his father laughed at him and said there was no such thing. As the child, now a ghost, tried to dance the steps he had once watched other children perform while he was imprisoned, in an attempt to cheer up the frightened child, he was suddenly enveloped by an eerie aura while doing so, and after a few moments, his face showed surprise and confusion, while the child began to cry loudly while looking at something. It turns out that the child's parents had hanged themselves in front of him, and he could do nothing about it. The ghost noticed something below him, and he felt that there was something underneath them. Someone entered the family's house, and a man there asked what they would do with the child. And it turns out that this was the Kido family, when we were shown the old lady with afro hair and pearl jewelry, who said that they would make the child an offering to the great snake lord, and that they would bury him along with their house. The ghost's eyes widened at this, and he realized that this woman was the same one who had made him a sacrifice. The old lady held one of the children and said that she felt sorry for him, but that they would do this to protect the village and that this was their duty as members of the Kido family. And as she was saying this, They actually began to bury the entire house, including the child, with earth, and this was apparently the reason why there were so many houses underneath Gigi's house now. While the Kido family was doing this, they tied the poor child to a chair inside the house, causing him to cry in fear. And here the ghost child tried to save him, but because he was a ghost, he couldn't untie the child from the chair, so he just cried in frustration. In the end, the ghost child thought that they couldn't escape what they had done, and he said he would kill these people. The ghost child began to merge with the crying child while saying that he would kill them all, telling them to look at him and stare at him closely. It turns out that this was Evil Eye, whom Gigi always saw, and this was where his story as a yokai in that house began. In the outside world, Gigi, still under Evil Eye's control, was shown. Turbo Granny shouted at him to snap out of it, while Isa, attempting to pull Evil Eye away from his body, said that this wasn't the time to mess around with that creature. However, no matter how much she pulled using her powers, Evil Eye refused to let go of Gigi. Gigi returned to normal and ordered Isa to stop, saying that Evil Eye was different and not a bad guy, which surprised Isa, causing her to ask if that was true. Gigi explained that Evil Eye had been fighting alone for a very long time, and since then, he had been suffering. Gigi jumped down from the house where they were, so Isa tried to stop him and asked where he was going. As he descended, Gigi asked Evil Eye if he was correct that he was underneath them. While chasing after him, Isa shouted for him to wait and asked what had gotten into his head. Isa noticed, as she looked at where they were running, that the constructions were becoming more dated, and she couldn't believe it when she realized that the houses there had been built across generations. Gigi continued running downwards, telling Evil Eye to hang on and that he would set him free. Before long, he reached the door where Evil Eye was first imprisoned, and after catching his breath, he began removing the wood blocking the door and quickly opened it. Upon opening it, he saw Evil Eye's burned body and several paper talismans stuck to the wall behind it, and he began to approach. Isa managed to catch up with him, and, while panting, asked what his problem was and what this place was. Gigi was taken aback as he remembered the happy Evil Eye dancing to cheer up the child who could see it, realizing that it meant he had been imprisoned here since then. When he thought about how he had been protecting him and watching over him since he arrived, helping him, Gigi began to tear up. Turbo Granny tried to stop him from approaching, telling him not to sympathize with him because he was the kind of yokai that pushed people to take their own lives, to which Gigi replied that she was wrong, and that they were just like Evil Eye, and even if his form was different, he wasn't any different from them. Turbo Granny became irritated and pointed out that they were not the same, and that he didn't understand the situation, while Isa tried to calm them down while asking what was happening. Electricity seemed to surge throughout the earthworm's body and went everywhere, hitting Isa and the others, giving them an extraordinary electric shock throughout their bodies, causing them to fall and kneel. After the shock, Isa tried to stand up while asking what that was, and Gigi said that everything had turned white for a second. As Isa touched the ground to stand up, she felt a sticky substance like slime, which puzzled her. It turned out that it came from the earthworm's mouth, which began vomiting that substance down towards them. They tried to stand up, but when they touched it, they realized they were in a bad situation because he was extremely sticky. Turbo Granny got annoyed with them and called them clumsy turds, so Isa responded irritatedly, telling her to be quiet and saying she thought she was supposed to bring them good luck, to which Turbo Granny explained that her good luck wasn't for anyone in particular and could also help their enemy, causing Isa to shout angrily, asking how that was helpful. Isa added, asking where Okarun was. And here we were shown Okarun sprawled out in one of the houses, shivering because his body was numb and he couldn't move anymore. They managed to remove the sticky substance, and Isa immediately attempted to use her powers to escape because they needed to, and she called out to Gigi and asked if he could hold on to her so they could flee, but when she turned to look at him, she saw that he appeared unconscious, kneeling there, which puzzled and worried her about what the problem might be. She tried calling his name to elicit a reaction, but he wasn't responding. Meanwhile, in Gigi's mind world, he saw Evil Eye from the time when he was imprisoned, emaciated to skin and bones. Upon seeing his situation, he apologized to him, explaining that he had been so filled with loathing that he became afraid and thought Evil Eye was to blame for everything that happened to him. But it turned out that he had just been here, full of suffering. Evil Eye attempted to speak, so Gigi approached to hear better. As he got closer, he told him that he wanted to play, and sadness was visible on Gigi's face when he heard this. Before long, Gigi decided that if that was the case, he would play with him, suggesting they all play together, and asked what game he would like to play. He said they would play here for as long as a lifetime, and he would hang out with him for as long as he wanted, to which Evil Eye smiled with joy and said, "You said it." After that, Evil Eye's soul began to behave strangely, starting to flow like an abstract form, and in the outside world, Gigi screamed loudly while clutching his head. Isa grew concerned for him, and we can see here that Gigi seems to be going mad while talking to Evil Eye, while Turbo Granny became even more irritated, calling him an idiot and warning that he couldn't trust a creature with an evil eye. Gigi continued screaming due to the strange sensation he was experiencing, and suddenly the earthworm sent another electric shock through them, causing them to fall again and stick to the sticky substance on the ground. It turns out that the giant monster was right above them, ready to attack. Concern was visible on Isa's face when she noticed this, so she immediately tried to get free from the sticky substance they were stuck to. And when she saw Gigi, his entire face was submerged in the substance while unconscious. The earthworm's mouth was getting closer and closer to them, and when it was about to reach them, Isa just closed her eyes and accepted her fate. However, to her surprise, Gigi suddenly moved and forcefully punched the earthworm's head, causing it to lose its trajectory towards Isa and slam into the ground. The force of Gigi's punch was enough to dent the face of the giant monster, and even Isa couldn't believe what she was seeing. It turns out that even the earthworm's entire body felt the extraordinary punch delivered by Gigi as it began to thrash about. Gigi then commented in a strange voice that at long last, this body was his. And he said that using this body, he would kill all humans. And it appears that Gigi transformed here after his encounter with Evil Eye, and he seems that he has gained control over his entire body. Momo called out to Gigi, wondering if this was the power of the Evil Eye. From behind, Turbo Granny told her to prepare her psychic powers, or else they would die. Suddenly, the Evil Eye possessing Gigi's body executed a back kick, aiming at Momo. The kick was so powerful that it shattered a nearby pole. He approached her and pinned her against the wall with his foot. He was curious about the power Momo possessed while Turbo Granny complained since she was squeezed behind her. The Evil Eye asked if she was a yokai who had become a slave to that human. But Turbo Granny retorted, warning him to watch his language or she'd beat him up. Meanwhile, Momo called out to Gigi, asking him to snap out of it and searching for his usual perky self. The Evil Eye wondered who she was talking to. He declared that this vessel now belonged to him, and he would show her what true hell was like. Suddenly, he sensed that the Tsukinoko was about to interfere and use electrokinesis again. In response, the Evil Eye raised his left hand and seemed to create a barrier around himself and Momo to protect them from the electric shock. Momo couldn't believe what he had done. The Evil Eye revealed that this was a cursed house, and the long-standing resentment there would not disappear. He explained that it was made from the grudges of those sacrificed, and that they reject everything. Using his power, the Evil Eye gathered those grudges into a ball, which he kicked with tremendous force towards the Tsukinoko. The ball pierced through the death worm's body, and the Evil Eye repeatedly struck it with the grudge ball. He didn't stop attacking the Tsukinoko until it retreated underground. The Evil Eye, controlling the grudge ball with his foot, called the worm a bastard, scurrying away into the dirt. Inside, Isa still couldn't believe what was happening. She wondered what had happened to her friend Gigi, while Turbo Granny became irritated at how slow she was. She commented that it seemed Seiko was right. When Isa asked in what way her grandmother was right, she replied that Gigi was a prodigy. People with such powerful spiritual abilities are said to be extremely rare. Additionally, he was athletic to boot. Turbo Granny added that the Evil Eye targeted Gigi to use as a vessel. She admitted that even if she were to choose someone to possess, she would also select Gigi. Isa couldn't accept this, stating that Gigi wasn't like this when they were in elementary school. Turbo Granny replied that everyone's spiritual powers awaken differently. She asked if Isa herself hadn't only recently realized her ability to use powers. She then warned Momo to prepare for the worst, as her friend was no longer on their side. The evil eye glared at her menacingly, as Momo was now the next target. He kicked the grudge ball towards Momo, but Momo blocked it using her giant hand ability. The evil eye suddenly charged forward to punch her with tremendous force, causing both Momo and Turbo Granny to be thrown back. Not satisfied, the evil eye once again controlled the grudge ball to target Momo. However, Okarun intervened to block the attack. The evil eye hadn't expected this, while Momo was on the verge of tears, grateful for being saved. Okarun threatened that if the evil eye were to hit Momo, he wouldn't be able to get away with that. Okarun was knocked down by the force of the attack, causing Momo to worry for him. However, he quickly got up to carry Momo and escape. The evil eye used the grudge ball again to hit them, but Okarun passed through the wall using Turbo Granny's powers. The evil eye couldn't believe that despite being a yokai, Okarun was protecting humans. But Okarun threatened him again, saying he wouldn't let this go unpunished. Nevertheless, he quickly ran out carrying Momo. The evil eye continued his relentless attacks using the grudge ball, and as they escaped, Momo thanked Okarun for saving him. Okarun replied that they still had a big problem and pointed to something at the side. Okarun explained that Mongolian deathworms were known not only for their electric shock attacks, but also for spewing venom that weakens their victims. As they climbed the stairs, Isa became irritated and realized that it intended to hide underneath and attack them with poison. Okarun added that if they didn't escape now, they'd be dead. Momo wondered how, as it seemed impossible to leave because the way out was above and they couldn't reach it. And so Momo asked about the worm's weakness, to which Okarun replied that it was sunlight. He explained that underground dwellers and cryptids coexist with bacteria and germs, so they can't handle ultraviolet rays. Momo pondered how they could lure the giant creature out. She didn't know what to do, especially since they couldn't just leave Gigi like that. While looking up, Okarun mentioned that if it were just Isa, there might be a way for her to get out. Isa refused, saying there was no point in escaping alone. Okarun replied that it was the only thing they could do now. Besides, they were running out of time. If they could get her up there, she could throw down a rope or something to pull them out from inside. Momo asked, "What about Gigi?" noting that he didn't seem likely to listen to them. To this, Okarun replied, he'll handle him. He then pleaded with Isa to help them by getting out first. And so Isa took his hand and looked him in the eye, trusting in his plan and abilities. She promised to save them and asked him to take care of Gigi. Okarun agreed and transformed again to use Turbo Granny's powers for their plan. Momo was confused when Okarun placed her on a sofa while he positioned himself underneath. Okarun explained that he would launch Momo as high as he could. Then Momo should launch herself from the sofa using her power to reach even higher. Momo was shocked by the plan, while Okarun told her to think of it as a multi-stage rocket. Momo commented that it was reckless and he might break his legs. Nevertheless, Okarun counted to 3 even though Momo wasn't ready. Using all his strength, Okarun propelled the terrified Momo towards the surface. And using her psychic powers, Momo launched herself to reach higher. However, she realized she wouldn't make it. Luckily, using her giant hand ability, she managed to grab hold and pull herself up. Okarun was pleased that the plan succeeded, just as the evil eye arrived to confront him. The evil eye taunted that Okarun should be happy to die first, but Okarun retorted that, as he said, the evil eye wouldn't get away with what he's done. Inside Gigi's house, Momo searched for something to pull them up. Worried about not finding a rope, she needed something long. Spotting the curtain on the window, she pulled it down to use. She tore the fabric and divided it, tying it tightly to make a long rope that would reach Okarun below. Hurrying, she finished and threw it down the hole. Peering down, Momo was dismayed to find it was far too short and totally useless. She then calmed herself to think of another way to stop the poison and defeat the worm. While thinking, she remembered something from when she and Gigi were young, mentioning self-destruction. Momo stood up and searched for her phone, but it was gone. She then noticed some magazines on the floor. Picking them up one by one, she said she could use them. She opened the stove there and burned what she had collected. As a result, the whole house caught fire. Momo shouted that there was a fire and asked for somebody to call for the fire department. Soon, firefighters were seen arriving at the scene. She told Okarun to just hold on as she was going to rescue him. Back at the underground, we could see that parts of some houses in the area had been destroyed due to the intense battle between Okarun and the Evil Eye. The Evil Eye used its grudge ball again to hit Okarun, but he nimbly dodged the ball's trajectory. When the Evil Eye attempted to punch him in the face, Okarun quickly evaded its powerful attack. However, as he was escaping, the Evil Eye targeted him once more and hit him in the face with the grudge ball. This impact was visibly strong and it knocked Okarun to the ground. The force of the impact was so great that it even cracked the ground they were standing on. Seeing this, the Evil Eye prepared to punch him again, but Okarun swiftly rolled away to escape. Thanks to Turbo Granny's power within him, Okarun was able to move quickly during the fight. Although bloodied, Okarun remained determined to face and defeat the Evil Eye. But he was irritated by Okarun's bouncing around in an attempt to run away, but said it was fine. He claimed to want to take the game seriously and use his entire body to the fullest. While standing, the Evil Eye was surprised to find his nose bleeding. Looking up, he identified the poison released by the worm as affecting his vessel. Therefore, he decided they should stop there. The Evil Eye once again threw the grudge ball at Okarun, but he quickly dodged it. However, this was actually a plan to trap him in the cursed house. Despite Okarun's efforts to push against the barrier, he couldn't break through. The Evil Eye told him he wouldn't be able to escape the cursed house. Suddenly, he entered the cursed house to confront Okarun, threatening him and punching him in the face. Trapped inside the barrier, Okarun couldn't avoid the Evil Eye's successive attacks. It was clear he was being badly beaten, which delighted the Evil Eye. He said that after him, it would be the girl's turn. The Evil Eye declared he would torment and torture Momo's soft, fair skin. However, this threat fueled Okarun to fight back. He grabbed the Evil Eye's mouth and told him to stop talking already. He said there were 3 things he shouldn't have done. First, he hurt Momo. Second, he defied Gigi. He added that Gigi would never hurt Momo. Therefore, Okarun demanded that the Evil Eye return his dear friend. The Evil Eye attempted to punch him again, but this time Okarun managed to dodge by ducking. When the Evil Eye tried to knee him, Okarun evaded the attack and simultaneously used both of his fists to deliver an uppercut to the Evil Eye. It was evident that the body used by the Evil Eye had been affected by the poison. As he was about to punch Okarun again, he declared that the kid gloves were off. And so Okarun gathered his remaining strength to strike the Evil Eye in the face. Seizing the opportunity, Okarun didn't stop his assault, preventing the Evil Eye from retaliating. He counted from 1 to 20 as he continued his attack, until finally, the cursed house barrier shattered, and the Evil Eye was thrown outside, his head hitting the ground directly. Okarun added that the third thing the Evil Eye shouldn't have done was to piss him off. Suddenly, Okarun's mood shifted, and he commented on how depressing the situation was. Gradually, Turbo Granny's power faded from him, causing him to lie down and call for help from Ayase. Okarun was sprawled on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stand up, saying it wasn't the time to just lie down. He looked up and said that Ayase was waiting for him, so he needed to climb to the highest possible place to make his escape easier. He dragged Gigi's body along with him. However, he noticed a noise coming from below. It turned out to be Turbo Granny, who was stuck in some slimy stuff down there. She was furious at the Tsukinoko for trapping her there. She then wondered what would happen if she was left there for the rest of her life. Unable to accept this fate, she shouted for help. Suddenly, Okarun arrived and said he recognized her voice, but he had thought she was already with Ayase. Turbo Granny couldn't believe her eyes when she saw him. Okarun told her to wait and that he would rescue her, but she responded by asking why he took so long. She urged him to hurry up and get her out of that slimy stuff. He told her not to rush him, because if he fell in, they'd both be trapped. When Okarun finally got close, he tried to pull her out. Turbo Granny repeatedly warned him not to fall, but due to the force of his pulling and the resistance of the slimy stuff, Okarun fell in too. Now they were both trapped in that place, which angered Turbo Granny, who called him utterly useless. So Okarun shouted for help. Turbo Granny told him to use her power, but he replied that he had already used it twice and couldn't transform anymore. And this irritated Turbo Granny even more. Left with no choice, they shouted together for help, calling out to Momo. Up above, firefighters could be seen coming to the rescue at the burning house. They were trying to extinguish the strong fire with water. On the side, a police officer was talking to Momo, asking if she was the one who started the fire. Momo admitted to starting the fire, but explained that the Kido family living there have been killing people. The police officer responded that the Injoji family lived there and asked if she had some beef with them. And so Momo held her head, realizing the conversation was going nowhere. The officer invited her to ride in the police car and tell the whole story at the station. He then asked if her parents were home right now. Momo became concerned when she suddenly noticed the sun was setting and said they needed to hurry. Instead of going with the police, Momo ran towards the firefighters, telling them to forget about the house and spray water on the ground. However, 2 police officers pulled her back and tried to force her into the car. Suddenly, an earthquake shook the area, causing panic among the people. It was a strong earthquake that intensified, and so the police let go of Momo and told everyone to stay calm and not move until the shaking stopped. Momo knew the cause of it, and it was the worm rising from below. The worm's enormous body emerged on the surface, shocking everyone. People ran away when they realized it was a giant snake. Meanwhile, Momo was pleased, saying they made it just in time. She remembered Okarun mentioning that its weakness was sunlight, and since they couldn't bring the creature out on their own, she needed it to come out by itself. In a flashback of Momo playing with Gigi, he told her that worms breathe through their skin. After rain, the soil becomes waterlogged the next day, making it hard for worms to breathe, so they come out. In summer, when it's too hot, they end up drying out. Young Momo was impressed by Gigi's knowledge. This was called worm self-destruction. Just then, Momo noticed the worm hiding from the sun behind the house, which annoyed her. She saw a truck nearby and, considering it an eyesore anyway, used her psychic powers. With a giant hand, Momo threw the large truck to destroy the part of the house blocking the sun, causing the worm to weaken from exposure to sunlight. As the obstructing house was no longer there, the sun's rays reached the worm, causing it to gradually decay and struggle, leading it to coil up and fall to the ground. Momo, being curious about whether it was dead, approached and kicked it to check. She challenged it to a fight, but quickly ran away when the Tsukinoko suddenly moved again. It turned out that it had vomited and expelled everything it had eaten earlier. Momo was shocked to see that they were all still alive and considered them very lucky. They were members of the Kido family, who were trying to stand up from the sticky substance from the worm. However, instead of expressing gratitude, the head of the Kido family blamed her for what she had done. Momo clarified that it was the worm that had eaten them, but the head was referring to her killing of the great serpent, calling her a stupid girl. Momo couldn't believe they had been eaten by it, but that's what she kept saying. She apologized and said she had no time to argue further as she needed to help others. As she was walking, another earthquake suddenly occurred. Everyone was worried because it was stronger than before. The head of the Kido family said that Momo had screwed up big time. She claimed that everything was happening because of her and that she should be blamed. Momo couldn't accept this and suddenly bowed her head when the volcano erupted. She was shocked by what had happened. The head of the Kido family fell to her knees, saying that this was exactly what she had been talking about. She explained that by offering sacrifices, the great serpent had been protecting their place from that volcano. But now, it was all over because the great serpent had died, and it was because of Momo. The warning speaker in the area announced that the volcano has just erupted, and so everyone in the vicinity was advised to evacuate immediately. They were told to prioritize their lives and safety because the volcano had erupted. As a result, residents of the area could be seen rushing out to evacuate. The head of the Kido family recited the legend that a dragon rising to the heavens will cast a rainbow, and the mountain's wrath would swallow the entire village. She said this was exactly what the village legend, passed down through generations, had foretold. She asked Momo how she planned to fix this. Momo pondered her words, finding them strange. Normally, she thought, a worm wouldn't come out into the sun. So why did the legend mention a dragon rising to the heavens? She glanced at a nearby fire truck and realized they were mistaken. This wasn't the Great Serpent legend. The dragon rising to heaven referred as a natural fountain, and the erupting fountain was an omen of the volcano's eruption. People from the past knew this, which is why it was preserved as a legend. However, somewhere along the line, the interpretation had become twisted. She recalled what the shrine priest she had met had said. People deprived of the ability to think due to fear would believe in and perform acts such as human sacrifices. But Momo declared that she was there to prevent such mistakes from happening again. Using her giant hand ability, she lifted the Tsukinoko. The Kido family took a fighting stance, challenging her. Since she was taking responsibility, they said she would be their sacrifice. Irritated, Momo said this wasn't a joke. She wouldn't allow herself to be blamed for this. She rejected the idea of human sacrifice and forcefully threw the worm down. Momo quickly ran away, while the head of the Kido family was furious at what she had done to the remains of what she called the Great Serpent. Nevertheless, Momo continued running down the stairs while they followed, trying to stop her. Momo lifted the worm again and pulled it as if performing a dragon dance in the area. The Kido family couldn't accept this and told her to stop treating the Great Serpent like a joke. They said they wouldn't let her escape from them. We then see the destroyed hot spring from earlier, and this was where Momo headed, carrying the worm. She went to the place where water was gushing out and connected the worm's body there. As water flowed inside it, Momo said water main is checked. After that, she continued running while the members of the Kido family were still chasing her. While running, Momo thought that if the magma were to swallow the village, then the Great Serpent legend would come true. So, she wouldn't just stand by and let that legend happen. She realized the worm was a long tube from mouth to rear. Therefore, she once again used her psychic power to lift the worm's head and execute her plan to hose down the volcano's eruption. Momo was pleased that her plan worked. While on the road, she directed the worm's mouth towards the flowing lava. As a result, the volcano's eruption gradually cooled down because the water mixed with the worm's internal goo. Momo was delighted by this outcome. However, from a distance, the entire area appeared to be in serious trouble, as the forest fire was potentially more dangerous than the magma. Suddenly, the head of the Kido family leaped to catch and stop Momo. Momo tumbled onto the road, while the head of the Kido family declared that they wouldn't allow her to desecrate the Great Serpent. Meanwhile, other members of the Kido family avoided the moving body of the worm. Momo clarified that she was only trying to stop the lava and told them not to interfere. But the head retorted that they were the protectors of that place, and outsiders like her should just shut up. They charged at her together, saying they would sacrifice her to appease the wrath of the great volcanoes. Because of this, Momo wondered why they had switched gods, but they just told her to shut up again. Suddenly, someone intervened with a flying kick aimed at the Kido family, surprising them. The newcomer said he hadn't realized that Momo was his master's granddaughter and apologized. Momo recognized him as the priest who wanted to become a VTuber. He explained that 1 week ago, he had received a call from his master, Seiko. She had told him that 3 young people were coming to their area and asked him to watch over them. Momo couldn't believe that her grandmother was his master. The priest thought that the only visitor to the shrine this week was a woman interested in Tsukinoko monsters, so he assumed she was just a tourist. Meanwhile, the Kido family was irritated with him, saying they never liked this priest. They couldn't believe he was an accomplice to Momo and her friends. The priest told Momo to leave them to him and focus on extinguishing the fire. Momo agreed and thanked him. Once again, she lifted the worm's head, which had become even heavier now. Momo worried about when she would run out of steam, and she hoped she wouldn't suddenly collapse like before. However, the worm's body suddenly tore apart, which Momo couldn't believe. The remaining parts of the worm gradually gave way, causing water and goo to leak onto them. The Kido family members were then surprised when someone else suddenly arrived to fight them. It was the evil eye possessing Gigi's body, who knocked them down using a grudge ball. Momo called out to him, but the evil eye targeted the head of the Kido family, who fought back. She didn't back down, while Momo tried to stop them. When she realized he had no intention of listening, Momo helped the head of the Kido family by pulling her away using her giant hand ability. Now, the evil eye had two opponents, but as he was about to attack again, someone suddenly kicked him in the face and back. However, he managed to knock him down, and it turned out to be the priest. When the evil eye was about to knee him, Momo pulled him away using her psychic power. She then checked if he was alright. Because of this, the evil eye was irritated by Momo's interference and said that since she was in his way, he might kill her first. Momo was troubled because she knew he could kill if he continued, and she didn't want Gigi to become a murderer. Moreover, she asked where Okarun was and what he had done to him. The evil eye replied that he only wanted to talk about what he wanted to discuss, and now he was hungry. The priest couldn't believe what was happening and said that person was deadly, admitting he was no match for him. Meanwhile, the head of the Kido family blamed them again for the situation, saying they brought this trouble there. But Momo told her to shut the hell up, saying it wasn't the time for her BS. So they decided to work together against the evil eye. The evil eye charged forward while Momo instructed them to get down. Because of this, they avoided the grudge ball he had kicked. Nevertheless, the evil eye positioned himself for a downward kick, causing Momo and the shrine priest to dodge. The extraordinary strength of the evil eye was evident as his strike destroyed the ground. We then see the head of the Kido family rushed in using what she called the Jennifer Lopez Anaconda move. When the evil eye noticed her, he was about to kick the elderly woman, but Momo suddenly pulled her away using her giant hand ability to evade the attack. Using her right hand, Momo attempted to trap the evil eye while calling to the priest, who executed a move called Daze, Susan Mountain's Drop, and positioned himself beneath the evil eye. Now Momo used both hands to trap and restrain the opponent. At last, she succeeded and firmly held its upper and lower body. However, the evil eye effortlessly shattered Momo's psychic power when he hit it with a grudge ball, which shocked them all. Upon breaking free, the evil eye managed to kick the shrine priest, sending him flying into a tree that was destroyed by the impact. After that, he then targeted Momo, who was preparing to use her psychic powers, but was shocked to find they weren't working. Now defenseless, the evil eye lunged at Momo and jumped to deliver a powerful kick. Suddenly, he was struck in the face, surprising even Momo, who hadn't expected it. She peered out to check who had come to her aid. The newcomer attacked relentlessly, punching the stunned evil eye. He then asked Momo if she was alright. Finally, Momo recognized him as the mantis shrimp alien, who said he was there to help. Momo wondered why he's there and asked about his child. He replied that it was a long story and promised to explain later. A spotlight seemed to shine on Momo, which puzzled her, but it turned out to be light coming from a UFO. Momo heard someone complaining about how slow it was and requesting an elevator next time. One person became nervous as they began to float, while another responded, asking what kind of man he was and telling him to stop nagging. Momo was utterly shocked when she realized it was her grandmother riding on the floating taro, telling her to hurry up and get them down. Seiko was irritated by this. On the ground, the shrine priest called Momo's grandmother master, while she addressed him as Manjiro and ordered him to perform the Tohakami Emitame incantation. He complied and immediately carried it out. Meanwhile, Seiko jumped down and instructed Taro to charge on her signal. Suddenly, she and the mantis shrimp alien, whom she called Kappa, rushed forward to confront the evil eye. However, the charge ball hit the shrimp alien, so Seiko faced the evil eye herself. Seiko wielded a baseball bat using it to fight and strike at the evil eye, which nimbly dodged her attacks. After several attempts, she managed to hit him in the face. When she swung the bat again, aiming for the evil eye's foot, he managed to evade and leaped directly at her with great force. But it didn't hit Seiko, who brought him crashing to the ground. Seiko then signaled Taro that it was time. He positioned himself and quickly ran towards them. And so, the evil eye backflipped and prepared to punch the oncoming Taro. As a result, Taro's body shattered and separated into pieces, which alarmed Momo. However, the evil eye was surprised when Taro's fragmented body suddenly clung to it. It turned out that there were talismans attached to the pieces, and the shrine priest was enchanting them. Gradually, Taro's body reformed, enveloping the evil eye. Apparently, this had been Seiko's plan all along, much to Momo's astonishment. Thanks to their combined efforts, they managed to capture their target. Momo's grandmother announced it was time to leave, and Taro gave a thumbs up in response. Meanwhile, the lava spread had subsided due to the water and goo from the Tsukinoko. A UFO could be seen in the air, controlling the worm's body to spray water around the area. Inside the UFO, a young alien child asked his daddy if what he was doing was okay. This child was Chiquitita, the offspring of the mantis shrimp alien. He praised Chiquitita and told him to continue until the fire was extinguished. Seiko was furious, saying she had given a warning, but they still allowed the situation to escalate to such a terrible state. It was the shrine priest Manjiro she was scolding, who knelt to apologize. He said her instructions had been unclear. He argued that she should praise him instead, as he managed to figure out what to do despite not understanding her directions. Seiko responded with "not bad" and thanked him. She also expressed gratitude to the wild anatomical model. They had sealed the evil eye, thanks to Taro's help. Taro replied that he didn't know that's what he'd be needed for and wondered curiously what he should do with his organs that he was holding. Seiko suggested he just put them in a grocery bag or something. Meanwhile, Seiko asked her granddaughter Momo where Four Eyes or Okarun and the cat Turbo Granny were. But Taro pointed out that Momo seemed to be gone. It turns out she had quickly run off with the mantis shrimp alien. Momo appeared concerned as she remembered Okarun, who said she should escape first, then save them. Finally, they arrived at the ruins of Gigi's place. However, Momo still couldn't use her power, so the shrimp alien told her to stand back. He cleared away the debris covering the ground. Afterward, Momo peered down to check on Okarun below. What they saw was now full of magma. Upon seeing this, Momo couldn't believe it. She thought of Okarun again, saying this couldn't be happening. And so Momo shouted and told Chiquitita to direct the worm's phlegm at the magma. The shrimp alien asked what she was planning, and she replied that she was going in there. He tried to stop her, saying it was too dangerous. He didn't get to finish his sentence, while Momo asked what he was about to say would happen. Momo added that she had promised Okarun she would save him. While crying, she said Okarun was waiting for her. Meanwhile, Chiquitita said they couldn't put it in the magma. Moreover, Momo didn't need to go down there. She didn't need to die for nothing. Momo was confused by this statement and just told him to hurry and do it. Again, the shrimp alien tried to stop her because it was dangerous, but Momo just told him to talk to his child and tell him to hurry. While crying, she begged them to save Okarun. Suddenly, something floated up from below, and they were surprised to see it. Chiquitita doused it with goo and water and placed it aside. Momo quickly ran towards it, trying to open it. Though it was difficult, Momo used all her strength to break it open. Inside, they found Okarun hiding, hugging Turbo Granny. He had his eyes closed, while Momo was shocked to see him. When Okarun opened his eyes, he said he truly believed Ayase would come to save them. Meanwhile, Turbo Granny was furious and complained about the extreme heat. She was annoyed and asked why it took so long to save them. Momo admitted she has forgotten all about her. Okarun said that if he hadn't helped Turbo Granny, he might be dead by now. He explained that the area around the room was protected by the phlegm of the Mongolian deathworm, which kept the magma from entering. As Momo helped Okarun out, he suddenly asked about Gigi, concerned if he had been submerged in magma. Momo calmed him, saying she wasn't sure what happened, but Gigi had escaped using his power and was now outside. Okarun was puzzled by this and wondered if Gigi was still cursed. Momo clarified that the curse was still there, but her grandmother had appeared, so everything was okay now. Okarun apologized, saying he had planned to do something about Gigi, but in the end he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, his foot got stuck in the goo, causing him to slip and accidentally hug Momo. And so he quickly let go and blushed. Okarun apologized, saying he didn't mean to hug her. However, Momo tightened her grip on him and hugged him back, which Okarun didn't expect. Momo said she was the one who should apologize. She had said she would save him, but she couldn't do anything. She thanked him for still being alive. After that, they returned to the house of the ISA, where they performed a sort of ritual for the evil eye. They once again donned traditional clothing, which Seiko had previously said would serve as their protection against evil spirits. While seated, they could be seen surrounding the evil eye, which was in Toro's body, lying in front of them. One could see its spirit leaking from the body, while Seiko, Momo, and Manjiro focused on exorcising it. Okarun and the alien father and child were also present at the side. They approached its body, and Seiko put on her glasses again to examine it. She removed the cover from the right side of its face. However, the evil eye said they were just wasting their time. After that, they were seen eating, and Eira was there to join them. She was thoroughly enjoying the food served. Chiquitita also enjoyed the milk given to him, and the shrimp alien said he was happy he got some. Meanwhile, Eira complained that they didn't include her in going to Gigi's house, even though she was supposed to be the leader. And so Momo wondered why she was there, saying that whoever didn't work shouldn't eat. On the side, Okarun got annoyed when Turbo Granny stole the egg from his plate, while Seiko asked Manjiro about the Rockin' sect. The shrine priest replied that he had no idea because they hadn't been talking lately. While everyone was busy, Taro was curious if he could eat too. Suddenly, Eira pointed at the mantis shrimp alien and asked why he had returned since she had already told him not to come back to Earth. He replied that he was grateful for the cow he received. However, it didn't produce milk, so he had no choice but to return. He again mentioned incomprehensible alien words when explaining that part of them is covered by a water-like substance that delivers oxygen directly to their lungs, which is why milking is a problem there. Momo and Okarun couldn't understand this. Momo asked if that meant they breathe using lungs, but live underwater. The shrimp alien clarified that Chiquitita needed a constant intake of milk to survive, so they decided to just live on Earth. Eira found Chiquitita cute and hugged him, while Okarun was amazed to hear that they could get oxygen directly to their lungs. He was curious if this meant they came from a fluorocarbon planet. Meanwhile, Chiquitita asked Eira if they could stay there, to which she replied of course they could, for as long as they wanted. But Seiko said not them, because they were too old. In that case, it might take a while before they could get the Hayashi performers, Manjiro said. Although they felt bad for Gigi, he needed to stay in Taro's body for now. Manjiro was concerned that if the Hayashi performers did arrive, would they be able to fully exorcise it? Meanwhile, Taro was busy eating. Manjiro added, if it was just the evil eye, that would be one thing, but Gigi's spiritual power was so strong that he wasn't sure if they could separate the two. And even if they could do it, it might leave lasting effects on Gigi. Momo, Okarun, and Seiko seemed worried about this, so they just looked at Taro while he was eating. However, he burned himself on the soup and complained. Seiko asked what he was doing and told him to stop eating like a pig. Taro got all worked up and was surprised why everything seemed to have turned black. He asked where everyone was and where he was. Because of this, Momo got annoyed at him and asked if he was joking, but he replied that it wasn't him. The one speaking was actually Gigi, and they were all shocked by this. They were pleased that he had returned. When Gigi called out, Momo was about to approach him, but Seiko stopped them because evil spirits use people's voices to trick others, so they shouldn't remove the seal yet. Seiko then instructed Taro to open his face slowly. Because of this, Manjiro, Momo, and Okarun prepared themselves in case the evil eye spirit broke free. As Taro opened his face, surprisingly Gigi made a weird face with his tongue out. Momo couldn't be sure because of his weird face. Meanwhile, Gigi just cried when he learned that Momo and Okarun were safe. He said he had been so worried and thanked them for being all right. He was also happy to see Seiko, whom he called ma'am, and told her she was beautiful as usual. Because of this, Seiko knew he was the real Gigi. Momo wondered what was happening, but her grandmother just asked her to get some cold water. When she had it, Seiko told Taro not to move, and he complied. Suddenly, Seiko splashed cold water on his face, and as a result, the evil eye's personality suddenly returned. He called them bastards and threatened to kill them all. Momo and Okarun were troubled by what happened. Meanwhile, Seiko took some soup from the pot and poured it on Taro's face again. Because of this, he complained that it was too hot and asked what they were doing. Momo was confused by this, while Seiko seemed to have realized something and said this was a nuisance. Even Gigi could be seen puzzled by what happened. Momo asked what that was about. If they splashed him with cold water, was he the evil eye? And if it was hot water, he was Gigi? Gigi made a face again, saying he didn't know what to do. Momo kneed him and said this wasn't a joke. Meanwhile, Gigi apologized while holding Taro's head. Taro complained because he was the one getting hurt by what they were doing. Speaking of which, Taro was curious how long he'd have to lend his body to him. He said he couldn't be lovey-dovey with Hannah like this. So, Seiko said that for now, he couldn't meet her. Taro complained about this, but she said, first of all, Seiko had set a 10 o'clock curfew. She wouldn't allow Hannah to meet with a weird guy late at night. Taro replied that 10 o'clock was too early. Moreover, Seiko apologized to Gigi, as well as to Okarun, whom she called Four Eyes, and to her granddaughter Momo. If she had known the evil eye was there, she said she wouldn't have sent them there on their own. She bowed and took responsibility for what happened. But Momo told her to stop because she found her behavior weird, while Gigi replied that he was the one who asked for her help, so she shouldn't apologize to him. While lying on the floor, Turbo Granny joined the conversation, saying they were too naive to really believe they had the evil eye under control. She added that it was originally a mountain yokai, and mountain yokai are so full-on and revered as gods. If an ordinary person is possessed by a mountain yokai, she said they would go crazy, their cells would break down, and they would die. That's why they prefer people with high spiritual powers. In that respect, Gigi was truly the ultimate vessel, which seemed to worry him upon hearing this information. Furthermore, the evil eye there was like a newborn, so for now, they had managed to avoid disaster. However, it would grow stronger and eventually become unstoppable. So Seiko replied that they would make sure to watch over Gigi. Even Manjiro would keep an eye on him. Seiko added that he shouldn't leave Kamigo City until they performed the exorcism, or else they wouldn't be able to use the maximum power of the warding barrier. Moreover, Taro's barrier wouldn't last long. An evil spirit at the level of the evil eye can become resistant to barriers. So, Seiko said they had no choice but to use the thermos. She told everyone to make sure they always carried a hot water thermos so they could splash it on him anytime. She also advised Gigi to be careful. When washing hands, drinking water, or bathing in the rain, even a little cold water would cause him to transform. Thinking about what had happened, Momo said she didn't want to face the evil eye again, and Okarun agreed. He added that they needed to be vigilant until the exorcism was completed. Outside, Momo asked where the alien shrimp would live. He replied that he would work at a nearby dairy farm, thanks to Seiko. Momo thanked him for rescuing them. The shrimp alien said if anything happened, they should call him anytime. Again, Okarun was amazed by this and asked how their UFO flies. He questioned whether it was because of anti-gravity propulsion system. He replied using an incomprehensible alien word. Momo was suddenly curious about what his real name was. He answered that on Earth, he was Peeny Weenie. Their reactions were mixed because of this. Finally, they said goodbye to the father and child while Okarun expressed his desire to ride their UFO sometime. The next day, it seemed they had plans when Manjiro asked if everyone was inside. They had boarded a van driven by Manjiro. Momo asked how far the hospital where Gigi's parents were was. Her grandmother replied that she had them transferred to Kamigo City, so it was only about 10 minutes away. Meanwhile, Gigi complained that Taro was wearing his shirt backwards, but Taro just told him to shut up, saying if it were up to him, he'd be fine without wearing anything. During the trip, Seiko asked if they had brought thermoses and hot water. Momo showed that she had one, and when she asked Okarun, he showed the one hanging on him. The two were in the back seat, seemingly awkward with each other. Okarun was startled when he felt Momo's finger, so he lifted his hand and apologized. Momo replied that it was okay and that he was worrying too much. She told him to just leave his hand on the seat, and Okarun agreed. They were both just looking out the window when Momo held Okarun's hand again. Both of them blushed because of this. Momo moved her fingers on his hand as if playing, and so Okarun asked her what she was doing. Momo denied doing anything. Okarun clarified that he didn't know the rules of the game she was playing with his hand. While Momo was still holding his hand, she feigned innocence and asked what he was talking about. They were surprised when Gigi suddenly looked back and called Momo. He complained about Taro not following what he was saying. Momo couldn't answer and returned her hand to her lap, as did Okarun. Gigi tried to force her to talk to him, but Taro just told him to shut up. Gigi complained that he couldn't move his body and told Taro that he should move as he wanted. Meanwhile, the two in the back were embarrassed and still blushing. Gigi then counted to 3 for Taro to move as he wanted, but Taro just repeatedly raised his arms as if doing a chicken dance. And Gigi was annoyed by this. Taro didn't care about him, saying it was his body and he would move as he pleased. Suddenly, Momo brought up whether they should buy something to give to Gigi's parents. Seiko was surprised because she seemed to have forgotten about that and looked for a nearby supermarket. Momo leaned forward and said she hoped Gigi's parents were feeling better. Gigi replied that they were so hyper that getting sick was a perfect thing for them. Momo was taken aback by this statement and asked if he was pretending to be tough. Gigi denied this and asked why he would do that. He said he wasn't worried about them to begin with. Finally, they arrived at the hospital, and Gigi was teary-eyed when he saw his parents. They waved at him, and when he got close, they hugged him tightly. Momo, Okarun, and Taro were watching from a distance. They were happy to see that they were okay. However, Momo wondered why Gigi was just standing there like a board. She told Taro to adjust his movements. He replied that it was easy for them to say, but moving his body by itself wasn't easy. He suddenly raised his hands like a bird flapping its wings, which surprised Gigi's parents. Momo commented that he needed to sync up with Gigi. She got annoyed when she saw him doing strange movements. Meanwhile, Taro just wished to have his body back. At the hospital waiting area, news about the volcano eruption was being reported. It was said that no one died in the eruption. Currently, the wildfire was also under control. However, the area was still under a level 4 alert. Additionally, Joichi Kido and 10 others living in Daija, also known as the Serpent City, were arrested on suspicion of murder and abduction. The suspected ringleader was Naki Kido, whose age couldn't be determined. She was now on the run, so the police were searching for her whereabouts. But Naki, the head of the Kido family, could be seen furious. She was leaning against a tree and resting while spying on the police searching the forest. She was holding her right arm, which seemed to be in pain. She cursed, unable to believe that this happened after she had spent 200 years nurturing it. So, she threatened Momo, saying she wouldn't let this slide. She slowly transformed, revealing her true form. She declared that Momo had made an enemy of them, the Subterraneans. The next day, Momo and Okarun were on the way to school. Momo invited Okarun to walk together. In response, he greeted her good morning and asked about Gigi. She replied that things weren't looking good because it seemed the evil eye was getting used to the barrier. Okarun was then curious about when the exorcism would take place, and Momo answered that she didn't know yet because it appeared to be no ordinary exorcism. They apparently needed Hayashi performers, typically seen at festivals, to entertain the evil eye. This was said to help expel the spirit from the body. However, there weren't many people performing Hayashi music anymore, so it would be difficult for them. Okarun became nervous at the thought of having to face the evil eye again if the barrier was no longer effective. And so Momo replied that they needed to check it themselves. Suddenly, she remembered that she had a favor to ask Okarun. Before she could continue, someone suddenly hugged Okarun from behind, and it turned out to be Momo's friend. Miko greeted them and asked where Gigi was, knowing he was staying with them. Momo hadn't expected them and ended up hugging Miko, saying she was relieved to see her again because it meant she was back in reality. Miko was puzzled by this and told her to let go. Meanwhile, the other friend of theirs was clinging to Okarun, telling him to give Momo back. Miko then brought up the subject of the volcanic eruption and asked Momo and Okarun if they had seen it. The two became concerned about this. Momo apologized, saying she didn't want to talk about it for now. This caught Miko by surprise, thinking they would have liked that kind of crap. She pulled her phone and showed them the news about it, mentioning that a UFO had been spotted near the volcano when it happened. When Momo looked, she searched for the giant earthworm, which confused Miko. She asked if Momo was referring to an alien. Okarun and Momo just looked at each other and couldn't respond. Miko then told Momo to buy a new phone because she couldn't contact her. But Momo replied that she had no money. Her grandmother buys her uniform and other stuff, but she won't give her money for a phone. Meanwhile, at school, Eira walked with her head down in the hallway while other students stared at her. This wasn't her usual cheerful self when she saw her friends, and they seemed awkward with each other. Upon entering the room, her classmates gave her dirty looks before returning to their conversations. This worried Eira as she recalled confessing to them that she had spread gossip and badmouthed Momo. Feeling ashamed, she hesitated to step into the classroom and couldn't help but cry, realizing her reputation was ruined. However, Momo and Okarun suddenly approached her and asked how she was doing. Momo asked if they could talk. When Eira didn't respond immediately, Momo insisted, telling her to cut the act and just come with them. Eira struggled, asking what they wanted to do, and so Momo told her to be quiet and just come along. Eira's classmates were surprised to see this. Once they were away from others, Eira's true personality emerged, asking if they wanted to die. She told her not to act like friends in front of her class. However, Momo was pleased that the Eira they knew had returned. Eira replied that associating with someone like her was enough to tank her popularity. But she blushed, saying Takakura was different because she was happy he talked to her. Momo then brought up the reason she wanted to talk to them both. She wanted to invite Okarun and Eira to stay with her. The two were shocked by this suggestion. Momo explained that if Gigi became an evil eye again, she would feel better if they were both there. Her grandmother was there, of course, but they couldn't watch him 24/7. While she was at school, her grandmother watched Gigi with Manjiro, so Momo wanted her grandmother to be able to rest at night. The two were embarrassed and unsure how to respond. Okarun said it seemed there was no other way and it couldn't be avoided. Meanwhile, Eira said it was the worst. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. Momo was speechless at their vague answers, so she said if they couldn't do it, it was fine. But Eira and Okarun simultaneously replied that they would do it. Momo was delighted and asked if they could start that night. This made Eira think. Momo said if she had plans with her friends, she could come over whenever. Eira looked away and denied this, saying it wasn't like that. Momo then mentioned that if there was something between her and her friends because of her, she didn't need to force herself to get along with her. Eira was surprised and said she didn't need to hear that from her. She added that it had nothing to do with Momo, and she took responsibility for it. Because of it, Momo and Okarun exchanged glances. At the ISA house, Gigi noticed that his arm had come off. He asked Seiko what to do, as smoke was also coming out of it. And so Seiko picked up the detached part of his arm and examined it, seemingly expecting this. She told Taro that he could now leave Gigi's body and praised him for his work. Consequently, Taro's body parts began to detach one by one and fell to the floor. Taro commented that he was exhausted, while Gigi thanked him for saving him. Meanwhile, Seiko had a thermos slung over her shoulder and told Gigi that from now on, he would have no support, so he needed to be more careful. When washing his hands, she advised him to use hot water, to which Gigi agreed. Just then, Momo arrived at the house, and Seiko remarked on the perfect timing. Momo announced that she had brought the whole gang, while Okarun apologized for their intrusion. Gigi welcomed them, saying he had missed Okarun, and so he was surprised to see Gigi seemingly okay, while Momo wondered why Taro was off him. Surprisingly, Eira arrived dressed like a fashionista on vacation, wearing a hat, long coat, boots, and sunglasses. She was carrying a suitcase full of clothes and, as usual, complained that this was the worst and it makes her really sick. Gigi was delighted and said she looked as sweet as always. Eira thanked him and then asked him to carry her suitcase. Gigi took it while Eira looked for a place to put her coat. Meanwhile, Momo and Okarun noticed Taro lying on the floor. Seiko called them slackers and handed out thermoses. Momo took the red one, and Seiko instructed them to quickly douse Gigi with hot water if he transformed. She then went inside, saying dinner was almost ready, and asked them to prepare the table. Momo checked on Taro again, but he just asked to be left alone to rest. Meanwhile, when Okarun asked Gigi how he felt physically, Gigi replied that he felt like he could fly in the sky. Looking up at Momo, Turbo Granny asked if she had seen her fluffy cushion, to which Momo replied how would she know. They set up an electric cooker on the table to prepare their dinner, and everyone gathered around the table, seemingly excited to eat. During dinner, Momo was curious about what lotion Eira used. When Eira answered SKK Gold Experience, Momo knew it was expensive and asked if she could have some later. On the other side, Gigi invited Okarun to play Smash Brothers after eating, saying he was good at it. Okarun agreed and suggested everyone should play. Seiko then asked Okarun to pass the soy sauce, while Turbo Granny pestered Momo about her cushion again, but Momo repeated that she didn't know. As Okarun passed the soy sauce to Seiko, a drop fell on Gigi. This suddenly triggered the evil eye to emerge, causing chaos as it violently threw their dinner table, sending everyone flying. One quiet night suddenly turned chaotic. The evil eye's rampage had partially destroyed the ISA house. Everyone worked together to try and stop it. The evil eye kicked the transformed Okarun, while Eira's Acro-Silky version kicked it back. Meanwhile, Seiko grabbed her baseball bat. But as they couldn't control it, Momo took water from her thermos and splashed it on Gigi, who profusely apologized when he returned to his normal state. Because of what happened, Eira scolded Gigi, asking how many times it would take before he'd be satisfied. She reminded him that he'd been told repeatedly to use hot water when washing his hands. Seiko told Eira not to say that, as Gigi's situation was difficult. Meanwhile, Gigi knelt down, deeply embarrassed by what happened, while Turbo Granny smacked his back with wood. On the other side, Momo checked on Okarun, who said he was somewhat okay while trying to sit up. From a distance, Gigi stood up to apologize to him, to which he replied he should pay no mind to it. As he talks with Momo, Okarun mentioned that the evil eye seemed stronger now than before. Momo was concerned, wondering if this wasn't a big problem, since Gigi couldn't always be aware of every little thing. Seiko agreed, saying that by tomorrow, their house might be completely wrecked. They then heard a noise from outside. It came from 4 people who looked like rock stars, apologizing for intruding. Seiko replied that they should leave if they were intruding. The 4 were easy to talk to and quickly left. Momo then asked when the Hayashi performers would arrive, but Seiko didn't know either. Because of this, Momo suggested that for now, they should decide on the right formation as they were all over the place, especially Eira. Eira was annoyed, saying she was the leader and that Momo should follow what she does. However, Momo retorted sarcastically that if she followed a dumbass like her, they'd all die. Eira called her skank while Momo said she's fugly, and so Seiko had to stop them. Suddenly, someone excused themselves, surprising them all. The 4 from earlier had returned and asked if this was Seiko Isaya's house. Seiko replied, asking what if it was. One of them said they were there to fulfill her request. They introduced themselves as the Hayashi performers, which was unexpected. And so they prepared and brought out their instruments. They set up near the Torii gate, and Seiko put on traditional clothing for the exorcism. Seiko said they should have said they were the performers right away, but they explained they were also considering their image, so they apologized for that. Meanwhile, Momo seemed excited about the performance, as it wasn't what she expected, while Eira didn't appear impressed. Momo was curious if they were spirit mediums, but Seiko explained they weren't,
And they're not even spirit sensitive.
However, their performance was the real deal. They had the power to create sound that could reach the realm of the deceased. Additionally, being less sensitive made them less likely to be overwhelmed by evil spirits during the exorcism. Gigi was laid on a table-like surface while Seiko sat in front of him. The Hayashi performers were ready to play, with the lead vocalist hyping up the crowd and asking for cheers. And so Momo and Okarun shouted enthusiastically, while Eira just covered her ears. Seiko was in serious mode, and Gigi seemed nervous as the time for the exorcism had come. The shirtless drummer counted in, and the band gave their all in the performance. Momo, Okarun, and especially Eira couldn't believe the sound they were hearing. The vocalist, guitarist, and drummer showed impressive performance levels, leaving the three in awe. They cheered loudly, even shouting in excitement. The heavy metal performance had them headbanging along. Seiko appeared to be headbanging too, while waving what looked like a palm frond. But this caused Gigi to experience a different sensation as he saw visions of the evil eye's past and its younger self. He arched on the table, responding to both the exorcism and the band's performance. While this was happening, Momo and others kept their eyes closed while enjoying the performance. Seiko was focused on the exorcism, but suddenly Gigi shouted for them to stop. Consequently, Seiko called her granddaughter and instructed her to hold Gigi tightly, but to use her power and keep her distance. Though initially stunned, Momo said she understood and used her giant hand ability to restrain Gigi from moving. However, while holding him, she had a vision. She saw a field where children were playing. Gigi pleaded with them not to get rid of it and not to kill the evil eye. Everyone was shocked to hear this request. Gigi explained that he had promised the evil eye they would play together. He added that he only wanted someone to play with. The evil eye's childhood was shown, where he was always confined. Gigi said he had been imprisoned for so long, and its only dream was that one day someone would play with him, and so had practiced dancing, and now that he finally thought he was free, he was going to be killed again. Momo hadn't expected this, while Gigi broke down in tears, saying it was too sad. Okarun was also shocked by this decision. While lying down and crying, Gigi promised to do his best not to touch any cold water. He begged them not to kill the evil eye. He repeated this plea over and over, causing everyone to pause. Seiko then grabbed a fire extinguisher and doused the flames used for the exorcism, surprising Gigi. Seiko announced that she had changed her mind and the exorcism would not continue. This caused the band to stop their performance as well. Seiko added that they would welcome the evil eye into their family. Momo, Okarun, and Eira were shocked by this statement. Seiko apologized to the Hayashi performers for their wasted effort in coming, and said they were now free to leave. The vocalist replied that they understood, so the group packed up. Momo confirmed with her grandmother if she was sure about this decision. Seiko responded that she had heard what Gigi said, and it's the way it's gotta be. She turned to Gigi and said there's just something she likes about when Gigi showed that kind of spirit. Eira, however, didn't seem to favor this idea. She stated that if this meant they would have to watch over Gigi forever, then she was out, as their time was valuable and she didn't want to waste it on his selfishness. Gigi appeared ashamed of his request while Momo observed him. Okarun suddenly stepped up and said that if that was the case, he would improve himself to be able to watch over the evil eye. Eira was surprised by his decision. Okarun added that if he could become tough enough to check the evil eye, it wouldn't be a problem if he morphed. Eira was concerned and couldn't believe he would make such an effort for Gigi. She said he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully again and his life would be in danger. But Okarun replied that Gigi was his friend. Momo paused and put her arm around Okarun. She declared that she would train too, as it would be easier if two of them were watching the evil eye. Eira couldn't accept this, and so she said she would also become stronger to blow her out of the water. Momo and Eira challenged each other. Momo said if Eira thought she could do it, she should try, and called her a skank. Eira accepted the challenge and called Momo a fugly cow. While the two were arguing, Gigi ran to Okarun, saying he wanted to hug him. Meanwhile, as Seiko was tidying up, she noticed a water droplet on her shoulder. Looking at the sky, she realized it was raining. She called Eira and the others morons and told them to get hot water immediately. Gigi, crying, ran towards Okarun. Suddenly, Gigi transformed into the evil eye and punched Okarun hard. causing him to be thrown back and further damaging the ISA house. The Hayashi performers said their goodbyes, telling them to contact them again if they needed help with anything else. Seiko agreed and thanked them for their work, while Momo commented that they might need to call them sooner than expected. Concerned about the now severely damaged house, Momo worried it would be cold, and so Seiko instructed her to get cardboard from the supermarket. Meanwhile, inside, Gigi knelt before Eira as she scolded him again. The family improvised by covering the roof with a tarp and using boxes for the walls. Seiko began training Gigi, instructing him to straighten his back and assume the Japanese Seiza seating posture, the traditional or polite way of sitting on the floor in Japanese culture. Gigi followed her instructions to focus his power on the point below his navel. She told him to imagine laser beams emanating from the top of his head and through his fingertips. Gigi concentrated, but when Seiko pushed him with her bat, he fell over. She told him to try not to fall when pushed, saying he should sit as if roots were growing from him into the ground. Gigi quickly complied, while Momo demonstrated that his back should be like a rod. She encouraged him to push her, even strongly, to show him how it's done. Gigi was surprised and warned her about pushing. He was impressed that despite his strong force, Momo didn't fall. Seiko commented that it was pretty good for Momo, especially since she used to complain when Seiko made her practice this. Momo replied that she hadn't thought she would need it in the future. Gigi then remembered something Momo used to do and asked if it was related to the weird pose she would make when they were still elementary students. Momo proudly confirmed that it was, explaining that this was why she could use superpowers. Seiko added that in this state, chi emerges. If they could reach this state, they would be able to access their spiritual powers. She emphasized that Gigi's spiritual power shouldn't be underestimated. Seiko explained that if he could handle his power, even if the evil eye emerged, he would be able to control it on his own. That evening, they were seen sleeping in sleeping bags with makeshift curtains on the walls. Gigi woke up and stood, feeling cold. Okarun heard the noise and, wearing a sleep mask, felt around to check if Gigi was still beside him. Realizing Gigi was gone, he got up and followed, carrying a thermos. Gigi had gone to use the bathroom, and Okarun waited outside the door. When Gigi finished, he was startled to find Okarun there. Okarun reminded him to use warm water to wash his hands, checking the temperature before letting Gigi use it. Because of this, Gigi thanked him. Momo opened her door upon hearing them. When the boys gave her a thumbs up to indicate everything was okay, she returned the gesture and closed her door. As they walked back, Gigi thanked Okarun again. Gigi noticed a detached cardboard, and so Okarun asked Gigi to move away from it since there's evening dew. Gigi took responsibility, but Okarun told him not to apologize, saying they would face it together. While fixing the wall, Okarun recalled when he was cursed by Turbo Granny and caused problems for Momo and others. Nevertheless, they did everything to ensure all his needs were met. Okarun shared that he had promised to pay back for the living expenses, clothes, and other costs, so he decided to deliver newspapers to earn money for it. However, Seiko refused to accept it, saying there was no point in him paying. She told him that if he felt indebted for their care, he should pay it forward by helping others in need. She added that's what it meant to be in this together. Gigi was touched and commented on how impressive Momo's grandmother was. Okarun wished he could say such things, but felt it would just make him seem like he was trying to be cool. However, he expressed his desire to become a little bit cooler, to be more like Seiko, which made Gigi smile. Soon morning came, and Eira was the first to wake up. She looked at Momo, who was sleeping in a messy position, and remarked that she had no crisis management skills. After bathing, Eira ironed her hair and applied makeup. Breakfast was ready, with some commenting on how cold it was. While eating, Eira, already poised, asked Okarun if he wanted more food, mentioning there was still miso soup and encouraging him to eat his fill. Meanwhile, Momo was still wrapped in her sleeping bag, obviously just woken up. Meanwhile, while eating, Seiko instructed Gigi to focus his power below his navel again and maintain a straight body, telling him to project his chi at all times, which he followed. Okarun seemed sleepy while eating, and Turbo Granny was sleeping soundly nearby. Momo then requested more food, but Eira told her to get it herself. This irritated Momo, who called Eira a skank again, as she was only being annoyingly helpful to Okarun. Yet Eira didn't deny it. After eating, Gigi walked them out and said goodbye. Outside, Eira asked Okarun if he had forgotten anything and if he was ready for his classes. He answered yes, while Momo complained of a stomachache, possibly due to the cold in their house. Eira clarified that Momo slept with her stomach exposed, to which Momo retorted that Eira should have covered her with a blanket. Momo then mentioned that Eira's teeth grinding was deafening, so Eira hushed her and called her a liar. At school, Momo suddenly announced she had decided to get a part-time job. Miko wondered where this came from, and Momo explained she needed to repair their house. When Miko asked what about her phone, Momo replied that she didn't need it right now. What she needed was warmth. When asked if it was really that cold at their place, Momo quipped that it was colder than a dead witch's bosom. Their other friend then remembered that Rarina was looking for part-time help. Miko confirmed it was at a restaurant. Momo couldn't believe it and asked them to tell Rarina she'd worked super hard. However, Miko pointed out that Momo never lasted long in part-time jobs due to conflicts with superiors. In her defense, Momo said it was because she disliked injustice. Miko explained it would be hard to recommend her if they thought she'd quit quickly. Momo insisted she'd be fine, claiming she was grown up and wouldn't sweat the small stuff. Miko and Kei exchanged glances because of her statement. After some time, the two then went to Okarun's class and called him. Miko mentioned Momo had a part-time shift, so he can leave without her. Okarun said okay. However, the girls had other plans. They pulled Okarun along, saying now the three of them could hang out. Okarun struggled and refused, concerning other students who witnessed this. Irritated, Miko and Kei told him to come along quietly. They dragged him out of school while he protested that he doesn't go on dates. But they insisted it was just tea and couldn't be called a date. Miko asked if it would be considered a date if Gigi and Momo had tea together. Okarun said no, which annoyed Miko, who questioned the difference. Finally arriving at their destination, Okarun still refused to drink tea. When they said he'd be thirsty, he denied it. Miko eventually agreed he didn't have to drink tea as long as he joined them. They went to the 6th floor of a building to a place called Momo Kikaho. There, they were greeted by Momo in a maid costume, who was shocked to see them. She couldn't believe Okarun was there, and he seemed equally surprised. As Momo covered her face in embarrassment, her coworker welcomed the group and asked how many they were. Kei replied they were 3, while Miko pushed Okarun closer to Momo, calling her maid lady and instructing her to serve this customer, referring to Okarun. Momo turned away, saying fine and welcoming them. But Miko complained about Momo's bad attitude as a maid, and so Momo's coworker advised her to be more polite and speak clearly. With no choice, Momo faced Okarun, who was visibly blushing. She bowed and welcomed them, and called them out using a vulgar word. Okarun's reaction was indescribable, while Momo's co-worker scolded her, saying she should have said welcome back. Momo apologized, claiming it was a slip of the tongue. The 3 were seated inside the maid cafe, with the maids kneeling to take their orders. Kei requested pure apple juice, while Miko ordered tea. Momo seemed shy, facing Okarun in her maid costume, and Okarun appeared awkward. Miko confirmed if Okarun really wasn't going to drink anything. He replied he will, since Momo was making an effort. However, Miko insisted he had said earlier he wouldn't drink there. While serving tea, the server recited a magic chant to enhance the drink's flavor, but Miko complained she couldn't hear it. It was Momo pouring the tea, repeatedly saying make it nice and tasty. Miko teased her, saying it didn't look nice and tasty, and that she should pour love into it. After that, she told Momo she could do it if she put her mind to it, and next time she should say it from her gut. Extremely irritated by her friend's teasing, Momo threatened to kill them before quickly retracting and saying she appreciated their advice. Momo's co-worker then faced them and said to make their drinks even tastier, they should do a heart pose in front of their chest and perform a Momo beam. She said they would all do it and started counting. Despite being embarrassed, Momo made a heart pose, as did Okarun, who was blushing intensely. The two were side by side, with Miko and Kei next to them, all simultaneously doing the Momo tri-beam and heart pose. Momo called her friends bastards, saying they'll regret it. Kei said Momo was doing a good job, and Miko mentioned she took adorable photos of Momo. Momo said that Miko told her the job was at a restaurant, but Kei retorted, asking who cares since Momo is a maid and it's cute. Angrily, Momo asked if they just came there to make fun of her. She also told Okarun to leave, while Kei and Miko continued teasing her, with Kei thanking her for her service while Miko tells her she's on the road to renovating. The two invited Okarun to leave, but he said he would stay. The two seemed to whisper to each other, and they told Okarun to have fun. Momo said Okarun needed to leave right away because Gigi will be waiting for him, and Okarun apologized for coming to where Momo works. As he should, Momo replies, and she told him not to come back. Momo also mentioned it was cold, and Okarun asked her until what time she'd be there. Momo replied she'd be there until 10 o'clock, and Okarun said he'd stay until Momo finished, which seemed to surprise her. Momo was trying to make Okarun leave, adding that it was freezing and he might get sick, but Okarun said it was dangerous for a girl to go home alone at night. Momo said she was tough, so she'd be okay. Okarun listened and he left, and as he walked away, Momo watched him sadly, now alone. Time passed, and Momo did many things. She took customers' orders, poured tea, did a Momo beam, took pictures, and had her picture taken. Soon, it was 10 o'clock, and Momo was thanking everyone and apologized for any trouble she caused. Her co-workers said she did a great job that day, and they'd see each other tomorrow. Momo said goodbye, and her colleague told her to take care. She left, and it seemed she was looking for something around her. Momo said she was going home. Then suddenly Okarun appeared, surprising her. Okarun asked if her work was finished, and she responded with another question, asking if he hadn't gone home. Okarun said he couldn't let a woman go home alone at that hour, so they should go home quickly. The weather was cold, and she held Okarun's hand, which made him look at her in surprise. Momo said it was because of the cold, and Okarun was speechless. Let's shift to Gigi, who was practicing the pose Seiko taught him, while Manjiro was pushing him, saying hey-ho. Manjiro reported to Seiko that he couldn't even budge Gigi. Seiko said that was good, and that Gigi learns quickly. Then, Seiko ordered Manjiro to prepare hot water, while telling Gigi not to move. Seiko said they would try to see if Gigi would react to soy sauce, but Gigi objected, and Manjiro asked if it wasn't too early. Seiko made Gigi visualize what would happen, as if steam was coming out of every pore. Everything would be okay, she said. He just needed to believe in himself. Seiko seemed to use her cigarette as incense, and Manjiro and Gigi were visibly nervous as Seiko poured a small drop of soy sauce on Gigi. When the soy sauce touched Gigi, it looked like he was about to be possessed by the evil eye, and Seiko stopped Manjiro from splashing water on Gigi. After a while, Gigi gradually overcame the evil eye and said that was close. Manjiro couldn't believe it was possible, and Gigi said it drained all his strength. Seiko said Gigi was a prodigy, but warned him not to be careless because even though he could handle room temperature liquids, cold ones were still forbidden. At least they now knew Gigi could control it, and it seemed he could return to normal. Momo and the others had returned home, and Seiko scolded them for coming home late. Momo said she was working, and her grandmother seemed not to believe it,
as this was the first time she's heard about it. Momo asked what's the big deal,
and added that she was feeling cold. She said that she is going to drink the hot water, and Gigi ran to her excitedly, saying he was incredible earlier. Eira also ran with a milk tea in hand, asking what Momo and Okarun were doing at that hour. Unfortunately, the two collided, and Eira's milk tea spilled on Gigi. Everyone acted quickly, but it was too late, and Gigi transformed into the evil eye, immediately using the cursed house, so the hot water they splashed on him had no effect. Momo tried to splash water again, but she seemed to be surrounded by the souls of the cursed house, and we can see the evil eye approaching her. Its face was full of anger, and Okarun tried to stop it, saying it should fight him instead. Seiko brought out a talisman and faced it towards the souls, but the evil eye knocked her down using a grudge ball that burned the talisman. After that, we see the evil eye about to punch Momo, and Okarun is transforming in the background, looking ready to fight. Fear and anxiety were visible on the faces of Seiko, Okarun, and Momo as the evil eye was about to punch Momo. At that moment, Momo's powers suddenly activated, and she pinned the evil eye against the wall of the cursed house. Unfortunately, the cursed house seemed to shrink, and the evil eye grabbed Momo by the neck, its face contorted with anger. Then, Momo spat water in the evil eye's face, surprising Seiko, Manjiro, and Okarun, who was trying to enter the cursed house. In a flashback, we're reminded that Momo had drunk hot water earlier. When we return to the present, she says that was a close call, and it's fortunate she hadn't swallowed the water she drank. Gigi returned to normal, and he couldn't believe he had been choking Momo, so he apologized to her. Momo said it was okay, and Okarun intervened, pushing Gigi away. He immediately checked on Momo, asking if she was alright and if she could breathe. Momo replied that she was fine, just scared. Gigi still couldn't believe what had happened, and Momo was laughing when she asked Okarun if he saw her awesome move, but Okarun said that it was no laughing matter. Seiko wiped Gigi clean and told him it wasn't his fault and that everything was okay. Nevertheless, Gigi still looked guilty as he watched Okarun taking care of Momo. In the next scene, someone was apologizing, and it turned out to be Eira. Momo asked her why she was apologizing, and Eira said it was about what happened earlier. Momo said there was nothing Eira could have done, and these things happen. Eira apologized again, saying she'd be more careful, but Momo told her to stop and go to sleep because she was being annoying. On the other hand, the two young men weren't talking to each other and slept with their backs turned to one another. Okarun still seemed angry about what happened earlier, as his fist was clenched. We moved to another place where someone called Mr. Penny because a friend was looking for him. What a surprise! Mr. Penny responded, and it turned out to be Okarun, who called him Mr. Shrimp and asked why he looked like that. Mr. Shrimp said that's how he looks when on Earth, which seemed to impress Okarun. He said it was true that aliens disguise themselves as humans, and he appeared to be writing this in a small notebook. He also asked how many aliens were on Earth. Mr. Shrimp replied that he didn't know and asked what he could do for Okarun. Okarun said he had a favor to ask, which was for Mr. Shrimp to accept him as a disciple and teach him how to punch. Mr. Shrimp refused, and when Okarun asked why it wasn't possible, he answered that violence was wrong. Then he asked Okarun to move some sacks, and Okarun asked if he helped, would Mr. Shrimp accept him as an apprentice. Mr. Shrimp still didn't agree, and Okarun asked again why it wasn't possible. In the next scene, we see Okarun walking home, saying he won't lose heart. He said tomorrow he'd manage to convince Mr. Shrimp to teach him how to punch. Okarun let the people at home know he was back, and Seiko asked if he also got a part-time job, to which he gave a mixed yes and no answer. Seiko told him to hurry up and eat because she couldn't wash the dishes until Okarun had eaten. Okarun and Gigi still weren't talking to each other, and Manjiro said it wasn't feasible. He was talking to Seiko, saying they managed to handle the evil eye thanks to Momo's quick wits, but that wouldn't happen again. First of all, it was weird to live with an evil spirit in the first place. He said they should call the Hayashi band again, and if Seiko wouldn't perform the ritual prayer, he would do it, so he'd contact them. Seiko called him, saying it was a bitter pill. She explained that as an adult, you dream of being able to shoulder all the burdens of the young and tell them to do whatever they want. Manjiro replied that it's also the responsibility of adults to show reality to the young. He admired Gigi's spirit, but what can't be done, and that's sad. In the next scene, we see that someone outside Momo's house, and it turned out to be Okarun practicing how to punch. Someone asked him what he was dancing, and it was Turbo Granny. Okarun replied that he wasn't dancing, and Turbo Granny called him clumsy, so he told her to leave him alone. Turbo Granny asked why he was learning how to punch, and he answered that he wanted to toughen up. Toughen up, and then what? Turbo Granny asked, did Okarun want to kill someone? Okarun said he was always pissed off, and he wanted to overpower the evil eye and send it flying. Turbo Granny asked if he wanted to learn how to punch or become strong. Okarun said they were the same thing, and he wanted to learn how to punch to become strong. Turbo Granny said they were different because being able to punch doesn't necessarily mean becoming strong. The Evil Eye is at a much higher level compared to Okarun in terms of power and technique. Its speed is considerable, and it can match Turbo Granny's strength. Okarun asked what he should do, and Turbo Granny answered with another question. Didn't he remember whose power he could use? Turbo Granny asked him again if he wanted to learn how to punch or if he wanted to become strong. Okarun said he wanted to become strong, and Turbo Granny told him to come with her, calling him shit for brains. They left, but someone saw the two of them. It was Eira, and she followed them. Turbo Granny told Okarun that he is capable of using her powers, but he's still weak, and she hates it. She said she'll just toughen Okarun up, so he should come with her, and she wants 110% from him. Okarun seemed surprised about where Turbo Granny was taking him, and he asked her if she really wanted him to go there, referring to the school. Don't sweat it, Turbo Granny replied, telling Okarun to just go in. Okarun said it was bad, and if they got caught, he'd be in trouble. Turbo Granny said that if he gets in trouble, he should just think about ramen or something. Okarun responded that from the start, he didn't want to get in trouble. Eira Shiratori confronted Okarun, asking what he was doing. Okarun was surprised that Shiratori had been following them, and Turbo Granny told her not to interfere while calling her a turd. She added that they should forget about Shiratori, and Okarun pleaded with Shiratori not to tell anyone what they were doing. Shiratori replied that they should just tell her what they were going to do. Okarun said Shiratori couldn't come with them, and she responded that she wouldn't leave until they told her what they were doing. Turbo Granny tried to send her away again, and Shiratori got angry, seeming like she was about to transform into Acro-Silky. She called Turbo Granny a little shit dumpling and said that the next time she underestimates her, she'll punch the hairball she calls a face. Bring it on, you dum-dum, Turbo Granny replied, saying she'd kill her, but Shiratori suddenly stepped on her, causing them both to say Aura 4 times, while Okarun tried to stop them. Shiratori said Okarun could have just told her, and she wanted to get stronger too. She added that the bad language earlier was Acro-Silky, not her. Oh, you don't say, says Okarun, and Shiratori replied that she couldn't even think of such things, which made Turbo Granny call her a dummy. Shiratori responded by calling Turbo Granny a hairball-faced grilled pork idiot, and Turbo Granny said it seemed like Shiratori wanted to say goodbye forever. Okarun seemed to be getting fed up with them and just said they were both hopeless. Turbo Granny brought them to a music room, and Shiratori said she was scared. Okarun said she'd be okay, and they had yokai powers too. In the background, they could see pictures of some famous musicians from the past. A Dandadan sound startled Shiratori, causing her to punch Okarun. Turbo Granny said it was her, which made Shiratori ask if she was trying to get killed. Then, she apologized to Okarun and checked if he was okay. Okarun said he was fine, and he also checked on Shiratori. Turbo Granny ordered Okarun to jump in time with the piano notes, and he asked what it was for. Turbo Granny replied that there was no time, so he should hurry up and just do it. Okarun followed, and Turbo Granny called him a dummy. Okarun asked what Turbo Granny was trying to do, and she explained that it was Okarun's combat rhythm. Okarun was confused about the rhythm, so Turbo Granny showed him the Evil Eye's rhythm. Okarun seemed surprised, and Turbo Granny asked if he got it now. Then, she showed Okarun the difference between his rhythm and the Evil Eye's rhythm. She explained the difference between the two, saying that Okarun only does one action when jumping, while the Evil Eye has 4 moves. What Okarun understood was that the Evil Eye was faster than Turbo Granny,
which is why he had trouble shaking off the Evil Eye.
Turbo Granny angrily said she was 10 billion times faster, and added that she was talking about technique. She said Okarun's rhythm was too monotonous, and she was talking about how many notes Okarun could fit into one beat. How many times he could change actions, which becomes important in a fight. She added that Shiratori could switch 4 times in one beat, and so could the Evil Eye, but when they included its attack inside the cursed house, it became 10 times. On the other hand, Okarun could only do 2. Then they suddenly heard music playing. The music was getting louder, and Shiratori asked if it was an orchestra, while Okarun was looking for where it was coming from. Turbo Granny said they were there, and Okarun asked what she meant, saying he couldn't hear Turbo Granny because of the loudness. The two looked at the grand piano. Then, someone said that he could hear impure sounds and asked who was making them. we can see that there were people playing musical instruments, and they were the musicians we saw in the pictures, looking like giants with heads larger than their bodies. The man at the piano shouted the word incompetence and asked who was making the unclean sounds in his orchestra. Shiratori said it wasn't them, and she asked Okarun if he wanted to leave. Good idea, Okarun replied, but Turbo Granny snitched on Okarun and Shiratori. The man seemed to get angry and played something on the piano, and we see something explode in front of Okarun and Shiratori. The two transformed because of this, and Shiratori asked what it was, and Okarun said it was depressing. Someone was playing the violin, and we see 3 more musicians playing instruments that were releasing musical notes. Okarun tried to charge at them, but he hit a note that suddenly exploded and triggered other notes to explode as well. Shiratori worried about Okarun, and Turbo Granny called them dumb bastards, saying they needed to avoid those because the musical notes were bombs. She added that they should be careful of the rest symbols because they wouldn't be able to move if hit by them. Shiratori realized that Turbo Granny was telling them to avoid the notes, but she asked how they could dodge a barrage like that. Beethoven attacked using Symphony No. 6, Pastoral, and when he used it, they were suddenly transported to an open field that resembled a rice plantation. Eira was surprised when she noticed it was a paddy field, while Okarun merely commented that he wanted to go home. But Turbo Granny told him to focus as musical notes were flying towards them. The two ran and tried to dodge the multitude of notes while Turbo Granny shouted at them to avoid that barrage. However, because they were in a paddy field, Eira commented while running that her feet were sinking and she could barely run, while Okarun was being tossed around by the explosions, remarking how depressing it was, which irritated Turbo Granny, causing her to call them clumsy oafs. Beethoven shouted at them to burn in hell, while Mozart yelled poopy poopy, and Dvorak made sounds while saying that No. 6 train was approaching. Mahler, on the other hand, kept repeating the word father, which annoyed Bach, who told him to stop talking about his dad, and added that Bach himself was also remarkable. Meanwhile, Bernstein continued conducting while saying they were too slow and should give it more life and increase the tempo. A torrent of notes continued to rain down on Okarun and Eira, but while Okarun could only cover himself, Eira managed to dodge those little bombs with her elegance and speed, which amazed Okarun, who commented on how awesome she was for evading everything. Turbo Granny scolded him, saying this was not the time for admiration, and that he needed to dodge like her too. While running, Okarun was hit by a half-rest note, which made him stop abruptly, puzzling him, which further irritated Turbo Granny, who called him a dumbass while saying she had warned him earlier to be careful of the rest symbols. Because of this, a solid mass of notes hit him, causing a loud explosion, while Eira screamed in concern for him. Okarun's face was visibly burned, and Eira had to shield her face due to the force of the explosion there. Eira could only say shit as she charged towards the music room portraits while shouting that they were cowards and demanding they come down. While she continued to dodge their attacks, Okarun regained consciousness on the side and coughed due to the attack he had endured, commenting that Eira was amazing while he was useless. He said he had fought tough opponents many times before, so he thought he would have become stronger by now, even if just a little, but that didn't happen, and he hadn't improved at all. After standing up from their fall, Turbo Granny started throwing rocks at Okarun while shouting that if he had time to complain, he had time to act, and asked where his sense of rhythm was. She also pointed out that the tempo of the performance was speeding up, so they couldn't be sure how long Eira could avoid their attacks. She said he didn't need to understand their performance and should just try to remember any music he knew, saying anything would be fine. And then, she told him to move his body to that rhythm, which made Okarun complain that it was easy for Turbo Granny to say, but he had never listened to music before, so he was clueless about this. While thinking, Okarun suddenly remembered something, having a light bulb moment, and said that he did hear some music recently that really moved him and he managed to follow its rhythm. And it seemed he was referring to the Hayashi performers who had arrived earlier to try to exorcise Evil Eye from Gigi's body. Meanwhile, Eira continued to dodge the relentless rain of notes from the music room portraits, and she kept saying shit because she couldn't find any openings to counter, and even when she tried to extend her hair, it was hit by the notes and couldn't reach them. Suddenly, her feet sank into the ground while running, which startled and panicked her. Beethoven shouted that the field seemed almost completely plowed by the music notes, and he called Eira a fool, adding that it was because of her running around in circles. A rain of numerous notes poured towards her, and soon all of them fell, causing an enormous explosion. Fortunately, Okarun arrived and quickly carried Eira away from the dangerous situation. Eira blushed at Okarun's rescue, while Beethoven became irritated and called them little pipsqueaks, continuing to pour notes on the two. As Okarun ran towards the falling notes, suddenly someone raised a mic, and it appeared that Okarun imagined the Hayashi performers playing to counter the music of the music room portraits. Because of this, Okarun managed to create his own rhythm and started dodging the notes sent by Beethoven and the others. Okarun's speed was so great that Turbo Granny's face was deforming, but she was happy that Okarun could do it, though she still trash-talked him by calling him a sack of shit. Nevertheless, the notes still exploded loudly, and Beethoven commented that he didn't really care about this pipsqueak's rhythm, calling Okarun a little bastard, but to their surprise, a strand of hair wrapped around Bernstein's neck, startling them. Eira's hair pulled Bernstein towards them, and as he got close, she immediately kicked him in the head, making him spin around. After that, Eira stood up confidently and commented, "Oh me, oh my," adding that it was time to start the dance party, while Okarun also took a stance to charge forward. After Eira's solid kick hit Bernstein, she sent him back to his portrait form, and suddenly, his other companions could no longer float and all crashed to the ground. Eira commented on how lucky they were because it seemed those portraits couldn't levitate without their conductor, while Turbo Granny hurried them, telling Okarun and Eira to finish them off. Because of this, Eira cursed at Turbo Granny, telling her not to order her around and called her a puked-up hairball, to which Turbo Granny retorted not to talk back to her, calling Eira a sniveling little worm, while Okarun, still in his sad boy Turbo Granny form, just sighed, "What a bummer." The music room portrait stood up, and Beethoven and his companions immediately started playing the Ninth Symphony. Choral symphony, and a multitude of notes emerged again surrounding them, while Eira and Okarun began to charge forward while commenting that they were just wasting time there and that the note barrage wouldn't work on them anymore. However, as they approached, suddenly 4 large people appeared in front of them singing, which surprised the two, and when they looked around, they were surrounded by a massive group of choir singers, and as they stopped, it appeared that the environment had changed into a large theater room full of choir singers. The 4 large ones sang intensely, while the others began to charge towards the 2 of them while continuing to sing. They started to stop them by kicking and pushing, and while doing this, Eira asked what these things were, so Turbo Granny explained that they were illusions and told them not to pay attention to them. She told them to take down the musicians, so Eira asked where they were because she couldn't see them in the crowd they were facing. Turbo Granny ordered her to use her hair to lift herself into the air, which she immediately did, and as Turbo Granny observed the crowd from above, she quickly noticed that the musicians were hiding behind the giant singers there. However, Eira and Okarun couldn't move due to the number of people mobbing them, so Eira became irritated at where these people were touching her, saying she was stuck and helpless in this situation, while Okarun said that if they didn't hurry, they would be crushed to death there. Eira quickly reached out her hand to him, which he took, and as he reached her, Eira swiftly leashed her hair to one of the giant singers there and pulled them all into the air. They managed to climb onto the head of this giant, causing the other giants to turn towards them and swing to hit them. They managed to dodge the swings of 2 giants, causing them to hit their companion, but while still in the air, another one prepared to hit them again, so Eira was forced to kick Okarun towards the musicians, which surprised them. She explained to him to leave the giants to her, and Okarun handled the musicians, and because of her action, she was the only one hit by the swings of 2 giant singers, causing her to spit blood. Eira remembered Momo's situation when she accidentally splashed Gigi with milk tea, and because of that, she gained courage and pushed herself, where she immediately used her hair to coil it around the head of one of the female giants, using it as a stepping stone. As she landed on its shoulder, another female giant tried to punch her but missed, causing its attack to hit its ally, and Eira jumped towards the face of this female singer. So the male giant tried to attack her, but only hit the face of his ally. The female singer's nose was broken because of this, and Eira jumped onto the head of the male and started to wrap his head with her hair. Before long, his face seemed to become a web as it was completely covered, and because of that, the male singer suffocated, inevitably causing him to fall to the ground. After defeating those giants, Eira struck a confident pose on the ground while commenting that it was fine to sing and feel good because of it, but they should be careful not to pass out due to lack of oxygen. On the other hand, the music room portraits were raining music notes on Okarun, but since he had already found his rhythm, he could easily dodge all of them. Turbo Granny shouted while riding on his back to hurry up because if he wasn't fast enough, they would be surrounded again, to which Okarun replied that he knew that, but he could only go all out twice. He said there were 5 musicians and 1 blast for each would be too slow. When Turbo Granny mentioned that 5 notes in 1 beat was too easy for her, Okarun realized something and quickly charged forward while shouting that he finally understood. Once he realized whatever it was he had realized, he quickly started jumping around like he did when one of his balls returned to him, and he managed to perform the 5 notes in 1 beat, where his weird jump attack solidly hit all the members of the music room portraits. After the music room portraits received Okarun's unusual attack, they were flung away and completely returned to their portrait forms, which caused the disappearance of the illusion they had created, such as the multitude of people mobbing Eira and the large theater room. And they were back in the music room they had entered, which surprised Okarun and made him ask if they had defeated them. Okarun approached Eira and asked if she was okay, to which Eira agreed. Okarun commented that somehow they had defeated those portraits thanks to her, so he thanked her, which made her cheeks blush. Eira remembered her usual reaction when Okarun praised her, as if she was trying to be cute and brushing it off while praising him back, but now she felt different, and it was as if she felt her attraction to Okarun more intensely, so she wondered about this and thought about what was happening and where her usual self had gone. Suddenly, Turbo Granny interjected and arrogantly said that Okarun should be thanking her lessons and show gratitude and respect, which irritated Eira. Because of this, Eira teasingly said that Turbo Granny was here and that her presence was like pond scum, so she hadn't noticed her right away, which annoyed Turbo Granny, and she invited Eira to go outside to fight, saying her last farewell was a done deal. Despite this, Okarun also thanked Turbo Granny and said he thought he understood the sense of rhythm she was talking about, which Turbo Granny dismissively brushed off and told him not to be cocky because what Okarun had picked up was no more than earwax and her power was far beyond his capabilities. After that, Eira asked who they had fought against, so Turbo Granny explained that they were mere thought forms called tulpas, and they were the collective fears of everyone for the portraits in the music room that had taken form. She said that if they played the piano inside the music room at 2 a.m., those forms would appear again, but if they died there, they would die for real, so Okarun and Eira passed on a second round. Anyway, Eira said, why did Turbo Granny know about ghosts and various things in this school? And she questioned if she had a scheme for coming there, to which Turbo Granny replied that, well, she always fantasized about killing them. While this was happening, let's turn to Momo's house, where Manjiro was saying they should call the Hayashi performers again, and that Evil Eye was surely preparing for them too, so they couldn't prolong this anymore. He said he didn't want to think about it, but he was sure someone would die here. He also asked Gigi if he didn't want Momo to be killed, and as things stood, he couldn't live with his parents either. After a moment of silence and Seiko and Manjiro sensing the atmosphere, Manjiro stated directly that they would perform the exorcism tomorrow, and in fact, he had already made arrangements with the Hayashi performers. And as he walked away, Momo shouted to wait and that he couldn't decide all of this by himself, to which Manjiro just added that he'll perform the ritual prayer himself. Momo tried to tell on Manjiro to Seiko and told her to speak up because she had said they were family here and that Gigi was already practicing his spiritual powers. Someone outside shouted Gigi's name and told him to come out, which caught their attention, and Momo noticed it was Okarun's voice, so they quickly went outside. When they went out, they saw Eira, Okarun and Turbo there, and Okarun was looking seriously at Gigi, so Gigi looked at him puzzled. Momo approached and asked Okarun what was happening, and where they had come from so late at night, to which Okarun just signaled Eira to give him water, and she quickly gave it to him, which caught Momo's attention and made her worry and ask what they thought they were doing there. Okarun shouted that no one would interfere there and that he would crush Evil Eye to a pulp. Manjiro and Seiko also came out because of the scene they were making, while Momo said that Okarun was pissing her off and this wasn't a game, to which Okarun replied that he was pissed off too, and extremely pissed off when Evil Eye attacked her. He explained that for a while he thought they could do something about this, but Evil Eye was too dangerous, and he pointed out that it was savage and cunning, and this wasn't the kind of thing they could just leave alone. He added that nevertheless, they were trying to accept it in any way they could, so he commented that this was totally weird and totally badass. And as he was saying this, he immediately started to transform into his Turbo Granny Curse form, and that was what pissed him off, that he was so weak. Momo and the others were surprised by his transformation, and he said to wait Gigi, and he swore he would protect his wish and protect Evil Eye. Manjiro shouted for him to calm down and said they had already decided to exorcise Gigi and they didn't need to fight Evil Eye, to which Seiko called out to him and said there was fire in Okarun's words and not to embarrass him. Okarun took a stance to charge, while Eira cheered him on saying they would start now, and Okarun made Momo step back. Before Okarun charged, Gigi asked him to help Evil Eye, to which Okarun agreed while preparing. In an instant, Okarun quickly charged towards Gigi and Eira threw water at Gigi, causing him to transform into Evil Eye, who immediately prepared to send his grudge ball at Okarun. His grudge ball split into numerous spheres, and he quickly threw them towards Okarun, who was still charging head-on, which made Momo and the others worry and shout. As Okarun got close to Evil Eye, he quickly ducked to avoid Evil Eye's follow-up flying kick, and while dodging this, Okarun was also able to avoid the multitude of sphere attacks from Evil Eye using his extraordinary speed. After that, Okarun performed his unique attack again where, after ducking, he used the full strength of his legs to quickly raise his body while in a double-knuckle pose, and Evil Eye tried to block it with both his arms, but due to its power, he was still pushed back, but as he retreated, he immediately followed up with a counterattack using his numerous spheres. But Okarun easily swerved to avoid all of them with extraordinary speed. Evil Eye tried to kick Okarun while he was charging, but due to his speed, he managed to dodge it, whereupon Evil Eye attempted to use a heel stomp that was so powerful it destroyed the ground. But Okarun still managed to evade by lying down and tucking his body, and as a counter, he kicked hard using both feet, which solidly hit Evil Eye's back, sending him flying. While Evil Eye was still in the air, Okarun quickly stood up and punched him hard in the face, and it was almost like a Tekken match where Okarun juggled Evil Eye by spamming his power squat punch. Evil Eye sent his spheres again to try and stop the heated Okarun, and when they hit, it caused the destruction of the ground where Okarun was standing, while he was still in the air, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. It turns out Okarun was fine, and he jumped high to follow up with his attack again. And he seemed to have become like a demon, eager to take down Evil Eye, and Evil Eye suddenly smiled when he saw Okarun's expression. Okarun kicked Evil Eye again using his double straight kick that sent Evil Eye flying towards the ground. And after he bounced once, in an instant, Okarun quickly got to the ground and prepared to charge. And after commenting that now he would go all out, he used his special move, the body javelin throw, which solidly hit Evil Eye's body, sending him flying. The impact Evil Eye received was so strong that he was thrown into Momo's house, causing a large part of it to be destroyed. Eira and Momo were hit by debris, so they tried to dodge it, while Manjiro protected Seiko from the flying debris. After this attack, Okarun returned to his human form, and while looking at Evil Eye's buried body, unfortunately, he still managed to stand up, and he started laughing loudly and commented how fun this was and asked if Okarun knew how much fun he was. Even though Evil Eye was spitting blood, he happily invited Okarun to charge again and fight more because he had never been this fun. Eira shouted "oh no" because Okarun had already gone all out once earlier, so he wouldn't be able to transform again, to which Okarun shouted that he wasn't finished and they shouldn't interfere, which caught the attention of his friends. Momo called out to Seiko and ordered her to give Okarun backup. So Seiko asked if she was sure because if she got involved, it would mean Evil Eye would be exorcised. Evil Eye started walking towards Okarun and asked why he looked like that, telling him to hurry up and transform and that he wanted to continue where they left off. Turbo Granny asked Okarun what he was going to do here, and if he wanted to ask for help from Seiko and the others, to which Okarun thought that if he did that, it would be the same as what he always did, and he couldn't do that. Turbo Granny pointed out that his knees were shaking, and it was already taking all his remaining strength just to stand, to which Okarun silenced her and said Evil Eye would find out if she made noise and asked her to be quiet. Evil Eye shouted for him to hurry up and that he hated having to wait for something, telling him to transform already and fight. Eira transformed into her Acro-Silky form and prepared to charge if Okarun needed help, while concern was visible on Momo's face, while Seiko was nonchalant and Manjiro also prepared to fight. Suddenly, Okarun spoke and said no, and that he didn't want to bully a weakling. His companions were stunned in shock when they heard this comment, and he added that Evil Eye couldn't defeat him and he was convinced now, so he wouldn't fight him anymore. Because of this, Evil Eye shouted asking what he was saying and who he was calling a weakling, saying he was as tough as nails, to which Okarun just replied that he was weak, so Evil Eye irritatedly said he was tough, but Okarun just countered again by saying weak. If he could become tougher, Okarun said he would fight him again, so Evil Eye shouted what? And well, he said he would become tougher then. However, Okarun said he didn't want to fight someone who also fights other people, and if they were to do that, he wanted Evil Eye to fight him alone. Evil Eye agreed to his wish and said he would only fight him, to which Okarun added that, but he also said he wanted to kill all people. So because of that, he couldn't be trusted, which made Evil Eye shout that he had already said he would only fight Okarun, to which Okarun just added another reason, saying he was busy with school and stuff, but he wouldn't mind if it was just once in a while. Eira and Momo were completely bewildered as they listened to this conversation, and Evil Eye responded to Okarun saying no, and that they would fight every second of every day. Okarun thought about this and said that in that case, he could only give once a week, and if he couldn't accept these conditions, he wouldn't do it, which angered Evil Eye, who called him stingy, saying he was a stingy bastard. Manjiro was so surprised by the situation that he asked his master what he was doing, while Seiko just laughed and commented on how brilliant this was. Turbo Granny walked towards Momo and called them turd nuggets, saying they couldn't do anything without her, and Momo asked her what the deal was here, and what she and Okarun had planned, to which Turbo Granny replied that Okarun had told her the most annoying thing, which was that he wanted to become Evil Eye's playmate. Let's go back to the time when Okarun told her this, and here, she was very confused about what he was saying, so Okarun explained to her that when he fought Evil Eye before, he said that playing means being serious. He said he didn't understand the reason, but for Evil Eye, killing people might be equivalent to playing, and it was just like what Turbo Granny said, that Evil Eye was like a newborn baby, and if that was the case, he should just play and have fun. He said if he could overpower Evil Eye by making himself the sole target, maybe Momo and the others would be safe from harm. If he could become stronger, he said maybe he could become Evil Eye's friend. Let's return to the present where Okarun is reviewing what they discussed with Evil Eye, so Evil Eye won't kill anyone except him in a fight, and they would fight once a week after school on Tuesdays, and he asked if that was the deal, which confused Evil Eye, who said to wait a moment. He suddenly took off his underwear in front of them, causing the young women to cover their mouths and scream, and after taking it off, he explained that this thing was saying it wanted to kill all people, so these were saying they didn't agree to the deal. Because of that, he decided to give it to Okarun until he killed him, to which Okarun reluctantly took the underwear, while saying he understood and would take care of it. Evil Eye laughed at him and said he wished he could kill Okarun here, and their deal would be fun. After that, Gigi suddenly returned to his normal self, except now he was completely naked, and upon returning to normal, he immediately tried to ask Okarun if he had done anything, to which Okarun happily explained that he hadn't hurt anyone and wouldn't hurt anyone in the future. When Okarun said they could return to living an ordinary life, Gigi started crying while listening to this. He also noticed that the young women were looking in other directions while covering their faces. So he asked why they were averting their gaze, while Manjiro was gaping at this, and Seiko commented, "Nice Willie." In the next scene, they put away the underwear given by Evil Eye, and Manjiro said he would take responsibility for it and keep it in his shrine. Seiko told him to be careful and to contact her immediately if anything happened, which Manjiro said he understood. Manjiro got into his van, and they said their goodbyes, with Momo telling him she would visit his shrine again, but when she comes, he should make sure there's a real Tsukinoko snake for worshipping, to which Manjiro replied that he couldn't promise that, but he was sure he'd become a sleeping bag tuber, which made Momo just look at him and say nice. After that, Manjiro finally left, and they said their goodbyes, while Seiko told him not to get into an accident because of the curse. Suddenly, someone called Seiko, and when they turned to look, it turned out to be Gigi's parents, and his mother thanked them for everything they had done. Seiko apologized to Gigi's mother for the inadequacies of her care and for the anxiety she had caused Gigi as a result, hoping she would forgive her, which Gigi's mother just brushed off and told her not to think about it. Eira was amazed by this and said that Gigi's mother knew how to speak politely, while Okarun was surprised because she was behaving like a normal person, and Momo teasingly asked Gigi why he was acting embarrassed, to which Gigi shyly replied for them to stop it. Seiko called him and told him to continue his chi training, saying he still had the curse, and to see her if anything happened, to which Gigi agreed. Gigi also apologized for the trouble he had brought them, saying he would never forget the debt he owed them for as long as he lived, to which Eira replied that if that's the case, he should pay them, while Momo said not to think about it, and that they'd see each other tomorrow. After that, Gigi left with his parents in a car, shouting thanks for everything, while Eira said she was bushed too and invited Okarun to leave as well. Eira and Okarun started walking, and Momo thanked them both, while Okarun also thanked them for accepting them in their house for so long. Before leaving, Okarun said he'd see Momo again tomorrow, which made Momo blush and ask if that's all he had to say. Okarun was confused and asked if there should be anything else, to which Momo asked again if that's really all he had to say, trying to make him speak. Because of this, Eira suddenly grabbed Momo and angrily asked what she was doing to Okarun, to which Momo also got angry and told the skank to get away and leave. So Eira retorted asking what this cow just said, while Okarun was just saying for him and Eira to leave. They did so, and as Okarun and Eira walked away, Momo and Eira were still shouting trash talk at each other. After that, Momo just stared at them and seemed to still be blushing, and she stretched while commenting that it would surely be quiet at their house now. The two of them entered the shrine with Turbo Granny and Hannah, and Seiko wearily commented that this wasn't something she wanted to deal with right now, and invited them to go to the super bathhouse instead, which made Momo squeal with joy, and Turbo Granny asked about herself. So Seiko added that all of them would go, which made her squeal with joy too. In the next scene, they went to a super bathhouse natural bath, where they soaked in the hot springs and relaxed in their individual massage chairs. After relaxing for a while, they walked back to the shrine, and while walking, Momo commented that it was cold, and after being nice and warm, now they were back to freezing their booties off. Momo also asked what they would do about the house, so Seiko replied that obviously they would rebuild it, to which Momo asked if they had money for that, and Seiko answered no, and that their bathhouse visit was their last supper, which worried Momo and made her say no way, and Seiko added that as for the future, whatever happens, happens. Momo said she had just started her job, so she had no money, to which Seiko replied asking who was asking for her money there. Momo then said that Seiko was always putting on airs, and all of them had stayed in that house. So why not ask for some reimbursement for expenses? To which Seiko just replied meh, and who needs that, so Momo irritatedly asked if she could stop pretending to be tough. She said she didn't need to overdo it, and she meant that Seiko was a grandma after all, to which Seiko replied not to underestimate grandmas. However, she asked what Seiko would do about her Bakatono DVDs, which also reminded Momo of her Ken Takakura stuff. While the two were talking, suddenly a Minecraft-like creature with a boxy figure appeared before them and spoke, "Tun Tun." They both kicked the creature hard, sending it flying inside their gate. And after that, they approached it and asked what its problem was, and that this was private property, to which the creature just repeated tun tun, and Seiko asked who this bonehead was. Suddenly, someone shouted their names and said to wait, so they turned to look, and when they did, they saw Okarun, Eira, Peeny Weenie, and Chiquitita had arrived, which made Momo wonder why they were here. Okarun explained that he was worried about their place. So on their way back, he and Eira went to Mr. Shrimp to ask for help in rebuilding their house, and he introduced them to his friend Mr. Ludris, the Minecraft-like character. Momo said no way, and immediately apologized to Mr. Ludris and asked if it was true, to which Mr. Ludris replied in his language, and Mr. Shrimp explained that he was saying he was honored to be kicked by such a beautiful woman, and because of Mr. Ludris's actions. Momo said he looked pissed off though. Mr. Shrimp said he was a construction specialist, so if he was on the job, their house would surely be rebuilt quickly. And because Mr. Ludris still seemed to be acting angrily, Momo apologized again. Seiko then told Mr. Shrimp that he was always too busy, so she told him to go home and play with his child, to which Mr. Shrimp reasoned that he had wanted to repay his debt of gratitude to her for a long time. And Okarun added that he had only brought trouble here and wanted to do something to help, to which Seiko just told them to leave as well. Seiko pointed out to Okarun that he was already struggling just to stand, so he shouldn't hang around and should go home. So Okarun said Seiko was in a tough situation too, to which Seiko arrogantly said no, but Momo said they were indeed in a tough situation, which made Okarun speechless. Before long, Seiko said that if they insisted on being annoyingly helpful, they could do as they pleased, and Momo apologized to them and asked if they could impose on them, to which Mr. Shrimp and the others happily agreed. After that, Mr. Shrimp brought out a cube-like object and explained that for construction, they would use this nanoskin to assemble everything. He said it was easy to use and they would just apply the nanoskin to the necessary places, and when they started to work it out to get to the appropriate form, as if they were working with clay, this would be the result. And he showed them a completed wall using that nanoskin and said they could make anything with it. Momo and Okarun were amazed at what they saw and said they would make it there, and asked what that nanoskin was, so Mr. Shrimp explained that nanoskin was made up of ultra-high density nanomachines. He said it was a shape memory alloy, and even if it was damaged, the nanoskin could restore itself. They would visualize clearly what they were doing, and the nanomachines would pick up electrical signals from their brains and transform into the very form they were picturing. Seiko started trying to make a floor using the nanoskin, and she commented on how beautiful this thing was. Okarun, meanwhile, started building a toilet bowl, while Eira and Chiquitita made a mini snowman using the nanoskin. After a while, they managed to gradually rebuild Seiko's house using the extraordinary nanoskin given to them by Mr. Shrimp and Mr. Ludris. After a short while, they managed to rebuild Seiko's house with the help of Mr. Shrimp and Mr. Ludris, and Seiko thanked Mr. Shrimp, calling him Kappa, saying it really helped, to which Mr. Shrimp just brushed it off and said he would do anything for her. Mr. Ludris spoke in his language, and Mr. Shrimp translated that he said he was also honored to help a beautiful woman, to which Seiko commented that Mr. Shrimp probably didn't understand what he was saying. Momo also thanked Okarun and Eira, to which Eira just said she was sleepy and that she and Okarun should hurry and leave. Okarun said he was happy that Momo's house was fixed, and somehow he had started to feel like it was his house too, and he would be uneasy if it wasn't safe and sound, which made Momo blush when she heard it, and she agreed, saying it had become a hangout place for all sorts of people before they even noticed, so they needed to keep it protected. She happily said that Okarun and the others should come by again, to which Okarun cheerfully replied, of course. Everyone started leaving Momo's house, and Momo thanked them joyfully and told them to come again. She said she loved them all and they owed their lives to them, and Seiko commented that now they had a debt that needed to be properly repaid. Anyway, she said she couldn't make Momo's bento now, to which Momo happily said not to worry about it and to just sleep. On the other hand, while Gigi's mommy was riding in a pickup truck carrying wood, she leaned out the window and shouted at Gigi that he was too slow, and she even imagined she had pistols for hands. Gigi shouted that it was too dangerous for his mommy to stick her head out the window, and it turns out Gigi was just running alongside, so he shouted that anyway, why couldn't he ride in the truck too? Before long, they arrived outside Momo's shrine, and his mommy shouted again that they had arrived and to do what they came to do, to which her husband calmed her down and told her to lower her voice. It seems Gigi inherited his mischievousness from his mommy, and as they entered the gate, his mommy shouted good morning and that the whole Enjoji family had come to rebuild this house, which made her husband comment that she didn't need to shout. When they saw Momo's house, they couldn't believe it wasn't destroyed. The newly awoken Momo opened their door and immediately signaled to Gigi and his family not to be noisy because her grandma was still sleeping. In the next scene, while walking to school, Gigi apologized to Momo for everything, to which Momo said to forget about it. And anyway, how was Evil Eye? So Gigi replied that in fact, he had transformed into that form several times, which surprised Momo and left her speechless. But he added Evil Eye didn't do anything and kept his promise, which made Momo ask in disbelief if it was really true. He didn't know if it was because of the training he was doing, but recently, Gigi said he felt more connected to Evil Eye, as if he could feel his excitement coming through. And it wasn't just hatred, and it was weird to say, but perhaps he was enjoying himself too. Momo happily said she understood, and if anything happened again, Gigi should just come to them, which suddenly made Gigi giddy at her thoughtfulness. He suddenly asked if Momo had a crush, which made her blush and start acting strangely while being inexplicably giddy. So Gigi commented if she wasn't overreacting, which made Momo irritatedly flustered and say no, there was no chance of that. No matter what Gigi said, she wasn't affected in the least, so Gigi said now she was bad-mouthing him. While they were bantering, 3 female students suddenly called out to Gigi, and they were blushing as they asked if he was okay because he had been away from school for so long, to which he playfully and charmingly said he thought he'd keep these cute young ladies in suspense, so he took some time off, which made them say what while being very giddy, and Momo started walking away, visibly irritated and saying he could flirt all he wanted. Momo then heard one of the girls offer Gigi a new flavor of Pampy. So because of that, Momo turned back to them and shouted, "Wait," and when she was about to say something, it was too late and Gigi had already transformed into Evil Eye. Evil Eye wondered where he was, and Momo couldn't believe that Evil Eye was still clothed. The girl who gave the Pampy asked if Gigi liked the juice and said it was taiyaki flavor, to which Evil Eye stared menacingly at the girls and said he would butcher them, and that it was tasty, which made the girls' eyes widen at his reaction. Momo tried to cover up what Evil Eye said by saying that joke was so old, to which Evil Eye recognized her and asked if she wanted to be butchered too, and Momo just added that he should keep up with the times. After they moved away a bit from the girls, Momo told Evil Eye that his timing was terrible and he should turn back into Gigi, to which Evil Eye said he didn't want to because what he was drinking was so delicious. 2 more female students saw them, and one commented that Momo was getting hot and heavy first thing in the morning, to which Momo flustered shouted that she didn't feel that way. Evil Eye noticed some people playing soccer on the field, and he suddenly ran towards them while shouting that it was his. While the players were playing, Evil Eye suddenly appeared and took the ball they were playing with, to which some commented that it was Gigi and it looked like he wanted to join the soccer team, while other players tried to chase him and get the ball back, but Evil Eye had already kicked the ball towards another player, hitting him solidly. In the next scene, Momo took him to a vending machine inside their school, but Momo was disappointed because there were no hot drinks left in this machine, while Evil Eye was saying he wanted the delicious juice he was drinking earlier again, and Momo explained that she thought giving him a hot drink might turn him back into Gigi. Momo commented "C'est la vie," which means that's life, and at least Evil Eye wasn't attacking people anymore, so if that was the case, she would just keep an eye on him for now. After that, they entered the classroom, and here, Evil Eye was banging on his desk, so Momo signaled him to be quiet, which made him turn to her while his seatmate was wondering. Evil Eye picked up a ball pen from his desk,
and he looked at Momo to see what she was doing with the ball pen, so he tried to imitate it, and Momo noticed him writing something, so she whispered asking what he was writing. Suddenly, he shouted that he wanted to kill them, which got the attention of everyone in the classroom, while Momo was startled and immediately tried to silence him. Momo covered his mouth while their teacher asked if he wanted to kill someone in their class, to which he replied that he wanted to kill all humans,
and Momo tried to cover it up by saying he was just really obsessed with that gag for some reason, and she immediately shouted at Evil Eye that it wasn't popular anymore while calling him shit for brains. In the next scene, it was their lunch break, so they went to their school canteen, and here, Evil Eye stared at his surroundings and at the food he got there. Momo was disappointed again, because when she asked the cook for hot food, there was none left, so they apologized to her and said they were almost sold out of everything being bought there today. Evil Eye stared intently at his food and immediately shoved it into his mouth using his hand, which made Momo shout that's not how, and to use the chopsticks. Momo handed him chopsticks and also showed him how to use them, but when Evil Eye tried, he couldn't use them correctly, so he just got irritated and threw away the chopsticks given to him, and continued eating with his hands, which made Momo comment that if that's the case, she decided that they will go for baby steps. After that, Momo met with Miko and Kei, and here Miko said there was something about Gigi, so Momo asked what it was, and Miko explained that it was like how he always says he'll kill all people, so Momo said he was just trying to change his image. Kei shouted that he realized something, and maybe he was possessed by the apartment complex ghost, so Momo asked what he was talking about, and Kei added that maybe Gigi had the golden ball, which caught Momo's attention even more. Momo repeated what Kei said and asked how he knew about the gold balls, and Miko remembered that the reason Momo didn't know about it was because she didn't have a cell phone, so Miko showed her from the cell phone while explaining that it was a big deal in their group chat right now. The apartment block specter. When Momo looked at the image Miko was showing her, she saw a golden ball floating in the hallway of an apartment.
In the next scene, we move to Okarun as he's reading a magazine, and while he's doing so, someone suddenly declares that on this battlefield, they will never retreat, never surrender, and never wish to go to hell. It turns out to be a chubby male student with crimpy hair and thin glasses, who says he sees Okarun and calls him the enemy. This causes Okarun to stare blankly and look to his side, prompting the boy to shout that he's the one he's talking to. As a result, Okarun suddenly becomes nervous, his heart racing as he asks, flustered, what the boy wants and why he's talking to him, to which the boy responds that he has no interest in men, but this is unavoidable. He bluntly asks how Okarun became close to Momo, causing Okarun to exclaim, huh? And the boy adds that it's extremely strange because Okarun's face is subpar, he's a shrimp, and totally Dullsville, yet somehow Momo is always chummy with him, and now even Eira is the same. He demands that Okarun tell him how he did it and what his method is for being attractive to beautiful girls, to which Okarun replies that he's mistaken and he's not attractive to them at all. Momo arrives and calls out to Okarun urgently, shouting as she approaches that she's found his other family jewel, causing the boy to blush while Okarun gestures for her to be quiet. Momo apologizes and asks if she's interrupting, to which the boy shyly responds no and explains that it's nothing and not important enough to be an interruption. Momo also asks if he's Okarun's friend, to which he shakes his head and explains that, well, everyone has their own definition of friendship, so in that sense, he supposes he could use the word friend, prompting Momo to happily say she understands and express her hope that he and Okarun get along, causing both the boy and Okarun to blush visibly. After that, Momo returns to her topic and tells Okarun that she's found his golden ball, shocking the boy who says, not again, while Okarun suggests they discuss it outside. In his mind, the boy declares that he's discovered the secret to being attractive and its saucy language. As Okarun is about to stand up from his desk, someone says, excuse me, to him and Momo, catching their attention, and as they turn, it turns out to be three girls, one of whom, wearing glasses, shyly asks if Momo isn't from Class B, and if they could request that she stop coming in and out of other classes, causing Momo to stare and think, while the girl adds that some students there are studying and all the noise is a nuisance. Momo apologizes and says she'll be more mindful, then invites Okarun to go outside, to which Okarun agrees. As they're leaving, the girl suddenly calls out to Okarun, saying he doesn't have to follow Momo grudgingly, causing them to turn back and wonder, and the girl adds that since he can't say it himself, she'll say it for him. Okarun and Momo stop, with Momo asking him if it's true, to which Okarun scratches his head and says no, asking the girl what she's talking about. Momo tells the girl sharply that Okarun said it's not true, but the girl retorts that Okarun is too afraid to say otherwise because Momo is in front of him. The girl then addresses Okarun with a blush, apologizing for not noticing him before and introducing herself as the class president, saying he can tell her anything, to which Okarun tries to respond, but as he's attempting to explain, Momo gets irritated and forces him to say what he's going to tell her, calling him an idiot, to which he replies that he's trying right now. The class president suddenly steps in front of Okarun and tells Momo not to threaten them, leaving Okarun even more speechless and uttering a confused, "Huh?" Momo, now irritated, tells the girl to be quiet, to which the class president retorts that she should lower her voice, while Okarun stands between them, pleading to be allowed to speak. Meanwhile, the boy is doing all sorts of things while getting annoyed with Okarun in his mind, calling him a blasted Casanova. He considers when would be the right time to cut in, and as Momo speaks, he wonders if it's now, while thinking how lovely she is. Not long after, he suddenly stretches and says 10-gallon wiener, causing the three to turn to him, and he adds the words pure beef, to which Momo and the class president just stare at him seriously, making him start to sweat nervously and comment, "Wong," which prompts Momo to ask if he wants to get beaten up. In the next scene, we move to an apartment building, and as they're heading there, Momo irritatedly asks Okarun what's up with that class president, saying she really pisses her off. She questions what the class president knows about Okarun, to which he replies that he was overwhelmed from all sides and couldn't react. He adds that no one in his class has ever approached him to talk before, and he felt a bit happy about it, and just as he was about to say, but Momo comments that it's because he's cool now, shocking Okarun, who asks if that's really true, to which Momo, while blushing, agrees, though Okarun doesn't notice her feelings. Okarun exclaims yay, and says he's done it, causing Momo to suddenly laugh at him, which embarrasses him and makes him ask if she's okay, prompting Momo to let out a loud laugh and ask if he's serious about his reaction, to which Okarun shyly asks what he should have said then, and Momo responds that he should just say what he said because it suits him. After that, Momo brings the topic back to Okarun's balls and asks if he's seen the picture of Miko, to which Okarun agrees and explains that the space surrounding the gold ball looks warped, with Momo adding that it looks like an orb or ball of fire. Okarun then says that some spiritual entity is probably carrying it somewhere, prompting Momo to point out that Turbo Granny also said other spirits would want that ball. As they're talking, it's revealed that the boy who spoke to Okarun earlier is secretly listening to them from the side, commenting that there's no doubt Momo and Okarun are engaging in dirty talk, but exclaimed why? Why are Okarun's dirty jokes acceptable to Momo, while his are worth 1,000 deaths? So he needs to know. After listening, he strikes a cringy pose while saying he needs to acquire that esoteric art form, and he needs to learn how to use dirty language in a natural way. And then he wishes for make-out time with true beauties like Momo, quickly changing his word from wish to saying he'll actually do it. He suddenly wonders what the two of them are doing in a place like this, and while thinking that they don't look like they live in this apartment complex, he accidentally kicks an empty can of paint, making a noise that causes Momo and Okarun to turn in his direction, and as a result, the two spot him. So he tries to cover up his stalking by nervously saying it's a coincidence, and as he's saying he didn't know they took the same route home, he starts floating, which confuses him and makes him exclaim, "What the?" When he rises to head level, he suddenly flies quickly towards Momo, and here he thinks that at this rate, his lips and Momo's lips will touch. However, before he can make contact with Momo, Okarun transforms into his Turbo Granny cursed form and quickly blocks him, kicking him in the face to change his trajectory. The boy falls down and, with a bloody nose, asks why that happened, and here Momo recognizes him as the perv from Okarun's class, wondering if he might be the ball spirit. Okarun calls out to Momo and makes her look at the other side where the boy came from, and here they see the floating golden ball. Momo quickly orders Okarun to grab that ball while she uses her powers, so Okarun rushes towards the ball at high speed while commenting, "What a bummer." Momo tries to snatch the golden ball using her powers, but she can't because of its speed, so Okarun attempts to catch it using his speed, but when he tries to grab it, he suddenly touched something even before reaching the ball, surprising Okarun, and after touching this invisible thing, it pushed Okarun's hands away and throws him back as if it suddenly released a barrage of hit strikes. Momo worries about him because of this, but he manages to stop his backward momentum, and upon landing, he immediately informs Momo that it's not a specter, and that it has a physical body. Okarun is sure about this, and he says there's definitely a person in there. He warns Momo to be careful because she can't see it, but the creature they're fighting is definitely there. The golden ball starts flying away from them, surprising them, and Okarun quickly has Momo climb on his back to chase after it, while Momo wonders what's up with that ball. As soon as Momo is on his back, they move quickly, and Momo points out that the ball turned left, while the boy with crimpy hair is shocked and jealous because Okarun is giving Momo a piggyback ride. Momo calls the boy pervy and orders him to watch their bags, threatening to kill him if they disappear. So the boy salutes and says "Undie-Stewed." Momo suddenly gets angry and says that settles it, and this boy is really dead to her. So the boy, on the verge of tears, asks why and what's wrong with his dirty jokes, to which Momo angrily replies that his dirty jokes are creepy. After that, Momo and Okarun continue chasing the golden ball up the apartment, with Momo shouting at it to come back to them, prompting the boy to point out that Momo is now using saucy language. They reach a hallway on one floor, and as they look around, Momo worries because they've lost sight of the ball they're chasing. Unexpectedly, something attacks Momo from behind, throwing her off balance, which worries Okarun. When Okarun turns around, he's immediately punched in the face by their invisible enemy, forcing him back, and their opponent repeats this, pushing him even further back. Momo manages to sit up and immediately directs her hand powers towards their enemy. However, due to the ball's speed, she fails to grab it again, irritating Momo, who asks what kind of being their opponent is and calls it asses. The ball leaves the hallway and quickly flies down the apartment, which Okarun immediately informs Momo about, and she tells him to hold on tight to her, causing Okarun to ask if she's sure, to which Momo shouts yes. When Okarun hugs her, she uses her power to create a swinging vine-like effect while holding onto the wall railing of the hallway to quickly chase after the ball. They spot the ball on a lower floor of the apartment and quickly approach it, but before they can get close, it suddenly rushes at them and delivers a strike that throws them away from the hallway. Momo and Okarun start falling from a high place, but using her power, she envelopes their bodies with a barrier that saves them from the fall. However, she still lands on top of Okarun when they fall, so she asks if he's okay, to which he replies to give him a moment as he can't breathe. Momo gets off Okarun's body and apologizes, saying it was reckless, and Okarun, while catching his breath, says it's okay. Okarun comments that this is maddening and he never imagined being this powerless when he can't see his opponent, to which Momo says she feels the same way. They complain that this is cheating and they can't see their opponent, asking how that's allowed, to which Okarun replies that cheating has nothing to do with it. Suddenly, a loud shout comes from the third floor of the apartment, catching their attention, and Momo thinks it's the voice of the pervy guy with crimpy hair, wondering if he followed them, while Okarun exclaims that this is bad. Okarun quickly transforms into his cursed form again and carries Momo on his back to go up, and as they climb, they discuss their strategy, with Momo saying there isn't one and their priority is to save that pervy guy. As they climb, they see the crimpy-haired guy falling from the building, which makes Momo shudder, but she quickly tries to catch him using her powers, which she manages to do. She brings him to the hallway where they are, and he thanks her for saving him, saying that calls for a hug, which irritates Momo, who calls him a dumbass and tells him not to follow them and asks where their bags are. Okarun shouts that the ball is approaching them, and as it gets closer, the crimpy-haired guy boasts that he'll ask who Momo really is later, but for now, he says they should leave this to him, which annoys Momo, who says he's the one getting in the way and should leave. The boy charges forward and uses his move called Jetstream Attack, but while running, he just trips, leaving Momo speechless and commenting that he didn't do anything, while Okarun remarks that this sucks. The boy suddenly shouts that they can see that being from three sides, so there's a high possibility that their opponent is using retroreflective projection, which catches Momo's attention. The duo quickly springs into action, with Momo climbing onto the apartment's handrail while Okarun starts running closer. Momo swings from there, and as she looks closely at the golden ball on the left side, she gradually notices that it has a body, so she shouts that they can now see their opponent, and she immediately grabs it using her powers. When she gets hold of it, she signals to Okarun that she's caught the enemy and tells him to target her hands. Okarun stares at this golden ball and immediately comments that it's time to get serious. In an instant, Okarun uses his extraordinary speed to attack their invisible opponent, and his speed is so great that it causes a strong wave of wind, making Momo shield her face while the boy nearly falls off the apartment. The hallway wall is destroyed when Okarun's target is thrown into it, leaving them speechless and gaping in shock. Momo says, "Nice one," to Okarun, which he returns to her. Momo also says that the crimpy-haired boy did well in figuring out their opponent's weak point. The boy boasts again, saying that being invisible certainly means optical camouflage, and this is a fundamental concept in science fiction, and he adds that by identifying the image that other people would see and projecting that image onto an organic electroluminescent suit, the body of the person wearing it would appear transparent. But if you can't project it accurately in the line of sight of your opponent, it won't work. So it's ineffective in a situation with multiple sets of eyes. Momo and Okarun peek at the wall where their opponent fell, and they're shocked by what they see. It turns out that their opponent is a monster, and it looks like a baby Godzilla with a strange scale pattern. They couldn't believe their eyes when they peeked below and saw its true form. Momo asked what creature that was, as it didn't look like a spirit. Okarun's eyes gleamed as he said it was a kaiju. When Momo asked what that meant, Okarun admitted he had no idea either. Suddenly, the perv interjected, asking about the ball they had defeated with the help of his clues. Momo punched him, telling him to stop his non-stop foul mouth as it gave her the creeps. The pervert yelped ouch, then apologized, saying he enjoyed that physical contact. Meanwhile, Okarun remained starstruck by the kaiju. Momo wondered aloud that when the kaiju was invisible, they could clearly see the family jewel, but now it's gone. Okarun agreed with this observation, while the perv pondered how this differed from his saucy language. Momo then suggested that since the creature wasn't moving, they should go down to investigate. Behind her, the perv asked Okarun how to properly use bad language, but Okarun advised him not to use it at all. Annoyed, Momo kicked the pervs behind to silence him. However, instead of feeling hurt, the pervert became even more elated by her action. Suddenly, Okarun called out to Momo since the kaiju's eye was now peering at the three of them, which alarmed them greatly. As the kaiju stood up, they realized just how enormous the kaiju was, destroying part of the building. He towered above apartment complexes and condos, leaving the trio with no choice but to run for their lives. Okarun pointed out to Isa that the sky had darkened. Momo suggested it might be a space alien, but she couldn't believe this, while Okarun excitedly called it a space kaiju. When Momo asked how to defeat it, Okarun admitted he didn't know. And when she inquired about the weak point of such a massive creature, again Okarun couldn't answer as they continued running. While walking, Eira was startled when she noticed the sky and thought it might be aliens. Meanwhile, Gigi was running behind her and called out to Eira. He was glad to see her, saying everyone else had suddenly vanished. Gigi asked concernedly if he had done something wrong, but Eira assured him it wasn't his fault. The two walked together, with Eira suggesting they look for Momo first. Meanwhile, Gigi couldn't believe the sky had turned black. They suddenly stopped when they saw Momo running towards them, yelling about a kaiju and telling them to run away. Looking up, Eira and Gigi finally saw what she was talking about and screamed in shock at the sight of the gigantic creature. Meanwhile, the perv fell down, causing Momo to look back and call out to him. However, the kaiju was already poised to step on him, so he screamed for help, saying he couldn't just keep running forever. When he realized it was too late, Momo used her giant hand ability to block the kaiju with cars. Okarun arrived just in time to pull his classmate away. As the kaiju's foot landed, the two had already moved to safety. Now, they are all gathered together and work to defeat the kaiju. Eira was irritated that such creatures always attacked when they were in uniform, and Momo agreed with her sentiment. Momo then instructed Gigi to pull away their schoolmate who was there and take him to safety. Eira, annoyed that Momo was taking charge again when she was the leader, repeated Momo's order and asked Gigi to take the students somewhere safe. and so Gigi complied and helped the student. As the kaiju continued its rampage, Eira used her ability to get closer to it, while Okarun carried Momo on his back. She said they should regroup at home afterward as Gigi carried the pervert on his back. Using her hair manipulation ability, Eira quickly rose to the top of a building. She called out to the kaiju, telling him to be mindful of the time and place. She then pulled a car from below using her hair and said if he won't be mindful, then he wouldn't be very popular. She then slammed the car into the kaiju's face. From below, Momo saw this and praised Eira for her actions. But Eira called her a dork and told her to target the kaiju's legs and to call her leader. Irritated, Momo told her to shut up and called her blockhead Eira. Using her giant hand, Momo grabbed a Volkswagen Beetle to hit the kaiju's foot, but he simply crushed it, causing Okarun to run away quickly. Eira commented on how stupid this was and said that's what Momo got for not calling her leader. She told Momo to watch closely how a real leader moves. But Momo became concerned for Eira and warned her to be careful because she hadn't noticed that she had become the kaiju's target. Without difficulty, he swatted her into another building. Momo was shocked by what happened. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gigi was carrying the perv, who was wondering what was happening. As Gigi noticed him drenched in sweat, he pleaded with him not to get sweat on him. The perv took offense and called him a handsome bastard, saying he seemed like a nice guy but was actually a snob underneath his facade. Gigi clarified that wasn't the case, but the pervert didn't understand and told him to eat his sweat and snot. Gigi again asked him to stop, warning that he may make the problem get worse. But it was too late. The perv was thrown off, complaining about how awful Gigi was. Eventually, Gigi morphed into the evil eye, and the perv was shocked to see this transformation. However, Gigi managed to focus and overcome it, quickly returning to normal. He told the perv it was a close call and asked him to stop. But when the perv's sweat blew onto him, Gigi immediately turned into the evil eye again. Curious, he asked what's with him and if he wanted to die. The evil eye then threw Gigi's backpack and questioned why the perv was standing in front of him. But he couldn't believe Gigi's face was changing and asked if he was like Takakura. The evil eye didn't respond and just walked away. He stopped him, asking where he was going and reminding him that he was supposed to take him and run away. He pointed his finger at him and said if it's really okay with leaving him there alone, adding what Momo would say if she found out. The evil eye got curious at hearing Momo's name and asked where she was, but he reminded him that Momo had told them to escape and meet up at their house. The evil eye was shocked to hear about the meetup, thinking it might mean he could fight Okarun now. Overjoyed, he ran off, with the perv following, begging not to be left behind. Back at the kaiju scene, it had demolished a building when he hit Eira, which Momo witnessed helplessly. The kaiju smiled as Eira lay bloodied on the ground from the impact. And so Okarun came to the rescue, telling Momo to stay back. As the kaiju prepared to crush Eira with his massive hand, Okarun quickly approached, saying he'd go all out. He moved incredibly fast, and just as the kaiju struck again, he managed to grab Eira. Momo praised him for this. However, while in the air, Okarun realized he had used his second all-out and returned to his normal state. Momo was shocked as the two began to fall. Fortunately, she was able to use her psychic power to catch them, for which Okarun thanked her. But Momo was annoyed and asked what he was thinking, as now he couldn't transform again. Okarun replied that he didn't know what else to do. The kaiju was now behind them, stretching out his hands to catch them. However, he failed as Momo quickly pulled them away. She said it was time to escape, but Okarun was concerned they'd hit power cables as they retreat. Momo told him to shut the hell up, saying he should just make his own getaway. But Okarun answered that he couldn't because Shiratori was unconscious. Because of this, Momo told him to wake her up, since she was the leader after all. Okarun commented that she was being mean. Finally, they reached the Iasea's house. Momo was visibly exhausted from running while carrying the two, so Okarun apologized and thanked her for it. Momo then looked outside and said they were now inside the barrier, so they'd be okay now that they were at the house. Meanwhile, Okarun carefully put Shiratori down. However, he was confused because he couldn't let go of her. It turned out she was clinging tightly to him, as if she really wanted to keep her arm around him. Momo was irritated, realizing she had been pretending. She confronted Shiratori, asking how long she had been faking it. Shiratori replied that Momo was being mean and asked what she was doing. However, Momo asked again how long she had been conscious, as she had carried her all the way to their house. But Eira blamed Momo for getting hit by the kaiju in the first place. As the two argued, Okarun was shocked to see the Evil Eye approaching. They hadn't expected this. The Evil Eye was excited, telling Okarun to hurry up and fight him as he had been waiting for so long. But Okarun replied that it wasn't a fighting day, so they wouldn't be fighting. Momo agreed, saying it wasn't time for their battle, while Eira just noticed his clothes. They then looked back as Momo whispered to Okarun about what they should do and whether they should ask the Evil Eye to fight alongside them. But Okarun refused, saying the promise was that he would only fight him. If they told him now it was okay to fight others, they weren't sure how he'd interpret that later. Suddenly, Okarun got curious if Seiko was there, and Momo explained she was in another prefecture due to her TV appearance. Momo was visibly worried they couldn't handle the enemy on their own, wishing the kaiju had a weakness or something. She turned to the wall and sulked, but Okarun noticed something. He pointed out to Momo that the house wall was glowing. He approached to examine it more closely, and Momo was curious about what he was thinking. It turns out that he was right, and the wall of Momo's house was shining, which made Okarun think. Meanwhile, at the gate, the perv announced that the enemy was there and the kaiju was coming towards them. Momo and Eira put on their game faces to confront it. Momo then told Okarun to watch the Evil Eye and Erosuke, who was trying to convince himself that this was just a bad dream and what he was seeing wasn't real. Meanwhile, Eira wondered who he was and why he was there as the kaiju approached. On the side, Okarun took something from the wall and told Momo that this was what he was talking about, which confused her. Okarun showed her the nanoskins and explained that they had fixed the house with nanoskins, which was why it was glowing. However, Momo replied that this wasn't the time for that. Okarun clarified that they might be able to defeat the kaiju if they used them. The rumbling of the approaching kaiju could be heard near the Isa house. Consequently, they entered the house to strategize. The Evil Eye hid under the table, prompting Eira to ask what he was doing. Momo, curious about Okarun's plan, inquired about what he meant earlier regarding what they would use to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, Erosuke was terrified as he heard the kaiju drawing nearer. Okarun explained that the house was mostly made of nanoskin. According to Ludris, nanoskin consists of ultra-high-density nanomachines that pick up electrical signals from their brains. Because of this, it can create shapes they visualize. Momo still didn't understand, so Okarun offered to demonstrate for them. The Evil Eye, however, could think of nothing but fighting Okarun, causing Eira to tell him not to get in the way. Meanwhile, Erosuke pondered upon hearing about the nanomachines. Okarun placed his hand on the table and told them to imagine the entire house as a single piece of nanoskin. He instructed them to take it and reshape it, showing them how it would happen, which astonished everyone. They were puzzled when they noticed the whole house had deformed. It seemed to warp, prompting Momo to ask what was happening and if it was okay. She was concerned about whether this would damage their house. Okarun became nervous and admitted he wasn't good at visualizing. When Momo asked what he was thinking of, he replied something big. Eira suddenly clung to Okarun when she noticed the walls were closing in. Because of this, Okarun pleaded with her to let go as he couldn't concentrate. And so Momo called Eira over to her side. She also instructed Okarun to return their house to its original state before the house crushed them. He broke into a sweat and said he would try. However, Erosuke intervened, saying that if they needed to visualize something big, they should leave it to him. Eira, irritated and still curious, asked who he was. He placed his hand on the table and concentrated. Erosuke said that nanomachines meant sci-fi, and sci-fi meant him. Kintasaka ta. The entire house then began to glow and seemed to expand. Eira and Okarun were shocked, while Momo wondered if the kaiju had arrived. The Evil Eye remained focused on Okarun, saying he was ready to kill him. Meanwhile, Sakata was fully concentrated, talking to himself, urging his imagination not to fail him. Suddenly, the doors opened, and the table split in half between them, revealing what appeared to be machine parts inside. Eira's seat moved towards the outside, causing Okarun to worry about her. The same happened to Sakata, while the space beneath the evil eye opened up. Okarun was surprised when he suddenly slid from where he was sitting to the side. Because of this, Momo was concerned about him as he moved abruptly out the door and straight into the toilet. After watching all this, Momo became nervous and said that what she didn't want to happen was for her to fall. Instead of dropping, her seat suddenly rose as if ejecting her upwards. She couldn't believe what was happening, and neither could Eira, who slid somewhere while holding onto her skirt. Okarun was holding onto what looked like a motor handle and mentioned that at this rate, his shoulder might dislocate. While falling, the evil eye kept saying the same thing, and on the other side, Sakata was tumbling around. Eventually, Momo and Eira went straight to what seemed like a cockpit, while Okarun dangled, still gripping the handlebar tightly. The entire ISA house could be seen gradually transforming into a robot. Its large hand formed and suddenly pulled the torii gate, transforming its upper part into a horn-like structure. It placed this on the head of what appeared to be a giant Buddha robot. Sakata couldn't believe what had happened, and Momo was curious about it. She asked if the others could hear her, and Okarun responded affirmatively while praising Sakata, saying it was admirable. He couldn't believe Sakata had managed to visualize that, but Sakata clarified that he hadn't visualized it. Eira also responded that she could hear them. Momo apologized, saying it was probably her fault. When the topic of something big was mentioned, she had thought of a giant Buddha statue. Sakata was amazed because now he was riding in a robot. However, Eira was furious and told him to stop speaking so loudly. Sakata replied, asking if she expected him to stay quiet now that he was facing an enormous robot. He admitted he wasn't that grown up. Meanwhile, the evil eye kept repeating that he was ready to kill Okarun. Sakata then named the machine Great Kinta Bodhisattva, Zeta version. He proudly announced that he had named it and told them to prepare as the kaiju was approaching. But Momo suddenly brought up whether they knew how to move such an enormous robot. On the other side, their enemy could be seen approaching. Momo worried about how they would move the robot, but even Okarun didn't know how. The kaiju positioned itself to attack, causing panic inside the robot. Momo wondered if it would be okay to press the buttons inside, and if doing so might cause an explosion. Meanwhile, Eira noticed a lever and asked if she should pull it while the evil eye was puzzled as to why he was stuck inside. Sakata shouted, trying to calm everyone down and asking them to listen to him. However, he suddenly became distracted when he noticed there was more than 5 times energy gain, which further irritated Eira. She asked the others if it would be okay for her to kick him. Momo then took charge and said they should each choose a button and press it once. She counted to 3, and they all pressed buttons simultaneously from their respective positions. As a result, one part of the robot exploded while several functions activated. Momo couldn't believe it had exploded and apologized, thinking it might have been her fault. Eira noticed something seemed to have flown out due to the incident. Because of what happened, Sakata mentioned that they shouldn't press buttons at the same time. In frustration, the evil eye destroyed his area and said he was leaving. The person who had been flung out was Okarun, who exclaimed that he was going to die. Just then, the kaiju kicked the giant Buddha, causing it to fall. Due to the impact, Momo and the others were tossed around inside, but fortunately, the cockpit had airbags. The giant Buddha fell sideways, and the kaiju used its tail to drag it by the foot. It repeatedly slammed the giant Buddha robot on the ground with its tail, causing damage to its exterior. After that, it threw the giant Buddha with tremendous force. Given their enormous size, the nearby fields were also affected. The kaiju approached the giant Buddha and grabbed its left hand. The body of the giant Buddha was now severely damaged, and its horn had broken off as a result. Meanwhile, Okarun survived thanks to the parachute attached to his seat. After flying over the field, he landed and was thrown from his seat. His only thought was of Isa, but when he looked at the giant Buddha, he saw what seemed to be an enormous explosion and he couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the evil eye shouted freedom. Okarun was startled to see him and asked why he was destroying things. The evil eye just shouted with joy, repeatedly saying he was free. However, he was thrown off when another explosion occurred. Okarun, concerned, asked if he was okay. The evil eye looked at him and asked if he had caused that and if it was okay for them to fight now. Okarun replied that it wasn't the time for that. The ground then suddenly shook, causing both to fall and sit down. This was because the kaiju was stomping on the giant Buddha. Seeing this, the evil eye got curious about what that enormous creature was, while Okarun worried because Isa and the others were still inside. The evil eye asked if it was tough, to which Okarun replied that it was extremely tough and he didn't know how to defeat it. The chest area of the giant Buddha was severely damaged due to the kaiju's stomping, so Okarun shouted to call for Isa. Suddenly, the evil eye said he wanted to fight it, causing Okarun to look at him. The evil eye waved to get its attention, making Okarun think that given the current situation, they might have difficulty. As the kaiju prepared to stomp on the giant Buddha again, Okarun started to speak to the evil eye, but before he could finish, the giant Buddha suddenly raised its right hand to stop the kaiju's foot. Okarun was shocked to see this. A voice spoke, saying he had finally figured out how to move it. Since the robot was made of nanoskin, it seemed they just needed to visualize things. While the giant Buddha held the kaiju's hand, it managed to raise its foot and kick it in the face. This caused the kaiju to fall while the giant Buddha stood up. The speaker revealed that he had always dreamed of piloting a giant robot, so he had watched many robot anime series. The giant Buddha's hand and body seemed to be regenerating as the speaker added that he had imagined piloting robot many times. Meanwhile, Okarun was impressed by what the nanoskin could do, regenerating and transforming. The giant Buddha leveled up and regained its left hand. It took a stance and prepared to face the kaiju again. The speaker said he could be called a robot too and reaffirmed, robots are him. It turns out it was Sakata speaking, and he introduced himself as Kinta, the end of the Joy Toy Pegasus Sakata. He declared he was ready to fight. The giant Buddha and the kaiju finally faced each other. Sakata was the one controlling the golden Buddha, and he was confident he could move this massive robot. But the kaiju didn't wait and once again used its tail to wrap around the right hand of the giant Buddha. It pulled with immense strength, managing to detach it. In response, Sakata attacked using the Blazing Wind Seikenzuki punch. Although the Buddha had lost its right hand, it still managed to strike the kaiju with its left. Okarun was impressed that Sakata could move the Buddha. He said that now all Sakata needed to do was to beat it severely. Sakata declared that he could handle this Dundam better than anyone else, so he attacked again, slashing the kaiju's head with the Hypergura slash attack. He also kicked it in the stomach, followed by using the Deadless Rocket Punch. He threw the detached hand, aiming it directly at the kaiju's face. Sakata was even singing as he reattached the golden Buddha's right hand. Not stopping there, he grabbed the kaiju's tail and spun around. He called this attack the Super Electrowave Hurricane, then released the kaiju, sending it flying far away. Once again, Sakata expressed his love for robots. He recalled what people would say when he bought Gundam models. They couldn't believe that at his age, he was still buying such things, saying he was too old for that. But he would respond by asking what the difference does it make, stating that he did it because he liked it. He said he had prepared for this moment his entire life, knowing that the opportunity to pilot a robot would come. So, he had spent time on rides and roller coasters at amusement parks to prepare against robot sickness. Back to the battle, the giant Buddha attacked, spinning around and choking the kaiju that was sprawled on the ground using the Super Electrowave spin. Smoke enveloped the surroundings due to the action, so Okarun couldn't see what was happening from where they were. Suddenly, the kaiju disappeared, confusing the giant Buddha. Sakata couldn't believe it, saying it was impossible for that to happen because it was just there a moment ago. Unexpectedly, it was struck again, but fortunately, an airbag cushioned the impact. The giant Buddha had been pushed, crashing into buildings on the side. Sakata was in disbelief that they were hit and wondered how the enemy had become invisible. Nevertheless, Sakata declared that the enemy's effort was in vain because he could manifest anything he could visualize. He said that if he used an infrared scope, he would become crystal clear to him. However, the Buddha's legs were suddenly hit, causing it to fall. As a result, the airbags deployed again. and Sakata complained because every time they were hit, he got trapped by the airbag. The enemy didn't stop, destroying even the Buddha's hands. Once again, the airbag deployed, and Sakata said the scope was broken. He thought the robot was too fragile and wondered if it was because it used to be a house. From below, Okarun shouted, instructing him to get out by pulling the lever underneath. Sakata replied that he couldn't reach the lever because of the airbags. With the giant Buddha robot in ruins, Sakata called for help, saying he would die inside. Suddenly, something glowing appeared, puzzling Sakata. For some reason, he commented that it felt gross. Someone told him to stop moving, but he said it felt worse than seasickness. It turns out to be Momo using her psychic powers. Okarun couldn't believe how large it was and that the robot could use the powers of the people inside it. Suddenly, hair grew on the Buddha's head and wrapped around the Kaiju's body, which was right in front of the giant statue. Now they could see the Kaiju's form clearly. Eira used her Acro-Silky ability to do this, saying she wouldn't let the Kaiju escape. Momo couldn't believe Eira was okay and told her not to let go no matter what, advising her to start moving slowly. Sakata praised them for their actions and said they should leave the rest to the great Emperor Pegasus Sakata. However, Momo silenced him and didn't let him move, or else they'd get sick again. Angrily, Eira asked again who he was. She then hurried Momo to act because she couldn't hold the Kaiju forever. Sakata said to wait, as they hadn't regenerated yet and couldn't attack in their current condition. But Momo silenced them both, using her giant hand ability to connect the Buddha's hand to its body, then grabbing the entwined Kaiju. Momo lifted it high into the sky and started spinning it. Okarun and Gigi ran away because of this. Momo spun the Kaiju for a long time, asking who was motion sick now. The Kaiju was visibly dizzy from this action. Momo then asked the perv to watch her, as she would show him how it's done. When it comes to Kaiju, she said, it's not just about punching and kicking, but about the power bomb. She then slammed it down from the air to the ground with tremendous force. Due to the impact, the Kaiju was knocked out and couldn't fight anymore. The Kaiju gradually began to shrink while the giant Buddha stood strong before it. The impact had created a very deep crater, but surprisingly, normal Japan suddenly returned. People in the surrounding area were astonished, claiming that the robot had appeared out of nowhere. Momo became nervous because now that the enemy was defeated, they had returned to their original state. She then wondered how they could go back, and Sakata told her to just visualize her house. So she held on to it, and the giant Buddha slowly transformed, returning to its original form, then back to the place where the Isa house stood. Finally, everything was back to normal, and Momo, Eira, and Sakata were again sitting at the table. Momo couldn't believe they had returned, but they all felt nauseous and dizzy from the experience. Because of this, Eira and Momo ran off, while Sakata cried in disbelief, unable to process that he had been inside a robot earlier. Meanwhile, Okarun and Gigi were running back to the Isa house, carrying the Kaiju. They complained about their aching backs due to its weight. Upon reaching the house, they immediately put down the Kaiju's body and lay down to rest. Gigi asked what that thing was, and he answered that he wasn't sure, but it was a cryptid. He said that in the past, they used to call them Kaiju cryptids. Sakata then came out of the house, saying they were late and both useless. Okarun was glad to see him and impressed that he could move the robot. Sakata proudly replied that it was a piece of cake for someone like him. Gigi called him Kinney and said he was such a badass, but Sakata told him not to be so casual. Suddenly, Okarun thought of Isa and Shiratori and asked if they were okay. Sakata said yes thanks to him. Okarun was relieved to hear this. Sakata added that he wanted an explanation about whether they were fighting to protect the world from what they called Kaiju. Okarun replied that it wasn't like that. The truth was that he and Isa were looking for a 5-centimeter golden ball. However, aliens, spirits, and other beings were also searching for it, but they desperately needed to get it. Sakata was shocked and asked if the fate of the world depended on this golden ball. Okarun looked down and said it wasn't that big of a deal. Sakata said he understood and offered to lend his strength. Okarun refused, and Gigi told Kinney that this was serious business, so it was best for him to walk away. Sakata called Gigi pretty boy and said he didn't forget and didn't trust him. Okarun then peeked into the Kaiju's mouth as Sakata claimed they couldn't protect the world with someone with a split personality on their side. Gigi said bingo and mentioned he was also told not to get involved, so they were in the same boat. Gigi asked what happened, and Sakata was curious too. Okarun said there was a part of a person in the Kaiju's mouth. Gigi couldn't believe it, and Sakata said it was impossible, wondering if it had eaten a person. He ordered the pretty boy Gigi to investigate, but Gigi refused, saying he couldn't handle gore. Sakata got angry and called him useless, questioning the point of his handsome face. Gigi was curious about why Sakata seemed to hold a grudge against him and asked if he had done something to him. Since neither would do it, Okarun volunteered to look. After all, the gold ball was his. He approached and peeked into the Kaiju's mouth. He was puzzled to see a zipper there and opened it. Inside the Kaiju was a short-haired woman. Sakata, Gigi, and Okarun were shocked to see her. She had her eyes closed and seemed to be struggling. When the woman opened her eyes, she was greeted by Okarun, which confused her. Inside the house, Eira and Momo were sprawled on the floor, finding it difficult to move. After vomiting, Momo said she would never ride in a robot again. Suddenly, she heard that Okarun and Gigi seemed to have returned, so she stood up and peeked out to ask if they were okay. However, when she looked, she caught sight of the woman kissing Okarun. Sakata and Gigi couldn't believe what they were seeing. Meanwhile, Okarun was sweating and blushing afterward. Confusion was evident on Momo's face when she saw this unknown woman.
Okarun was stunned after being kissed by the girl inside the Kaiju. Sakata couldn't believe it either, crying while choking Gigi, and even Isa was in disbelief. Isa kicked the girl, and we see Gigi hitting Sakata's arm to free himself from the choking. Isa called the girl an intruder and asked her what she thought of herself. The girl responded with incomprehensible words, and Sakata went berserk, pushing away Okarun and Gigi, saying he wished he had been the one to open the zipper and that he wanted to do over. Isa noticed the Kaiju next to the girl and seemed to realize something. She asked if the girl was the Kaiju and why it had kissed Okarun. The girl answered again in incomprehensible words, and Isa couldn't understand her, so she called her a dummy. Sakata said that the girl seemed to want to speak, so they should listen to her, but Isa yelled at him, saying he just wanted the girl to like him. Sakata replied that Isa should stop and not tell anyone about this. Okarun said that Isa should calm down and listen to what the girl was saying. He added that the girl doesn't seem keen to fight anymore, and they still needed to ask her about the gold ball. Isa refused to agree, and when Okarun tried to reason with her, Isa angrily said that the girl had kissed Okarun, and now he was being nice to her. Okarun was confused by what Isa said, and stated that it wasn't like that and his behavior was perfectly normal. Isa didn't believe it was normal and asked how Okarun could act normally after being kissed by a girl. Okarun replied that he was shaken up by what happened and that the girl was extremely beautiful, which seemed to anger Isa. "I hate this," Isa shouted and walked out because of what she heard. She told Okarun to do whatever he wanted and that she didn't want anything to do with the girl. Okarun tried to call out to Isa, but she told him to save it. Okarun was crying as he called out to Isa, and Sakata said that this wasn't the time to fight with each other. They still needed to figure out how to communicate with the girl. After that, we move to another place where we see two children pointing at something, and Okarun looks confused. He asked the girl Kaiju if she could please not hold his uniform like that. The girl seemed embarrassed, and Okarun said they really couldn't communicate with her. On the other hand, Gigi was trying to be funny by imitating an axolotl, but it had no effect on the girl. Sakata stopped him, saying Gigi was scaring the girl. Then he introduced himself to the girl as Kina Sakata, also known as Gale Wind Albert. He said that he was the first to open the girl's zipper, and Okarun was just a clumsy fool who looked like he had opened the zipper. He claimed he was first and Okarun was second, and asked the girl if she understood. Okarun told Sakata to give his version later when they could understand what she was saying. Sakata was about to say something to Okarun, but Okarun said he needed to clarify the misunderstanding with Isa earlier. We then see the farm where Mr. Shrimp is, and he asked who was with Okarun. He said he had never seen an alien like that before. For real? Gigi said, adding that Mr. Mantis Shrimp looked similar to the girl. Mr. Shrimp seemed offended by what Gigi said and stated they weren't alike at all. Sakata asked who the man they were talking to was and if he was a prophet. Okarun explained that they called the man Mr. Mantis Shrimp and that he was an alien. Sakata couldn't believe Mr. Shrimp was an alien, saying he had never seen an alien before. He added that Mr. Shrimp looked like a middle-aged man. Mr. Shrimp suggested they try using a translator, and Okarun was surprised that Mr. Shrimp had such a useful thing. Mr. Shrimp said it had helped him when he first arrived on Earth. Mr. Shrimp's translator turned out to be a pair of glasses with a big nose and mustache. Mr. Shrimp told them to talk to the girl, and Gigi laughed, asking if Mr. Shrimp was sure about this. Sakata said it wasn't a laughing matter, and that he wouldn't allow anyone to laugh at the girl, telling Gigi to stop. Okarun was impressed, saying they could now understand the alien language, but Mr. Shrimp said there were still things they wouldn't understand. Gigi ordered Okarun to talk to the girl, and Okarun wondered if Gigi wanted him to speak first. Gigi replied that the girl only responded to Okarun, so Okarun agreed. Okarun told the girl that his name was Takakura and asked for a name. They were nervous as they waited for the girl's answer, and she mentioned the word vamola. The three had different reactions to what vamola said, and Gigi said it was like King Kazu while dancing. Okarun asked why vamola came to Earth, and fragmented words came out of her. Okarun said he could only understand a little of what she was saying. Mr. Shrimp said this was bad. The translator could only pick up a few words and could search for analogous words, but it would take time. Vamola spoke again, and she seemed to be saying that she was looking for a strong person to fight, and if she was defeated, she would marry that person. Okarun was about to say something, but Vamola said they would get married. Sakata intervened, shouting about what about him. He said he was the one who piloted the Great Kinta and defeated Vamola. Okarun agreed, saying he wasn't the strong person. Vamola was stunned, and Gigi said it looked like she understood them. Sakata said it was good that things were clear now, but Gigi asked what he was talking about, saying Okarun was super tough. Okarun said he didn't want things to get more complicated. He added that they now understood her objective, and this would clarify the misunderstanding with Isa. Sakata called Vamola baby and accepted that all this confusion was his fault. He said it was time for a do-over and seemed to be asking Vamola for a hug. However, Vamola hugged Okarun instead, and we see Gigi doing a Michael Jackson impression, while Sakata said to tell him where to put his hands. Okarun was trying to move away from Vamola and asked Mr. Mantis Shrimp if there was no translator for them. Mr. Shrimp replied that there wasn't, and he needed to get back to work. He said he'd fix the translator a bit before they come again. Okarun asked when they would come back, and Sakata said he wouldn't give up. In the next scene, we see an abandoned building where 3 Serpos are. One of them was talking to someone, saying they hadn't observed their conversation partner there before. He also asked if it was their first time on Earth. We see a figure at the end of the hallway, and one Serpo said that this was their territory and the figure couldn't just enter as he pleased. Then, the heads of 2 Serpos were crushed, and the third was grabbed by the face with what looked like a giant chicken's foot. The figure said that what the Serpo's things were his, and his things are his things. They returned to the house of the Isa's, where there was prepared takoyaki.
Eira asked what the deal was.
And we can see that the scene at the dining table is chaotic again. Eira called Vamola a jerk face and asked why she was eating with them when she almost killed them. Momo was eating,
And Gigi answered Eira that it's because Vamola is so pretty. Eira retorted that Vamola can go straight to hell.
Seiko said she didn't even know the new guy, Sakata, but he should just eat.
Turbo Granny told them all to shut up.
And Sakata was very surprised that she could speak. There was a gawk-gawk sound,
And Eira said she was talking to Vamola.
telling her to say anything. Sakata said that Vamola couldn't understand their language.
So Eira should forgive her for his sake, to which Eira replied that he shouldn't make her vomit.
Okarun explained to them that Mr. Shrimp was just fixing the translator, and once it's fixed, they'll be able to clear up the misunderstanding. Momo responded that there was no misunderstanding and she didn't trust Vamola. Okarun said that what he meant was the misunderstanding on Vamola's side, because she was fighting to find a spouse.
Which surprised Eira and Momo.
Okarun added that vamola seemed to be looking for someone stronger than herself because if she was defeated, she would marry the one who defeated her. We can see vamola trying to eat while Okarun was saying this. Besides that, vamola thought Okarun was the one who defeated her.
But Eira and Momo said that they were the ones who defeated vamola.
Okarun said that was true, but Mr. Shrimp's translator couldn't understand what vamola was saying. So until it's fixed, they can't communicate with her properly. Sakata wanted to say something, and he said that to be sure, the two girls delivered the finishing blow, but he was the one who pushed vamola to the brink.
He then arrogantly asked them who was the strongest man there and stressed not to make him spell it out for them.
Then he said it was Gale Wind Albert, kin to the end of Pegasus Sakata. Momo called him a moron, and Eira said she got motion sickness from Sakata's piloting. Sakata said how delightful it was to be scolded by two beautiful girls. Vamola tapped Okarun and pointed at the takoyaki, seemingly asking for more. Okarun got some for her and wondered how much vamola could eat. Okarun mentioned that vamola really had an appetite, and Seiko said she liked people who know how to eat, so vamola should just fill herself up, and she would cook more takoyaki for her. According to Okarun, he was thinking about what vamola eats, and there was a lot more he wanted to know. We can see that Momo looks jealous and annoyed. Okarun said that Momo ate a lot and asked if she was okay. Momo asked if that was all he had to say, which confused Okarun. After that, Momo stood up and sat next to Okarun,
giving vamola a frown that she then returned with a smile,
leaving Okarun confused about what they were doing. Soon after, we hear the sound of a burp, and we see Momo lying down, saying she ate too much. Okarun said he mentioned that, and Momo blamed Okarun. According to her, Okarun made her eat everything she ate, and Okarun asked what kind of accusation that was. Then, Momo asked if vamola had the gold ball, and Okarun answered that they weren't sure yet because they couldn't understand her, so they couldn't get many details. Momo repeated that she didn't trust vamola. She added that vamola trapped them in a black space and attacked them like other aliens. Even though they defeated vamola, if the house hadn't transformed into a robot, they would have been in trouble. Momo said that maybe vamola was just resting, waiting for an opportunity to attack them again. We see vamola coming out of the kaiju suit while Momo is saying she's still an enemy. She warned Okarun not to let his guard down just because vamola kissed him.
Okarun asked Momo if she's still mad about that,
and he said that although vamola surprised him, he hadn't lowered his guard and everything would be okay. Momo was staring at Okarun, and he couldn't understand what she was doing.
Momo moved closer to him, and Okarun seemed to get flustered.
Momo said Okarun was drooling, and Okarun apologized, saying that's just how his face looked. Momo then asked why Okarun couldn't look her in the eyes, and if he was guilty. Okarun said no, and Momo asked again why not. At that moment, Gigi called Okarun, saying something was incredible. In the next scene, we see Gigi peeking inside vamola's kaiju suit, and Sakata said it was astonishing and that it had HUD projection tech inside. Gigi asked vamola if he could use it, and Sakata said that wasn't fair. Then, Gigi taught vamola to give a thumbs up, and when vamola did it, Gigi quickly put on the kaiju suit, and Sakata said he was next. Vamola was saying something unintelligible, but it seemed like she was trying to stop Gigi from using the kaiju suit. However, it was too late, and Gigi seemed amazed by what he saw. We can see what Gigi is seeing, and it's similar to what Iron Man sees, with various systems operating simultaneously. On the other hand, we hear a beep-beep sound, and we see the dismembered bodies of the Serpos. This was done by the creature we saw earlier that had chicken feet for hands, and behind it were what looked like more aliens.
Momo is talking to someone, telling them that she's been repeatedly saying the woman is an alien. It turns out she's speaking to her grandmother, who says the woman doesn't look like an octopus and guesses she's just a transfer student. They're talking about vamola, and Seiko says she'll contact the school and tells Momo to bring vamola along. Momo asks why, and explains that aliens don't only come octopus-shaped. Seiko replies that she has work to do, and sarcastically asks Momo if she can leave such a freeloader alone in the house. Momo mentions that Turbo Granny is there, but Turbo Granny says she'll come along. Momo sighs, saying this is the worst. wondering why she's stuck watching over Vamola. She says this while looking for clothes. Then, she gives Vamola some clothes and tells her to change out of the kaiju suit and put on the clothes she gave her. She asks Vamola if she understands what she said, and again instructs her to put on the clothes. Vamola seems not to understand, and Momo gets annoyed, saying Vamola is annoying. At that moment, the horn on Vamola's suit suddenly lights up, alarming Momo. The light grows brighter, and we see Vamola's POV as she looks at different parts of Momo's outfit and body, with Momo asking what she's doing. Vamola mentions the word tink, and her body seems to transform. Momo tries to stop her, saying this isn't the place for Vamola to become a giant, but to Momo's surprise, she doesn't become a giant. Instead, she takes on a human form, copying Momo's outfit from head to toe. Vamola says the letter N twice, and Momo is amazed by what she sees. As they walk to school, Momo asks Vamola if she can't transform her head, and Vamola responds with an N. But Momo says that's not a word. Momo tells Vamola that her name is Momo and instructs her to say it. Vamola mimics every word Momo says, and Momo seems very proud. Momo then instructs her that her name is Vamola. Vamola replies, "You're Vamola," and Momo says that's not right. Momo tried to fix the confusion. Vamola points at Momo while saying her name, and Momo says that's correct and it's amazing that she understands now. Vamola mimics some more of what Momo says, and Momo is so happy that she hugs Vamola. Suddenly, Momo pushes Vamola away, saying she's the enemy. She adds that it was fiendish and she almost fell for it. Then Momo draws something and shows it to Vamola. She describes it to Vamola and asks if she has it. Vamola seems to take something from behind her and hands it to Momo. Momo asks what it is and if Vamola is trying to say that's the gold ball. We see that Vamola is no longer wearing the kaiju suit, and Momo asks why she's undressing. Vamola seems to put something in the suit and she went back to her previous form, and we see that the ball she took out earlier is glowing. Momo says it's glowing golden and realizes Vamola had the gold ball. However, she realizes that when Vamola put that rock-looking thing inside the kaiju suit, it turned gold, and she changed form, so it's not Okarun's family jewel. Momo asks where Vamola got it, and Vamola wonders what she's talking about. Momo says that's not right and asks if the gold ball belongs to Vamola. She adds that it's "what a pain," and wonders if they need to wait for Mr. Shrimp's translator. Vamola then mimics Momo's "what a pain" phrase. Momo thinks that if Turbo Granny looks at it, she might know if it's Okarun's golden ball, and when she checks the time, she realizes they're going to be late. She tells Vamola to run and that they'll take a shortcut. She also shouts to hurry, which Vamola mimics. They go to an abandoned place, and Momo tells Vamola to copy her. Vamola says, "Copy?" And Momo confirms. Momo says to bow once, clap twice, and apologizes, saying they're just passing through, with Vamola copying everything she says. Momo tells Vamola not to walk in the middle but on the edges, and like a child, Vamola only manages to mimic a few words. Momo explains that her grandmother forbade her from passing through there, but it's a shorter route. She's passed through there many times, and they performed a good luck ritual, so they should be okay. We see the state of the place, and Momo says it's dangerous and deteriorating more each day. She wonders who knows when it will completely collapse, and Vamola echoes. Momo adds that they should hurry, and we see that parts of the building are already collapsing. Vamola notices something at that moment and points it out to Momo. What Vamola pointed out is a giant woman holding a mirror with an enormous mouth. The woman's face is scary, and she's applying lipstick to herself. The two are shocked by what they see, and the woman asks them if she's pretty. Momo shouts "pomade" twice, and we see the woman smack Momo towards the building. Vamola was worried about Momo, and the giant woman said not to shout "pomade" at her, as she was getting annoyed with Momo. The woman noticed something at that moment, and we see that Vamola transformed into a large kaiju and charged at the woman. He punched her in the face, but she didn't even flinch, which surprised Vamola. The woman said she was fine with Vamola, and she even liked her because her face looked homely. Vamola punched the woman again. While Vamola was raining punches on the woman, she said that having an ugly mug like Vamola around makes her look sweet. Then, she gave Vamola an incredible suplex that smashed her into the ground. and she said that she didn't throw vamola that hard, but she exaggerated her fall. Someone called the woman a slit-mouthed woman and asked if saying the word pomade 10 times would make her disappear, which seemed to surprise her. It was Momo, and she started saying pomade. But the woman put her hand into her mirror, and it came out from under Momo. She punched Momo so hard that she flew back and told her that she had already said not to shout pomade at her. She added that she should have dealt with Momo first, while doing something with the mirror again. Her hand came out in front of Momo again, and she tried to catch her, but Momo jumped away. The woman did this many times, and Momo asked what was happening. The woman said there was no use in trying to run, and we see that she has caught Momo. She said that the floor of that place was full of mirror shards, and the woman's face could be seen in their reflections. She told Momo to come with her, saying, "Come to Mama," and at that moment, there was a loud thump sound. It was Vamola, and she was hugging the woman. Momo told her that she needed to say the word pomade 10 times because that would make the woman disappear. She asked Vamola if she understood, and we see the woman retract her hand to hug Vamola back while saying that Vamola was really her favorite. She also asked if they could see how sweet she looked when Vamola was next to her, and they seemed to be taking a selfie. Suddenly, Vamola disappeared after that, and we can see the shock on Momo's face. We see that Vamola's reflection is still in the mirror, and the woman said that Vamola could stay in her mirror forever so that she would always look good. It seems that it's no longer just reflection, and Vamola appears to be truly stuck inside the mirror. The woman added that Momo shouldn't shout pomade anymore because if she disappears, Vamola will disappear too. Momo said that she didn't trust Vamola anyway, so she didn't care, but she couldn't bear the thought of being defeated by the woman, so she needed to beat her up and make her even uglier. The woman was about to ask what Momo said, but Momo charged at her while calling her a butt-ugly hack. The woman went berserk at what she heard and said she wasn't ugly, which made Momo run away in fear. The woman repeatedly said she wasn't ugly, and we can see that her eyes and hair have changed appearance. Momo told the woman to just get angry because when more blood rushes to her head, the less she can see what's going on around her. Just like her mirror, which was no longer in the woman's hand, as Momo had taken it. The woman got angry again and chased after Momo while telling her to return her mirror because she wouldn't be able to see her sweet face without it, but Momo teasingly said it was hers now. Momo tried to get Vamola out of the mirror using her powers, and she said she thought it would work, but her hand couldn't enter the mirror. She said it didn't matter. She'd just take it and have her grandmother look at it. Momo saw the woman in the mirror's reflection, and the woman said that if Momo really wanted to get in there, she'd put her in herself. Momo vanished, and the mirror fell to the floor. "Too bad. So sad," said the woman, and explained that even if only a small part of her reflection was caught in the mirror, she could use her power. We see that Momo is now inside the mirror too, and the woman said that they were there now, while calling them ugly cows. The woman asked herself what she would do with the two stupid girls. She added that she didn't like the homely face, and it seemed she was drawing something on her mirror. We can see that she was drawing on Momo's face, making her look like a clown, but the woman didn't like her drawing because it made Momo look cute. The woman added that Momo wasn't as lovely as her, and they should look at it together. However, the woman seemed troubled because she couldn't see herself in her mirror, and she wondered about this. She said that Momo and Vamola were blocking it, so she couldn't see her reflection. Then, Momo spoke to Vamola and was puzzled about something, and we see Vamola opening the mouth of the kaiju suit. While this was happening, the woman asked what they were doing. She was telling the two to stop, and we can see that Momo was teaching Vamola how to act cute. The woman was getting angry with them and told them to stop acting cute, calling them but ugly sows. She told them not to defile her mirror and to get out of there. She added that her face should be the one in the mirror, and we see that she has expelled the two from it. The two were freed from the woman's mirror, and she was happy to see her face again. She said it was lovely, and Momo and Vamola had the nerve to mess with her mirror. The woman apparently was talking to no one, and she wondered where the two had gone. Then, she heard someone mentioning the word pomade, which alarmed her. The word continued to be said, and the woman searched for where it was coming from. As the number of times pomade was mentioned approached 10, The woman became angrier and shouted for Momo to come out. The woman was destroying the place while looking for Momo. "Show yourself," the woman shouted, and we can see her gradually fading away because pomade had been mentioned 10 times. The woman disappeared from that place, and we can see something camouflaged. It turns out to be Momo and Vamola using the stealth mode of Vamola's suit, and Momo asked if the woman had disappeared. She answered her own question, saying it didn't matter. She said they should leave immediately, as the place was deadly. We see a street, and in the next scene, we see someone jumping over a fence. It's Momo and Vamola using the kaiju suit, and Momo says, "We made it." Momo realized why her grandma forbade her from that place, and she wouldn't go through there again, while Vamola was wailing. We can see that Momo still has the drawing the woman made on her earlier, and she's thanking Vamola because she would have been in trouble without her, and Vamola mimicked some of the words she said. Vamola hugged Momo, crying while saying that Momo had been in danger. Momo was stunned by Vamola's actions and words, and she said she would trust Vamola now. The school bell rang, and Momo said they made it. A teacher said they should hurry because they barely made it. Eira told Okarun that they should get moving because they would be late for homeroom, and Okarun argued that Momo wasn't there yet, but she arrived at that moment, and Eira said Momo was late. According to Momo, what happened to her that morning was crazy, and Okarun asked her what happened to her face, which puzzled Momo. Eira was laughing hard and asked if Momo had lost a bet, which made Momo ask what she meant. Okarun then asked why Vamola was with Momo, and Momo said her grandmother had ordered her to bring Vamola, and it was annoying. Vamola called Okarun by his name, Takakura, and Okarun surprisingly greeted her with "good morning," while the two behind seemed annoyed. Vamola mentioned the words, "here," "been in real trouble again," and Okarun wondered what she was saying. Momo said Vamola shouldn't get too close, and Eira said Vamola shouldn't be too casual in addressing Okarun. Vamola repeated what she said, and Okarun realized she was learning to speak. A teacher called Momo, and the teacher said he had heard from Momo's mother and asked if Vamola was the exchange student. Momo replied that her grandmother had said that and confirmed that Vamola was the exchange student. The teacher also asked what Momo had done to her face, and Momo was still clueless about it. Then the teacher mentioned that she had spoken with the other teachers, and they decided to put Vamola in Class C with Okarun. The two girls couldn't believe what he said, and the teacher explained that the Class C teacher was good at English, and Gigi had just transferred to Class B, so it was full. The teacher asked Okarun to take care of Vamola, and he couldn't believe he would be the one looking after Vamola. Momo didn't agree and said Vamola could be in her class, and Eira said there were other classes, but the teacher said it had been decided. He added that they should hurry because they were late for class, and Eira tried to argue, while Momo realized something. We see the class president of Class C, and she's blocking Momo and Eira from entering the room. She said it was forbidden to go in and out of Class C, and Eira asked her what right she had to say that, which Momo supported. The president said, as she had said before, that there were people studying there, and we can see everyone surrounding Vamola and Okarun, with Okarun pointing something out to Vamola. She added that she would report to the teacher if the two caused any more trouble, and we can see their anger towards the class president. We can see several things drawn on paper with labels for each item. Vamola mentioned one of these things, which is takoyaki. Class C is fussing over Vamola, asking her many questions and saying various things to her. One person asked if Vamola had ever eaten takoyaki, while another inquired if Vamola had a boyfriend. Someone expressed their desire to talk to the new student, and another remarked on how beautiful she is. Sakata asked them to wait for their turn to ask questions. Someone asked which country Vamola was from, but Vamola only responded with takoyaki. Sakata said she was from India, and it surprised his classmates. Sakata hushed his classmates and reiterated that Vamola was from India. He then added that they should continue with the pace of questioning. The class representative then asked Okarun about his relationship with Vamola. Okarun was initially confused, but said that Vamola was just staying at Momo's place, and that's about it. Vamola called out to Okarun, pointing at the takoyaki while mentioning it. Okarun confirmed that she was correct, and it was indeed takoyaki. The class representative commented that Vamola seemed attached to Okarun, and Sakata said that Vamola was attached to him because he defeated her. He asked Okarun if he was right, and Okarun agreed. The class representative asked what they meant, and Okarun said it was nothing. Sakata mentioned that the class representative wouldn't believe it even if Okarun said so, as she seemed hard-headed. The class representative stated that she wasn't asking Sakata. She was asking Okarun, and Sakata responded with, "Come again?" The class representative said that if Okarun had something to tell her, she would believe it because Okarun wasn't the type to lie. Okarun seemed surprised by this statement. Sakata then claimed that he had saved the world and piloted a robot, which made the class representative simply respond with, "Okay." Sakata asked if the class representative didn't believe him, and she replied that she couldn't force herself to believe a lie. Sakata told Okarun to tell the class rep, and Okarun said it was true, which shocked the class rep. The class representative said she thought Okarun was an honest person, and Sakata remarked that the class representative was that kind of person. Okarun said it couldn't be helped because who would believe what Sakata said? Vamola called out to Okarun again while pointing at something, and Okarun confirmed that yes, she was pointing at takoyaki. Then Vamola pointed at him while saying the word boyfriend.
Nani?
Okarun was surprised and asked who taught her that. Someone asked if it was true that Okarun and Vamola were dating, and Okarun denied it. Sakata asked Okarun if he had noticed, and Okarun asked what he meant. Sakata replied that he was referring to the true identities of those behind the uncanny gazes directed at them, which Okarun seemed to notice. They were Eira, Momo, and Gigi. Momo pointed at something to Okarun, and the two saluted like soldiers following their boss's orders. Someone told Okarun to run, and he responded with, "Yes, ma'am." Momo was scolding Okarun, saying they had given him a signal, but he was just having fun, and Okarun could only respond with, "Yes, ma'am." Then, we see them in chaos, with Momo asking Okarun what he thought he was doing, while calling him a four-eyed pervert. Okarun replied that he couldn't help it and didn't notice they were there. Eira asked what Momo was doing to Okarun, and we can see Eira and Vamola trying to stop Momo from strangling Okarun. Sakata said he was on his way to help Okarun, and we see that Gigi fell to the ground. We see Okarun and Gigi running away, while Momo and Eira are arguing. Momo told Eira to leave, calling her a skank, and Eira replied that she was the leader and called Momo a cow. Okarun asked what had gotten into Momo and why she was so angry. Gigi explained that it was because of Okarun's class representative. When she's around, she silences Momo, so she can't talk to Okarun. Okarun agreed, and Gigi suggested that Okarun should say something to her. Okarun replied that he would just keep his eyes on the hallway to notice when Gigi shows up. Gigi said he would just hide, and Okarun asked why. Momo seemed surprised, and asked why Okarun was so casual with Gigi. Jealous? Gigi asked, saying he and Okarun were good buds. Okarun said Gigi ignores him when he's formal, and Momo said that wasn't fair. She said she didn't like that either, so Okarun should talk to her that way too. Okarun replied that he couldn't do that, and Momo asked why. Okarun said it was because Gigi had the evil eye, so he's not that reluctant. Then he asked Momo what she wanted to say, and Momo seemed to sulk. Momo said that Vamola has a gold ball, which confused Okarun. Eira said they should get it, and Momo said something was bothering her about it because she wasn't sure it belonged to Okarun, which surprised him. Momo told Vamola to show them the ball behind her back, describing it. Vamola took it out, and we see that her kaiju suit came off. She showed it to Okarun, who asked if that was it. Vamola put the ball back in her suit and transformed back into a student, surprising everyone. Momo wanted to show something about Vamola's suit, explaining that when Vamola puts the ball in the suit, it glows. Okarun suggested it might be like a battery, and Momo agreed it might be. Momo asked what Okarun thought, and he replied that it was a tricky question no matter how you looked at it. Sakata said the suit was designed to hold that ball, and Momo asked what he meant. Sakata explained that if Vamola had only recently acquired the ball, why was there already a place to put it? Okarun agreed, and Momo asked if Vamola could have made that after getting the ball. Sakata said he had seen the internal workings of the suit before, and it was hard to imagine adding to that complex structure. It was more likely that Vamola had the ball from the beginning, which Momo understood. Momo noticed some girls talking about them, so she sighed, and Okarun asked what was wrong. Momo said they should disperse and think about where to meet next time. as what they were doing was too conspicuous. Eira asked how so, and Momo replied that it was too risky for several boys and girls to be discussing family jewels in the courtyard. Okarun exclaimed that they had only just noticed. We moved to Momo's house where someone shouted, "Idiots!" It was Seiko, who said she had told them not to go to the ruins, and both Momo and Vamola said so. Turbo Granny said she was amazed they came home alive, and Momo said she knew a spell to repel the slit-mouthed woman, so maybe she lucked out. Seiko seemed shocked when Momo mentioned the slit-mouthed woman and asked if Momo had used the word pomade. Momo confirmed that she had, and she said that she mentioned it 10 times to make the woman leave. Seiko said that next time, she would need to say it 100 times, which surprised Momo because her grandmother said, "Next time?" Seiko explained that pomade is a spell that temporarily removes evil spirits from their dimension. It's not permanent, and with each use, it becomes less effective. Then she asked if Momo knew why those ruins remain untouched, explaining that it's because no one can defeat Reiko Kashima, the slit-mouthed woman. Momo asked if she was serious, and Seiko told her that for the next week, she shouldn't go out after 10 p.m. Even if someone she knows calls her, she shouldn't look out the window, because if she does, Reiko Kashima will find her. We see a glass of water, and Seiko is outside the room, seemingly praying. There are also 2 glasses of water at the bottom of both sides of the door, and Vamola is peeking out. Seiko told Momo and Vamola to either hide their mirrors or cover them, and not to leave that room after 10 p.m. Momo asked until when, and Seiko replied until 5 in the morning. Momo said that would be easy because they could just sleep, but Seiko responded that it would be, if she could sleep. Then she told them to get in bed and wait for the time to pass, and Momo replied, "Will do." Seiko closed the door to Momo's room and asked if they could hear her. She added that no matter what happens, they shouldn't leave that room. Momo asked Vamola if they should go to sleep, and we can see it's almost midnight. Momo was staring blankly, thinking she couldn't sleep. She said she usually falls asleep within 5 seconds, but surprisingly, she was still wide awake. We see that Vamola is sound asleep, even drooling. Momo wondered how Vamola could sleep, finding it annoying. She cursed in frustration and suddenly heard a knock. Then, someone called out to Momo from outside her window, startling her. She thought it was Okarun and asked what he was doing there at that hour. Okarun said that Seiko had told him everything, like about the evil spirits chasing Momo and how she was stuck inside the room. Momo asked when her grandmother had told him this, and Okarun replied that it was just now. He added that he came to return the manga that Momo had loaned him, and Seiko told him that Momo wasn't allowed to leave the room. Momo replied that he could return it tomorrow and that Okarun could leave for now. Okarun said that until Momo was free from the curse, he would stay outside keeping watch, so Momo should rest easy and sleep. He added that Seiko told him Momo probably wouldn't be able to sleep well, so if it would help Momo rest easier, he was there to protect her if anything happened. Momo seemed touched by Okarun's words and thanked him. However, she said everything was fine, and in fact, if Okarun was there, she wouldn't be able to sleep because she'd feel bad for Okarun. Stuttering, Okarun said he wanted to stay outside, out of love, which seemed to shock Momo. Momo stared blankly and asked Okarun what he meant. At the same time, she heard a sound coming from outside her window, and Okarun answered that what he was doing was for Momo, which made her blush. Momo couldn't speak straight and asked why Okarun was saying such things at a time like this. Okarun apologized, saying he was an awkward fellow after all. Momo seemed to be throwing a childish tantrum out of extreme giddiness, and her cheeks were bright red from blushing. Momo told Okarun that she couldn't hear him properly and asked him to say it properly face-to-face tomorrow. Okarun said he understood, and he apologized again and told Momo to go to sleep. Okarun said goodnight, and we see Momo trying to sleep, but she got up again, looking troubled. She said she wanted to see Okarun, because if she didn't hear him say it directly, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Okarun replied that he wanted to see Momo too, and she stood up from her bed. She put on an oversized jacket and went to the door to open it, but just as she was about to reach for the doorknob, she thought of something and stopped. She asked Okarun if he was planning to hang out with Gigi tomorrow, and Okarun was puzzled by her question. He answered no, and called Gigi Mr. Gigi, which surprised Momo. She didn't continue opening the door and took off the jacket she had put on. Momo laid down and tried to sleep. Momo spoke to whoever was outside, telling them something. She said that Okarun doesn't call Gigi Mr. Gigi, and that Gigi is the only person Okarun speaks to informally, calling the person she was talking to a numbskull. The sounds outside grew louder, and Momo tried to ignore them while Vamola slept soundly. Suddenly, the sound outside stopped, and Momo opened her eyes. The voice outside said it wanted to see Momo and begged her to come out. It turned out to be Reiko Kashima, pretending to be Okarun, saying she loved Momo and wanted to see her using Okarun's voice. She was banging on Momo's window, persistently trying to get her to come out using Okarun's voice. Momo was covering her ears, and Vamola was still sound asleep despite the loud noise. Morning came, and breakfast was ready at the Isa household. Momo looked very sleep-deprived, and she called someone a bastard, saying it wasn't funny. Seiko said she had already told them that Momo wouldn't be able to sleep, and while laughing, Turbo Granny said it serves Momo right. Momo explained that she meant Reiko's way of playing with people's emotions, and her grandmother replied that Reiko uses mirrors to peek into people's hearts. For now, Momo should teach Vamola how to use chopsticks. Momo asked what difference it would make, and her grandmother called her a bird brain, saying that food shouldn't be taken lightly because living begins with eating. Yeah, Momo replied, and said she wanted to show something to Turbo Granny. What a pain in the rear, said Turbo Granny, and Seiko again told Momo to help Vamola. Momo took Vamola's ball, while letting Vamola know that she will take it. She showed the ball to Turbo Granny and asked if she knew anything about it. Turbo Granny asked what it was and told her to remove that filthy thing from her sight. Momo explained that it was placed in Vamola's kaiju, and it shines golden like crazy. She also asked if it was Okarun's family jewel, but Turbo Granny answered that it was very different. It was something far more hideous, and it looks to be more akin to human karma, she said. She added that she didn't want to see it again and ordered Momo to hide it. Momo was puzzled by Turbo Granny's mention of human karma, since Vamola was supposed to be an alien. Momo looked at Vamola, and in the next scene, we see Vamola walking to school with her kaiju headgear resembling a hoodie. Momo said, that'll do, and that it didn't look weird. She said the bag was nice too, and she bought it for Vamola, so Vamola should be grateful. Vamola replied, that'll do, which didn't seem to be what Momo expected her to say. Vamola's smile reached her ears as she looked at Momo, and Momo said that it would be nice if they can talk properly soon. Okarun then arrived and greeted Momo good morning, and she looked surprised to see him, which made Okarun wonder what had happened. Vamola tried to approach Okarun while calling him, but Momo stopped her and told her to stay back. Okarun also greeted Vamola good morning, and she kept calling him while Momo was greeting Okarun good morning. Okarun said Momo looked pale and asked if something happened. Momo answered that she had already said she had a strong curse, so she couldn't sleep. Okarun asked if the evil spirit was that bad, and Momo asked if Okarun had come to visit her last night. No, Okarun answered. Momo got angry, kicked Okarun, and said he should have visited. Vamola looked worried in the background, and Okarun asked Momo why. Momo was choking Okarun and asked him if he didn't remember what he said to her when he visited last night, but Okarun repeated that he didn't come. Vamola said to Momo, that'll do, as if telling her to stop. Momo was punching Okarun, calling him good for nothing and idiot many times. Vamola was still trying to stop Momo, and Okarun asked what it was about and what he had done wrong. Momo then yelled at Vamola, saying she should thank her for the backpack, but Vamola only replied with, that'll do. Okarun said it wasn't right for Momo to take out her anger on others just because she was in a bad mood. In the next scene, we see Momo sprawled on her desk, and Miko said she was out like a light. A girl classmate said Momo must be dead tired, and Kay said she would record it. Momo was talking in her sleep, seeming to be conversing with someone. Kay said Momo was saying something, and according to their classmate, it was cute. We learned that her name is Ririna, and Miko asked her if she heard anything, but she said no. Class C was surrounding Vamola again, and Okarun was teaching her something. He said that when he gives something to Sakata, he would respond with, thank you very much. Sakata said that's when it should be used, and Okarun told Sakata to give something to Vamola. Sakata did so, and Vamola said thank you, but she pronounced it as Tangu much. Sakata said Vamola was brilliant, and Okarun asked Vamola if she understood when to say thank you. Vamola said she understood and thanked Okarun. Someone said Okarun was a good teacher, and he asked if it was true, and one of his classmates praised him. Okarun bowed his head as if embarrassed, but he seemed to notice something, and it was Momo and the others. We see the back of the school, and Okarun and the others are there. Eira asked why they were there, and Momo answered what else could they do, as they had nowhere else to meet. Momo added that it was a bit weird for other people to see them, and Sakata said they should create a formal meeting place. While the three were talking, Gigi was doing something with his arms that looked like a chicken dance, and Okarun and Vamola were imitating him. Eira asked what Sakata was doing there, and Sakata replied that it was mean of her, asking if he wasn't a member of their group too. Momo said it was probably fine for Sakata to be there, but he should stop with the obscene jokes. Sakata responded with underpants, so Eira and Momo kicked him. Okarun asked Gigi what he wanted to show them, and Gigi told him to step back. Gigi did something with his hands that looked like he was preparing to do something. Then he seemed to do a kamehameha at the grass, which made it move, and we can see the surprise on Momo, Okarun, and Eira's faces at what Gigi did. Gigi said that Seiko had taught him how to do that, and he had gotten better at using it. Momo couldn't believe that her grandmother had taught Gigi that, and Gigi said he had been practicing by himself. Momo said Gigi was indeed a prodigy, and according to Gigi, he couldn't use the powers of the evil eye, so if he didn't get stronger, he wouldn't be useful to anyone. All he could do now was bend some trees, but he would continue to strengthen it until he could help all of them. They celebrated joyfully, but Vamola looked sad as she watched them. School ended, and Momo said she had work, so she asked Okarun if he could take Vamola home, and Okarun agreed. She instructed Okarun not to do anything weird. Okarun said he would never do that, and that Momo had been coming after him since earlier. Momo then told Vamola not to try getting flirty with Okarun, and she should just say no to Okarun, who had nothing to say in response. Vamola called out to Momo and thanked her. Momo looked surprised, while Okarun looked proud, and Momo said Vamola was improving. In the next scene, someone was looking for Momo, and it was Eira, to which Okarun answered that she was working. Eira asked if Momo couldn't stay out past 10 p.m. that night, and Gigi said totally. It could be bad news. Okarun explained that Momo would ask to leave at 9, and Gigi said it was close to 10 p.m. and he hopes it would be okay. Okarun replied that Gigi might be right, and he would just pick Momo up. Then, they said goodbye to each other. Gigi was with Eira, while Vamola and Okarun were together. Eira asked where Momo worked, and Gigi answered that it was at a maid cafe, which seemed to surprise Eira. She thought about teasing Momo, and Gigi wanted to come along. He said that Okarun had said it was awesome, and Eira seemed to get angry. She couldn't believe Okarun had been there, and asked if Okarun was into the maid thing. Gigi replied that he didn't know, but Okarun had said Momo was cute, which seemed to make Eira even angrier. She wondered what she should do, and if she should work there too. Gigi asked her if she could serve customers, and she angrily replied that she could. They both noticed a sound, and saw giant alien creatures of different forms and sizes. On the other side, we also see a similar scenario with Okarun. Okarun dropped Vamola off, and said, "See you tomorrow," to which Vamola replied the same. While walking home, Okarun noticed something, and when he looked back, he saw Vamola pulling on his bag. Vamola held Okarun's arm, and Okarun said this was the 5th time, asking if Vamola would please let him leave. Vamola called Okarun by his name, and said something in her language that was incomprehensible. She spoke at length, and it was clear from Okarun's face that he didn't understand and felt awkward. He removed Vamola's hand from his arm and apologized to her. He said that he couldn't understand what Vamola was saying, but he couldn't marry her because he loved Isa. They both fell silent, and Okarun ran away while apologizing, with Vamola calling after him. Okarun kept running, unable to believe he had said that out loud. He thought that even though he didn't say it to Momo, it still affected his heart, and he was thinking about Momo. He was shouting in frustration at himself, but gradually fell quiet because he noticed something. He wondered what it was, and his surroundings seemed to darken. Okarun looked behind him and saw enormous aliens of various forms. There was one that looked like a giant mantis, another that seemed to have body parts from different animals or things, one with 8 arms, another with an extremely large forehead, while one was about as tall as Okarun, and the largest looked like a giant robot. On the other side, Gigi and Eira were being attacked by the aliens they had seen earlier. Eira transformed into Acro-Silky, and Gigi was being shot at by aliens using lasers and a barrage of rockets. Eira complained that they shouldn't do this when she was wearing her school uniform, saying she had repeated this many times. While saying this, she tried to kick an alien, but was blocked by what seemed to be a force field, which suddenly became electrified, shocking Eira. Besides that, there were rockets heading towards her, and she was hit by them. Then, something else targeted her, and a large laser hit Eira. It was so powerful that Eira was sent crashing through several buildings, causing their destruction in the surrounding area, and she couldn't believe what happened. There was another alien that looked hollow inside its body, holding an enormous gun with electricity as bullets, and it was aiming at someone. It turned out to be Eira, but luckily she avoided it, and she escaped with Gigi, who was screaming in fear. We then see an alien with a triangular head that seemed to be using a force field. It was chasing Gigi, and Eira told Gigi that if he couldn't join the fight, he should let the evil eye tag in instead. Gigi replied that he couldn't do that because only Okarun could be fought by the evil eye. Eira said she was being targeted by missiles and a sniper, so she couldn't protect Gigi. Gigi said he would take care of the sniper, while Eira should fight the big one chasing him, and Eira asked what he could do. He did his Kamehameha again, and while doing it, he said, "I can do this." It hit the sniper, causing it to fall, and Gigi celebrated. Eira warned him that something was coming, and we see that the triangle-headed alien had caught up to Gigi. He tried to use his power on it, but he was hit by its force field, and it looked like blood came out of his mouth from the force of the impact. Eira worried for Gigi, and we see her being chased by missiles from another alien. Eira avoided them while running, and she grabbed a bucket full of water. Gigi seemed to be weakening inside the alien's force field, and Eira called out to him while throwing the bucket of water at him. Suddenly, the metal bucket was crushed when it hit the force field, which shocked Eira, and she said the water had evaporated. We see the bucket had disappeared, and the water is also evaporating. Gigi collapsed, and Eira was stunned by what she saw. The alien was shown, and it heard a sound. It was the evil eye, and it called the aliens boogers after asking what's up with them. The evil eye confronted the enormous alien, and Eira was shocked by what she saw. The irritation was visible on Evil Eye's face as he asked the alien what it thought it was doing, calling it Booger Face. Eira called out to Evil Eye, telling him to take down the alien, saying this was the only time it was allowed. Evil Eye was surprised to see Eira and said he hated her. He left, saying he wouldn't do it, and he had promised Okarun. Eira tried to stop him and reason with him, but Evil Eye was only wondering about what the dinner would be for that night. Then, the small alien with the laser gun fired again, hitting several houses as Eira dodged, telling Evil Eye that if he didn't defeat the alien, they wouldn't be able to return to the original world. This seemed to pique Evil Eye's interest. At that moment, the triangle-headed alien released 6 large cylinders and used them to strike Evil Eye. The alien did this many times. The alien appeared to have another weapon in its chest that looked like a laser. The alien used it, and a large laser blasted Evil Eye, destroying nearby buildings and knocking Evil Eye down, leaving him sprawled on the ground with tattered clothes after the attack. Eira became worried for Evil Eye, but she was still being chased and attacked by another alien using rockets. Eira said it wasn't funny and wondered what the hell are those things, referring to the aliens attacking them. The laser alien shot at Eira again, and she dodged, but she was caught by the electric shield from earlier that electrified her, followed by a barrage of missiles that exploded all around. Eira's uniform was completely ruined after that combo attack, and she fell to the ground, unable to move. The aliens were looking at Eira and Evil Eye lying on the ground, and we see an alien's head slowly opening, with someone speaking, saying it had been almost 3 minutes, referring to the battle that had just taken place. The speaker was a giant octopus, with a head resembling Vilgax from Ben 10. He said the fight was quick, and they needed to leave, or they'd be in danger. Eira and Evil Eye were shown, and the octopus alien said that the planet was abundant in moisture, so they couldn't use laser beams there. He added that perhaps due to the heavy gravity, Eira and Evil Eye's bodies were tough. At that moment, the octopus alien noticed something, and it looked like something had surrounded Eira and Evil Eye. The small alien shot at it, and whatever was surrounding Eira was punctured in the middle. The octopus alien seemed surprised because Eira and Evil Eye were no longer there, and he couldn't believe Eira could still move. He said Eira couldn't have gone far, and they would find her using their life sign detection. We see the aliens using this, and the octopus alien said it was useless because the white orbs were interfering, so they couldn't pinpoint the target. He ordered the other aliens to open fire and spray the entire area. The aliens did this, and the buildings were being destroyed one by one, being punched, shot with lasers, and blown up with missiles. We see the chaos caused by the aliens from afar, and the explosions are growing larger, shaking the area. The aliens heard 5 beeping sounds, and someone said they should return because it wasn't good as they were running out of time. A nuisance, said the speaker, because the planet was full of orbs. The area destroyed by the aliens returned to normal, and we are shown the sewer of the place, which seemed to tell us that someone or something had come from or used that place. We learned that Eira had indeed come from here, carrying Evil Eye using her hair wrapped around him. While panting and bleeding, Eira said something about people they needed to warn. They needed to warn everyone that there were deadly dudes there, referring to Momo, who was still working, and Okarun, who also had alien enemies. We see a quiet grassy area with a dark atmosphere, but it doesn't last long as sudden explosions occur, and we see Okarun, who is transformed, fighting against the aliens. Okarun brings to this battle what Turbo Granny taught him, and it's obvious that his movements have become faster. He's being attacked by a giant robot using missiles, and he's dodging a barrage of those. Then he uses his squat punch to destroy the giant robot's missile launcher. Next, the 8-armed alien attacks him, and he moves so fast that 4 Okaruns need to be drawn to show his speed. He uses one hell of a drop kick on it, sending the alien flying far away, and at that moment, he notices something. Another alien rushes at him, attempting to kick him, but he dodges. This alien moves quickly too, and it tries to punch Okarun, but Okarun is faster and dodges it. Then he uses a squat punch, yet the alien manages to avoid it. What follows is an exchange of punches, kicks, and dodges between the alien and Okarun. Okarun starts with a double punch, and the alien counters with a jump kick. Then Okarun retaliates with another double punch, which the alien answers with a downward heel kick, but neither lands a hit on their opponent. The alien tries to hit Okarun with a 3-kick combo, but Okarun avoids it again. This is followed by a literal ground-breaking punch from the alien, but Okarun still dodges, and he shouts "all out," while rushing the alien to deliver a double punch. While this is happening, the alien prepares to punch, and we see it connect, sending Okarun flying. But he quickly stands up, seemingly in disbelief at what happened. He pointed out the strange change of distance, and we see a large alien behind the alien that punched Okarun. This is the alien that killed the Serpo in the previous arc, and Okarun wonders what kind of enemies he's facing, feeling the pressure. Okarun seems to notice something at that moment. He saw the smaller alien has closed in on him. He took a direct punch in the face, followed by 3 powerful jabs, then a kick to the head that knocks out some of Okarun's teeth. Then, the large alien does something with its hand, and we see Okarun feeling it. We're shown that he's being squeezed, and when the alien releases him, he can barely stand and his uniform is in tatters. He falls to his knees in front of the alien, and then collapses completely, returning to his human form. The alien then says that the Serpoians were correct in reporting that Okarun was strong, and another adds that if you think about it, Okarun is fast even without a suit on a planet with strong gravity. An alien orders them to take the jewel because they're out of time, so the 8-armed alien grabs Okarun's feet and hands. Then the alien with an almost human body asks if this is the correct way to use the apparatus the Serpo use. It looks like a suction cup mixed with a gun, and he presses it to Okarun's family jewels. Then, he retrieves Okarun's golden ball, and the 8-armed alien asks what they'll do with Okarun. One answers that they should take him and investigate his internal anatomy. The aliens are about to leave, and they seem to be using a triangle-shaped teleportation portal, but suddenly one of the arms of the alien holding Okarun is cut off, surprising the other aliens. We learn that this was done by Mr. Shrimp using his second form, and he asks if the aliens can fight for 24 hours while calling them businessmen. Mr. Shrimp stood between Okarun and the aliens to protect Okarun. An alien was about to attack him, but someone stopped it, saying there was no time for that, and added that Mr. Shrimp wasn't a life form from that planet. They entered the portal, and the tall alien in the middle told Mr. Shrimp to wait, saying they would hunt him down next time. Mr. Shrimp was left there with the collapsed Okarun, and he slowly returned to his normal form. He tried to wake Okarun up, but unfortunately, he wouldn't wake, and his face was visibly covered in blood. The sky is shown as a transition to another place, and we see Momo performing the Momo Kiko How, which excited 2 customers, while others were smiling in the background. Many customers were calling for Momo, but she told them to wait. A man with a headband said they should wait because Momo was going to play Othello with him. He added that if he won, he and Momo would link arms for his souvenir Polaroid. Another man told him to be real, and performed the Momo Kiko How on the headband-wearing man, joined by other customers. A coworker whispered to Momo that it was past 9 o'clock, reminding her that she needed to leave. Momo looked at the clock and realized her coworker was right, so she left discreetly. The man with the headband asked where Momo was going, while Momo's coworker told him that she was good at Othello so they could play instead, and Momo apologized because she had to leave. Momo thought to herself that if she didn't hurry, it would be 10 o'clock, and the next time she faced Reiko Kashima, she wouldn't be able to save herself. She said she had to do this for a whole week, and it was tiring, but she suddenly noticed something. The door wouldn't open, so she called Mr. Mo to tell him that the back room was locked. We see a dream man who looks very creepy, and that's what Momo sees on the faces of everyone there, whether customers or co-workers. They suddenly attacked her, but she seemed to do something with her hand, causing all the items and people to be flung to one part of the cafe. The dream men put their hands together as if praying, and Momo felt a strong wind. She returned it towards the dream men, and she noticed 2 of them running on the wall. Momo seemed to do something that caused the 2 men running on the wall to be thrown off, but she was suddenly hit by plates and other eating utensils, and we learned that the dream men had thrown them. Momo stopped them using her powers, but the dream men seemed to pray again, overpowering Momo, and the eating utensils flew towards her. Then, someone grabbed Momo, and she was pinned down by 2 dream men. The dream men said they had nullified Momo's special abilities, so her resistance was futile. They added that the planet was full of power, so they could probably make a marvelous suit there. Momo told them to let her go, calling them shitheads. She also asked if the Serpoians were with them, and said they wouldn't escape what they had done. A dream man said that the Serpoians' information was correct because Momo was indeed strong, and they could barely restrain her. They said it was all thanks to Vamola, which seemed to shock Momo when Vamola's name was mentioned. The dream man explained that Vamola was called an advance party, and she had brought them there. Momo remembered what Turbo Granny said about Vamola's golden ball, that it wasn't Okarun's family jewel, and it was closer to human karma. Momo couldn't accept what she was hearing. Then, the dream man took out a tool that looked like a drill, saying the Serpo made it to dissect humans. The man seemed about to stab Momo with it, and Momo couldn't believe Vamola had done this. At that moment, all the dream men suddenly floated, and a force field seemed to form around Momo, which surprised her. Someone spoke, saying that this wasn't allowed because that thing belonged to them. We learned that this is a Serpo, telling the dream men to return their merchandise. This Serpo had a strange grin on its face, and a scar that wasn't seen on other Serpos. The Serpo glared at the dream men who attacked Momo, and Momo felt a mixture of surprise and anger at the Serpo she saw. Then, someone handed an iron to Momo, and we learned that it was the Serpo who gave it, asking for Momo's help to press the dream men's faces between the irons. Momo couldn't believe it, and asked why she should cooperate with the Serpo, but it just replied that the dream men were coming. Momo shouted, "Bastards!" and the Serpo charged at the dream men. They pressed the head of one of the dream men, and it gradually changed its form. It turned into a Serpo, which shocked Momo, and she said it was creepy, seemingly disgusted. The new Serpo mentioned the words 6 sensory organs, and they did something that knocked down the dream men. Momo asked what the hell that was and what was going on there. One Serpo answered that the dream men were their clones, shocking Momo, and explained that when a Serpo's data is overwritten at the time of their birth, their form will change. Momo then asked if the maid earlier wasn't her co-worker, and the Scarface Serpo said no. He added that at the time of empty space entry, the data transfer was very weak. Suddenly, Momo and the Serpos were flung back, and Momo said if those were clones of the Serpos, they should do something about them. The Scarface Serpo replied that the enemy had replaced their data. He said that one day, people they had never seen before arrived and stole all of their things. He repeated that they didn't know these people to emphasize the point. The Dream Men attacked again, and Momo said they'd talk later, and they had something to do against these attackers. Like the shithead that charged at Momo, whose face they ironed, turning it back into a Serpo. The Serpos again did their squat pose that made several Dream Men kneel and bow down, and the Serpos said that because there were now 3 of them, they were in the awesome zone. Momo said to keep it coming, and she used her powers to iron the faces of the Dream Men, turning them back into Serpos. The Serpos and Dream Men clashed, with Momo in the middle of it all. She kicked a Dream Man in the side of the face, calling him a son of AB. Then, she ironed the face of another while calling it Spaceman Othello, but she suddenly seemed surprised. She had seen a creature on the ceiling with 4 arms instead of 2 legs and 2 arms, and its face looked like the head of an electric shaver. Momo told this to a Serpo, who used the 6 sensory organs on the creature, but it just passed through it, which greatly surprised Momo. Suddenly, something stabbed the Serpo that attacked the creature, and we see that the creature did it using its body. The Serpo's face became like the creature's, which attacked Momo, and she called it bastard. She couldn't believe that the creature on the ceiling could also change the form of the Serpos. Then, something attacked Momo using the 6 sensory organs, and it turned out to be the Serpo whose form had been changed by the creature. 2 Serpos ironed its face, turning it back into a Serpo, but the creature stabbed them, changing their form, and they attacked the Serpo whose face they had ironed. Momo said they wouldn't get anywhere doing that, and the creature attacked again. It was Momo whom it targeted, who avoided the creature's attacks, so she threw a chair at it. To her surprise, it just passed through, and she couldn't believe it wasn't affected by attacks. The Scarface Serpo said that the creature wasn't in that dimension and was attacking from another dimension. Therefore, its attacks would land, but it couldn't be hit by their attacks, which made Momo say it wasn't fair. Nevertheless, the Serpo said Momo's paranormal abilities could interfere with it, and as the Serpo was saying this, the creature attacked again. The Scarface Serpo said they would take care of the clones, and Momo should handle the creature. If they didn't hurry, they would all be wiped out. Momo replied that it was easy for the Serpo to say that, and she tried to catch the creature, but it vanished, causing Momo to hit the ceiling. We also see that the creature's warriors mimicked the Serpo's squat-posed attack, and the 2 sides were almost evenly matched. The Scarface Serpo said that they couldn't catch that creature, and it wasn't possible to pull it into their dimension. He said it would be better for Momo to use her paranormal ability to directly attack the creature. As the Serpo was saying this, the creature attacked Momo. It slammed her against the wall and the floor, and we can see that Momo is now covered in wounds. She thanked the Serpo for the advice, but said her powers were only good for grabbing objects. Then, the creature stabbed Momo, piercing through her forearm and shoulder. She screamed in pain, and the creature wrapped Momo using what it had stabbed her with. The creature swung its stabbing appendages, flinging Momo, the Serpos, and various objects, and it stabbed several Serpos again, changing their form. They attacked the Serpos, seemingly defeating them, and the Scarface Serpo told Momo that they couldn't hold out any longer because they had no clones left. If Momo does not defeat the creature, they would all be wiped out. For Momo, there was nothing she could do, because Okarun always came to her rescue, so she realized how weak she really was. As she thought this, the creature was stabbing various parts of her body and surrounding her with its stabbing appendages. At that moment, she noticed she was blacking out, so she wondered if this was the end for her, and she called out to Okarun. We seem to return to the past, and Momo nervously says to become nice and tasty. Her friend Miko yelled at her that the coffee wasn't nice and tasty, so Momo should say it with conviction. Then, Momo remembered that her grandmother had also told her this, and Seiko said that Momo should use the power of words to alter reality. Momo was still young then, and her grandmother told her that her feet were ablaze and asked her what that was called. Momo answered that it was a kick, so her grandmother ordered her to use that kick to attack the sandbag, and Momo charged. She kicked the sandbag, but hurt herself, and her grandmother said that wasn't right, because that kind of kick wouldn't drive away annoying boys. Seiko asked her what the most powerful creature in the whole world was, and Momo answered that it was Nessie. Good, Seiko replied, and from that moment, the bat she was holding was Nessie. Momo said she couldn't see it, and Seiko told Momo to just believe. She told Momo to watch closely, and that was the power of words. By putting feelings into words and saying them, things thought impossible could become reality. Seiko hit the sandbag while saying the word Nessie, causing it to fly into the roof of their house, damaging it slightly. Momo returned to her present. Her friend said that to make the food even tastier, they should put their hearts into it and say it all together, the word Momo. Then, we return to the true present, where Momo's eyes are wide open, and she saw how the electric shaver-faced warriors were defeating the Serpos. They beheaded some, while stabbing others in the stomach. They also used skills that flung the Serpos away, and even the scar-faced Serpo was being beaten up. We learned that the creature had captured Momo. The Serpos were defeated, and she was surrounded by the creature's warriors. It wrapped its stabbing appendages around Momo and dangled her, where its warriors tried to reach her. However, they were all thrown back by a blast that came from Momo using the Momo heart. She then continued to attack, with anger visible on her face. The scar-faced Serpo seemed to warn Momo about the creature, but it pulled Momo closer, and Momo tried to use Momo on it. But it wasn't a normal Momo, but a Momo tri-beam that destroyed the creature. Momo defeated the creature using the Momo tri-beam, causing a massive explosion that flung Momo and other objects, aliens, and the creature's warriors away. Momo held her left shoulder in extreme pain, and she noticed something at that moment. The creature's warriors were standing in front of her, and something had happened to them. They had returned to their Serpo form, and one of them said that Momo was safe and sound. Momo remarked that they had returned to their creepy faces, and a Serpo replied that it was just perfect. In Momo's current state, she seemed easy to capture. Momo said she knew this would happen, and we can see the Serpos slowly surrounding her. Nevertheless, Momo claimed she could still blast them with her Momo tri-beam. If they wanted to die, they should come get some. A Serpo responded that she was surely bluffing, and it seemed Momo no longer had enough power at that moment to use her paranormal abilities. Momo repeated that they should try her, and they would see, which seemed to silence the Serpos. They had surrounded Momo and asked her what was wrong, and if she couldn't attack after all. At that moment, someone called Momo's name questioningly, and the Serpos suddenly vanished, surprising Momo. The caller added that the Serpos were newly generated and still needed updating. Consequently, they didn't understand how scary Momo was. We learned that this was the scar-faced Serpo crawling towards Momo, and we see that it no longer had other body parts. He said that after reclaiming their clones, getting rid of them would be a problem, so he sent them home. On this occasion, they needed to defeat a similar enemy. He told Momo to consider it a truce, and she asked if it was c'est la vie. She added that the battle had been close. In the next scene, Momo and Scarface are up now, and Momo has no top clothing except her bra as she bandages herself. While doing this, she told Scarface not to return her to normal space yet because she was a complete mess. Then, she asked Scarface if he had any equipment that could heal wounds instantly, but Scarface replied that they had none because all their equipment was stolen. Momo asked who they were, and Scarface said he didn't know. He explained that there were approximately 666 alien species in the galactic system, and none matched those who stole from them. Momo was shocked by the number of species, and Scarface said it was very likely that they used warp technology to come to their place from the farther reaches of space. Momo couldn't believe what Scarface said, and he added that for long-distance warps, a mediating system was required. A transmission system like the pyramids, which surprised Momo because she thought that they were tombs that contained mummies. Scarface said that was wrong, and the corpses found there were just placed to be sent to planets with advanced medical facilities. He also asked if Momo didn't know this, even though there were transmission systems in Japan. Momo didn't want to believe it and said there were no pyramids in Japan. Scarface replied that there were, like the splendid coffin burial mounds. Momo said she couldn't keep up and asked how their enemies from such distant places could understand their language so well if they came from so far away. We return to the scene where a creature is holding a Serpo by the face, and Scarface said that they stole all their knowledge and technical data, including linguistic data. That was the natural way for them to learn how to communicate. At that moment, Momo remembered what the dream men said about thanking Vamola, and she asked Scarface if there were many enemies. He said yes, and Momo asked if there was a woman who looked like a kaiju. Scarface replied that there were various types, so he wasn't sure, but he thought there was, which seemed to surprise Momo. She immediately thought of Vamola and seemed saddened. She remembered what Turbo Granny said about Vamola's golden ball, that it seemed close to human karma. Then, Scarface said that before, they had made a plan to attack Momo and her friends one by one while they were separated, and at those times, Momo's friends were being attacked like what happened to them. The enemy was strong, so if they didn't hurry, Momo's friends might be defeated, and we can see the anger on Momo's face. She said Scarface should have told her this from the start, while she was packing her things. She added that her shoulder was killing her, and she asked Scarface if he could walk, but he said no. Momo dragged Scarface out, saying her shoulder hurt terribly. Scarface said it was because it had a hole. Then, Momo told Scarface to return her to normal space and make himself scarce. However, nothing seemed to happen, and Momo asked why Scarface was still there. He told Momo he wanted her to take him along, which seemed to surprise Momo. He explained that all the data taken from them needed to be erased, and Momo asked if he was joking. She added that didn't Scarface realize she absolutely hates Serpos, and it was just a coincidence that they had the same enemy. She left, saying goodbye to Scarface while calling him a shithead. The next time they meet, she said she would crush him. At that moment, Momo noticed something and saw that it was past 10 o'clock. She wondered what she should do. She couldn't go out anymore, and the place where she was would close soon. She was happy when she saw a manga cafe, thinking she could stay there until morning. However, she learned that minors weren't allowed to stay overnight, and she wondered what she should do. Reiko Kashima would find her in this situation. In the next scene, a man greeted someone and asked if it was their first time in that place. He was talking to Scarface, who answered yes, and he now had legs again. The man told Scarface to write his name, address, and phone number on a paper. Scarface asked what he should write, and someone answered that anything would do, so he wrote the name Rokuro Serpo. Then, the man led him to a room and told Scarface to enjoy his time. We see Scarface bow, and we discover that Momo was there too, saying the infiltration was successful. Scarface asked Momo if he could remove the foundation she had applied to him, but Momo told him to speak quietly. Momo added that they could get in trouble because of Scarface's appearance, so he should leave it as is. Scarface said he wanted to read manga, but Momo told him to just sit there. In the next scene, we see the cafe clerk fixing his hair while looking in the mirror. He's very pleased with himself and wonders if he could become even hotter. As he looks in the mirror and preens, we see his eyes change appearance, and he tells his heart to be still. He continues to look at himself in the mirror and says he needs to confess his feelings, so he puts the mirror aside. We then see Momo gradually falling asleep while holding onto her shoulder, and Scarface has a grin on his face as if planning something sinister. He's looking at the sleeping Momo, and a small robotic body part emerges from Scarface. He points it at Momo and is about to prick her with it when he suddenly hears a knock from their room door. Scarface quickly hides his robotic body part, and Momo wakes up, wondering what she heard. The person knocking is the hotel clerk, asking if he can talk to them. It's about the form they filled out earlier, which he accidentally erased, so he's asking if they could fill it out again. We notice that the man's face looks creepy, and Momo tells Scarface that didn't she say to just write whatever, to which Scarface replies that he thinks he did. The man says it looks like there are two of them in the room, and he's sure only one woman entered the establishment. If there's anyone else inside, he says he needs to remove them immediately. He says he's going to enter, and Momo notices the man opening the door, but it's stopped by a hanger, which surprises the man. He asks them why they're holding the hanger there, and Scarface answers that he's not holding it, it's just stuck there. The man is surprised and asks Scarface where his legs are, making Momo nervous. The man opens the door after breaking the hanger and sees that Scarface has legs again. He inspects the room with his weird eyes, and Scarface tells him that even if he's an employee, it's rude to force his way into a customer's room to peek. The man says he's nervous and confesses to Scarface that he likes him, asking him to be his girlfriend. Scarface agrees, which seems to surprise and annoy Momo. The man asks if he can lift Scarface's skirt, and Scarface agrees. This angers Momo, who says it's not funny. Momo senses something at that moment, and we see the man about to lift the skirt, looking confused. He says he heard a woman's voice from inside Scarface's skirt, and Scarface replies that it was just his fart. The man says there's no smell, and Scarface claims he inhaled it all. The man asks to see Scarface's panties, and he agrees again, making Momo even angrier. The man is peeking at Momo, and Momo says that when this is over, she'll kill Scarface. The man notices something and says it's strange. He says Scarface is wearing 2 dress shirts, which makes Momo nervous. The man says he'll just lift one, and as he does, Momo notices something, that the clerk has a mirror in his pocket. Momo uses her powers to control her bandages to reach for the man's mirror and cover it, which returns the man to normal, much to his shock. There's an awkward silence, and he says the skirt suits Scarface, to which Scarface replies, "I love you."
Daddy, chill.
The man apologizes for what he did, and Scarface says he thought the man had just confessed his feelings for him, but before he can finish, Momo throws him while calling him a piece of shit. Scarface asks if he was rejected and what's with the man. While showing the mirror surrounded by bandages, Momo says that's what caused it, which confuses Scarface. Momo explains that when the man tried to lift Scarface's dress shirt, she noticed the mirror in his pocket, and she understood it was the work of Reiko Kashima. She remembered her grandmother telling her to cover mirrors with any cloth, and Scarface asks who Reiko Kashima is. Momo replies that it's better he doesn't know. Scarface asks if Momo can sit him up properly because his position isn't comfortable. Momo says that when she was under Scarface's dress shirt, she noticed something, the robotic body part, and asks what it is. Scarface doesn't answer and changes the topic by asking Momo if she's ever professed her love to someone. Momo responds with another question, asking if he wants to be pulverized. The scene changes, and we see 2 people walking. We learn that it's Momo pushing Scarface, saying tiredly that they're just a bit farther. Someone calls out to Momo, saying they're glad she's still alive. Momo seems surprised to find out it's Chiki and asks what's going on. Chiki replies that Momo didn't come home yesterday, so they were worried about her, and Momo asks if they also know about the curse. Chiki says it's not that, and everyone was attacked, which seems to shock Momo. The door to Momo's house is shown, and inside, she sees a bloody room where Mr. Shrimp is guarding 3 bodies. Momo couldn't believe what she was seeing, and we learn that the bodies there were Eira, Gigi, and another body whose face was covered and full of blood. Momo was on the verge of tears, and Mr. Shrimp said thank goodness that Momo was okay. Momo knelt beside the person with the covered face, and Mr. Shrimp apologized to her. He said that he was with them, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Momo removed the cover from the face of the person in front of her, and she was shocked when she saw who it was. It wasn't a person at all, but an alien, and Momo asked what it was. Mr. Shrimp replied that it was the one Okarun had defeated, and when he found it, it was still alive, but now it's dead. He added that all the aliens were special suits, and it seemed that without them, the aliens couldn't survive on Earth. Momo walked towards the alien's suit, and it looked like she was searching for something. To her surprise, she found a ball from the alien's suit, and she asked where Okarun was. Mr. Shrimp said he was in the other room. He added that they had taken Okarun's testicle, which shocked Momo, and that his condition was touch and go. Mr. Shrimp said it was difficult to treat Okarun with his first aid kit, while Momo was opening the door to the other room, and she was surprised by what she saw. Vamola was there, on top of a body connected with wires. She looked at Momo, who seemed annoyed with her, and in the next scene, Momo pushed Vamola away, telling her to move aside. Momo's mouth was open in shock, and we are shown the tube used for medical care. It was attached to Okarun, who looked to be in the brink of death, and Mr. Shrimp said that blood and phlegm had accumulated in Okarun's lungs, so they needed to keep him breathing or he would suffocate. He added that Okarun's heart was being mechanically assisted, and we could see the sadness on Momo's face. Then Vamola called her, but she yelled at her, saying, "Take it off, you octopus freak." She said Vamola was just like the other octopus in her house, and told Vamola to show her true self, while calling her a piece of shit. Vamola thanked Momo, but Momo was full of anger towards her. Momo pushed Vamola, and they went through the wall of the house. So Mr. Shrimp tried to calm Momo down and asked what had gotten into her. Momo answered that the bastards who attacked her said that Vamola was sent there as a spy, which surprised Mr. Shrimp. Momo added that she had obtained a ball from the octopus's suit that was similar to Vamola's. Then she turned her attention back to Vamola and asked if she understood what they were saying, and again told her to show her true self. Vamola transformed into a kaiju and pinned Momo to the ceiling with her tail, causing Momo to scream in pain, which worried Mr. Shrimp. Suddenly, Vamola disappeared, but we see that the house door was open, indicating that she had left. Momo chased Vamola until out of the house, and they had a standoff there. Momo told Vamola to leave and that she never wanted to see her face again. The next time she saw Vamola, she wouldn't have mercy and told her not to come near them again. She added that she would kill Vamola like the octopus inside the house, and to hurry up and leave because she was disgusted by Vamola. She called her a dumb bitch and threw a rock at her while calling her a stupid head. Momo said all sorts of things while throwing rocks at Vamola, who just stood there and took it all. Then, Vamola turned around and slowly became invisible, until Momo could no longer see her. Momo seemed to become sad, and we see that she started crying because of what happened. Scarface said that Vamola was an enemy, so why was Momo crying? And Momo replied that she wasn't crying. Scarface said that he really couldn't comprehend Earth people after all. Momo said that they couldn't understand each other, so they shouldn't force it or pretend that they could understand each other. She added that she would kill them, and the aliens wouldn't escape for what they did, but if she just waited for them to appear, she would be on the defensive. Then, she asked Scarface if he knew where their enemies were, and Scarface answered that their enemies couldn't endure Earth's gravity for long, so they needed a base they could go to and leave continuously, and it should be nearby. He explained that the portable warp devices that could be carried by a person could jump a distance of about 1 kilometer. Because their enemies came from outer space, they would need pyramid-level transmission. In simple terms, he said, their enemies would go to the coffin burial mound. Eira woke up and said that when your enemy hurts you, you should get revenge. Gigi was also awake and said, twice as much 2 times. Eira kicked him and told him it's double, while calling him a bird brain. Gigi cried out in pain, and Momo said they both seemed to be doing better, which was a relief. Eira replied that they weren't fine because they lost due to Gigi being utterly useless, and they had to go to the sewage. Gigi complained that Eira's kick hurt. Meanwhile, Mr. Shrimp was tending to Momo, saying that should do it, while placing a device on Momo's arm. He added that if Momo rested, her wound would heal within 6 hours. Momo thanked Mr. Shrimp and said that the device was amazing, so she asked how it worked. Mr. Shrimp answered that he just bought it and didn't make it, so he didn't know how it functions. Eira then asked where Seiko was, saying she wanted to beat up the aliens. Momo said she knows, but her grandmother was on a business trip in Hokkaido. Eira was surprised by this and asked about Seiko's cell phone. Momo replied that her grandmother didn't have a phone, so Eira asked what they would do now, saying they were in real trouble. She added that they also didn't know when the aliens would attack next, and Momo said that was her guess too. Eira told her not to guess about it, and asked Momo what her plan was. Momo looked at Okarun, and we were shown a close-up of Okarun's face, indicating that his condition was really bad. Momo then asked Gigi about the evil eye, and he replied that the evil eye had no interest in fighting. He said it had promised Okarun, and besides, it didn't seem interested in aliens. Eira said that it's not like the evil eye was an ally, and then asked about Vamola and what was going on with her. Momo angrily said that Vamola had run away, or rather, she had kicked her out, which seemed to both confuse and surprise Eira. Gigi asked what Momo meant and what had happened. So Momo said that vamola was a spy for the aliens. She said that the aliens found Earth because of vamola, and it turned out she was their advanced party. Annoyance was visible on Momo's face, and she called vamola a dumb skank. Eira threw a tantrum and said, "I knew it," adding that she never trusted vamola for a second. Gigi said that they didn't understand each other, and asked if vamola herself hadn't told this to Momo. Eira angrily questioned Gigi about how long he would side with vamola, saying his womanizing was going too far. Gigi said he was just saying they weren't sure. Momo then asked if Gigi thought she was lying, and Gigi replied no, that wasn't what he meant. Momo shouted that the aliens had told her this directly while she was getting stabbed the shoulder. Wait, Gigi said, they didn't know if the aliens understood their language fully, and there might be some nuance in what they were saying. Momo replied that the words went straight into her head, and nuance had nothing to do with it. Gigi argued that there was a possibility the aliens were misusing their words, and Momo said no, but Gigi asked why. Mr. Shrimp was there, rendered speechless by their argument. Momo angrily asked why Gigi was so convinced by what he was saying, and Gigi asked why Momo was so ready to believe what the enemy said. Momo reasoned that the enemy knew who vamola was, so that meant she was their ally. Gigi said they should think about it based on their own standards, and that these were aliens. Eira was covering her ears, seemingly fed up with their argument. Momo asked how should they think about it, and told Gigi to say it. At that moment, someone spoke, startling Momo. It was Okarun, struggling to speak, asking them to get along. Momo and Gigi became worried, while Eira called for Mr. Shrimp. Okarun asked if Momo was okay, and Momo replied that she was fine and safe and sound. Tearfully, Momo said she had defeated the aliens, and Okarun said, "Thank goodness." He also asked about Eira and Gigi, and both smiled, saying they were okay. Okarun said they were all amazing, and he tried to say he was completely something, but couldn't finish. Momo said Okarun had fought many enemies, as Mr. Shrimp had told her. Okarun apologized to Momo because his testicle was taken again, and Momo smilingly asked again. "It is what it is," Momo said. She'd just get it back for Okarun like always. Okarun didn't respond, which worried Momo, and she asked what was the matter. She asked Okarun if he had fallen asleep, saying she was talking to him. Mr. Shrimp told Momo to calm down, and it looked like he was adjusting Okarun's medical assistance. Momo asked what happened to Okarun, saying he wasn't answering her. Mr. Shrimp replied that as he said before, Okarun would suffocate from his blood and phlegm if the medical assistance wasn't attached. It probably hurt Okarun, but he had removed it. He said Okarun didn't want to see his friends fighting, so if they didn't get along, Okarun wouldn't be able to sleep. They went outside, and Eira asked why they were having their strategy meeting outside when it was so cold. Momo calmed her down, and Gigi asked Mr. Shrimp if Cheeky had gone home. Mr. Shrimp said yes, because it was too dangerous there. Eira said she was always calm, and that was one of the qualities of a leader. Momo said okay, so Eira shouldn't freak out when she saw what was in front of them. They all looked shocked at what they saw, and it was Scarface. Eira asked what Scarface was doing there, and Mr. Shrimp asked what was the meaning of that. Gigi, on the other hand, couldn't believe Scarface only had an upper body. We see Eira kick Scarface in the face, and he said how mean of Momo to leave him there like that. Momo replied that she couldn't bring Scarface into her house, and Eira told Momo not to say she was planning to cooperate with Scarface. Momo answered that she only planned to use Scarface, and she couldn't bear to cooperate with him. Then, she told Scarface that as he said, Okarun's family jewel was taken. Scarface said he knew that would happen, and Eira asked what he was saying. Momo told Scarface to explain, and Scarface said when he heard Okarun's nut was taken, the chance that his conjecture was correct increased. He added that these aliens were globalists, trying to conquer Earth. Their methods were extremely forceful, but there weren't many of them. It was obvious that they had only fought the advance party, and the main force would follow. To send the main force to Earth, they needed a lot of energy, so they stole that information from the Serpos and learned about Okarun's family jewels. All of them would serve as a fine battery, but the aliens only got Okarun's nut, which would still provide a lot of energy to summon the main force. At that moment, Momo remembered Vamola thanking her, and we see a multitude of spaceships, with one resembling a Star Destroyer from Star Wars. Scarface said that the required time to warp to Earth was about 5 days. He explained that Momo and her friends needed to defeat the aliens and retrieve Okarun's family jewels before they could call their main force. Eira asked how they would find the aliens before the 5 days were up, and Scarface said he had some ideas. Momo mentioned that the problem was whether or not they could beat the aliens. They had no answer for her, and Scarface was also silent. Momo and Scarface looked at each other, and he suddenly said, "You cannot." Eira told Gigi that she could defeat the aliens if no one interfered with her, but Gigi replied that Eira couldn't do it alone. We see Eira punch Gigi, and Momo asked Mr. Shrimp if he could use the spaceship to pick up her grandmother. Mr. Shrimp said it wasn't possible because the spaceship belonged to Ludris. Momo then asked if they couldn't just ask Ludris, but Mr. Shrimp explained that it would be difficult because Ludris was on Earth only by chance at that time. Scarface was surprised that Ludris had been there before, and Momo asked if he was famous. Scarface said that Ludris was all-knowing and all-powerful, traveling through space, and it was said to be a miracle to encounter him even once. Momo was amazed and realized she had kicked someone like that. Scarface couldn't believe Momo had kicked Ludris, and Eira asked what they should do. She was saying something about Seiko not being there, but Momo interrupted, saying it was time to train. Eira asked how much they could practice in 5 days, and Momo said they could compare notes about the aliens' abilities and make a plan based on that. She added that they could predict the enemy's weak spots and train like crazy to hit them. If they wanted to know what could be done in 5 days, that was probably what they could do. Scarface said it was dangerous to stay in that place. The aliens couldn't be active for long, but they could launch repeat attacks. If they assumed that the aliens' objective was to call their main force, then the aliens would want to obtain energy sources for warping. Using Okarun's nut, they could warp within 5 days. But if they added Momo and her friends' energies, they could call the main force within a day. He reminded them that the aliens were still targeting them, and if they were going to practice, it would be best if they changed locations. Change? Momo said, pointing out that they couldn't move Okarun, and asked if there was a safe place. Scarface answered that they had a base they used before, and they probably wouldn't be found there. Gigi asked with a smile if they could turn Momo's house into a robot and move Okarun that way. He added that if the whole house moved, Okarun would probably be okay, and Scarface seemed to agree. However, Momo refused because she didn't like that robot, and Gigi asked why. He added that he hadn't seen it yet and wanted to see it. He said he wanted to try piloting the robot, but Momo said no one knew the correct way to pilot it. Mr. Shrimp suggested that if Momo didn't like the robot, they could turn it into a vehicle. "That's it," Momo said, while Eira couldn't believe it, and Gigi called Mr. Shrimp a genius. Eira asked who would drive since they didn't have licenses, and Gigi said they might get arrested, so he said no thanks. Momo suggested a bike instead, which made Gigi call her a genius, and Momo said she knew. Eira said Momo really needed to visualize it, and in the next scene, we see the house has become a giant bicycle. Gigi commented on how big it was, and Momo asked how they would pedal it, while Eira checked if Okarun was okay inside. Momo saw him dangling from the basket, and Eira angrily asked what Momo was doing, telling her to hurry and return the house to normal. Momo did so while saying to let her concentrate, but Eira rushed her because Okarun was injured. The bicycle was changing shape, and Gigi said Okarun was dangling. Eira asked what Momo was doing, saying she was putting Okarun in danger. Momo told her to be quiet, saying she needed to concentrate. Eira asked what Momo was visualizing, and we see the house has turned into a giant kitten with Okarun in its mouth. Gigi couldn't believe what he was seeing, and Momo explained that there was a cat. Eira said it made no difference, and she was saying something about Okarun, but Momo said the cat was biting him. Eira shouted that Okarun would suffocate and to return the house to normal. She pushed Momo away, telling her to leave while calling her a klutz. She said she would change the house's shape, and Gigi hoped she would succeed. Someone was saying a car, and it was Eira imagining she and Okarun were on a driving date. Besides that, she thought of a cafe with sweets, and that they would look at the sky and kiss, oh, their surprise, the house turned into a cake with a car, sweets, fruits, and lips biting Okarun. Eira was worried about Okarun, and Momo asked if she was insane while calling Eira a dumbass. Gigi said they should just turn it back into a house, and to hurry. The three were panicking, and Mr. Shrimp told them to calm down. He changed the house's shape and asked them if what he did was okay. The result was a house with legs that had wheels. Momo said it was best if they didn't try it by themselves anymore, while Eira said, shit. And Gigi said it would have been nice if they had made a robot. Momo asked how they had made a proper robot before, and we see that Okarun was lying down properly again. A person on a motorcycle was heading to Momo's house, and he had mail for her, but was confused to find that the house wasn't there. We see that the house is now traveling, with a part of a truck that Mr. Shrimp is using to drive it. Momo is shouting and looks dizzy, telling Mr. Shrimp not to drive so fast. Eira says she'll kill Mr. Shrimp because they seem to be getting tossed around inside the house due to the speed. Mr. Shrimp tells them not to complain while he's driving because it's irritating. He says he's a believer in love and peace, so they shouldn't annoy him. And he makes the house jump over other buildings, causing Momo and the others to bounce inside. We see a forest, and Mr. Shrimp drives the house up a mountain to reach the place Scarface mentioned. The house returns to normal and settles in the middle of the forest on the mountain. Mr. Shrimp says they've arrived as he gets down from the truck, and he seems surprised by what he sees, so he asks if everyone is okay. He finds them asleep and says that's mean because he put a lot of effort into driving. Momo is very dizzy and tries to say something to Mr. Shrimp but can't finish. In the next scene, everyone is awake, and Momo asks if that is the location of Nagi Hospital, since there's nothing there, and Scarface replies that is thanks to Momo. He adds that radio waves are naturally jammed in that region, making it likely impossible for anyone to pinpoint their location. He says they can hide there from the aliens, and Momo appears to be thinking. Scarface instructs Gigi to remove a metal sheet covering something, and Gigi agrees. While Gigi is removing the metal sheet, Momo says she's happy they won't be found, but the place is absolutely barren. There's no stock of food or anything else. When Gigi removes the metal sheet, two doors appear, and Gigi is surprised, asking if it's a secret base. Scarface says it's the hospital's underground shelter, and there are plenty of food and water inside. It's enough for a group their size for a week, and we see Gigi opening the shelter door. A dark staircase greets them, and Scarface says they should enter, but Eira says to wait, and asks if they should trust Scarface, who is also an alien. For all they know, the enemies could be down there. Momo agrees with her, so she tells Gigi and Eira to wait there, while she goes down with Mr. Shrimp. Eira tells Momo to be careful, and Momo winks at her, as if saying she'll be careful. We see the inside of the shelter, and Momo says it's huge, asking if it's really a shelter. Mr. Shrimp is carrying Scarface, and Momo asks what's with that place. Suddenly, things that look like shells with many spikes appear, alarming Momo. She calls Scarface a bastard, and Mr. Shrimp puts him down to fight. A shell seems to be about to attack Momo, beeping as if preparing a laser. The creature Momo fought in the maid cafe also appears, and she remembers fighting it yesterday. Scarface says it's just augmented reality, a hologram, which puzzles Momo. Scarface explains that those are combat use simulators. They scan enemy images retained in the eyes and produce three-dimensional versions of that data. It can reproduce any image a person has seen in the past 36 hours. He adds that the only way to defeat the globalist aliens in the next 5 days is to gain experience with them. Momo says she's impressed even though Scarface is a Serpoian, and we see Gigi playing with the holograms while Eira looks annoyed. Someone is inspecting Okarun's eye, and it's Momo who seems to have noticed something. The aliens they fought are there, and Momo asks if there are that many of them. We see the house next to the shelter entrance, and inside, Eira turned into Acro-Silky and is talking to someone, telling them they're too forward. She asked if they were trying to get killed, and we learn it's Momo, who's shouting that she's being hit by enemy attacks. They're practicing inside the shelter using holograms, with a lot happening simultaneously. They're fighting the three aliens that Eira and Gigi fought before, and Eira caught the triangle-headed alien using her hair. Momo tried to reach the robot-like alien using her powers, while Mr. Shrimp was shot by a laser. and Gigi used his Kamehameha to deflect the rockets. Then, we see things that look like scorecards, with the word loss written on them and X's on the pictures of Momo, Gigi, and Mr. Shrimp. Momo is called an idiot, Gigi moron, and Mr. Shrimp useless, and all three are trying to act cute. Eira is the one calling them these names, asking if they think she'll go easier on them just because they're acting cute. Momo tells Mr. Shrimp to look more teary-eyed, and Mr. Shrimp asks, like this? To which Momo says, good. Eira is annoyed with them and says they make her sick. She adds that they only know the fighting styles of those three aliens, but what good are they if they can't even defeat them? She says that Momo's so-called surefire attack is utterly useless, which seems to hurt Momo deeply. The range is too short, and when Momo uses it once, she runs out of energy and can't use her power. Momo asks for one more chance, saying she can do it, so she tries again. Momo does her Momo Tri-Beam, but nothing happens, causing her to shout, why? Eira just says, what a load of shit, and then scolds Gigi. She asks if there's any point to his so-called Ha wave, which also seems to hurt Gigi. She adds that all it does is shower the enemy with a gentle breeze, and if Gigi's just trying to look cool, he should spare them. Mr. Shrimp is next, and Eira says if his punches don't land, what use is he? To which Mr. Shrimp agrees. She says they're far from seriously contemplating the enemy, and they don't even know how to use their weapons. They have less than 4 days left, and they're still useless. She says they really need to think about how they'll function, and they all say, quite right, ma'am, in unison. In the next scene, we see a telephone with a note saying to call the written number if anything happens, and Momo and Gigi are together. Momo is trying to call someone, and when they answer, she apologizes for disturbing them, while Gigi asks her if Seiko is there. Momo replies that she's not, and her grandma hasn't returned to where she's staying. Gigi asks if Seiko doesn't have a phone, and Momo, seemingly annoyed, asks where her grandmother could have gone at a time like that. Then, she panics because it's almost 10 o'clock, and Mr. Shrimp calls her. Momo asks what's wrong, and Mr. Shrimp says he needs to go home briefly because he's worried about Chiquitita. Momo says she understands, and Mr. Shrimp leaves with the house, which he's given legs with wheels again, saying he'll be back tomorrow. Momo tells him to bring back the house, while Gigi says to drive safely. We see that they've made rooms using curtains, and they have sleeping bags laid out. Momo wakes up and carries her sleeping bag to another part of the shelter. She sits next to some shelves and tries to sleep while covering her ears. Gigi arrives and checks on her, and Momo says Gigi won't be able to sleep properly if she's there. So Gigi asks why. Momo asks if Gigi can't hear the sound banging on the walls, and Gigi says no, which seems to relieve Momo. She says she'll be okay, so Gigi should go to sleep, otherwise he won't get better. Gigi says to wait and asks Momo if he can try something. He puts his hands together and holds Momo's ears, surprising her. Gigi tells Momo to wait, and we see particles surrounding them both. Momo says she can't hear it anymore, and Gigi is pleased. Momo asks how Gigi did that, and Gigi explains that he visualized his energy gathering in his hands. He says he's always honing his chi, and he thought about whether he could use it, and he did. He says he'll suppress Momo's ears so she can sleep, but Momo says she can't sleep like that and doesn't want Gigi to see her sleeping face. Gigi says if Momo doesn't want that, they can do this instead, and we see Gigi change position to be behind Momo, asking if that's okay. He adds that he won't see Momo's sleeping face now, and Momo wants to say something, but Gigi tells her not to worry and that he'll sleep in the morning. If Momo doesn't sleep well, he'll worry too much about her, and she won't get better. Momo replies that the same goes for Gigi, and Gigi says this can be training for him too, as he needs to temper his chi quietly all night. Momo says Gigi is something else, and that he's always been a joker, but he can do anything. Gigi seems touched by Momo's words, and says that if he wasn't a joker, he wouldn't be able to talk to Momo properly. He continues to suppress Momo's ears, until she finally falls asleep. Gigi reacted to Momo's cuteness, his heart raced, and he told himself to focus. Morning comes, and we see Okarun's blanket moving. He gets up and wonders where he is. He thinks about what happened to him, but to his shock, he sees himself lying down and thinks he's dead. He realizes he's experiencing an out-of-body experience, and looks for someone who can help him while making a fuss near his body. We also notice that there's a rope-like tail connecting Okarun's spiritual body to his real body. He's looking for Momo, and while doing so, he seems shocked by what he sees. It's Momo, who appears to be hugged by Gigi as they both sleep. Okarun couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he was suddenly startled when Mr. Shrimp arrived, greeting everyone good morning. Gigi had woken up and also greeted Mr. Shrimp, while Momo still looked sleepy and Okarun was restless. Momo said it was the best sleep she had experienced in a long time, and Mr. Shrimp asked how long they planned to sleep, as they still needed to train. He added that they wouldn't be able to defeat their enemies in their current shape, and they only had 3 days left with no extension, which made Okarun wonder. Okarun asked Momo what Mr. Shrimp meant by 3 days, but she didn't seem to notice him and was calling Gigi. Momo thanked Gigi for helping her sleep well, and she also apologized for taking up Gigi's time to sleep. Gigi replied that she shouldn't apologize because focusing his chi for a long time was also training, and he said he'd do it again that night. Momo said she feels bad, but Gigi said it wasn't a problem, and he'd become even stronger because of it, so Momo should let him do it. Momo thanked Gigi and invited everyone to eat breakfast before training. Okarun seemed jealous and told them he was there, but they didn't seem to notice him. Gigi asked who would cook, and Momo said she would, so Gigi requested eggs. Okarun was still trying to get their attention, saying that both Momo and Gigi could sense supernatural things, so why couldn't they notice him? He followed them up the stairs and asked where they were and what they were doing, but he seemed blinded by what he saw. The house was shown in the middle of the forest, and Okarun was shocked. Momo greeted Eira good morning and told her she'd make breakfast. We see Eira practicing on a tree, and she irritatedly asked Momo how long they were going to sleep. Okarun was surprised that Eira was there too, and he tried to get her attention, but she didn't notice him either. Eira said that Momo and Gigi were sleeping while hugging, which was disgusting, but Momo replied that they weren't hugging. Eira then said that with Okarun immobile, they had no choice but to fight on their own, which seemed to shock Okarun. Eira added that within 3 days, they needed to defeat the aliens, or else their main force would arrive and take over the whole world, which worried Okarun. Momo replied that they already knew that, so they should eat, and Okarun thought about the arrival of the enemy's main force. Things had gotten too bad while he was gone, and he realized that those who attacked him were aliens, and he wondered what he should do. He didn't know how to return to his body, and no one could notice him. Then, he saw Gigi laughing at how Momo's face looked while sleeping, and Momo said her eyes weren't open. Okarun slapped his face and told himself it wasn't the time to be jealous, as the fate of the world was at stake. Then, Okarun thought of Seiko, and that maybe Seiko or Turbo Granny could see him, so he looked for the two. The telephone that Momo used earlier was shown again, and Okarun was beside it, remembering that Seiko was on a business trip with Turbo Granny. He thought about what to do, and at that moment, he heard something ring, and it was the telephone. He called out to Momo to tell her the phone was ringing, and he wondered what to do because Momo couldn't hear him. He asked himself if he could touch things as he reached for the phone, and suddenly it pulled him in. He screamed at what happened, which made Momo curious as she peeked at the phone but saw nothing. Okarun landed in a place full of electricity, with buildings inside, like the Eiffel Tower. Okarun was amazed at what he saw, and he heard people talking as if using a telephone. Then, he suddenly came out of a telephone held by Turbo Granny, and Seiko was there, hitting something with her bat. Seiko's opponent looked like a giant robot, and Okarun was very surprised, asking what happened. Turbo Granny said that Momo wasn't answering them, and Seiko said to just leave a message because Momo was probably worried since they hadn't been in touch. She said to tell Momo they were busy with work, and Seiko was saying this while fighting a robot. Someone called Seiko's name at that moment, which confused her, and Turbo Granny answered the phone saying it was her. Seiko asked who was there, and someone said something unintelligible to her. Seiko made a gesture with her hand and saw Okarun. She asked him what he was doing there, while Turbo Granny is on the phone. Okarun was surprised that Seiko could see him, and the robot was just standing in front of them. Seiko asked what was wrong with Okarun, if he was dead, and what happened to Momo. Okarun replied that their situation was bad too, and Seiko needed to come back. The robot tried to attack, and while Seiko was fighting it, She said it was annoying and asked Okarun to let her defeat her opponent first. We see Seiko holding a talisman while she's surrounded by a dark substance. "Wait," said Okarun, but Seiko had already disappeared into this dark thing, and someone said it took 3 days to use the power of the god of that place. We learn it was Seiko who said this, and she blew up the robot she was fighting. She added thanks to the god of that place, while Turbo Granny said on the phone not to eat her chips on the shelf. We see an old woman thanking someone, saying she no longer needs to live in fear with spirits. She's talking to Seiko, who replied that it's good, and Turbo Granny said they should eat crabs since they're done. Okarun asked if that was okay, since the woman's house was destroyed, but Seiko answered that insurance would pay for it, so it would be fine. Okarun asked what kind of insurance it was, and Seiko said she didn't know. Maybe Prefectural Citizen Mutual Aid. She added that was enough about that, and asked Okarun how he ended up like this. She asked if he had trouble with Reiko Kashima, and Okarun said no. He explained that they were attacked by tough space aliens, and within 3 days, they would launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. Seiko seemed surprised by Okarun's story, and Okarun said they should forget the details and that Seiko should go home. However, Seiko said she couldn't because she borrowed the power of the local god for the work she did, and they needed to visit temples for the next 3 days to give thanks. Okarun couldn't believe they would do that for 3 days. He said the fate of the world was at stake, and it might be too late after 3 days. But Seiko said they had to visit the temples because those were the rules. Seiko then asked what the others were doing, and Okarun replied that they were safe, but the enemy was powerful. He added that he wasn't sure if they could defeat the enemy on their own, so he again asked Seiko to return, but Seiko repeated that she couldn't. She added that Okarun needed to return to his body, or he would die, which shocked Okarun. Seiko said the string connected to Okarun's behind was thinning, and if it broke, Okarun wouldn't be able to return to his body. Okarun seemed angry and asked why Seiko didn't tell him this from the start, and he asked how to return and how to do it. Seiko said she didn't know, and she had never had an out-of-body experience before. Okarun couldn't believe it and asked if Seiko was joking, and if he was just going to die like this. Turbo Granny laughed and said if Okarun died, her powers would return, but Seiko told her that if Okarun died, his powers would go with him, which surprised Turbo Granny. Then, Seiko asked if Turbo Granny knew how to return to the body and forced her to tell Okarun, because if not, she'd be a cat forever, which made Turbo Granny curse. Turbo Granny was forced to tell Okarun, and she had something for him to use. She was referring to the power lines, and she ordered Okarun to enter them. So Okarun asked how he could do that when he couldn't even climb up there. Turbo Granny reminded Okarun that he was an astral body, so he should fly, and Okarun did so. Then, Turbo Granny told Okarun to jump into the cables, and Okarun did it and got there. Okarun remembered that was right, and he jumped into the lines, but he bounced off, so he told Turbo Granny. Turbo Granny said spirals were the answer, and Okarun should be more aware of spirals. Turbo Granny explained that everything in the world is made of spirals, like the arrangement of branches and leaves, how seeds are attached, a typhoon, the Milky Way, and DNA. Okarun jumped again saying he got it, and he spun his body like a spiral, but the lines bounced him off again. Turbo Granny called him an idiot and asked what the point of his spinning was. Seiko told Okarun that there's an electric current passing through the cables, and Okarun said that was true, but asked what that had to do with spirals. Seiko answered that it was the magnetic field, and there's a spiral-shaped magnetic field flowing around the current, which gave Okarun an idea. We're shown what Seiko was referring to, and Okarun understood. He said that if he went straight into the cable, he'd be repelled by the spiraling magnetic field, but if he followed the flow of the spiral and used it, he could enter it, and he shouted that he did it. Turbo Granny said to do the same to return to his body, but Okarun suddenly came out of the cable and said he was repelled again. Turbo Granny said Okarun needed to keep moving inside the cable, or he'd be repelled. She added that her power was to run at 100 kilometers per hour anywhere, so she could run inside the cables even without an astral body. Okarun asked if 100 kilometers per hour wasn't too slow for electrical cables, so Turbo Granny told him to come down because she'd kill him, and she was going to do it. Okarun said that before when he went there, It only took seconds, and Turbo Granny said that was because Okarun had an astral body, and he shouldn't call her slow. Okarun tried to argue, but Turbo Granny told him to be quiet. Seiko told Okarun to return, and she'd go home right away, so Okarun said he understood. She added that the power of spirals could be applied to anything, and even if she didn't know what was happening, if the fight was difficult, he should tell Momo and the others. She said spiral motions and movements are used in various sports and martial arts. He added that when facing an opponent stronger than oneself, remember the power of spirals. Okarun said he understood and would tell Momo and the others, and he entered the cable. He added that Seiko should hurry, and Turbo Granny asked about the crab, but Seiko said plans had changed, so Turbo Granny whined. In the next scene, we see Mr. Shrimp and Eira fighting, with Eira using a piece of wood held by her hair. Mr. Shrimp destroyed it and noticed something. It was Eira about to kick him from behind, and it seems Mr. Shrimp stepped on something and a shield appeared blocking Eira's attack, but she tumbled to get behind Mr. Shrimp again. Momo and Gigi were also practicing, both with their eyes closed. They were facing a small hill with a rock on top, and Gigi prepared his hot wave, while Momo prepared her Momo. Then they performed their moves simultaneously, combining them to release a powerful beam that destroyed everything in front of them, and they both smiled. In the next scene, we see Momo and Eira visiting Okarun together, with Eira holding Okarun. It seemed she put something near Okarun's ear, and she told him they would return later. After that, they all ate, but unlike before, they were quiet now and no one was talking. Then, someone said they had eaten and brushed their teeth, which others agreed to. It was Momo, who called Eira leader and told her to say something, which seemed to surprise Eira, and she said, "Oh, right?" They were in a huddle formation, and Eira said the day of their battle had arrived. She said if you think about it, they have trained long and hard, and they were strong now if you asked her. She added that at first, their teamwork wasn't good, and she was about to say something else, but Momo told her to wrap it up. Then, Momo shouted that the space aliens' ass is grass. They should catch what was thrown at them, and Momo and her team would blow them away. Mr. Shrimp said he wasn't angry, and according to Eira, they should see who was really the strongest, and Gigi said, "Take that," while posing. Mr. Shrimp said it was time to leave, so they should quickly get inside. The house once again had legs with wheels, and we see Momo and the others trying to climb up to get in. So someone said multiple times that Mr. Shrimp should lower the house, but Mr. Shrimp replied that he didn't recommend making him angry. He told Scarface to wear his seatbelt, and Scarface complied. Momo and Eira held onto a post, and Momo said Mr. Shrimp should drive properly. Eira added that if Mr. Shrimp's driving was crazy, she would really kill him, while Gigi was sprawled on the floor in the back. They started moving, and Mr. Shrimp was driving the house very fast, causing the three to bounce around inside again. We see the zigzagging road that Mr. Shrimp took to the shelter, and there's an electrical cable where electricity is appearing. Okarun came out from there, saying he couldn't return. There were too many phone lines, and he couldn't return to Momo's house. If only there was a way he could make someone there call, because if someone called, he could return immediately. Besides that, it was a bit difficult to enter the telephone lines, because the spiraling magnetic field kept pushing him out. He wondered what he should do, as he couldn't transform, so he felt he might be lost forever. He thought he was close enough, and he had no choice, so he would just follow the path of the cord. As he was saying this, Momo's house was passing behind him without him noticing. The house was still zooming around, and Momo handed something to Gigi for him to wear, so Gigi asked what it was. Momo answered that it was a Serpo device, a miniature communicator. She explained that it could sense brainwaves, and they could communicate telepathically, because during a battle, you can't hear your allies' voices due to explosions and such, which Gigi understood. Then, Momo showed something using the device, and Gigi asked if it was a hologram. Momo instructed to press the switch once to make it appear, twice to change screens, and 3 times to turn it off, so Gigi should remember that. Momo pointed out a strategy to Gigi, saying it would take 3 of them to defeat one alien. So they needed to use the coordinates she was pointing out properly, and Gigi said he got it. Besides that, Momo asked Gigi if he had thought about you know what, and Gigi seemed confused, thinking Momo was talking about confessions of love, so he returned the question, and Momo said no. Momo asked if he had thought about what to name his special moves, and Gigi said he had forgotten. Eira told them to stop joking around, and Momo said she wasn't joking because her grandmother had taught her this. She said that when you use the arcane power of words, you can strengthen attacks. Then, she asked Eira what she was reading, and Eira told her to be quiet and leave her alone. Momo asked if it was the time to be reading magazines, and Eira replied that you can't choose the time or place in the quest for beauty. She said she was thinking about something, so Momo shouldn't talk to her for now, and Momo wanted to peek, but Eira didn't allow it. Momo said Eira was a piece of work and asked Gigi what he thought. Gigi said it's infuriating, but Eira was lovely, so Momo gave him a karate chop to the neck. Someone said there was an empty space, which alarmed the three, and it was shown through the window that the sky had darkened, with something bright in the distance. Mr. Shrimp and Scarface saw something that looked like a portal there, and several spaceships were coming out of it. Momo asked what it was, and Scarface said it was fast, and the warp gate was open. Momo pointed out that there were UFOs, and Scarface said only small ones were getting through for now. Then, something attacked and destroyed Momo's house, causing the three of them to be thrown out, and we see several figures standing not far away. These were the three aliens that Gigi and Eira had fought, accompanied by the 8-armed alien, and the mantis alien that had fought Okarun. Momo's house was shot by a laser, causing it to be completely destroyed and explode. The aliens in Momo's group began to fight, with Eira kicking the triangle-headed alien in the face, while Mr. Shrimp delivered a hook punch to the 8-armed alien and an uppercut to the mantis alien. The mantis alien used its extremely sharp arms to try to slice Mr. Shrimp, but he quickly avoided it and even managed to counter with an uppercut that sent the mantis alien flying. Then, the 8-armed alien charged at him, grabbing his hands and feet so he couldn't move, and it looked like the laser alien was about to shoot. It was Mr. Shrimp, held by the 8-armed alien, who seemed to be holding Mr. Shrimp towards the laser alien, but something appeared to pull its arms, so Mr. Shrimp wasn't hit by the laser. It was Eira who did that, and she kicked the alien holding Mr. Shrimp in the face, causing it to fly upwards. She told Momo to go ahead, saying there were more and more spaceships coming out of the portal. Momo was pushing the cart Scarface, asking how she could advance with so many enemies, and that it took 3 of them to defeat 1 alien. She added that they couldn't afford to lose a single person. Scarface said that what Eira was saying made sense. The portal had opened earlier than he expected, and if they didn't stop it quickly, the main force would arrive. He told Momo to think that if the main force arrived, 1 million more aliens would come, and they couldn't stop that. Eira told Momo that she was being targeted, and someone shouted, "Over here." And we see the laser alien being thrown back, so it didn't get to shoot Momo. It was Gigi who did that, saying his attack was more effective than before. He told Momo to hurry and leave, saying he was refining his chi so he could now fight the aliens. Mr. Shrimp said he was there too, so everything would be okay, and told Momo to find a way to deal with the warp gate. Eira shouted for them to stop giving orders because she was the leader there, and said they would go with Plan B. Someone again told Momo to leave, so Momo ran. Gigi asked what Plan B was, and Momo replied that there was no such plan. While this was happening, Mr. Shrimp and Eira were charging at the aliens, and Gigi was using his hot wave. Let's return to Okarun, who was saying it was gone, referring to Momo's house, which was nowhere to be seen where he last saw it. Okarun noticed something and went down to the shelter. At that moment, he floated and returned to his body, where he saw that the string was still connected to it, and there was a talisman on his body. He said to himself that it was just like the telephone lines, and he slowly tried to enter his body. He was sucked into his body, and it seemed like nothing happened, but soon after, Okarun woke up gasping for breath. Various breathing sounds came from Okarun, and he was almost crying from the pain. He was still shaking, and he said he was alive. He shouted, "Yow," and said his whole body hurt and gravity felt so heavy. He wanted to chase after Momo and the others, but there was no way. He added that he couldn't move in his current state and wondered where Momo and the others had gone. Then, he noticed something, a plate of food with a small piece of paper. He read what was written on the paper, and he seemed surprised by what he saw. Written on the paper was "Love ya" from Momo, and Okarun seemed stunned. Okarun said his body hurt too much and he couldn't move, so he apologized, saying he just can't. After that, Okarun ate, and his appearance changed due to anger and frustration towards the aliens. Let's return to the battle, where the aliens have recovered. The 8-armed alien is holding Eira while punching Gigi, and Mr. Shrimp is once again fighting the mantis alien. The alien unleashed various attacks on Mr. Shrimp, but he avoided them by slipping, rolling, and ducking. However, something seemed to trigger the alien, and it managed to slash Mr. Shrimp's head, followed by continuous attacks. Then, the alien noticed a car being thrown at it, so it stopped attacking Mr. Shrimp to catch the car. We learn that it was Eira who did this, telling Mr. Shrimp that he was too forward and should get back, and she had many cars in her grasp, which she threw at the mantis alien. Before the cars could hit the mantis alien, they exploded, as they were shot by missiles from the rocket alien. That greatly irritated Eira. Then, a hand of the 8-armed alien appeared and grabbed Eira's arms and legs. Eira noticed something at that moment. It was the laser alien shooting her, and just as it was about to hit, the laser suddenly curved, surprising both Eira and the alien. Gigi was responsible for this using his Ha wave, and he said the laser alien couldn't get away with that, while Mr. Shrimp charged at the 8-armed alien. He punched it very hard, earning praise from Eira. Gigi was worried about Mr. Shrimp, who was now covered in wounds and blood, but Mr. Shrimp replied that being tough was his gift. Eira thanked both of them, and Gigi asked her what they should do, as they were already doing everything they could to fight the aliens. Eira answered that for now, they just needed to endure it, and when an opportunity arises, they should team up against one alien. She said they only needed one, and if they could defeat one alien, they'd have a chance to win. Gigi said they understood that, and they would endure the aliens' attacks. Mr. Shrimp told the two to follow him as he charged. Eira ordered Gigi to change the line of fire of the honorable missiles and the sniper, and Gigi responded with, "Yes, sir." Then, she told Mr. Shrimp not to let the honorable mantis get to them because they couldn't withstand its blades. We see Eira jumping towards the 8-armed alien, saying that for this one, she would grab its hands using her hair, and she said it looked short of hands, then turned it into a mummy using her hair. "Nice one, Eira," Gigi said, and she dealt with it first. Eira was about to kick the alien, but the triangle-headed alien arrived and stopped her, surprising both her and Gigi. Then the triangle-headed alien used what seemed to be a force field or aura, while hugging Eira very tightly, who appeared to be in extreme pain due to the pressure. Gigi became worried and used his Ha wave on the alien, but it was blocked by the alien's aura. Gigi said it was no good, and the alien didn't even blink at his shockwave. He called Mr. Shrimp to tell him what was happening to Eira, but we see that the mantis alien was pummeling him, causing more cuts and wounds, which Gigi also noticed. In the next scene, the 8-armed alien charged at Gigi, while the laser alien was about to shoot him and the rocket alien was raining missiles on him. Gigi tried to counter this using his Ha wave, but it seemed to have no effect, and he saw a flash of light. He remembered Momo's question earlier about special moves, and it seemed like Gigi had an idea. He said he had something else he could do while preparing his Ha wave. He was about to mention the Kamehameha, but he thought he needed a word with deeper meaning for him, so he wondered what he should call his special move. He said he was scared and didn't like it, while we see Eira and Mr. Shrimp getting hurt. It seemed the evil eye was triggered inside Gigi, and he called his special move the Evil Gun, which was an extremely powerful shockwave that damaged part of the alien's body holding Eira. Due to Gigi's Evil Gun, the triangle-headed alien exploded, and Gigi said, "This is bad," while looking extremely weak. The laser sniper alien fired again, and Gigi avoided it. But the 8-armed alien caught him and charged at him, looking like it's about to stab him with its fingers. That's exactly what the alien did, causing Gigi to scream in pain as he was stabbed very deeply near his ribs. The alien said that Gigi's energy was dangerous while deepening its stab, and it would absorb all of it. We can see electricity or energy flowing through his hand, saying it would do this until Gigi became an empty husk. Gigi's energy was flowing into the alien, and its arms were growing larger, filled with energy. Then, blood came out of the alien's head, and it said the energy wouldn't stop, and it just kept flowing. There was no end to that dangerous energy, but it couldn't remove its fingers from Gigi. It said it couldn't absorb any more than that, and it was about to overheat. We see the alien's head growing larger, and blood was also coming out of its eyes. Gigi said he was continuously refining his chi. If the alien wanted it, he had plenty of it. Due to the excessive amount of Gigi's energy, the 8-armed alien's head exploded, stunning its companions. The alien's body fell, spilling a lot of blood, and a small creature that looked like a mix between a squid and an octopus came out of it. On the other hand, Gigi shouted to Eira that he had defeated one alien. Then, the sniper alien, rocket alien, and the triangle-headed alien attacked simultaneously, with the latter using its major laser blast. Gigi suddenly did a kip up to stand, and he told himself he could do it while doing something with his hand. He was preparing a move he called Cha Shu, Evil Gun, and it countered the attack of the 3 aliens. The missile alien asked what Gigi was, and that he had been hiding such power. It said they needed to crush Gigi, or they would be in danger, and suddenly it heard a beeping sound. When it turned to look, it saw a huge truck coming towards it, and it was shown that it did something with one of its rockets. The rocket alien blew up the truck, and it was so powerful that the entire truck was shattered into pieces. Then Eira suddenly appeared, and the rocket alien brought out its electric shield. It told Eira that she was wasting her time because its suit provided perfect offense and defense, so Eira couldn't ever defeat him. Eira shaped her hair into a dome, and she said she was neglecting the honorable maintenance of her hair. She added that the vibrating shithead earlier, referring to the triangle-headed alien, had removed all moisture from her hair, and we see that Eira's hair seemed to be penetrating the alien's electric shield. Eira did indeed penetrate through with her hair, which surprised the alien, and she explained that dehydrated hair doesn't conduct electricity, so the alien should remember that, calling it shit for brains, while kicking it very hard. The alien crashed backward due to Eira's attack, who told the alien to wait. The alien said Eira's strength couldn't destroy its suit's armor, and Eira replied that if that was the case, then the alien shouldn't run away. At that moment, someone called out to Eira, and it was Gigi, telling her to look out while using his hot wave. We see him still getting shot at with lasers, while the rocket alien was raining missiles on Eira, who seemed worried about Gigi. Because of this, Eira's clothes were torn apart, and the explosions continued. Let's shift our focus to Sakata, who was looking at his own reflection on his TV. Then, he saw a first aid kit, and he had an idea. He wrapped bandages around his arm, and even put on an eye patch. He thought he looked really cool, and he imagined Okarun asking him what happened, looking very concerned. Sakata replied that it was a long story. He said he was attacked by an alien-like being, and due to his carelessness, he got this injury. He said he'd spare Okarun the gory details, and it wasn't a big deal anyway, so he defeated the alien all by himself. Okarun was very impressed and asked why only Sakata was attacked by the alien. Sakata answered that they must have realized his importance, which made Okarun wonder, and Sakata said he was the best at piloting the robot. Okarun said that was true, and Sakata said that was the story. From that point on, he should be the center of their strategy meetings, and he told Okarun to tell that to the girls, to which Okarun agreed. Sakata returned to reality and said, "Let's go with that," referring to the imaginary scenario he created. After that, Sakata entered the school, walking as if he was a mysterious guy. He thought it would be more believable if he limped, so he prepared to enter his classroom. He started limping with sound effects and loudly asked where his seat was. He pretended to have difficulty sitting down and said something as if a lot had happened to him that day. At that moment, the teacher arrived and asked everyone to sit down for the morning homeroom meeting, and Sakata noticed something. 2 seats were empty, and he thought Okarun and Vamola were absent again. He went to another classroom during break time and saw that Momo and Gigi, whom he called a Lothario, were also absent. Besides them, Eira was also missing, so Sakata sat alone on a bench outside. He removed his eye patch and bandages and fixed his uniform. He returned to the classroom, where the teacher said the test score were back, and we see that Sakata got 32 out of 100 on the math test. He peeked at his classmates' scores and seemed satisfied when he saw a score lower than him. In the next scene, someone is kicking a football, and we see that the students are playing. Sakata is on the sidelines with other students who look unathletic like him. He said the players wouldn't achieve anything, and their defense on the right wing was terrible. The short guy next to him said Sakata really knew about soccer, but Sakata told him to stop, saying he would embarrass him, and it was just common sense. Someone called Sakata to play in place of Jinga Man, which seemed to surprise Sakata. Jinga Man limped to the sideline saying something incomprehensible, and the short guy said Sakata could do it. Sakata said while running towards the players that his knees are giving him trouble that day. Someone told Sakata the ball was coming towards him, so Sakata prepared, while being told to kick the ball forward, but when it reached him, he didn't even touch the ball when he tried to kick it, so his teammates scolded him, asking what he was doing. Sakata chased the ball, and a guy said there was a new ball, so they used that instead. Sakata was told to leave and switch with Morita. The tall guy next to him earlier welcomed him back, and Sakata cursed, saying he couldn't perform because he carried a bomb with his knees. Jinga Man was beside him, cheering for the players. We learned that Morita was the short guy Sakata was talking to earlier, and the tall guy said Morita was crushing it, which was surprising. So Sakata retorted that if only his knees were fine. While walking home, Sakata saw a couple kissing, and they noticed him. One of them said Sakata was their classmate, and the other asked if that mattered, to which the first one replied no, so they laughed together. The couple kissed again when Sakata passed them, and it seems Sakata remembered something at that moment. He remembered how he fought Vamola in Kaiju form, and how he defeated it. Then, he passed by Momo's house, walked in front of it, and seemed to notice something that surprised him. He was shocked that Momo's house, aka his great Kinta, was gone. He realized they were defending the peace and harmony of the world again, which is why they weren't attending school, and it seemed they didn't need his talent. He left, but he saw a paper stuck to the post of the Torii gate. When he looked at it, he seemed shocked, because it was a note asking for help at Tokyo Tower. Sakata trembled and gasped at what he read. So he panicked and started looking for a bicycle because he needed transportation. At that moment, he had an idea, and he grabbed the post of the Torii gate, which he turned into a futuristic vehicle. Then, he shouted for them to hang on because he was coming to help, and we see him riding a Tron Legacy-like motorcycle. On the other hand, let's return to the situation at Tokyo Tower, where Momo continues to run while pushing Scarface on a trolley, with Momo shouting that aliens are emerging from the place she's pointing at, while Scarface says they need to hurry because they have to retrieve the nut from the teleportation system. However, as they are running towards it, they are suddenly blocked by a robot alien, which begins to rain down a barrage of bullets on them, forcing Momo to wrap herself and Scarface with her power to shield them. Momo yells that the alien can suck it and that this is cheating, and the alien knows it. Suddenly, an alien appears and quickly spins towards Momo, revealing itself to be the alien skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and it delivers a solid kick to Momo that sends her flying, immediately following up using its back propeller to quickly reach the airborne Momo, and delivers a combo of kicks and punches, and soon after, it winds up to give Momo a downward strike that slams her to the ground. The robot alien rains down bullets again after that, and Momo's concern about her situation is evident. The human-like alien dodges to avoid being caught in the robot alien's attack, causing a thick smoke to spread in the area. The two aliens stare at Momo and Scarface to see what happened to them after their attack, and it turns out that the Serpoian managed to create a force field before the robot alien's bullets could reach them. Momo is surprised by this, and Scarface tells her to let him be her shield because that's all he can do. So now, just like what she did before, Momo should defeat them quickly. The robot alien continues to rain down bullets towards them while the Serpoian also continues to use his powers to deflect all of them. However, it doesn't take long before the robot alien's attack manages to penetrate and hit part of Scarface's left head, causing Momo to worry and say that he should let her help, but the Serpoian says that's not necessary and it's more important for Momo to defeat their enemies, and using just one hand is all he can do anyway. He says that if Momo doesn't take them down quickly, they'll both end up with holes in their bodies. So Momo says she's trying, but there's a problem. In Momo's mind, she explains that her Momo Tri-Beam won't reach their enemy in their current distance, and that beam drains a massive amount of her chi, so if she uses it even once, she won't be able to use her powers for a while. The robot alien's attack manages to penetrate again, and this time hits a large part of Scarface's left body, causing Momo to worry again. Momo screams in concern, and because of the damage the Serpoian has sustained, he finally falls back and leans on Momo. Because of this, Momo curses in frustration and shouts for Scarface to hold on because there's no way she can do this alone. Momo's hand starts to bleed as she tries to block the relentless attack of their enemy, and she tries to wake Scarface by shouting his name. Fortunately, Vamola arrives in her kaiju form and immediately grabs one arm of the robot alien to stop it from attacking, while the human-like alien is forced to dodge. Momo is shocked when she sees Vamola there, while Vamola delivers a solid punch to the robot alien while gripping its left arm, causing it to break off. The robot alien tries to counterattack using its right arm, but Vamola makes herself invisible and quickly sneaks to the side of the robot alien, and after getting close, she delivers an extremely powerful tail whip to its remaining arm, causing it to break off as well and its body to explode. The human-like alien is worried about this, but then their alien leader arrives and gives him a device, instructing him to use it. The human-like alien immediately charges towards Vamola, and suddenly the device given by his leader opens up and seems to become a cross, sending a powerful electric shock through Vamola's body, causing Momo to worry as she notices that because of this, Vamola's invisibility is no longer working. The enemy alien's device suddenly splits into 4 sections and begins to wrap around Vamola like an electric rope, and after that, this device plants itself on the ground to become an anchor. Vamola's body gradually shrinks, and after she shrinks, the leader alien approaches her and opens the mouth of his suit, reaching something inside. The leader alien grabbed the head of the injured Vamola, who appeared to be hugging a backpack with text that reads "Danger Kaiju," and removed her from the suit, and when Momo saw Vamola's appearance, she screamed in concern. The leader alien said that he had finally caught Vamola and exclaimed that the suit is his. Momo began to wonder and asked what was happening and if those two weren't allies. Vamola's head started to bleed slowly due to the tight grip of the leader alien, but she still managed to call Momo's name, causing Momo to stare at her, and when she got her attention, she smiled at her and happily said the words "thank you," while remembering the brief moments of bonding they had with Momo recently. After that, she was suddenly stabbed in the body by the leader alien holding her, using its sharp tail. Momo's concern was evident as she watched what happened to Vamola, and after the leader alien stabbed her, it threw Vamola away, while Momo used her powers to quickly catch her. She slowly brought Vamola closer to her and cradled her while trying to cover the large hole in her stomach made by the leader alien. Momo's voice seemed to be breaking as she said if this was serious, and what did Vamola think she was doing, and wasn't she supposed to be their enemy? While trying to cover Vamola's wound, the human-like alien charged towards Momo, but fortunately, something stopped its punch, and it turns out that Scarface had regained consciousness. Momo was surprised that this Serpoian was still alive, and it commented that it was her shield. Scarface continued to create a force field while the human-like alien kept attacking, and here, he told Momo that Vamola was an enemy, so she should hurry up and defeat the attacker. Momo silenced him and said that this wasn't the time for that, and she needed to use her power to close this wound and stop the bleeding. She also shouted at Vamola to try and wake her up and told her not to die. While remembering the time she kicked her out of their house, she said she promised that next time, she would really listen to what Vamola was trying to say and also promised that she wouldn't get angry anymore, asking her not to die. Momo surrounded Vamola's entire body with her power, and using it, she also held her flame soul. Just like what happened when she held Acro-Silky's flame soul, she also saw her memories here. Because of the communications devices attached to her face and to Eira, Gigi, and Okarun, their thoughts also went into Vamola's memory. Even Mr. Shrimp and Scarface were also transmitted what happened here. As they entered, they were taken to one of Vamola's memories where the leader alien, along with his other subordinates, massacred Vamola's home world. Vamola's kind tried to repel the globalists' invasion of their world, but due to their numbers and strength, they were easily overwhelmed. Different types of aliens were invading here, and each had their own way of killing their enemies. Using their spaceships, they also rained chaos here. While the destruction was happening, there was a crying child native to this world being destroyed by the globalists because it seemed her parents had already died here. Fortunately, a soldier managed to spot her and carry her away before she was hit by the extremely powerful projectiles being fired by their enemy spaceships. After that, this soldier hid in a cave located in a remote forest, and here, there was a woman complaining about why she had to clean up a stranger's child. And we can also see here the earlier child who was still dirty and crying. It turns out she had other soldiers with her, and one of her companions said that since she was the one who took that child, she's the one to take care of it. This seems to be the soldier from earlier who carried that child away from danger. The female soldier called her two companions Tome and Aya and asked if they could help her. Tome commented that she had seen her fair share of battlefields, and that child might be the very last child there. The soldier who saved the child shouted that the men should be blamed for this because they died so quickly in the battle, and now only they, the grannies, were left. She also explained that the thing about her is no way know how would she do this kind of thing for other people, and if they couldn't take care of themselves, they could just die in a ditch. When the child heard that, she cried even more and was sobbing so hard that her snot was also running. Tome and Aya looked at the woman who saved the child as if telling her to be careful with her words, which made the woman click her tongue. In the next scene, this female soldier decided to still watch over this snotty child, and she even made her a mini armor, and while fighting the globalists, she put her on her back like a backpack. They left their hiding place to search for a new hangout, and fortunately, they managed to relocate to a different place. When they found shelter again, the woman took out a mini gas stove that amazed the child, and she also looked for a flat metal surface that she used as a pan to cook their food. This woman also taught the child how to wash their clothes, and she taught her how to write in their language. Inside a cave, when they approached a large image carved on a big wall, the woman immediately instructed the child to squat and put her hands together. She explained that what they were seeing was their Sumerian god, and they always prayed to it before the day ended. She said that when the people of Sumer stand on the brink of disaster, that Lord would come to save them, but added that all of that was bullshit, which left the child speechless. The woman said that traditions were scary, and she hadn't noticed it happening, but now she couldn't bear not to pray because if she didn't do it, she felt terrible. But she said she didn't believe in it anymore because it was all lies. She said those people said war wouldn't happen in their day and age, so they went and made the government all small, and they ended up getting invaded by enemy aliens. She further explained that the same goes for men. She said they like to talk big, but now she's questioning that because when there's a crisis, they're not there, just like their god. So that's why she said she watches out for herself, and she doesn't care about others. She said she would survive this bullshit even if it means sacrificing some people to do so. In the next scene, their long-lasting war against the globalists continued, and we saw the snotty child grow up in battle. After some time passed, Vamola was shown to us, and it turns out she was the child rescued by those granny soldiers. She happily called the woman who took her in mother and showed her a garment she found in the ruins, saying it was awesome because she could run fast in it. The woman turned to her and clicked her tongue, shouting at her not to call her mother and to call her Miss Bunga instead. She said they weren't related, so she should address her respectfully. When Miss Bunga asked if Vamola understood, Vamola just happily ran again while saying she should stop that and called her mama, which irritated Miss Bunga again. Tome commented that Vamola was growing big and strong, while Aya said that Miss Bunga didn't need to worry about her old age, to which Miss Bunga replied not to be ridiculous. Tome called Vamola and said she wouldn't be angry if she called him mother, but Vamola refused, making Tome and Aya laugh at her reaction. They said that Vamola was the daughter of all Sumerians, and Miss Bunga just clicked her tongue at this. After that, we moved to the planning of the remaining Sumerian survivors, and one of them said that according to the scouts, there were approximately 3,000 Sumerians still alive to the west, so they would go there to join them. Tome was amazed by this and asked if there were really that many still there, while Miss Bunga was skeptical and asked how sure they were that those people were still alive. So the one who gave them the information said that even the enemy couldn't wipe out 3,000 Sumerians in the blink of an eye. Because of this, they continued their journey towards the west while keeping their guard up, and Tome commented that this was the first good news in a long time. and if there really were that many survivors there, they might be able to win this war. Miss Bunga instructed Vamola to stay in the middle of the formation and keep herself surrounded. Suddenly, they were halted by the woman who gave them the information, so they quickly hid behind trees and rocks. It turns out they saw members of the Globalists here, feeding their members to a large and frightening alien with features of a hive queen from an insect colony. They recognized the species of this alien and called it a Big Mama. Vamola vomited when she saw this scene, while Miss Bunga commented that it looked like a group similar to theirs had been caught, and Tome felt sorry for them. Miss Bunga explained to Vamola that the Big Mama eats people, then uses them for nourishment and uses them to give birth to weapons. She said that underneath all that, their enemies were actually frail, soft-bodied things that couldn't survive unless they wore armed suits produced by their mama. They saw a kaiju-like suit, which we saw Vamola wearing when she first appeared to us, come out of the Big Mama's bottom, catching Vamola's attention. Vamola noticed here that the weapon looked like their god, so Miss Bunga explained that all the people eaten there had asked their god for help and died. She said that weapon was the very embodiment of Sumerian hate. After watching this horrific scene, the group decided to continue their journey, so Vamola asked if they weren't going to help those people, to which Miss Bunga replied that they couldn't do anything, and if they didn't hurry to get to the other 3,000 Sumerians, they would end up in the same situation. Because of this, Vamola closed her eyes and allowed their kind to be killed like that, and they continued their journey through this vast forest. On one side, they saw a building on the other mountain, and it seemed to be their target destination. They cheered each other on not to get tired during their long journey, and they traversed the steep paths to reach their destination. Before long, they've reached their goal, but what greeted them was not a building, but a flat field. As they stared intently at this place, Tome was dismayed while Aya asked what had happened here. While panting heavily, Vamola commented that this couldn't be possible and that there was a building here just a moment ago. And at this point, Miss Bunga quickly realized that what they had seen was just a hologram. Suddenly, the soldier next to Miss Bunga was hit in the head by a projectile, and it turned out that the building they saw was just a trap as several members of the Globalists emerged and started shooting at them. They immediately retreated, but there were also Globalists who appeared behind them, so they decided not to separate and to stay in a cluster. While this chaos was happening, Vamola was just in the middle of them, and she was almost hit by one of the projectiles there. Vamola couldn't stand due to the pressure of the battle, but fortunately, Miss Bunga pulled her to get her moving, and immediately told her to move and asked if she was trying to die there. Aya spotted a path, so she quickly told them they could slip through there to escape, so they immediately took that route while Tome covered them. They moved quickly to get out of their dangerous situation while continuing to keep pace with the aliens, and because of the ambush, they fell one by one. After the onslaught brought by the Globalists, fortunately, they managed to hide in the forest inside a remote cave, but Miss Bunga had sustained a wound on her side, and only the four of them, Tome, Aya, Vamola, and Miss Bunga, were left from their group. Inside the cave, they caught their breath and rested, but after Vamola was able to focus on what was happening, she saw that Miss Bunga had been hit on her left hip, so she immediately approached her while saying she was hurt and called her mama. So Miss Bunga corrected her again and said not to call her that and to call her Miss Bunga. Vamola quickly took out a bandage for the wound and said they needed to put it on, while Miss Bunga irritatedly said what did she think she was doing there. She said that was their last remaining bandage, and she didn't need it while slapping it away from Vamola's hand. Vamola was puzzled by this and asked why not, and why Miss Bunga was always like this, and Miss Bunga replied not to look at her as if they were family, because they were all strangers there and she couldn't trust other people. She said they were in this situation because they trusted other people. It was all over here, so she should accept that. Vamola just cried in frustration while hearing this, while the grannies with her just rested in their seats. Suddenly, Tome spoke and said she wanted to see the ocean, and she immediately cocked her rifle. She explained that she grew up in a poor mountain town, so if she was going to die anyway, she might as well do it where she could see the beach. Aya also cocked her gun and said it was a good idea and she would join her, so Tome commented that if she came along, she wouldn't be able to see the water because Aya's fatness would block it. The two stood up, but before leaving, Aya asked if Vamola and Miss Bunga would come along, but they just stared at them, though they understood that they wouldn't join, so they just smiled at them and left their hiding place. After the two left, Vamola lay down on Miss Bunga's lap, so she asked what she was doing, to which Vamola explained that she would lie on her lap and die like that, and she called her mama again. Miss Bunga said she was heavy, and asked if she really needed to watch over her until her last breath, to which Vamola agreed and reasoned that she picked her up, so she was responsible for her. After that, Vamola suddenly said that Miss Bunga should just kill her. Tearfully, she explained that she didn't want to be killed by the globalists, but she didn't care if Miss Bunga did it. Miss Bunga stared at her rifle, and she moved to pick it up. She pointed it at Vamola's head, and she prepared to shoot her. Miss Bunga put her finger on the trigger of the rifle, but when she was about to pull it, she suddenly said that before their world became like this, she was a cook in a royal palace. She said she had honed those hands to make food that people would happily eat, not to hold a gun. Miss Bunga's voice gradually broke and she started crying, and she added that she hadn't gone through all that effort just to kill people, and she just cursed in frustration. Her heart couldn't bear to kill Vamola and she just started sobbing, and because of that, Vamola also started crying and hugged her to comfort her. The two continued crying, but suddenly Miss Bunga shouted and pushed Vamola away, so she was puzzled and asked what it was. Miss Bunga held her head and asked what her problem was, while Vamola also kept asking what the problem was, and if Miss Bunga's wound was hurting, she should use that bandage. Miss Bunga quickly took the bandage and shouted that if so, she should hurry and give it to her. So Vamola was surprised and asked why she was acting like this, and it was out of nowhere. After putting on the bandage, Miss Bunga stood up and invited Vamola to leave because she remembered something, so Vamola wondered where they were going. Miss Bunga explained that many intellectual types used to come to the palace, and she once heard them talking about a Sumerian myth. She said that long ago, the Sumerians had a second homeland, a place called Idea from which they migrated. She added that the means of travel used at the time was the pyramid, and for thousands of years, the royal family was in charge of one, an ancient massive hunk of stone. She then suggested that maybe they should take that risk and gamble on that Sumerian myth. She said they should call Tom and Aya and get them to come back because they needed numbers. On the other hand, we were shown the pyramid Miss Bunga was talking about, which was in the hands of the globalists, and it was floating high in the air. It was also shown that it was on a small island that looked like it had been made into a base by their enemy. After that, we moved to Tom and Aya, who were still trying to get closer to the sea, but they couldn't do it because of the aliens stopping them. While exchanging attacks, Tom asked if Aya could see the sea yet, to which she replied no, and that they needed to get a little closer. They were irritated because the aliens were still preventing them from getting closer, so Tom shouted at them asking if they thought she would die there without seeing the water. Suddenly, two of the aliens attacking them exploded, surprising them, and someone commented behind them that they were such slow old broads, and that they should have at least hurried up and seen the water. It turns out it was Miss Bunga and Vamola, and she told them that they were going to escape from there and leave this piece of shit world behind. In the next scene, they arrived at the outskirts of the globalist base where the pyramid mentioned by Miss Bunga was hidden. They managed to sneak into this base and slowly approached while observing what was happening there. They saw numerous prisoners here, and Vamola noticed that they were not like them. So Miss Bunga explained that these were Sumerian men and asked if she had never seen such before. She thought they had been wiped out, but now they were here, docile and captured. Vamola asked what they were going to do there and if they were going to help them, to which Tom replied that it was crazy talk and besides, they came here to say goodbye to this world, so they should just quickly get that pyramid. However, Miss Bunga suddenly said that they would liberate those enslaved men, which surprised Tom, who asked what she was talking about. So Miss Bunga told her to look at this carefully. She said they couldn't do this alone, and they needed greater numbers because their enemies here were also numerous. Vamola suddenly stood up and ran while shouting that they should start now, and if they sneak in from behind, they could undo the restraints without being noticed, to which Aya shouted to wait, while Miss Bunga pointed out that this was not the time to be impatient. Because of this, Vamola responded while remembering the horrific scene she had witnessed, saying that all this time she had been so frustrated, and all this time she had been wishing she could have saved them. When Miss Bunga and the others heard her reason, they immediately stood up and followed her. Vamola slowly entered the group of male prisoners here and approached one of them. He noticed her, so he turned to her, so she whispered to him not to face her and just look straight ahead. After Vamola destroyed the handcuffs on this man, instead of staying quiet, he suddenly ran away, causing Vamola to whisper at him to stop. Tome and the others cursed and said they had been discovered, so Miss Bunga quickly ordered them to throw a smokescreen. Vamola was spotted by one of the drone aliens here, and it immediately informed its group that there were trespassers in their base. The drone aliens started raining bullets, but they only hit the prisoners, so Vamola managed to counterattack and exploded. Inside the smokescreen, Miss Bunga and the others continued firing, and she told Tome and Aya that they needed more smoke. But they didn't have any more, so they just needed to force their way through, to which Aya shouted to make a break for the pyramid. There was a rocket alien that released many homing missiles towards Vamola, so Tome shouted at her to look out, but it was too late. However, someone suddenly pushed her before the missiles landed. Because of this, Vamola was saved from the extraordinary damage she would have sustained, but due to the force of the explosion, she still received some damage and felt a bit dizzy. When she sat up, she immediately saw Miss Bunga lying beside her, and it turned out she was the one who pushed her. Her eyes widened in shock and concern, so she immediately shouted the words "Mama." She tried to call her and make her stand up, but Miss Bunga was no longer responding to her, so she decided to just support her and help her stand. However, Tome and Aya stopped her and quickly carried her away from Miss Bunga while saying to stop it and asking if she wanted to die too, to which Vamola shouted while Tome told them to run towards the pyramid. Vamola didn't want to agree to this and tried to break free from Aya while shouting "Mama," but Aya just told her that Miss Bunga was beyond saving, so she should forget about it, but she still didn't agree. Because of this, Aya grabbed her by the collar and shouted in her face that she was the child of all of them. So did she think they would let her die in a place like this, to which Vamola just cried hard in frustration. Explosions continued in various parts of the base due to the attacks of their alien enemies, and Aya made Vamola run towards the pyramid. As the events unfolded, Miss Bunga's fingers suddenly began to move, and soon after, she attempted to stand up while saying she wasn't Vamola's mother, but instead of standing, she only managed to lie upright. While Miss Bunga lay on the ground, she looked to her side and saw the armor weapon that they had seen the Globalists make, which resembled a kaiju, and on the other side, Tome, Aya, and Vamola continued running towards the pyramid. The two protected Vamola while running, and Vamola remembered the times when Miss Bunga taught her how to write, causing her to cry out because she felt helpless. Vamola continued running, while Tome and Aya kept covering her. She also stopped running when she saw a big mama in front of her, and when she looked to her side, she saw Tome and Aya already in the hands of their alien enemies, with Tome being pinned down by a triangle-headed alien, while Aya was held by an 8-armed alien. Before long, Vamola began to be surrounded by various members of the Globalists, making it seem as if all her hope was lost. The Big Mama immediately charged and tried to eat her, causing her to turn towards it as a memory flashed of her eating together with Miss Bunga, Tome, and Aya, and after that, she screamed "Mama." Fortunately, to her surprise, something suddenly punched the Big Mama's face as it tried to eat her, and it turned out to be the kaiju armor weapon itself that did it, destroying the face of that giant alien. Vamola was shocked when she saw this scene, and as she stared at this kaiju, she thought it might be the god of Sumer. The kaiju followed up with a powerful tail whip that sent the other aliens surrounding her flying, and due to its strength, they couldn't immediately stand up. The remaining living prisoners began to cheer that the god of Sumer had arrived to save them all, and they also started to pray for it to save them, its people of Sumer. When the kaiju said that it would never want to save people like them, Vamola immediately noticed that Miss Bunga was inside that armor, so she shouted "Mama," and Miss Bunga added that the reason she felt that way was because these prisoners only ran around everywhere and didn't even try to save the child in front of them, even though she herself tried to save them. Miss Bunga pointed out to the male prisoners that the child in front of them was the remaining Sumerian child of their planet, so the future of Sumer rested on the shoulders of that last child. She also questioned if they weren't bitter that their families were butchered and their land was stolen. She said that the people of Sumer were about to disappear from the world, and here they were, begging for their lives and relying on something else to save them. Miss Bunga shouted for them to be angry and furious at the beings who killed their families, at the beings who stole their planet. She said if they couldn't use their hands, they should use their teeth and bite them, and if they had time to pray, they had time to throw stones, so they should take back what was stolen from them. She told them to protect the child of Sumer, the treasure of Sumer, with their lives. Miss Bunga shouted for them to charge, and soon after, the prisoners indeed charged with burning hearts to reclaim everything that was taken from them. So they began to overpower the globalists there. Using all their might, the prisoners here took down the globalist members one by one. They bit, kicked, hit with wood, punched, and used whatever means they could to fight against those who invaded their planet. While this extraordinary battle was happening, Vamola continued running towards the pyramid, and as she ran, she saw Aya with a bloody face who immediately told her to just keep running, while she asked if she was okay and where Tome was. When she looked for her, someone suddenly shouted her name, and when she turned, she saw Tome sitting on a mini watchtower, and while she was blasting drone aliens, she happily said that she had a beautiful view of the ocean from there. Tome also stood up and said she would cover Vamola and she should leave the sky to her, while Aya was shouting for her to hurry up and run there, and they would take care of stopping those ones. Before long, Vamola reached the inside of the pyramid, and here she saw a very complicated structure that looked like a warp, and in the middle of it, she saw a control panel with countless letters of their Sumerian race written on it. She thought about how she would escape, and when she looked at it, she shouted that she couldn't understand what was written there. She read something about Stargate and Warp, so she asked what those were. She explained that she could read the writing, but she couldn't understand the meaning of those words, so she got frustrated and wondered what she should do. Suddenly, someone commented behind her, of all the every last bastard needing to be looked after like a baby, so she turned around, and it turned out to be Miss Bunga with the kaiju armor. She asked if she was okay, but Miss Bunga quickly moved her away from the control panel and said she would do it. Vamola could see that Miss Bunga was severely injured, so she pointed it out, but Miss Bunga said it was nothing and they were just scratches. Miss Bunga began inputting commands on the control panel, and after that, what was in front of them started to glow. Countless tabs appeared in front of them, amazing Vamola who asked what they were, to which Miss Bunga laughed and proudly said that the Sumer myth was true. She gave the kaiju armor she was wearing to Vamola and said it would be useful, but Vamola responded what about her? Miss Bunga explained that the tabs said it didn't have enough energy and could only warp one person. Because of this, Vamola shouted that it was not possible and if so, she wouldn't warp there and Miss Bunga should go first. She also pointed out that Miss Bunga was severely injured and said she would find a way to follow. However, Miss Bunga didn't agree and suddenly threw the kaiju suit at Vamola to push her back into the warp gate, and as Vamola fell, a barrier immediately rose. Vamola tried to escape while asking what her mama had done here, and Miss Bunga just told her to listen. She said this planet was finished, so she should go to another planet and start a new life. She told her to experience overflowing love and explained that when people close to each other decide to be together, they call it marriage. She said she didn't know anything about men, so Vamola should be careful, and if she does get married, she should make sure it's to a kind and strong man so they can have strong children. She asked her to pass on the blood of Sumer to future generations, and that was the least solace there could be for the Sumerians who died. Crying, Vamola shouted Mama, and when Miss Bunga heard this, she remembered the first time Vamola called her Mama when she was still a child. So she got irritated again and said she had told her not to call her that, but soon Miss Bunga couldn't hold back her sadness and started sobbing while saying that the reason she didn't want to be called that was because those maternal feelings would burst out of her and she wouldn't be able to fight anymore. As she stared intently at the crying Vamola, she remembered the times when she first saw her crying in battle and said but Vamola was so precious and very, very dear to her that she couldn't help herself. As she said this, she also recalled her happy memories with Vamola, like cooking together, teaching sessions, and sleeping side by side while hugging, and how they had been together all these years. She approached the warp and touched the wall separating her from Vamola as it started to warp. Before Vamola fully warped, Miss Bunga fell to her knees in sadness and finally said that she loved Vamola very much. After Vamola warped, the light in front of Miss Bunga disappeared, and while she was still kneeling, someone suddenly spoke behind her, saying that even Big Mama had hardly ever produced a suit of such fine functionality. As this being approached, it asked Miss Bunga if Vamola was the name she called the one who left, and declared that was the name of the villain who stole their suit. It turned out that the leader alien had arrived when Miss Bunga turned around, and with it were its top subordinates while holding Aya by the head. It added that even if they needed to pursue Vamola to the ends of the cosmos, they would kill her, and that Vamola's head would adorn the top of this pyramid. The human-like alien looked at the control panel, and here it noticed that the mechanism of this stone slab could only be activated by a Sumerian. So the leader alien commented that no wonder they couldn't use it, and Miss Bunga added that they never will. The leader alien tightened its grip on Aya's head, causing her to scream while it asked if these lower life forms knew about mental programming. If it tortured Aya here, it wondered what Miss Bunga's reaction would be. While this was happening, on Vamola's side, she had been teleported to a cave with a large triangle written on the wall. Soon after, she regained consciousness here, and when she opened her eyes, she tried to sit up. She remembered what Miss Bunga told her before they parted ways about passing on the blood of Sumer and marrying a strong man to have strong children, so she teared up in sadness but quickly strengthened herself and put on the kaiju armor and began to walk out of the cave she had entered. When she exited this cave, she was amazed by the infrastructure she saw, and it turned out that this was the time of her first step on Earth. While observing the towering buildings from a bridge, she noticed two men also walking there, so she quickly closed her kaiju armor. The two men walking here also noticed her, and they commented that some wild-ass shit was coming and it was a kaiju, while one asked if there was a cosplay event happening near them. Vamola approached these two men and immediately punched the man with black hair. So the two were surprised and asked what her problem was, and one said this was bad and they should call the police. The two men ran away in fear, while Vamola thought to herself that those two were weak. In the following days, Vamola roamed around the city, and here she took down some police who tried to arrest her, lay down under a tree while being fanned by a child, saved two men against a bear, and with one punch, she sent it flying. After that, she went to a street and decided to eat some grass by a tree, and while eating, she noticed a couple kissing while sitting on a bench. She stared at this and remembered what Miss Bunga said that when people dear to each other decide to be together, they call it marriage. Using the invisibility mode of her suit, she approached the two to get a closer look at what they were doing. Because of this, she thought that the act she was seeing now was what Miss Bunga referred to as marriage. In the next scene, she walked around again and came to the outside of a large apartment and decided to sit in a corner to think. She thought to herself that the idea of marriage was making her heart race, and all she had been thinking about was finding somebody strong, but she knew that that wasn't all there was to it. She wondered why those two pressed their mouths together like that, and if that was how to make a baby. While she was thinking about this, we arrived at the scene where Momo and Okarun went to the apartment building to look for a golden ball while being stalked by Sakata. It turns out that Vamola heard them at this time, so she peeked at them. When Vamola saw the three, her suit suddenly reacted as if informing her, so she wondered where this suit was reacting to and if the people she was seeing now weren't ordinary people. After that, we moved to the scene before she was thrown out of the apartment by Okarun, and here we learned that Vamola scanned Okarun and found out that he was strong. While lying on the ground beside the apartment, Vamola groaned in pain after Okarun's attack, and here the suit's emergency defense system suddenly activated, saying it would annihilate its target, while Vamola tried to stop it but couldn't control it. Because of this, her kaiju suit's rampage continued, causing her to shout for it to stop. We arrived at the confrontation between this kaiju suit and the Buddha robot that Sakata made using Momo's house, and it wasn't long before it concluded with the defeat of Vamola's suit. Afterwards, we went to the time when Vamola woke up inside Momo's house, and how Momo kicked Okarun after she kissed him. We passed through her memories since she joined the group, like the takoyaki, Momo's jealousy towards her, Seiko ordering Momo to watch over her, and their sleepover. Momo and the others also saw here the bonding they had with Vamola even for a short time. After these happy memories, they were replaced by sadness when the time came that Okarun, Eira, and Gigi were beaten up by the Globalist. Here, Momo got angry at her because she thought she was a member of those aliens, so she decided to kick her out of their home. At this time, Vamola was saying in her mind that perhaps their time together was indeed short, but Momo had been so kind to her, so she thanked her and apologized before leaving. It turns out she went to an abandoned building, and here Momo and the others saw Vamola blaming herself for why all of that happened. She also thought here that she had nowhere to run to, and there was no place where she belonged. She said she was scared and didn't want to encounter those beings again because they're so scary. She cried to her mama, Miss Bunga, wishing she would give her courage, and this is where Vamola's memory lane ended. After seeing and watching all that Vamola had been through, it gathered various emotions from Eira, Gigi, Okarun, Scarface, and Mr. Shrimp. When Momo finished watching it, she cried in sadness, but her anger towards the Globalists prevailed because they were the reason why Vamola's life had become so difficult. Momo's eyes stared fiercely with anger as she stared at the leader alien and furiously called them bastards. Suddenly, the human-like alien threw a punch towards the two of them and Vamola, but fortunately, Scarface was still able to use his 6 sense organs to create a force field. Because of this, human-like aliens started raining attacks on them again in hopes of breaking Scarface's defense. Scarface told Momo that his powers were weakening, so Momo replied for him to hold on for a few more seconds, to which she added that if she didn't hurry, their enemies would break his 6 sense organs, causing Momo to become frustrated and wonder what she should do now. Scarface commented while producing a sharp limb that they weren't in a situation to waste time on Vamola. Scarface pointed his prosthetic limb at her, so Momo brushed it away and told him to stop it, asking what he thought he was doing, to which Scarface replied that this was the best solution. Scarface quickly shifted his stabbing motion to Momo's right, managing to stab Vamola in the neck with his prosthetic limb, causing Momo to scream for him to stop and immediately cover Vamola's bleeding neck while asking if Scarface was serious about this. Because of this, Momo got angry and shouted that she would kill this Serpo bastard. Scarface then said that now Momo no longer needed to be concerned about Vamola, so he again asked her to focus on the enemies in front of them, but Momo just got angry at him and shouted that she promised she would kill him. However, after Scarface stabbed Vamola's neck with his prosthetic, she suddenly coughed, indicating that she had regained consciousness, and immediately called out to Momo, causing her to stare. Vamola managed to lift her body and sit up, and as Momo observed her, she noticed that the holes in her stomach and neck had disappeared, so she was surprised and couldn't believe it while asking how that happened. Scarface explained that he had been saving that secret for Momo in case she was ever mortally wounded, but he could only use it once, so if Momo were mortally wounded now, he couldn't heal her, which would be extremely unfortunate. Momo cried in relief and said that what Scarface did was okay with her. Scarface's 6 sense organs began to lose power, and before they disappeared, he asked Momo for one favor to erase all the data that the Globalists had stolen from their Serpoians. He said the method to do this was simple, and she just needed to completely destroy their suits. Scarface pleaded again and thanked her, and soon after, the power of his 6 sense organs completely vanished and he lost consciousness, causing Momo to shout in concern. Because of this, the force field defending Momo and Vamola disappeared, so the human-like alien was able to kick her, sending her flying and worrying Vamola. The human-like alien immediately grabbed Vamola by the neck and lifted her body while holding on. While choking Vamola, it told its leader that this one was still alive, and perhaps this organism had good luck. The leader alien said that finding planets in this vast universe inhabited by life forms was a matter of utmost importance, but thanks to Vamola, they were able to find a new mowing ground planet. After that, it's said to replace the head of their suit with Vamola's head because it might give them good luck. Fortunately and unexpectedly for the aliens, a large tree suddenly flew towards the human-like alien, hitting it solidly, causing it to release Vamola. The leader alien was surprised by this event, while Momo immediately approached the gasping Vamola. Momo hugged Vamola as she approached and apologized for being mean to her and said she had been trying so hard all by herself. Momo said she believed that her mama was still alive, so she reassured her, and Vamola should leave the rest to her. They looked at the unconscious Scarface, and here Momo said that she hated the Serpoians but she didn't hate Rokuro. Momo held his face and said she would do what he asked of her, and after that, her eyes gazed with anger at the leader alien again, and she looked at it seriously. The leader alien also walked closer to her and Vamola, while the human-like alien prepared to charge. The leader alien commented that this was good, and it liked Momo now. It had decided on Momo's body and believed it could make a beautiful suit using her body, so it was excited about that. Momo retorted and explained that what she had decided was to turn this alien into takoyaki, and when she imagined cooking it and watching it dance in the oil, she got excited. Momo prepared herself and challenged the leader alien to charge at her, saying she would beat it until it was unrecognizable. The intense face-off between the two globalist aliens against Momo and Vamola began here, but Momo told Vamola to stay behind her because the situation would become dangerous. Suddenly, large trees began to rise behind them while Momo said she felt extremely switched on now and didn't know if she could control it. Large trees floated behind the two women as Momo prepared to throw them at the leader alien and the human-like alien. On the other hand, we turned to Eira, who was still lying on the ground, and she was approached by the rocket alien, one of those who had taken her down. It used electric shock attacks on her using floating circular emblems that electrocuted her body, and it commented that last time she had managed to escape, but now they wouldn't fail to catch her. The alien added that incidentally, this time they are able to function for more than 3 minutes, as they've been able to develop a strong territory around their base, so there is no point in trying to stall them. However, to its surprise, it was suddenly enveloped by Eira's hair, who had managed to transform again into her Acro-Silky form, and she commented that finally this stupid face had come closer. She pointed out that this alien wouldn't escape from her, and she said she had told it before that electric attacks wouldn't work on her. Because of this, the rocket alien was forced to release numerous missiles towards Eira, causing a powerful explosion, but fortunately, Eira managed to wrap herself with her sturdy hair, so she didn't get a scratch from it. The rocket alien shouted to its companions that its opponent was tenacious and asked for backup from them, so the sniper alien told it that it would shoot her and to move away a bit. Suddenly, the triangle-headed alien made a beeping sound, getting the attention of its companions, and it did this because it saw that Jean was still alive and moving, so the sniper alien also turned to look. After Jean took his stance, he once again sent an evil gun towards the two aliens, while the two aliens also released their own energy blasts. These two attacks collided, causing an extremely powerful explosion in one part of the city that destroyed nearby buildings. While Jean was releasing his attack here, he remembered Vamola, and because of that, his driving force increased and he told himself that he can do this. He shouted that he could do this, and along with his shout came the strengthening of his evil gun. The two aliens commented that they were in a bad situation because Jean was releasing even more power and his energy seemed endless. Instead of getting nervous, they thought that Jean would make good material for a suit, and they even argued about who would wear him if that happened. On the other side, the rocket alien continued to rain missiles on Eira, but it couldn't stop her and Eira managed to kick the face of this alien, which stopped its attack. Eira commented here that if one kick wasn't enough, she would respectfully kick this opponent as many times as necessary. She also said that this was a contest of respectability to see which of them would be crushed nobly first. The rocket alien replied that she had no hope because its suit could withstand the blasts of its own missiles, so her kicks couldn't even make a scratch. Nevertheless, Eira continued kicking it while shouting for it to shut up and that she doesn't give up easily, and she called this alien a shit for brains asswipe. The rocket alien countered again using numerous rockets, so Eira was forced to wrap herself with her hair again. It commented that it was sick of Eira and that sickening organisms like her should be minced, burned to a crisp, and blown away. Due to the intensity of this alien's continuous rain of attacks, it managed to bypass Eira's defense, and it was pointing out this happening. Before long, Eira's defense completely gave way, causing her body to be enveloped in the explosions sent by the alien. While this was happening, Eira suddenly heard someone shout "spirals" from her communication device, which surprised her. It turns out it was Okarun, so they were even more surprised, and he explained to them that he had just entered the empty space. Jin heard it too, and Okarun added that he was on his way to them, so hopefully they could hold their ground until he arrives. He also informed them that Seiko had told him to use the power of Spiral against their formidable opponents. When Jin heard that, he remembered his conversation with Seiko during training, where Seiko explained that a spinning top can only stand while spinning, and this is called spiral power. Seiko taught him here to try to rotate his chi in that manner from the point below his navel. He said Jin should unite his chi with Evil Eye's chi and rotate them, and when he does that, he will hone the resulting chi. When Jin does this, he may be able to use the power of Evil Eye. As he recalled this, his evil gun began to spiral towards the two aliens. They were troubled by the strength he was showing, and soon they fearfully asked about the spirits and told them not to come closer. Jin continued pushing his power, and before long, his evil gun overpowered the two aliens and his attack hit them, obliterating them. The impact and power of his evil gun were so strong that it pierced through numerous buildings behind the aliens. It also reached Eira and the rocket alien, where the rocket alien continued to send missiles at Eira. Suddenly, Eira created a drill using her hair, and she quickly spun it towards the rocket alien's body. She managed to attach her attack to its body, but the alien just boasted and said she was wasting her time there, and no matter how many times she attacked, she wouldn't break its suit. However, Eira quickly proved its words wrong when her drill attack began to penetrate its armor, causing it to shout in panic and ask how she was able to put holes in its suit. In Eira's mind, she remembered Vamola's smile, and she commented here to wait and she would beat up all the aliens for her. Jin shouted at her to use her special move now, and soon after, Eira used her pirouette noble drill. Using her spiraling hair, she imbued it into her kick, and because of that, she managed to penetrate the robot alien's body, destroying its entire form. In the next scene, we move to the bayside of the city, and we see Mr. Shrimp here, thrown towards the railings on its side. He was panting heavily while lying on the ground, and it turns out that the mantis alien was his opponent when it approached him. It commented that he was a tenacious bastard, and it had never encountered this kind of organism before. However, Mr. Shrimp's toughness was a good thing because it was enjoying utilizing its suit's functionality to its fullest. Mr. Shrimp tried to stand up here while showing fatigue in his body, and as he was standing, we suddenly went to a flashback of him where he had just put Chiquitita to sleep. He looked at him and gave him a head pat before leaving their house. As he left the house, there was a woman waiting for him, and she called him and asked if he was going now too, to which he apologized and said he couldn't help with work. He said today was the last time, and he also asked that woman to watch over Chiquitita for now. The woman told him that every day he comes back hurt and asked what he was doing, to which Mr. Shrimp just apologized. The woman then said that she's afraid that if something happens to him, and she couldn't mutter the words because of worrying too much. Mr. Shrimp said he would be okay there, and he promised he would return. He said he needed to raise Chiquitita to be big and strong. After that, we returned to the present and Mr. Shrimp was saying he just wanted to go home, and he suddenly stood up and started running towards the large body of water beside them and dove in, causing the mantis alien to laugh at him and call him a disgrace and ask if he was just going to run away from their fight in the end. Mr. Shrimp replied while floating in the water that he didn't care about the globalists either way, and he wasn't a member of the life forms living on this planet, but he owed something to someone there. And while saying that for them he would fight with his life, he challenged the mantis alien to charge at him. The alien commented that this was perfect, and it seemed that water was Mr. Shrimp's preferred turf. The mantis alien's suit began to transform, and it seemed to become an aquatic insect, and it explained that in its water form, it would be 100 times stronger. After transforming, it also jumped into the water and swam quickly towards Mr. Shrimp, and immediately hit him with its left limb, sending Mr. Shrimp to the bottom of the water. The mantis alien swam quickly again towards Mr. Shrimp to deliver a follow-up, and while he was still lying on the bottom, It sent a strike there that destroyed the ground, and after that, it began to rain down attacks. It dragged Mr. Shrimp across the ground and pinned him down against a wall, and we can see here that Mr. Shrimp had taken severe damage. The mantis alien explained to him that it couldn't use its laser blades underwater, but it made up for it with the explosive increase in power and speed it gained. While continuously beating Mr. Shrimp, it added that here underwater, they weren't in Mr. Shrimp's turf, but in its turf. But it also knew that Mr. Shrimp was tough, and its slashing and striking wouldn't be enough. Because of that, it grew a large needle-like point on one of its limbs and strongly pierced it into Mr. Shrimp's body, causing him to scream. While crushing Mr. Shrimp's body with its appendages, the mantis shrimp explained that it would inject him with venom to dissolve his internal organs, and after that, it would suck all of it out, to which Mr. Shrimp wasn't responding. However, to the alien's surprise, Mr. Shrimp suddenly commented that it really was big and difficult to fight, but now that it was this close to him, he could hit it. Mr. Shrimp delivered an extraordinary punch that shook the entire body of the mantis alien, and it even caused some parts of its suit to rupture. The alien was very surprised about what that was and what was happening, and shouted that Mr. Shrimp's punching power suddenly increased. Mr. Shrimp explained that when he shapeshifts, he becomes 24 times stronger, and when he's underwater, his punching power becomes 10 times greater, so now he's 240 times stronger. The mantis alien was irritated by this and said it was nonsense and asked if he expected it to believe that, and that those calculations were absurd and it knew he was just bluffing. However, when this alien charged again, it only received a jet punch from shape-shifted Mr. Shrimp in his Dover demon form, and the impact was so strong that it destroyed the mantis alien's suit. Even Mr. Shrimp commented to himself that his attack was one heck of a clean hit. He suddenly started choking on water, so he quickly swam to the surface. When he surfaced, he shouted that his strength was completely depleted and he was dying here. He returned to his normal form and was panting heavily as he walked while saying that without the help of Serpo energy drink, forget 24 hours because he could only go all out for 24 seconds. He seemed to writhe in pain and clenched his abdomen, but it turns out he was just trying to remove the venom that the mantis alien had injected into him. After that, he commented that perhaps he was weak, but those like him were fighters. In the end, the mantis alien finally exploded due to the severe damage it received from the extraordinary punch delivered by Mr. Shrimp, and while this was happening, Mr. Shrimp commented that venom wouldn't work against him. In the next scene, we return to Eira and Jin's situation, and here they had finally defeated their respective alien opponents. After performing their extraordinary attacks, they just lay on the ground due to fatigue and exhaustion. Eira commented while lying down that they had finally defeated those aliens, and soon after, she heard Mr. Shrimp wandering around the area while calling out their names and asking if they were still alive. Because of this, she immediately raised her body and also shouted Mr. Shrimp's name. So he turned to her and happily approached while saying she was alive, and she said the same. Mr. Shrimp tried to lift the weakened Eira, causing her to wince in pain and tell him not to worry about her and to check on Jean first, but Mr. Shrimp just said that, as they say, ladies first, to which Eira commented that it seems he had learned that expression too. She added that they needed to hurry and get to Momo, and that the light lingering near the tower still hadn't disappeared. Mr. Shrimp helped Eira stand up, and Eira told him that Momo might be in trouble and that UFOs were still continuously coming out of there. She tried to ask Jean, who was still lying down, if he could move because they were about to leave, but when he didn't respond, they noticed there was a problem, causing Eira to shout in concern and say that this couldn't be happening. On the other hand, the battle between Momo and the other members of the Globalists had begun, and here Momo immediately sent a large rubble towards the two aliens, but the human-like alien managed to dodge it and quickly charged towards her. However, unexpectedly for the alien, she immediately followed up with another attack using the road, and Momo raised it to wrap around their entire bodies, and because of this, the human-like alien was trapped inside the spherical ball Momo had created. When her first attack was about to hit the leader alien, it waved its hand, and with just that gesture, Momo's attack was suddenly cut in half, and it dictated the two parts. The leader alien repeatedly waved its hands at Momo's large rubble, and it seemed to vanish right before their eyes, surprising Momo. Suddenly, this massive rubble reappeared when the alien swiped its hand in thin air again, and the numerous rubble quickly went towards Momo and Vamola. So Momo immediately put Vamola behind her to protect her. Momo and Vamola were showered with her own attack, and due to the strength of the impact, they were gradually being thrown back. Before long, she was overpowered by the leader alien's counter, causing both her and Vamola to be thrown back. After that, the alien swept its hands again and posed as if it was about to do something, and in an instant, it suddenly appeared right in front of them. Momo was surprised by this event, and the leader alien's eyes seemed to change here as it prepared to attack. Momo immediately used her Momo Tri-Beam to match the strange attack the leader alien sent here. The two powerful attacks from both sides collided, and soon after, due to their strength, they were both pushed back by the resulting explosion. Momo and Vamola were thrown back, while the leader alien managed to stop itself from being thrown far by planting its feet on the ground. While Momo was staring at their opponent, she wondered in her mind what this being had that repelled her Momo Tri-Beam, while the leader alien was also thinking that Momo was strong because she also repelled its attacks. The alien added that it had never encountered this kind of organism before. Suddenly, the human-like alien punched the side of the sphere where it was trapped, and soon after, it managed to break free, so it immediately walked towards Momo and Vamola. There was a beam that started to rain down behind the leader alien, and it turns out that its other members in the Globalist had teleported there, and we can see here that there were various other types of aliens as its allies, such as a monstrous sunflower, super penguin, a gorilla with a large brain for a head, and all sorts of other species of organisms. Fear and concern were visible on Momo and Vamola's faces when they saw the emergence of numerous enemies here, and Momo also felt extraordinary pressure while facing them. But despite all her feelings, Momo gathered her courage, and even though she knew this confrontation was unfavorable, she still stood up from where she was sitting and faced them with full bravery. She pointed her hands at them, and immediately tried to send some rubble, but the numerous aliens quickly countered, and using their respective attacks, Momo received various types of attacks here, such as a kick to the stomach, multiple strikes in the body of multiple slabs, and many others. Vamola, on the other hand, was grabbed by the multi-eyed alien using its tentacles, so Momo tried to reach her, but unfortunately, Momo was choked by the bat-like alien here. While it was choking her, her vision began to distort here, while the electric posts surrounding them suddenly crackled. To their surprise, something suddenly attacked the aliens here with extraordinary speed, and because of that, their bodies were either destroyed, cut off, or dismembered. The leader alien was surprised by this and looked at where these attacks were coming from, and saw that the culprit was crawling on the wirings of the electric posts, and it had also blown up the other remaining aliens. Because of this, Momo was released by the alien choking her, but she started to fall from being choked, but fortunately, someone caught her, stopping her fall. When she opened her eyes, she saw a person's silhouette, and it turns out that Okarun had caught her, and he was also the one responsible for those extraordinary attacks earlier that surprised her. Okarun looked at her and called her name, and said that the curry she left for him was extremely delicious, to which Momo tearfully hugged him while saying in a crying voice thank you and that it was a field ration. So Okarun commented that it was a bummer. After that, Momo immediately told Okarun not to worry about her and to help Vamola because she was in a bad situation. But while she was just saying this, a drill attack suddenly pierced through the body of the multi-eyed alien holding Vamola, and it turns out it was Eira, and she seemed unable to believe that Momo was still alive when she saw her. Mr. Shrimp had also taken down another type of alien there using an extremely strong downward punch, and after that, he told Momo that she needed to be careful. Momo was glad about their arrival there, but also asked where Gigi was, so Okarun told her that something extremely bad was currently happening, which surprised her. While Okarun was talking to her here, the suit of another alien there was destroyed due to a strong attack, and while watching that, Okarun said that he was asleep, so he forgot about this, but now it was Tuesday, and that meant that Evil Eye was ready to fight him, which made Momo shout in concern. It turns out that Evil Eye was the one who took down the alien here, and while dragging a part of the alien's body, he shouted that he would kill Okarun. One of the sniper aliens tried to shoot this Evil Eye, but when it hit, It did nothing, and Evil Eye just turned to look, and as a counter, he threw the body part of the alien he had taken down towards the sniper alien, destroying it. Evil Eye also asked who these beings in front of them were, and explained to them that he was fighting Okarun, so if they interfered with them, they would kill them all. When he said this, he prepared to engage with the aliens along with Okarun, Momo, Vamola, Eira, and Mr. Shrimp. Momo's team and the leader aliens group stared at each other, and before long, Momo ordered her companions to charge. Momo and her team attacked simultaneously, targeting their respective opponents. When Okarun kicked some aliens there, he easily sent them flying, so their ranged enemies tried to shoot him. Using the electric post beside him, he approached their ranged enemies without getting hit by them, and while this was happening, it showed here Turbo Granny teaching him how to do it, and Turbo Granny said here that he needed to keep moving inside the cable, because if not, he would be shot out by the spiraling magnetic field. Before long, he got close to them and like a thunder strike, he pierced through the bodies of their ranged enemies here, causing them to explode. The other aliens tried to attack him again, but using the same technique, he entered the wirings again, and soon after, he destroyed the other aliens there using his speed of thunder attacks. On the other hand, Momo was amazed at what he was doing there, and she said he became wicked powerful there, while Vamola was calling Momo to bring her focus back to their enemy in front. Momo faced a giant golem-like alien here, and she shouted here to wait a moment as her powers weren't fully charged yet. However, to her surprise, Evil Eye suddenly struck her opponent alien using a large sword-like alien, causing it to be cut in half. After that, he shouted at Okarun asking if he wasn't going to fight him, and he threw the alien he was holding at the wires, cutting them, which caused Okarun to be thrown out of those wires. Evil Eye immediately followed up with a death stomp towards him, but Okarun managed to dodge it, so only the ground was destroyed there. Evil Eye continued kicking at Okarun while happily saying how fun this was, while the dodging Okarun was saying how depressing this was. Momo, on the other hand, was annoyed at Evil Eye and said this wasn't the time for that. While the two were fighting, they suddenly noticed something charging at their side, so they turned to look there. It turns out the human-like alien had charged and kicked both of them in their respective faces. Okarun and Evil Eye were pushed back by this, and there was immediately a follow-up attack on Evil Eye that hit his face. The culprit was another alien with numerous cylindrical things that it used for attacking, and it used all of those to beat up Evil Eye. Eira shouted while blowing up the alien she was facing that they had many of this kind of enemy. Okarun tried to go to Evil Eye to help him, but he was immediately stopped by the human-like alien when it kicked him in the face. However, only that attack hit him, and Okarun managed to dodge the combo sent by the human-like alien using his speed. On Evil Eye's side, the cylinder alien's flurry of attacks continued, and it commented that it could target his vitals and weak points from all angles, and escaping from its attacks was impossible. However, the alien's words seemed to be disregarded when Evil Eye delivered his attack, and using just one swing of his fist, he destroyed all the cylindrical weapons of this alien, and due to the strength of Evil Eye's punch, the alien's body also got a hole that destroyed its entire body. It turns out Evil Eye used a spiraling attack here, and the strength of that blast obliterated the body of the alien he was facing. He commented that he told them to get out of his way, and said he just let it live because of its cool shapes, but he's not taking it anymore. After that, Evil Eye started charging at the other aliens there, and he was destroying them one by one while shouting that they were all in his way. On the other hand, the human-like alien and Okarun continued their battle, and here they were also competing in speed of dodging. The leader alien waved its hand, and while the human-like alien was still in the air because it was about to deliver a Superman punch to Okarun, this alien suddenly teleported right in front of Okarun. Because of this, Okarun was surprised, but fortunately, a rubble flew into the face of the human-like alien, pushing it back. It turns out Momo was responsible for that, and she told him to be careful, and explained that their big enemy there, the leader alien, could carve out space and throw it at him. She said if he just charged there, it was as if he wanted to be hit by that kind of attack. The human-like alien quickly charged again, but this time towards Momo, So Okarun immediately entered a cable to use it as a boost, and as soon as he entered it, he quickly came out to stop the charging human-like alien using an electric-powered kick. Due to the strength of the impact of his kick, that alien was thrown into a building, while the leader alien began to wave its hands, so the space also started to carve and this alien teleported in front of them. It prepared to use the same attack that Momo had countered earlier with her Momo Tri-Beam, and in response, Okarun used one of his all-out attacks, but when his head was about to reach the body of this alien, it was as if an invisible shield enveloped its body so he couldn't reach it no matter how hard he tried. Momo shouted for him to back away from there, and as Momo pulled his body, she sent a large rubble towards the alien. However, using its extraordinary powers, the leader alien just crumpled Momo's attack. Okarun quickly ran while carrying Momo to get away from here, so the alien tried to attack them using an ultrasonic-like wave blast that also destroyed its fellow aliens. While running, Okarun realized that this alien was protecting itself using carved space, and his all-out attack there wasn't working. Momo explained that even her attacks were useless, and even if she used her special move, that alien spatial attacks would cancel it out, and if she tried it again, she would run out of energy. Okarun asked her what they were going to do there, and that he only had one all-out attack left. While running, Momo noticed something about the alien, and she saw that there was debris behind it. Because of this, Okarun thought that it seemed to be keeping the carved-out space behind it, so it was like its back was a different dimension or something. Momo ordered him to charge and said she had an idea, so Okarun asked if she was serious, to which Momo replied that she was the only person who could defeat it, and that was the reason why Rokuro came to her. Okarun commented that she wasn't making any sense, but even so, it seemed he had no choice but to trust her, and he started to charge towards the alien. While running towards their enemy, Momo raised numerous debris from the ground, and she shouted, "Let's go." The leader alien positioned itself to counter their attack, and when the debris made contact, it carved the space again to remove a large part of that attack, while Momo suddenly stood behind Okarun and jumped while apologizing and telling him to get some distance. Momo jumped towards the front of the alien, causing Okarun to shout in concern. Momo prepared to use her special move, but before she could use it, the leader alien managed to swat her away, causing her to suddenly vanish into thin air. Okarun stopped running here, and even Eira and Vamola showed their surprise at what happened. Deep concern was visible on Okarun's face when he saw this, and suddenly their memories together flashed before him, from their first conversation, bonding over food, running because of the crab-bound spirit, and many more. Okarun couldn't believe what he saw, and while remembering Momo's happy face, he was suddenly enveloped by anger and shouted very loudly. However, to their surprise, a large part of the leader alien's back was suddenly destroyed by Momo's Momo Tri-Beam. Okarun was very surprised when he saw this, and it turns out Momo had really planned this because she thought about what Rokuro told her that her superpower could transcend dimensions, and she was the only person who could defeat this being. While coming out of the storehouse behind the alien, Momo commented that if it couldn't use its space carving move anymore, this alien was just a regular bag of crap. The leader alien shouted while preparing to counter that what was Momo's was also his, and whatever was his. Before the alien could land an attack, Momo shouted for Okarun to give her help, so Okarun immediately used his remaining all-out attack and quickly entered a cable. Using the extraordinary speed and strength of his exit from the cable, Okarun managed to grab Momo and destroy the remaining part of the leader alien in the process. The leader alien's suit was completely shattered after that attack, and its helmet was knocked off in the process. Due to the explosion, Momo and Okarun were also thrown back, but fortunately, he was carrying her. After that, Momo released her embrace from Okarun and stood up while thanking him for saving her. Suddenly, Okarun grabbed her by both shoulders and glared at her angrily, then began shouting about what she was thinking and why she would do such a dangerous move. He demanded to know what would have happened if she had died there, asking if she was an idiot. After his outburst, Okarun panted from shouting, and Momo stared at him before lowering her head in agreement and apologizing. Okarun also bowed his head, his angry demeanor fading, and he expressed relief that Momo was safe. Momo gazed at him while trying not to cry at the events, but their moment was quickly interrupted by a loud explosion behind them. It turned out that Eira, Evil Eye, and Mr. Shrimp were responsible for the commotion as they were still fighting other aliens there, so Okarun and Momo ran away from them. Okarun mentioned that he had gone all out twice and couldn't transform again, while Momo said she had used up all her powers and was completely spent. As they were running, an alien with a hexagonal suit was thrown towards them, causing them to embrace each other and cry out for help. Luckily, Vamola came to their rescue, and using his kaiju suit, he kicked the hexagon alien away from them, happily calling out to Momo and shouting, "Takoyaki." Momo and Okarun were delighted, with Momo exclaiming, "Nice one." After that, Eira shouted at Momo to hurry up and close the gate because more aliens were coming out, to which Momo replied that she wanted to do that, but they were stuck surrounded by enemies. Because of this, Eira ordered Mr. Shrimp to go to Momo and leave the enemies to her. So Mr. Shrimp quickly helped Okarun and Momo and instructed them to follow the path he would create. On the other hand, amidst the destruction of the leader alien's suit, it was revealed that the alien inside was still alive, angrily stating that they wouldn't get away with this and that they had destroyed its thing. And out emerged a creature with a large head, a veiny forehead, and large, round eyes that were closed. The leader alien stared at the kaiju suit as it fought other aliens, and quickly stretched its limbs to climb towards its head. Inside the suit, Vamola was informed that an intruder had entered, so he was told to quickly remove it. However, before Vamola could act, the alien had already reached the main control room of the suit and wrapped its limbs around her while saying, "What is yours is mine, and what is mine is mine." Because of this, the kaiju suit began to lose control, and its tail suddenly swung, hitting Eira and knocking her to the ground. Momo and the others were shocked to see this happen, and they all turned to look at Vamola. Due to the chaos inside the suit, its slaughter mode suddenly activated, and the Barney-like kaiju features of Vamola's suit began to transform, growing horns and spinal bone armor, becoming larger and more terrifying in appearance. Momo started to move and shouted for everyone to run because they would be stepped on, but as they looked at the monster's face, Okarun noticed something and directed Momo's attention to it. They stared intently and saw on the giant kaiju suit's tongue that the leader alien had managed to capture Vamola. Momo shouted to wait and quickly informed Eira that Vamola was in a dire situation, causing Eira to curse because she was still facing many aliens that were blocking her path. However, to their surprise, Saga suddenly arrived riding a futuristic bike that looked like it came straight out of a Tron movie, ramming into the aliens that Eira was facing. Because of this, Eira's eyes widened in shock, and even Momo and Okarun turned to look. Saga braked after doing that maneuver, and he raised the note he had found at Momo's gate which had written on it to help them at Tokyo Tower, and he said sorry for keeping them small fries waiting, and they should save the hugs for later. Momo was shocked and shouted that the note Saga was holding was meant for Seiko. She irritatedly asked why he had taken it, and said that now Seiko wouldn't know where to go, while Okarun was questioning why Saga was here and Eira was commenting that he was an honorable moron, to which Saga just replied that it was okay, and he would pretend he didn't hear that. After that, he said first things first and asked where Momo's house was, or rather his great Kinta. Momo let out a confused huh and said it had been destroyed again and its parts were scattered, causing Saga to be shocked and comment if she was saying he couldn't use his great Kinta there. Momo shouted at him to forget about that and that Vamola was in danger, while Okarun was asking Eira if she could reach her. Unfortunately, while they were talking, they were suddenly fired upon by the remaining ranged aliens there, forcing them to run. As they ran, Eira commented that this was hopeless because those aliens were blocking them. Meanwhile, on Vamola and the leader alien side, the leader alien had dropped Vamola from the mouth of the giant kaiju suit, and she started falling rapidly from a great height, causing Momo and Okarun to worry. Saga suddenly spoke up, saying now it's his turn, and his Tron bike began to transform, becoming a fighter jet, and it quickly flew towards Vamola. Momo was amazed at what he did and said how cool it was, while Okarun couldn't believe his control over Nanoskin was at such a high level. Sakata shouted for Vamola to hold on, but while he was saying that now he was here and everything would be okay, he was suddenly shot at by drone aliens, causing his fighter jet Nanoskin to explode soon after. Because of this, Momo and Okarun were alarmed, but they quickly became dismayed because now there was one more person they needed to rescue, and Momo frustratedly asked why he had come there. While falling, Sakata shouted at Vamola to get her attention and ordered her to reach out her hand. Sakata shouted the word hand while reaching for Vamola's hand, while Vamola was shouting Kinta. When they grabbed hold of each other, it was revealed that Sakata was holding a cube of Nanoskin. Sakata instructed Vamola to hold on tight, so Vamola decided to hug him, and after that, he raised the Nanoskin he was carrying and shouted, "Come to me, Great Kinta." The cube began to glow, and the broken parts of Momo's house started flying towards him. They gradually clustered and came together while flying towards him and slowly transformed. Momo's former house seemed to become a robotic figure as the rubble merged, and soon a large object stood in front of the giant kaiju suit. It turned out that using the scattered Nanoskin, Sakata had created what appeared to be a new, cooler, and larger version of his Great Kinta. Momo and the others were amazed by this and resumed cheering for Sakata, and they were so hyped that they raised their hands while shouting for him to beat up the kaiju now. Inside the Great Kinta Mark II, Sakata said that now he was back where he belonged. Sakata grabbed the Tokyo Tower, and as he pulled it out of the ground, he declared that the best Great Kinta pilot here was Kinta, the end of Joytoy Pegasus Sakata, and he began to swing the tower at the kaiju. And when it hit solidly, the giant kaiju was sent flying while he shouted that he was the one he was referring to. After the kaiju was sent flying, Sakata shouted asking if it liked his attack, and he rhetorically asked if the Tokyo Tower wasn't hard, and after that, he explained that it was because the tower was made from scrap tanks. However, the kaiju easily stood up, and it also grabbed a larger building, and the leader alien controlling it commented that its weapon was longer than Sakata's, which surprised Sakata and made him exclaim, "What in the Sam Hill?" The leader alien quickly charged, and while it was preparing to attack, Sakata countered that the Tokyo Tower has 4 legs, while the Sky Tree only has 3, so he had more, and he jumped while winding up to swing his tower. Because of that, his Tokyo Tower hit the Sky Tree that the kaiju suit was about to swing, thus stopping it. Sakata added that incidentally, the Tokyo Tower has a height of 333 meters, and 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9, which is a number said to contain sacred power. While swinging the tower, he said that this means the Tokyo Tower is a mystic sword. He hit the kaiju suit hard in the face with the Tokyo Tower, and the strength of the impact caused its large tower to break and the kaiju to fall. After that, Sakata struck a cool pose, and coolly said that war is indeed cruel. Because of what he showed here, Vamola was amazed by him, and happily said that he was strong, so he was flattered and called her babe, and said it seemed she understood the situation and his heart would remain open for her. His flirting was quickly cut short when Vamola noticed that the leader alien stood up again, and as it stood, the leader alien commented that this kaiju suit was truly amazing because all of Sakata's attacks earlier had no effect on it. Sakata was irritated and started approaching the leader alien while saying how much of a headache it was and that it seemed like it was Bombay time while calling it a son of a bitch and telling it not to get in the way of his and Vamola's love. Sakata ran quickly and shouted that he would just hurry up and defeat it so he could have a lovey-dovey thunder break with Vamola. When he got close, their kaiju's hands met, but unfortunately, the leader alien suddenly used the horns of its kaiju suit and managed to destroy the left shoulder of Sakata's Great Kinta Mark II, and the hardness and strength of those horns caused major damage to the entire left side of Sakata's robot. Sakata was worried about this and shouted that his robot needed to regenerate quickly, but the leader alien didn't allow this to happen, and repeatedly used its horn thrust attacks on his robot, gradually destroying its body, and while doing this, it commented on how nice the horns of this kaiju suit were and that it couldn't see any horns this fine on Sakata's robot, so it seemed its suit was stronger than this. Before long, the alien had driven his robot into the ground, further destroying it, and it grabbed the sphere-like control room of the robot where they were and started crushing it while saying, "Weren't they in here?" Because of this, Sakata and Vamola screamed inside as they were being crushed there. The leader alien commented that very soon now, numerous battleships would arrive here and the most enjoyable hunt would begin. While continuously crushing Sakata and Vamola inside this sphere, it added that this was the third most difficult experience it had, but for them globalists, it was a good thing. It repeated what it always said, that what is mine, and what is yours is mine, and said that this planet was now theirs. And while saying this, many spaceships indeed started to arrive here. While being crushed inside the sphere, Sakata had a flashback moment, and suddenly the leader alien noticed something here, so it asked if he still wasn't surrendering, and it was like it was holding his heart in its hands. It said it was time for Sakata and the others to submit and accept their fate as their sustenance, and it asked why he was putting up so much resistance, and even a lower life form like him should know when they're defeated, so why was he still fighting? While remembering his life, Sakata answered and said he had nothing to be proud of, which made the leader alien stare. Sakata explained that he wrapped himself in bandages for show. He looked for people inferior to him when he himself couldn't do anything, and while remembering the couples he saw, he also got irritated. But he said he had things he loved, such as robots, beautiful women, and now those things were right in front of him. So if he just threw these away and ran because he was scared, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. After he shouted this, the leader alien completely crushed them and let go of the sphere where they were, and mercilessly said that it didn't understand anything he said, and it seemed he wouldn't be nourishing anyway, and there were many others that could be made into sustenance there. When the monster thought it had crushed Sakata and Vamola, Sakata suddenly commented from behind it that there was no substitute for him, and it turns out he had managed to stick to the very back of the leader alien's kaiju suit using a small rocket pod. So while reaching for them, the leader alien asked how they got there, to which he replied that it was just a simple trick, and he could handle the great Kinta better than anyone. He explained that he got its attention using other parts of it, and then he traveled to its arm and to its back. The leader alien shouted that they couldn't defeat it, but they were so stubborn, and told them to get off its back, but Sakata didn't obey, and said it was no use trying to reach them because no kaiju could reach its own back. The mini rocket on the kaiju's back started to emit fire, and because of that, it started to fly and they reached extremely high heights. He said if he couldn't destroy this alien's suit no matter how many times he attacked it, he just needed to inflict direct damage to what was inside it. He said this was just like what Momo said, and when it comes to kaiju, power bombs are the best to use. Sakata told Vamola that this was it, while Vamola was saying not to give up. The kaiju started to fly down and their descent speed was boosted by Sakata's mini rocket, so the leader alien shouted asking if they were fools and if they intended to include themselves in the fall, to which Sakata just said that gravity was heavy and what it's about is an ultra radio wave. The kaiju suit also started spinning here to make the fall even stronger, and Sakata shouted and called this move a spin power bomb, and before long the leader alien's kaiju suit strongly hit and crashed into the ground, and the strength of this impact caused a huge amount of smoke and dust to envelop a large part of the city, and they had managed to damage this extremely tough kaiju suit. In the next scene, we see the kaiju alien that fought Vamola and Sakata shrinking and returning to normal, and the alien space globalist emerged from the suit's mouth. While parachuting, Sakata asked Vamola if she saw that, and from that point on, he told Vamola to pay attention to his name, but the name Vamola shouted was Momo's name. Sakata was about to say that the name he was referring to was his name, Sakata, but Momo called him Acro-Silky and praised him. Sakata tried again to say his real name, but Momo insisted on calling him Acro-Silky. Then, Okarun pointed to a small pyramid with a ball in the center, saying he had found his family jewel. Momo ran towards Okarun, telling him to get it, and Mr. Shrimp asked if it wouldn't explode and if it would be okay. Okarun told him not to scare him like that, and Momo called Okarun's family jewel stupid because it always gets lost and causes headaches. She said she could squeeze it until it bursts, but Okarun pleaded with her not to because it was part of his body. When Okarun took his family jewel, they were surprised to see the small pyramid protecting the ball disappear, and the warp gate in the sky gradually vanished. They started celebrating, with Momo saying the warp gate was closing, while Mr. Shrimp said the UFOs couldn't enter anymore and they had one. Okarun said it was just in time, and according to Momo, they needed to take out the remaining aliens, so they should get back to Eira and the others, and Mr. Shrimp agreed. At that moment, enormous spaceships began to emerge, with the largest one appearing to have teeth. Okarun and Momo were shocked and couldn't believe what they were seeing as the spaceships arrived, and it looked like some weapons on the largest spaceship were charging. After that, it released numerous lasers that destroyed buildings, roads, and everything else. Because of this, several buildings exploded, and Momo and Okarun felt the shockwaves it brought, and they seemed to see something. What they saw was an enormous number of alien soldiers being deployed by the smaller spaceships and the continuing destruction of the entire area. A building collapsed in front of the two, and Okarun pointed something out to Momo. He said that the empty space was tearing, and Momo asked what would happen if space returned to normal, and if the spaceships and aliens would disappear. Okarun answered that he didn't know, but the empty space started tearing when the large spaceships entered. Perhaps, he said, the aliens were trying to go directly to actual space, and if that happened, many people would die. As Okarun was saying this, we can see that the spaceships continued to destroy the area, and the holes in the empty space were increasing due to its tearing. Momo said they had no choice but to destroy the spaceships using the robot, so she asked where Sakata had crashed. Then, she told Mr. Shrimp to accompany Eira, and she said it wasn't funny and they wouldn't allow the aliens to do that. Suddenly, the two stopped when they saw something, and it was Reiko Kashima who said she has been wanting to see Momo. It was already 10 o'clock, and Reiko said Momo had almost escaped her, and how unfortunate that was. She added that Momo would live forever inside her mirror as her toy. She even added that she would remove Momo's hands and feet, and put a giant slash on her mouth to give her the biggest smile, and that would be fun. Momo was stunned, because of Reiko Kashima's arrival, the arrival of the spaceships, and the tearing of empty space. So she just fell to her knees due to the weight of these events. She just said, "Damn it," while Okarun was very surprised to see Reiko, who was happily dancing. Suddenly, Momo thought of her grandmother, and she said she wanted to see her grandmother at that moment, and we see Reiko's expression change. We are taken to the past, showing airplanes bombing the ruins where Reiko could be found, and there was a woman kneeling in the middle of all this. We return to the present, and Reiko looked at the sky. The spaceships took on the appearance of airplanes for her, showing that her trauma and bad memories related to air bombings were coming back. She remembered shouting, "Mommy," in the past, and she took her mirror while asking the aliens who they were, which surprised Momo. Reiko asked, while raising her mirror, what kind of scumbags drop bombs on people's heads. Her reflection appeared in all the mirrors of the buildings, and in other mirrors that were broken due to the bombing. Then, we see that she looked like she was about to punch the mirror she was holding, and said she would kill all the aliens, while releasing an enormous hand that destroyed the largest spaceship. Momo and Okarun were extremely shocked and couldn't believe what Reiko had done. Then, Reiko retracted her hand and looked at the spaceships using her mirror. She used her powers to put the spaceships inside her mirror, causing them to disappear from the sky, and the aliens on the street also vanished, leaving Eira alone. Then, she looked at the numerous aliens and spaceships she had placed in her mirror, and she punched them, causing the spaceships to explode, and the aliens to be flung and crushed by Reiko's second punch. Reiko repeatedly punched her mirror, telling the aliens to die and calling them jerks. Okarun was amazed and said that the UFOs and aliens had disappeared. Momo replied that they were probably inside the mirror, and Okarun asked who Reiko was and if she was their ally. Momo said that she was Reiko Kashima, but Okarun still didn't understand who that was. Momo explained that even her grandmother couldn't defeat Reiko because she was the strongest yokai of all. Then, Reiko looked at Momo, who appeared very nervous. Okarun stepped between them and said that Momo was off limits, so he should be taken instead. But Momo told him not to because it was her problem, and it was her fault for entering Reiko's territory without thinking. Momo apologized to Reiko Kashima, saying that Okarun had nothing to do with what she did, but Okarun was fired up, challenging Reiko to fight, so Momo told him to shut up. Nevertheless, Okarun wouldn't be silent, and he continued to challenge Reiko, telling her not to do anything to Momo. As the two argued, we can see on Reiko's face that she seems to be remembering something because of them, and we are taken to a flashback where there are two people riding a bicycle. The man is driving, while the woman is behind him, hugging him. Then, Reiko turned her back on Okarun and Momo, which surprised them both. The message conveyed to us is that Reiko sees herself in Momo, who also has someone she loves in her life, just like Reiko did in the past. Suddenly, Reiko disappeared, which shocked the two, and they saw that there were no aliens or spaceships left, so they were left there holding hands. Soon after, everything returned to normal, and it seemed like nothing had happened to the buildings. They looked at their surroundings, and when they looked at each other, one of them asked if Reiko was really gone. Then, they walked while still holding hands, and it seemed they saw something. It was Momo's house on wheels, and they were greeted by Eira, Vamola, Sakata, and even the Evil Eye. Momo and Okarun ran towards them, and Mr. Shrimp signaled for them to get on. The three girls hugged each other, overjoyed to see one another, while Okarun calmed down the Evil Eye who was ready to fight him, and we see them going home. Momo's house has returned, and we can see that they have prepared a yakiniku barbecue. A gathering is happening at the Isa house, and Seiko has also come home, annoyed at her grandchild who is hugging her while she's cooking. Vamola is just eating continuously, and Eira is feeding Chiquitita, while Sakata and Gigi seem to be arguing, and Okarun and Mr. Shrimp are talking. Seiko told Momo to let go of her because she's getting in the way, but Momo replied that she wants to smell her grandmother's fragrance. Seiko said there's no time to smell people because yakiniku barbecue is a battlefield. She told Momo to watch and learn from Vamola and to look at her continuous eating technique. On the other side, Gigi is teaching Sakata how to do the yumbo, and he's making Sakata try it, but Sakata doesn't want to do it. He said only lamos do that, but when Vamola did it, Sakata called it cute. He tried to teach Vamola how to meow meow, so Eira called him a pervert. Vamola did the yumbo again with Gigi, so Sakata, nearly crying, asked Vamola to repeat it because it was delightful. Seiko scolded them and told them to eat while calling them morons. Let's move to Okarun, who was being asked by Turbo Granny if he knew that she chose the meat and if they were delicious. Okarun answered that they were indeed delicious, but Turbo Granny didn't seem to like his answer and asked if that's how he shows admiration, so she made Okarun repeat it with more oomph. Okarun repeated it, but Turbo Granny was still angry, calling him an idiot and asking if that's all he could say. So Okarun got angry too and said he already said it was delicious. Turbo Granny seemed to walk out, saying Okarun was such a worthless person. We can see Momo laughing beside Okarun, and Okarun said that Turbo Granny didn't have to go that far. After that, Momo snatched the remaining pork from Okarun's plate and showed him the yumbo as an additional tease. Okarun pleaded with Momo not to take his food, but Momo just laughed at him and said that yakiniku barbecue is a battlefield, so you either do the yumbo or the yumbo gets done to you. Okarun asked if they couldn't just eat normally. In the next scene, Momo asked Okarun if he thinks Vamola worries about her mother. Even if Vamola doesn't act like it, she thinks that deep inside, Vamola always thinks about her mother. Okarun said he also worries about what happened to the Sumerians, and Momo agreed. Okarun added that Mr. Shrimp said the Serpo don't have technology for long-range warping, so there's no way to go to their planet. Momo said she was thinking if there's a way to do it, and Okarun answered that he doesn't know. But there are people like Ludris, so they should ask Ludris the next time they see him. At that moment, someone called Momo, saying it seems Momo fulfilled her promise. Momo was surprised to see Rokuro, and he said Momo did a job well done, but Momo still couldn't believe he was alive. Mr. Shrimp explained that he had a hunch that maybe the nanoskin would work in reviving Rokuro, so he put nanoskin on him, and it indeed worked. Rokuro was pleased to have Ludris's technology, and Momo said Rokuro is indeed upgraded. She added that she's happy Rokuro has recovered, but he shouldn't try to attack just because he leveled up. Rokuro didn't answer, so Momo asked why he wasn't saying anything. Then, Rokuro said goodbye and that he's leaving, and Momo tried to stop him to say that if Rokuro attacks them again, they'll kill all the Serpo, and Rokuro should at least say thank you. Okarun seems to be laughing beside her, so Momo asked him what he was laughing at. Okarun answered that he wasn't laughing, and Momo wanted to see his face. Then, Seiko called Momo and asked if she ate anything besides curries because there's nothing left. Momo said who cares about that, and we're shown again the curry meal that Momo left for Okarun. Momo remembered the note she left, so she seemed tense when Okarun looked at her. She raised her hand like someone saying she's not guilty, and Seiko reminded Momo again about the curry. Momo tried to silence her grandmother, but she kept mentioning the curry. Seiko ordered her to buy curry for tomorrow, but Momo was pleading for her to stop mentioning curry. Okarun said that if Momo is going shopping, he'll come along, but Momo didn't agree and said she'll just buy alone. Eira asked to buy Mokonbika tea, while Gigi asked for ginger ale, which Vamola imitated but pronounced ale as male, and Sakata asked for milk tea. With all their requests, Momo told them to buy their own. In the next scene, someone asked if they're ready to leave, and it's shown that they all left together. Gigi and Okarun are happily talking, while Sakata seems to be deep in thought, and Eira and Vamola are talking, with Momo beside them looking sad. She's thinking if Okarun saw her note, and she asked herself what she should do. Momo said she just wrote it in the moment without thinking, but it's embarrassing now. She looked at Okarun and thought that maybe he didn't see it, but she's overthinking too much, so she thought maybe Okarun saw it. Maybe he'll say something about it, and maybe he's just waiting for the right moment. However, Okarun is acting too normal, looking at her from behind. He's also thinking about the note Momo gave him, and he's troubled about whether the love you Momo said to him was as a friend or as a man. He remembered that Momo often says love ya to Gigi, and maybe it's possible that she really loves Gigi, and it's shown that Gigi is acting cute to Eira. Okarun thought that if he asked Momo about it, she might just say she said it as a friend, and if Momo says that, he won't be able to stand tall anymore. He said it's no use because he doesn't have the guts, and on the other hand, Momo is thinking that maybe Okarun is just ignoring it, and that's shocking. Sakata noticed that Momo is deeply troubled, and he asked himself if Momo has fallen for him. Maybe Momo is aware of his presence, and he called Momo endearing. At that moment, Eira, Vamola, and Momo saw something, and it was a woman. The whole group was shocked to see this woman, and the woman said to one of them that she had found her. It was Momo, who seemed to recognize her. We learn that this woman is Reiko Kashima, whose appearance has completely changed, as she now looks like a normal woman. Momo asked what was up with her face, mentioning that it was very different. Reiko replied that Momo didn't need to be rude, and that she just wasn't wearing makeup. Momo said that Reiko had disappeared, and asked if she shouldn't be resting in peace, but Reiko said she couldn't achieve nirvana, the heaven for Buddhists. Reiko's old form returned a bit, and she said that not a single soul could extinguish her hatred, and it would continue forever. It was shown that Reiko used to watch Momo using her mirror, and she said that Momo's existence pissed her off. She said she wanted to kill Momo because of everything about her, and why couldn't Momo just be more direct? If she were in Momo's position, she said she would be better than Momo, who looked clueless about what she was saying. Reiko added that because of her annoyance with Momo for so long, she decided that she wanted to search for love. Eira asked who Reiko was and if she was an enemy, while Gigi called Reiko super cutie. Momo answered Eira that you could say that, and Sakata was feeling handsome again, telling Reiko not to think about him. If she fell for Kinta, he said, she'd get more than just burned. Reiko said she would pour everything into searching for love, and she had a warning for Momo, because Momo had awakened those feelings in her. She told Momo to be honest and forthright, and if Momo continued to dither, she would take Okarun from her. Okarun stepped between them again, and Reiko said that she was leaving to find a good man, and Momo should do her best with Okarun. Reiko's face was half yokai and half human when she told Momo that if she felt like it, she'd come back to kill Momo. Then, she returned to her yokai form and left while asking where her man was. Reiko kept shouting man as she left, so Eira asked what she was referring to. Momo answered with a smile, saying how would she know, and they should just forget all of that, while Sakata butted in saying Reiko shouldn't fall for him. In the next scene, we see the group grocery shopping, and soon after, they paid for their purchases. We're shown that they bought drinks and toys, and someone asked who said they could buy toys. It's revealed that the guys have bought it, and Gigi said it was okay because they wanted them. Sakata added that it was the male sense of adventure, and Eira said the guys were childish. We learned that it was Momo speaking earlier, and she said the three could just pay her back later, but she would take care of the drinks. Gigi called her stingy, so she gave him a fierce headlock. Okarun asked what Sakata chose, referring to the toys. Sakata answered that he chose the Gaz-01 because it had stealth abilities and was badass. Momo said she remembered something, that when they first met Vamola, she was invisible, but all they could see was the gold ball. Okarun said that was true, and if there hadn't been gossip about the glowing ball in the apartments, they wouldn't have gone there, and if they hadn't seen the gold ball, they wouldn't have found Vamola, so why did it show up at that time? Momo looked at Okarun and said that maybe the ball wanted them to find Vamola. Maybe it was desperately glowing, as if saying, "Our precious child is here." And Okarun said maybe she was right. We're taken to the Sumerians, and a man said that their enemies were approaching and shooting at them. His companions said they were shooting back, and their enemies deserved it, and that sector was now clear. We moved to Tome, who was telling Aya to leave the back to him, and someone asked if the ship couldn't go any faster, but Aya answered that the wiring was fried so they had to wait. The speaker said to fix it, and said their destination was Idea, but they had no clue how many light years away it was. The one saying this was Miss Banga, and she said Vamola should hold on. They were just going through a space adventure, and they were on their way to her. We returned to the present, and in Momo's house, a Serpo communication device was left behind. Turbo Granny picked it up and asked what it was. She said it looked like seaweed and tried to eat it. When Turbo Granny put it to her forehead, it seemed to take her to another place. We see the Serpos inspecting something, and one said that they could infer from its memory data that it came from a very distant region of space. It seemed those beings were on the move, and they were devouring planets in their path. The Serpo added that there were many pyramid transmission systems on the planet they were on, so it was possible the space invaders would return. From that point, they would call those beings Kur, the people of the depths, and they would share that information with residents of other worlds. More importantly, they had serious problem, and another Serpo said it was indeed a problem. They were referring to a guy named Count Saint Germain. We returned to Turbo Granny, whose appearance seems to be changing, and she called Count Saint Germain a hypergeezer. It seems like a game is taking place in the ISA house, while Okarun is lying down, and Sakata and Eira are eating at the side. We can see that Turbo Granny has a headgear on, and she's shouting, "One for all for one." While holding Okarun's family jewel, Seiko told her to bring it on, saying they'll destroy her, but Okarun pleaded for them to wait. He asked why the return of his family jewels always has to be weird, and if he couldn't get them back in a normal way. Gigi answered that one person needs to sacrifice for the sake of the group, but Okarun said they weren't listening to him. Momo then said that victory is only achieved when everyone fulfills their responsibility. Turbo Granny charged while singing "I Need a Hero" by Bonnie Tyler, and Momo and Gigi tried to catch Turbo Granny, with Okarun saying they were crazy. Momo tried to block Turbo Granny's path, but she just jumped over her while continuing to sing. In the next scene, we see Momo and Gigi lying down after trying to catch Turbo Granny, and Vamola just stood and watched. Seiko was the last one Turbo Granny needed to pass, and she said if Turbo Granny thought she could defeat her, she should think again. It was shown that Seiko was about to catch Turbo Granny, and she did it while shouting "save." However, Seiko was surprised that what she was holding was a crab, so she was confused and asked what it was. Turbo Granny called her a moron and said she snuck home a crab from Hokkaido, because when there's a crab, Seiko's body reacts instinctively. It seems Turbo Granny won, and she returned Okarun's family jewel, who was shouting in pain. Okarun said his testicle was back, and he thanked them. Seiko was annoyed because Turbo Granny tricked her using the crab, while Momo said Gigi's tackles were weak, and he said "soe" to her, which Vamola imitated. Okarun asked if that debriefing was necessary, and Turbo Granny answered "no side," which means their rugby game was over. Let's move to another place, where a very large door with a beautiful design was shown. There was a woman whose picture was being taken, when suddenly the door opened, and a man wearing a suit came out. People were staring at him, and he put on his glasses while walking away, as people took pictures of him. Wherever the man went, people kept staring at him, and when he saw an elderly woman standing, he made her sit in his seat on the train, and he just stood at the side. He went to Okarun school and entered the staff room. He greeted someone there with "good morning," which was returned to him. The woman beside him was about to talk to him, but he beat her to it and said his name was Sanjome. Then, it seems someone was surprised, saying his chair was missing, so he asked where it was. We learned that his name is Mr. Murakami because the woman beside Sanjome greeted him good morning. Mr. Murakami said his chair was just there yesterday, and he was thinking all sorts of things. The female teacher said she has a feeling Mr. Murakami's chair was nearby. Mr. Murakami tried to talk to Sanjome, who immediately introduced himself. Mr. Murakami asked if that was Sanjome's chair, but he quickly apologized and called Sanjome deputy head teacher and continued looking for his chair. One teacher couldn't believe they had such a handsome teacher there, and another said she had no memory of a new teacher, but she remembers the name Mr. Sanjome. Let's move to another place in the school, where Vamola said she likes Pampy drink. Momo asked if that's how Vamola often talks now, even though she's the one who's usually with her. Vamola said she doesn't say the word me, and Okarun apologized to her, saying he was the one who taught Vamola that. Sakata was also there, and he said he wouldn't allow it, and it needed to be remedied later. Then, Vamola revealed to them that Turbo Granny taught her how to say "you shithead," telling her to say it often, and Sakata said Vamola didn't need to remember that. According to Momo, everyone in her house has a foul mouth, so it's better for Vamola to talk like Okarun. Okarun asked if that's really what Momo thinks, and while they were talking, Sakata was teaching something to Vamola. Then, Momo said she was thinking about where Okarun's other family jewel might be, and Okarun answered that he didn't know. So maybe he needed to buy a smartphone and use social media. Momo said they might find it through gossip. One example is Vamola, who was a result of the gossip about the ghost of the apartment block, and that story only circulated in Maiko's contact group. Besides that, Turbo Granny only lost Okarun's family jewels within Kamigo City, which Okarun said was correct. Sakata interjected in their conversation, saying if that's the case, they should start a school club, which Momo didn't understand. Sakata explained that they would create a place for gathering information. It would be like an occult club, and that would be the most efficient, but Momo said it was lame because a group chat could do the same thing. Nevertheless, Sakata argued that if they were to gather in the courtyard again the next time something happened, and Momo said that would be embarrassing, but school clubs were the same. She asked if club activities didn't need a lofty goal or something, and Okarun said if that's the case, what if the club was for historical or cultural research? After all, he said, occultism is the study of the mysterious and unexplained. Occultism involves thinking about various things, from ethnic origin to regional history, food, climate, and physics. Sakata said if they're going to talk about history, they should include the history of robot evolution and Kaiju 2 according to Okarun, and takoyaki octopus dumplings for Vamola. Because of this, Momo told them they just wanted a hangout spot for their own interests. Nevertheless, she agreed, but she asked who would be their faculty supervisor. In the next scene, Mr. Murakami was with Mr. Sanjome, and he told Momo and the others that Sanjome accepts the role as faculty supervisor of their club, so they should be grateful, but it seems Okarun and Momo don't know him. Then, they asked Mr. Sanjome why he accepted to be their advisor. Momo said she was having trouble remembering Mr. Sanjome, so she asked him what class he teaches and how long he had been at the school. Momo was suspicious of Mr. Sanjome, and she said there was something fishy about him. Mr. Sanjome said, "Very nice," which confused Momo. He said that when Momo feels better, he wants her to blow the conch until she can't anymore, which Momo didn't understand. Mr. Sanjome said Momo's willingness to explore things she likes is wonderful. Then he asked Momo if she was that interested in him, and if she wanted to know about him. Momo answered yes, so Mr. Sanjome asked if it was regardless of the cost, and Momo said she thought so. Mr. Sanjome said that was nice, and Momo asked what his deal was. Mr. Sanjome answered that in this world, every conceivable mystery exists, such as spirits, paranormal abilities, urban legends, UFOs, ancient civilizations, and alternate worlds. He wants to investigate and solve all of them, but their lives are too short for that. He added that he realized if he cooperates with people who have the same goal, achieving that goal would be faster. He said that was the reason why he accepted to be the advisor of Okarun's History and Culture Research Club, but he took it back and said the quest was the condition for why he would be their advisor. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him, and he would show them their club room. Mr. Sanjome took Okarun and the others to their club room, and Momo didn't seem impressed. Their club room looked like a small stockroom. next to a lot of trash. Mr. Sanjome told them to make themselves at home there, and Sakata asked if it was true and if it wasn't just a storage room. Mr. Sanjome said they could clean up the stuff inside. So Momo asked where they would put it. Mr. Sanjome answered that if they could, they should move the items to the newly built storage room behind the school, which surprised Momo. She asked if the only reason their club was approved was to move those items, and Sakata asked if that's how adults do things, but Mr. Sanjome just answered them with nice. Sakata asked Momo if they would do it, and Momo asked would anyone, while Mr. Sanjome interjected, saying they would do it. Vamola said they should do it, and Okarun said the same, but Momo didn't want to do it because it was weird. They started moving the items, and we can see that Vamola used her suit while Okarun transformed into his Turbo Granny form. Momo also used her powers, and Okarun's class rep seemed surprised to see him in his Turbo Granny form. On the other hand, Sakata's back was hurting, and Momo was getting angry that Mr. Sanjome was just sitting. Okarun told Momo that what they were doing was a bit thrilling, and Momo didn't seem to agree with him. Okarun said Mr. Sanjome was different from other teachers, and the word that suited him was menacing. According to Momo, she didn't like Mr. Sanjome, and she asked where he came from, to which Okarun replied that maybe he must have been around. Momo said she couldn't remember seeing Mr. Sanjome before, but she knew his name. She asked Okarun what was up with that, and she saw some people kissing. She was very surprised by what she saw, so Okarun turned to look, but she held his head to face her and told him not to look there. Because of what Momo did, it looked like she was about to kiss Okarun, and it was clear from their faces that they thought about it, which made things suddenly awkward. Momo said she suddenly became self-conscious, and she thought again that Okarun had seen her letter, so she asked why he wasn't talking about it. To her eyes, Okarun seemed nonchalant, but in truth, he was panicking too and didn't know what to do. Ever since he told Vamola about his feelings, he felt something in his heart whenever he looked at Momo. Then, Momo started punching Okarun, so Okarun asked what she was doing, but she didn't stop, so Okarun asked again. She held Okarun's hand tightly, looking very nervous, and stared at him deeply, which made Okarun ask what was going on while avoiding Momo's gaze. Momo tried to remind Okarun about it, but to no avail. Besides that, Momo still didn't want to take her eyes off Okarun, and Okarun was asking what Momo wanted, while still avoiding her gaze. Momo asked if Okarun had seen her letter, but not directly, so Okarun didn't get it. Momo insisted that it is it, and told Okarun to stop playing dumb. She told Okarun it was time for them to talk about it, while forcing him to look at her, but of course Okarun still didn't get it, so he was asking what Momo was referring to. Momo kept insisting that Okarun already knew, and Okarun said they needed to clean the club room. So Momo told him not to change the topic, and she brought it back to the letter, but Okarun still didn't get it because Momo wasn't saying it directly. Momo told Okarun to put his hands to the side. So Okarun asked what for, and she answered to just do it. She said she would put a lie detector on Okarun, who had no idea what was happening. Then, Momo put her head on Okarun's chest, who couldn't believe what was happening. Momo said Okarun was lying about not knowing, because his heart was beating fast. But Okarun defended that it was naturally fast because a girl was pressed against his chest. Because of that, Momo asked if it would speed up if another girl did it, and Okarun answered that it goes without saying. Momo got upset, so she punched Okarun and walked out. At that moment, Okarun realized he couldn't muster up the courage in front of Momo, and he called himself pathetic. Then, someone called him, and it was the class rep, who had something to tell him, and asked if he was a vampire. Okarun was confused by the class rep's question, and she said that Okarun might think she's strange, but there are times when Okarun looks like a handsome vampire to her. Okarun asked what the class rep meant, who seemed to regret what she said, so she apologized to Okarun and said she might just be weird. She explained that she saw him seem to turn into a vampire back then, and when he was lifting things earlier, it looked like Okarun transformed. Okarun then asked when he started looking like a vampire to the class rep, and if anything triggered it. The class rep answered that she didn't know, and she only started to see it since she picked up the gold ball, which greatly surprised Okarun, who immediately asked about the gold ball. The class rep got scared of Okarun, and thought that she was about to be bitten by a handsome vampire. She saw herself as a woman tied up in a vampire's castle, with Okarun as the vampire. Then, Okarun supposedly used his hands to make her his plaything and shouted at her in a form of verbal torment. She added that she couldn't do anything to stop Okarun from making her his nourishment. Okarun said he wouldn't do such a thing, and the class rep was surprised that Okarun could read minds. But Okarun said the class rep was saying it out loud, who then pleaded with him not to embarrass her further. Okarun told the class rep not to think about it anymore, and asked if she had the family jewel or not. The class rep didn't understand what Okarun was referring to, so he just called it the golden ball that he was asking about. The class rep answered that she took it to the police box because it looked valuable, which surprised Okarun. Okarun felt relieved by what the class rep said, and he said it would be safe in the police box as lost property. The class rep then asked if Okarun was familiar with it, and Okarun had trouble answering, but he said it was like a lump of spiritual energy, which stunned the class rep, and Okarun seemed like he wanted to take back what he said. Then, Okarun asked if the class rep believed in such things, but he quickly told her to forget he said anything, and asked which police box it was. The class rep said she believed in spirits, which Okarun couldn't believe. The class rep added that that's what she wanted to ask Okarun about. Since she found the golden ball and Okarun started looking like a vampire, she's been constantly hit with a bad feeling. It's as if something was riding on her back. It felt so heavy that she can't even stand straight. It's been happening more frequently as days pass. Since that happened, Okarun started looking like a vampire, so she thought there might be a connection between the two things. But she was worried that if she said something, Okarun would think she's a weirdo, so she was having trouble mustering up the courage, and Okarun said he understood. He said that from that point on, they should freely ask each other anything, because he also had a lot of questions for the class rep, and she agreed. Let's move to a police box, where a police officer is saying that the item being looked for by the person he's talking has been collected. It turns out to be Okarun, and he can't believe the golden ball has been collected. The class rep asked who collected it, but the police officer said he couldn't say because it was private information. He added that the two shouldn't think about stealing it from whoever collected it. They left, and Okarun was wondering who could have collected it. The class rep said it was strange, because to collect lost property, one needs to show proof to get the item. Okarun agreed. He said they would usually ask detailed questions, and to an ordinary person, it would look like just a normal golden ball. Even he himself didn't know how to prove it was his, so he said it's possible it's still in the police box, and no one collected it. They talked about the police officer, and the class rep asked if he was suspicious, and if Okarun thought it was possible he was lying. Okarun said the golden ball might still be there, so they need to check it to be sure, so the class rep asked how. Okarun answered that he would ask Momo, because she can see auras. Then, something suddenly happened that surprised them both, and we see a large creature behind the class rep as she falls. Okarun said that must be the thing the class rep was talking about, so he used his powers to enter the telephone lines and attack that creature, but to his surprise, his attack had no effect on it. In the next scene, someone is asking Momo why she's pissed off, and Momo answers that she's not, while she's eating. The one asking is her grandmother, and she asked Vamola if something happened to Momo at school. Vamola answered that they had Japanese that day, so that's what Seiko thought was the reason. Turbo Granny was asking what more could a doomed son of a bitch was worried about, and Momo asked why the idiot, referring to Turbo Granny, was talking. Turbo Granny asked what was up with Momo's vocabulary, saying it was weak, which angered Momo, who told Turbo Granny to shut up and challenged her to a fight. Because of this, her grandmother told her to stop and take a bath so she could go to sleep, while Turbo Granny continued teasing. Momo was very angry, while Turbo Granny was delighted with what she did. Vamola called Turbo Granny, saying she should sit down because it's dinner time, while Seiko called Turbo Granny Granny and told her to apologize. Turbo Granny got angry at Seiko calling her Granny, saying why Granny when Seiko was old too. It was shown that Momo slammed her room door shut, and Seiko challenged Turbo Granny, but Vamola calmed the two grandmothers down. Momo jumped onto her bed, and she thought of Okarun. She was kicking her feet, saying she didn't like Okarun because of what he had said to her earlier. She created a fantasy where Okarun was coaxing her while she was sulking, and Okarun held her hand, about to say, "I love you," but her grandmother suddenly called her. She told Seiko to be quiet and called her a turd, but her grandmother said Okarun was there. Momo stood up and fixed herself before going downstairs. She said of all things, Okarun would show up out of the blue, and Turbo Granny greeted her, teasingly asking if she was feeling okay, so she told her to be quiet. Momo asked Okarun what was going on, and Okarun was carrying the class rep, saying something bad happened to her, which surprised Momo. The class rep woke up in Momo's house, while Okarun was eating, and Turbo Granny asked her what she was looking at. The class rep couldn't believe that Turbo Granny was talking, and Momo told her to get over it. Seiko said she hadn't seen the class rep before, but told her to eat. Turbo Granny then scared the class rep, saying she was talking to her, and asked if she wanted to die. The class rep asked how it was normal for them to have a talking cat, and Turbo Granny again said she would kill the class rep. Momo told Turbo Granny to stop teasing the class rep, then the class rep thought that the cat may just be a handsome vampire in disguise. She said Turbo Granny would look at her with lustful eyes and dirty talk her, more aggressively than Okarun. She thought that Turbo Granny should stop looking at her like that, or she won't be able to handle it. The class rep returned to reality, and Turbo Granny asked her who she was calling a vampire, because she wasn't like that. The class rep thought Turbo Granny could read her mind, so she must really be a vampire, but Turbo Granny said she was saying it out loud. Momo called the class rep crazy, while Turbo Granny told her to look at her, and she fearfully answered, "Yes, sir."
Hoy! Bitawan mo yan!
In the next scene, Seiko said something about the Ombudsman, and Momo asked what it was, so Seiko explained that it was a yokai, called the Old Man Crying in the Old Days. It was said to be the spirit of a child who died in infancy, and they climb on people's backs as a way of seeking love. If that spirit is loved, they can rest in peace forever, but if the spirit is pushed away, their loathing continues to grow, until they crush the person they're haunting. Because Seiko mentioned a baby, Momo asked if the class rep had a secret love child, but the class rep answered that she didn't, and she hadn't even held hands with a boy yet. Seiko said something must have happened, so she asked the class rep to tell them about her youth, because if she didn't know the origins of the yokai, she wouldn't know how to get rid of it. The class rep sadly said that she lost a friend, and it was her fault. Then, we were taken to the past, where someone was praising a person named Sawaki for their great singing. We learned that Sawaki is the class rep, and one of her classmates was saying she could become a pro, while others were requesting Sawaki to sing Bonbonzaka 46. A girl said she wanted to become an idol, and invited Sawaki to become an idol with her. She said her specialty was dancing, and if they combined it with Sawaki singing, they could be awesome. Then, they went to another place, and the girl taught Sawaki how to dance, while Sawaki sang. In the next scene, the two were walking home, and one of them said she heard that junior idol auditions were coming up, and if they were chosen, they could be on TV. The girl with the hair bow tie also said they should audition, and she asked Sawaki, who was also called Rin-chan or Rin. Rin agreed to her friend's offer, and in the next scene, she was cooking food, which she served to an old woman. Then, she also washed the dishes, did laundry, and worked on her math homework. After that, a woman came home, who thanked Rin for being a great help. We learned that this woman was the daughter-in-law of the old woman, who asked if Tadami-chi had come home, and the daughter-in-law answered that Tadami-chi wouldn't be coming back. It was shown that Tadami-chi had died, and the daughter-in-law told the old woman to give her a minute, and she would bathe her. The daughter-in-law was actually Rin's mother, and Rin wanted to tell her mother something about next Sunday, but her mother said she had work next Sunday. So she asked Rin to take care of her grandmother, and what Rin was referring to was the idol audition with her friend. Rin's mother said she was very lucky to have Rin because she was a lifesaver, and she couldn't work without her, because who would cook? Then, she thanked Rin while hugging her, and Rin said, "Sure." In the next scene, Rin was practicing with the hair bow tie girl and her other classmates. Someone said what they were doing was cool, and they should see if they could sing while dancing. The speaker added that now that Rin was there, they would surely pass the audition. We learned that the hair bow tie girl's name is Mai, and she was encouraging Rin, but Rin told her she couldn't go to the audition, which shocked everyone. Mai said Rin shouldn't worry about how to get there, because her mother would drive them, and they would pick up Rin at 8 in the morning, but Rin said that wasn't the reason. Rin explained that she needed to do housework, and she couldn't escape from it. One girl said Rin's mother could do that, but Rin said she was working, and another said it was Sunday, while someone else asked about Rin's father. They said Rin was just lying, and that her mother was lazy. We were then shown Rin's mother asleep at the table, working on receipts while writing down their expenses. Rin then asked her companions what the point of being an idol was, and if what they were doing was really that great. They couldn't believe what Rin said, and it seemed like Mai's heart was broken, while Rin was very sad. The girls with Rin got angry, and one said Rin was wrong to back out at the last minute, which another agreed with, saying Rin was just hanging out with Mai to use her popularity. They also asked Rin if she didn't want to become an idol with Mai. They turned their backs on Rin and called her a traitor. They added that it was a waste of time, and they wished they hadn't become friends with someone like Rin. In the next scene, Rin's grandmother asked her for water and looked for Tadamichi, but Rin said he hadn't come home yet. Rin got water for her grandmother, who thanked her. Rin's grandmother also apologized because Rin probably wanted to play with her friends, but Rin said not to worry about that because she didn't have any friends. She added that she liked staying at home and reading books anyway. Time passed, and Rin decided to dance in front of her mirror, imagining she was performing with Mai, and she was crying while doing it. While Rin was dancing, the telephone suddenly rang, and she was still crying when she went to answer it. Rin answered the call and learned that it was Mai's mother. She said they were at the audition venue, but Mai was so nervous that she couldn't move. Mai's friends were trying to encourage her, telling Mai that everything would be okay, but it wasn't having any effect. Mai's mother added that Mai couldn't do it without Rin. She said she could call Rin's mother, and she asked Rin to do the audition with Mai. At that moment, Rin remembered her mother's hug and gratitude, and she was about to tell Mai's mother that she couldn't leave, but suddenly someone told her to go. She turned to look at who said that and realized it was her grandmother, who said that she's a grown-up too. She said she could stay at home alone, and that Rin needed to live a life without regrets. Rin returned to the present time, and she said that she told Mai's mother she would go to the audition. So Mai's mother came to her house to pick her up, but on the way there was an accident that destroyed the car Mai's mother was driving, with Mai inside. She added that if she hadn't said she would go, Mai might still be alive. Seiko said it seemed Mai had become an ombudsman, and she guessed that the family jewel had awakened Rin's supernatural sensitivity, which is why she felt Mai's presence. She also said that Rin shouldn't let her guard down, because the memories of ombudsmen when they were alive gradually fade away, until all that's left is the hatred that prevents them from dealing their regrets. Their fixation becomes resentment, and they become beings that inevitably kill their hosts, which made Rin look very scared. She added that if Rin just left Mai alone, she would end up killing Rin. She also said that an ombudsman was more dangerous than they thought, but Momo said she had been watching Rin's aura for a while, and she couldn't see anything that looked like an evil spirit. Seiko said that ombudsman is a coward, so hiding is its forte, and they need to do something to bring it out. She added that the regret Mai was holding onto was about the audition, so for now, they needed to dispel it at the audition venue. After that, they went to the school, so Momo asked why they were there. Seiko answered that there were many spirits in that school, and she asked if they had heard about the 7 mysteries. She said that an ombudsman is the spirit of a child, and it's easier to bring it out in a place with many spirits. Momo then asked where Vamola was, and Seiko said Vamola was a feeble child, so she was left at home with Turbo Granny. We are then shown Vamola sleeping next to Turbo Granny, and Momo said her grandmother was wrong because Vamola was super tough. In the next scene, we see Momo and the others looking very surprised because they saw the Hayashi band saying they should do it now. The 3 really couldn't believe the band was there. Seiko welcomed them and said they should get started, and the 3 were surprised again. What they saw was a very large parade float being pushed by men, and they told Seiko they had arrived. Seiko told them to park it to the side, and Momo asked why it was there, and her grandmother answered that it was their way to get to the audition venue, which Rin and Okarun couldn't believe. Momo said that ombudsmen can manipulate gravity, and they draw evil spirits to themselves, growing larger and crushing the person they're haunting due to the weight. She added that when the ombudsman leaves Rin because of the Hayashi performance, all the spirits will be drawn to it, and they will attack. We were shown a map of their plan, and Seiko explained that they would continuously avoid the spirits. While doing that, They would pass by the place of Mai's accident as an attempt to remind her of the times when she was alive. Then they would sprint to the audition site. They all got on the parade float, but Seiko didn't let Okarun ride because he was on float pulling duty, and Okarun asked if he was doing it alone. One of the float pullers answered him not to be ridiculous because he couldn't do it alone. The vocalist of the Hayashi band asked if they were ready, and the whole group started playing. At that moment, Rin suddenly seemed to be having difficulty, so Momo asked if she was okay. Then, Momo was suddenly surprised, and she said the ombudsman was there, riding on the back of Rin. Then, they heard rumbles, and someone was shouting, "Give back." Seiko said they were there, so they should start moving, and Okarun said to wait, because he was still taking off his shoes. The men started pulling the parade float, and we see that the school transformed into a large creature, trying to catch the parade float, while Okarun was still on the side removing his shoes. Momo panicked at what she saw, and she said they would be crushed, but it was shown that the school-turned creature didn't succeed because the float parade had a force field. Momo was impressed, and Seiko explained that the Hayashi band's performance was creating a barrier, so they no longer needed to worry about that large creature. Momo said that was badass, and her grandmother said their problem was the smaller creatures, which Momo didn't get. We learned that what Seiko was referring to was the Kinjiro Ninomiya statue, which was lifting the school. Besides that, Momo and Rin also saw them inside the schoolrooms. Then a Ninomiya threw a log at them, so Seiko told Momo to defend. However, Momo didn't succeed because something exploded next to the parade float, causing those inside to scream, and Seiko said they should hurry. In the next scene, the Ninomiyas came out, chasing the float, and they also had their own vehicles. We can also see that the Hayashi band continues playing for their force field, and Seiko uses her baseball bat to deflect the logs, while Momo uses her powers to defend against the explosions, and Okarun is at the front of the float pulling using his Turbo Granny powers. The Ninomiyas also jumped towards the float, and one exploded due to something that seemed like a water jug, while another was approaching. However, Seiko bounced it off, hitting the Ninomiya with her bat. She told Momo to protect the band, because if they're taken out, their barrier is toast. Momo replied that the barrier wasn't working anymore, and told Seiko to just look at the Ninomiyas. Seiko said that the mesh of their barrier was uneven, so small things could get through. Then, an explosion shook the parade float, causing Rin to fall, but Momo caught her, telling her to hold on tight, and Rin shouted that she couldn't take it anymore. Seiko then asked how the wheels were, and Momo answered that they were okay because she was guarding them. She added that the Ninomiyas were appearing out of the woodwork, and they couldn't hold them off, so she asked her grandmother to kill the large creature. Seiko said that wasn't their objective, because they needed to ensure that the ombudsman could finally rest in peace, and they needed to do that with love. Another explosion occurred, flinging the ground, and it looked like a large rock was about to hit the vocalist of the Hayashi band. It did hit the vocalist, shocking the whole band and Seiko, causing him to drop the microphone, which hit Rin's head. Seiko told the band to continue playing, and Momo asked what happened. According to the guitarist, the vocalist was out cold, so Momo asked Seiko what they would do about the barrier. Seiko ordered Rin to get the microphone, and she used the power of Nessie to throw Rin up to the band's performance area, and Momo asked what her grandmother was doing. Rin seemed to panic because of the height of where she was, and Seiko said they should lower the vocalist to a safer place. Then, she told Rin to sing, and she looked very surprised. Rin said she couldn't do it, while Seiko and Momo were lowering the vocalist, and Seiko said only Rin could do it, so she should sing. According to Rin, she said she couldn't sing since Mai's accident happened, and she looked like she was about to vomit after saying that. Okarun said the float suddenly got heavier since the vocalist stopped singing, so he was slowing down. Another part of the float exploded, and Seiko was surprised because a wheel came off, but luckily Momo caught it. She used her powers to hold both wheels, so Okarun praised her, and we can see that the number of men pushing the float was gradually decreasing. Others said they couldn't continue anymore, so Okarun would have to take care of it, and he said, "Bummer." The float pushers completely let go, and one asked Seiko for a date. Then, we see Momo shout, "Oh no," because they were caught by the school creature. Seiko and Okarun were also shocked by what happened, and it was shown that a ton more emerging Ninomiyas came to attack the float, while Momo used her powers to push away the hand of the giant creature. Her grandmother told her to continue what she was doing so they wouldn't be crushed, so she increased her effort in pushing the giant's hands. Seiko then told Okarun not to let the Ninomias get close, so Okarun charged at them to keep them away. Seiko also ordered Rin to sing, because not just anyone could perform in the Hayashi band, but Rin seemed to be struggling. She looked like she was about to vomit again, and she said she couldn't do it even though she wanted to, but every time she tried, she thought Mai's ghost was calling her a traitor. She shouted that she wasn't a traitor, but Mai said that Rin always asked what was so great about being idols, laughing at her dreams. She answered that wasn't the reason, and she said that it's because they insulted her mother, but Mai said Rin was just afraid of being left out by her friends, so she became a people pleaser, and Rin replied that she wasn't like that. Rin said she wanted to go to the audition, but her family was important too, and there was nothing she could do. She asked Mai what she should have done, and Rin returned to reality, where she was crying because of what was happening, and someone was telling her that what she was doing was right. It was Seiko, and she said Rin should let those emotions out and turn them into a song to fight the Ninomias. She said Rin should let everyone hear the feelings that were filling her up. Seiko added that Rin had given all that effort for her family and friends, and she hadn't complained even once. She knew Rin had worked hard, but she was the only one who suffered, and that wasn't right. She told Rin to sing her feelings in a song, and Momo said her grandmother should do something because she was at her limit, and they were about to be crushed. At that moment, their barrier suddenly returned, repelling the Ninomias and putting cracks in the giant creature's fingers. This surprised the Hayashi band, as well as Seiko, Okarun, and Momo. We learned that Rin thought of her mother again while picking up the microphone, and she also thought of her dream of singing. Rin began to sing her emotions while she was crying. They were falling because the giant creature had let them go. So Seiko told Momo they needed a cushion. They landed safely, and Momo boasted about it to Okarun, who praised her for what she did. Momo added that the class rep could really wail, and it was awesome, while Okarun said it was totally rockin'. Rin continued singing, and it looked like particles were coming out of her. She also apologized to Mai, and said she knew Mai resented her, so she asked if Mai didn't want to hear her song. She added that she was serious, and she wanted to become an idol with Mai, so she wasn't lying about her feelings. Then, it was shown that the Onbusuman came out from behind Rin while she was singing. Rin called out to Mai, but she suddenly fell face first due to the weight of the Onbusuman, causing her to stop singing. Momo worried for her, so she asked why she stopped singing. Momo saw the Onbusuman, which made her more concerned, and she said it was getting bigger. Seiko then said that the giant creature was still chasing them, so Rin should stand up, but Rin replied that she couldn't because Mai was pressing down on her back and voice. Rin told Mai that if she had something to say to her, she should say it. She said she knew Mai held a grudge against her, and she asked Mai to listen to her. She said she also had something to say to Mai, and she would double what she was going to say to her. Suddenly, Seiko shouted that they were near the accident site, which startled Rin, and Seiko said that once they get there, the Ombudsman's memories before it became an evil spirit should be revived. They just needed to hold out until they got there, but Momo argued that they couldn't do it because there were too many Ninomias. Then, another Ninomiya jumped towards their float, and its companion was about to follow. So Momo panicked, but luckily Okarun arrived and kicked the Ninomiya. Momo praised him, asking what pulled the float, and Okarun answered that it was the work of the law of inertia. The Ombudsman said it would kill Rin, but someone objected, saying wait, which surprised Rin. It said it would come along, and we learned that it was Mai's voice, who was forbidden by her mother to come. She added that Mai should just wait there with her friends, and she would be the one to pick up Rin. Mai's mother also said that when Mai's name is called, she should go ahead without her. She would be okay, and she shouldn't lose confidence. However, Mai didn't agree and insisted on coming along. She said she needed to apologize to Rin because she said many bad things to her. On the way to pick up Rin, Mai said she couldn't understand how difficult Rin's situation was, and she couldn't take her side in the state of things, so she asked how she could be her friend. The Ombudsman transformed into a woman, and it was the older version of Mai, who was also crying like Rin because of the emotions they were feeling. One of them said she remembered what she wanted to say to the other, and she apologized while they hugged each other. We learned that Mai was the one speaking, and she asked Rin if they could be friends. Rin stammered in response, saying of course they could, and they both laughed and wiped their tears. While this was happening, more Ninomias were jumping towards the float, and they were also being sandwiched by the Ninomiya vehicles, while Okarun was still pulling the float. Seiko said the float was breaking down, so Rin should hurry with her singing. At that rate, they wouldn't reach the audition venue. Rin asked if Mai could do anything about the large creature because they were being drawn to her, but Mai answered that she couldn't do anything about it, which surprised Rin. Nevertheless, Mai said it would be okay, because they had Rin's song, and she invited Rin to sing it together. Rin smiled and said they should do it, and they both held the microphone. Then, they both sang, creating a barrier which repelled the Ninomiyas, and they finally defeated the giant creature. The two were overjoyed because the performance they had dreamed of since they were children finally came true. In the next scene, the float arrived at the audition center, and it immediately broke down. Momo seemed relieved, and she said they couldn't have lasted another second in that battle. Rin looked for Mai, and she seemed surprised when she saw her, surrounded by particles. She told Mai that singing and dancing with her was so much fun, and she wasn't lying when she said she wanted to become an idol with Mai. Mai said she was envious of Rin, and they both returned to being children. Mai said Rin always looked nervous, but when she sang, she was so dignified, as if she had no doubts at all, but she was different. She was always anxious, worrying that people wouldn't like her. She added that she had no confidence in herself, and being an idol was something that made her mother happy. She was just trying to live up to her expectations, so she was the real traitor. Rin remembered the time I called her a traitor, and she said Mai wasn't a traitor. She said Mai was always kind to them, and she was bright and cheerful. Mai was an idol to everyone, and they looked up to her, but it wasn't because of Mai's sweetness. It was because Mai desperately tried to meet expectations, and she gave her all, so she looked cool, and that was the reason. As Mai was saying this, Mai's spirit was gradually fading away, until only Rin was left. Seiko stood beside her, comforting her as she cried. From that point on, Rin would remember Mai in her mind for the rest of her life. That night, they returned to the ISA household. Before eating, Rin thanked them for their help. However, as painful as it was for her to say, she believed her friend hadn't moved on to the afterlife. A small spirit was perched on her head, wearing a turtle-shaped hat with a ribbon, and it was Mai. She commented that the place was squalid. Momo remarked that she had become something weird. While the two were talking, everyone else was busy eating, including those who had pulled the parade float. Seiko announced that once they finished eating, they should leave. She praised them for their good work, and the Hayashi performers responded with a yes, ma'am. After dinner, they asked if it was okay that Mai hadn't gone to the afterlife. Seiko replied that it was fine. Mai was no longer an evil spirit, but more like a guardian spirit now. ISA was pleased with this. Meanwhile, Okarun was curious if this meant Mai hadn't found peace. Mai responded, asking how that could happen. She couldn't leave until she saw her friend become an idol, but Rin said that wasn't her goal anymore. Mai disagreed and said she cannot allow that, insisting that Rin had a talent for singing and needed to sing. Otherwise, her life would be meaningless. ISA commented that this was too harsh. Mai added that Rin shouldn't mingle with ordinary people like them, and so ISA became angry upon hearing this. Rin revealed she had a new dream now. While she still enjoyed singing, becoming an idol was now impossible for her. Mai was curious about this new dream, but Rin was reluctant to share it. Since she doesn't want to say it, Mai insisted idol it is. Annoyed, Rin said Mai shouldn't make decisions for her. Mai pressed Rin to reveal her new dream. Embarrassed, Rin admitted she wanted to write light novels. Momo approached Okarun and poked him, while Mai said Rin had nothing to write about. She warned Rin not to assume light novels were easy to write. Rin retorted that Mai shouldn't assume being an idol was easy either, adding that someone like her couldn't do it. Rin then shared that she wanted to write a romance story about a vampire and a girl. Embarrassed by her admission, she blushed. But Mai said if Rin was embarrassed by that, it would never happen. She told Rin to be a good girl and focus on being an idol instead. Momo, annoyed with Okarun beside her, said if they were done, they should leave because she was tired and needed sleep. Okarun interjected, saying he had something to tell her. He revealed that the class representative had found his family jewel. Momo was shocked by this and said they should have told her immediately. She asked if Okarun had retrieved it, but he replied that it wasn't there because Rin had left it at the police box. However, it seemed someone had taken it. Momo couldn't believe this and asked how they had proven the item belonged to them. Okarun was also puzzled and thought it might still be in the police box. If so, it meant the police had lied to them. Okarun suggested that Momo could see its aura to confirm if it was there or not. She stood up and said she could do that. They agreed to check tomorrow after school, and so Okarun said he'd leave now. Meanwhile, Rin admitted she had misjudged Momo and apologized. She had assumed Momo was a scary delinquent, but in reality, she was very kind and considerate. Momo, embarrassed, told her to stop praising her and leave. Momo saw them off at the gate and told Okarun to escort Rin to her front door. Okarun agreed. Momo seemed a bit gloomy and turned to go back, but Okarun called out to her. He had almost forgotten to say see you tomorrow. Momo returned the sentiment, and they both blushed. Okarun ran out while Momo stood still, watching him leave. As they left, she then walked inside and went upstairs to rest. Back in her room, Momo thought about what Okarun had said. Lying in bed, she was still blushing, unable to believe that Okarun had looked her in the eye, something he didn't normally do. The next day, Okarun was holding his glasses when Momo clung onto him, asking what has gotten into him. He couldn't look at her again, saying she was too close. When Momo pointed out that Okarun always avoided eye contact even from a distance, he denied it. So Momo challenged him to a 10-second staring contest. Okarun refused, saying it wasn't necessary. Annoyed, Momo said there would be a penalty if he couldn't do it. Okarun kept denying and saying he didn't know what she was talking about. Momo gave the signal to start their staring contest, but Okarun noticed they had arrived at the police box. Momo was irritated that he was trying to change the subject. She said they'd come back to this later. Okarun agreed and suggested they check the police box. Outside, Momo focused and closed her eyes. She looked at the police box's aura. Okarun asked if his family jewel was there, but she couldn't answer yet. She wondered if it was orb artifacts. Momo said she couldn't see it because his family jewels were extremely bright and blingy. This meant someone had indeed taken it. Momo was scared and wondered who it could be. Okarun didn't know either, but the question now was how to find that person. Momo asked if people who take lost items or property don't write down their information first. Okarun agreed, saying the police might have taken the person's name and address. So the problem now was how to access that information. Back at Momo's house, Turbo Granny couldn't believe what the two were asking. She questioned why she needed to pretend to be lost property. Momo and Okarun were on their knees, pleading with her, explaining how crucial this role was. They said she was the only one they could turn to. She would just have to pretend to be lost property and slip into the police box. Afterward, she would take notes on all the lost property data from the previous month. They described it as an undercover operation that could rival even Spy Family. The two begged, saying they really needed her help. While lying down, Turbo Granny responded that, as she had said before, when asking someone for a favor, they should show a sign of good faith. Momo then produced 2 family-size packages of super hard chipple garlic flavor chips, while Okarun brought out what looked like a stuffed toy with a tag reading bowl, Nobility. Turbo Granny peeked at the offerings and lay back down, commenting not bad. With that, their mission was set in motion, and they took Turbo Granny to the police box. Upon arriving at the Kamigo Police Department, Momo and Okarun surrendered Turbo Granny, claiming they had found this lost property. Okarun explained that they had brought it to hand over to the police. The officer looked at them seriously and pulled out a drawer to retrieve a form. Momo carefully observed his every move. The officer handed them the form and a pen, instructing them to fill it out. Momo placed Turbo Granny on the desk and complied. The officer then examined Turbo Granny and asked where they had found it. Okarun reluctantly replied that it was at the shopping strip. When asked for a more specific location, Okarun hesitated. While writing, Momo signaled for him to say arcade, and so Okarun said they found it at a video game arcade. The curious officer questioned why they hadn't just left it at the arcade. Okarun struggled to respond, so Momo intervened, saying they had heard that part-timers at the arcade often stole from the lost and found. That's why they decided to bring it to the police box. The officer inquired about which arcade, and Momo repeated that it's at the shopping strip. The officer pressed further, asking which of the 3 arcades in the shopping strip. Meanwhile, Okarun was sweating nervously. Momo pondered which one they meant. The officer wondered aloud if claw machines still had Moneki Nico figurines these days. Momo agreed, and Okarun nodded in confirmation. Turbo Granny, annoyed, thought to herself about how much longer she'd have to pretend to be a figurine. The officer added that he often patrolled the arcades, but had never seen such a thing there. Momo suggested it might have been in the back, but the officer countered that the back was all video games now. He asked again if the arcade they mentioned was indeed in the shopping strip. Momo hesitated, finding it difficult to answer promptly. The officer then turned his attention to Okarun, reminding him that he had been there before to retrieve lost property. He began to question if this was truly a lost item, wondering if they had planted a camera. Okarun denied this while Momo seemed to be doing something. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from inside. The officer turned to look. Momo commented that something must have fallen because of the loud noise. Meanwhile, Turbo Granny moved slightly in annoyance while the officer's back was turned. Okarun realized Momo had created the noise to distract the officer. As the officer checked the back, Turbo Granny fidgeted on the table. Momo whispered for her to endure it a little longer, but Turbo Granny was extremely irritated. When the officer turned back, Momo announced she had finished filling out the form. The two hurriedly thanked him and tried to leave, but the officer stopped them, making them nervous. He handed them the document and asked if they wanted a reward. Okarun scratched his head, questioning if that was necessary. They declined and ran out. Outside the police box, Momo wondered what was up with that officer, finding him terrifying. Once they were far enough away, Momo said they had finally managed to get Turbo Granny inside. However, she was concerned about whether Turbo Granny would be okay. Okarun shared the same worry. Anyway, they concluded that all they could do now was trust and wait. That night, the police officer patrolled and left a sign outside the police box. Inside, Turbo Granny was wrapped in plastic and placed on a shelf with other lost items. She grumbled that it wasn't worth it for the chipples. She struggled to escape from the plastic wrap, then tossed it aside. Noticing many umbrellas nearby, she took one and used it to climb down. She tumbled down and began to spy inside the police box. Before leaving the storage area, she peeked to ensure no one was around. Finding it empty, she searched the cabinets and shelves for information. She paused upon noticing a computer and monitors in the room. She climbed onto the table and tried to access the computer. However, it required a password to sign in, frustrating her. Because of this, Turbo Granny left and went to find Okarun and Momo. She told them it made no sense. Momo was shocked to see her suddenly out. Turbo Granny admitted she couldn't handle computer things and suggested they give it up. Momo asked if she had looked around inside, mentioning there might be documents and files. Turbo Granny replied that maybe, but she had done her best. As they walked, Momo asked for the hard chipples back, but Turbo Granny claimed her mission was complete. Meanwhile, Okarun pointed out that if she left, it meant a lost item was missing from the police box, so they needed to leave something in her place. Momo was irritated, complaining about Okarun's family jewel and now this. She suggested going to a convenience store, thinking something with a cat toy freebie might suffice. Okarun told Turbo Granny to wait outside, but she requested juice, annoying Momo. To their shock, they were greeted by a Serpo. Okarun couldn't believe it, and the Serpo just said good evening. Momo asked what Rokuro was doing there. He explained he was working part-time and told them to come another day if they needed anything. Irritated, Momo pointed at him, saying she didn't know what he was planning, but she knew they were up to no good. Rokuro replied that because of her, he had become a defective product and couldn't return to them. Curious, Momo asked what he meant. She wondered if the Serpos were snubbing him. Rokuro didn't understand the term, so Momo clarified, asking if he'd been cast out. He confirmed this. When Momo asked why, Rokuro explained they were clones, required to think alike. However, his thinking had changed because of her. Momo apologized, but he didn't accept it. Okarun interjected, saying they couldn't trust the Serpo and was sure he was planning something. Momo then asked Rokuro how much he could shape his nanoskin, mentioning they had a favor to ask of him. It seems they had come to an agreement when Okarun and Momo emerged, accompanied by Rokuro. He thanked the person who had replaced him at work. Momo hurried him, saying they should leave before the police returned from patrol. While running, Rokuro mentioned how fortunate it was that a part-timer could cover for him on such short notice. He wondered what they would have done without a replacement, saying he might have lost his job. Rokuro asked Momo if she would take responsibility if he lost his job, but Momo told him to shut up and reminded him that he owed her. She added that if he were to lose his convenience store job, she knew of another place he could work. Rokuro was pleased to hear this. They arrived at the police box just in time. Momo peeked inside to see if the police had returned, but he hadn't. So, Momo made a request to Rokuro and thanked him. But he asked first what kind of job she was referring to, saying he'd like a salary of more than 1,000 yen per hour. Using nanoskin technology, Rokuro then transformed into a police officer. Momo wondered if he could change his face as well, but he replied that he doesn't have enough nanoskin to do that. With no other choice, Momo agreed and let him enter. Rokuro commented on her tendency to complain. Momo told him to find out who had taken the family jewel, but Rokuro asked her to first tell him the hourly wage she had mentioned. However, Momo didn't provide any information. Instead, she told him to leave the cat inside. So, Rokuro entered the empty police box. He looked around and examined the lost property on display. He pulled a box with a cat figure from his pocket. This was what Momo had referred to when she told him to leave it, as replacement to Turbo Granny. After placing it there, Rokuro went to the computer area. He noticed the computer CPU, and suddenly his hand transformed into a USB drive, which he inserted into it. The computer requested sign-in details, such as username and password, but Rokuro managed to find this information, automatically entering the required details. Impressively, it was confirmed, allowing him to locate the lost property data folder. Outside, Momo was restless. While Okarun wondered where Turbo Granny had gone, Momo replied that she had gone home. Suddenly, Okarun pointed something out to her, and Momo was startled to see the police officer cycling back. She stood up, unable to believe it. They needed to buy more time, and so they pondered what to do. As the officer approached, the two blocked his way. The officer had a serious expression while Momo and Okarun argued in front of him. The officer dismounted from his bike and asked what they were doing there so late at night. Okarun repeatedly called Momo a dummy, and she asked if that was the best he could do. She told him to mix up his insults. Momo whispered that he should badmouth her even worse, or else it wouldn't look like they were really fighting. Okarun said that was easier said than done, as he couldn't improvise insults. The two stepped on each other's feet, causing them to fall onto the road, with Momo landing on top of Okarun. They blushed at the situation. Momo profusely apologized as she moved away from him. Meanwhile, the officer just passed by them, telling them to go home or he'd be forced to call their parents. As they stood up, Momo asked if Okarun was hurt, and he replied he was fine. He returned the question, and Momo gave the same answer. Despite the awkward situation, they remembered their mission and told each other to forget about it. They tried to stop the officer, but it was too late. He caught Rokuro coming out of the door, making Okarun and Momo extremely nervous. The two stared at each other when suddenly Rokuro punched the officer, calling him a thief. Both Momo and Okarun couldn't believe what was happening. The officer caught Rokuro's hand and punched him in the face. He said he wouldn't recommend fighting a police officer because he wouldn't win. Rokuro wouldn't give up, so he counterattacked and asked about the officer's hourly wage. While they were fighting, the officer replied that his salary was low. Momo held her head in disbelief at what was happening. Okarun was curious about what the Serpo thought he was doing. He wondered what they should do, and if he should stop the two of them. Rokuro introduced himself as being from the Kamigo Station exit police box, and his name was Tanaka. The officer couldn't believe him, but he explained that he came to inspect some lost property file there. He said he tried to call, but the officer was on patrol, and once he arrived, the one and only Bega the demon appeared. And because he practiced martial arts, he couldn't help but start about. Momo was sweating nervously because of all the things he was saying. She was sure that because of his lies, they would be exposed immediately. The police officer then took out his phone and made a call. He introduced himself as Bega from the Kamigo police box. He thanked the person who answered and began asking questions. He said that a Mr. Tanaka from their police box was there, claiming he had come to check the lost property data. The officer repeatedly answered yes to the person on the phone while staring seriously at the Serpo. Meanwhile, Momo and Okarun were going crazy over the situation. The officer thanked the person he was speaking to and said he understood, while Rokuro maintained a martial arts pose. The officer stared at him, as well as at Momo and Okarun. He mentioned that he had received confirmation, so he led the sergeant inside to check the lost property data. Momo and Okarun couldn't believe what had happened. As they walked, Bega added that the next time he wanted a match, he should do it in the station dojo. After the incident, Momo spoke to Rokuro and asked how he had managed to do all that. He replied that he had hijacked the officer's phone. He had sent nanoskin from his hat to the ground and connected it to the phone. In reality, he was the one talking to the officer. Okarun asked how he knew about the other police box and other details about the officer. Rokuro said he had seen it on the computer. Okarun was shocked that he had managed to do that in such a short time. Momo insisted that he should never do that to them. Moreover, Rokuro said that the person who took the family jewel was not far from their school. He added that the name of the person who took it was Zuma, and he was a student like them. He attended Renjaka High School, a place where the students seemed to be delinquents. At that school, a group of tough boys called out to those facing them as eggheads. They told them to accept their fate and to submit to their class, but the other class didn't back down. And because of this, the two groups started brawling. One used a wooden pallet as a shield, while others grabbed ladders, drums, ropes, and various items to charge. This was the scene Momo and Okarun encountered when they visited the school. Momo couldn't believe they were in the middle of a turf war, while Okarun suggested they forget their agenda for today. However, someone called for their attention. One asked if Momo was lost. Another commented that she looked sweet, and it was okay if she wanted to spend time with him. He offered to give her a tour of their school. Because of this, Okarun stepped in front of her, visibly nervous. Momo apologized to them and said they were looking for Zuma. She asked if anyone knew him, but one of them touched her hair, curious about how she dyed it. Okarun became concerned when he saw this, so he pushed the guy away and told him to stop. He said not to touch Momo, which surprised the others. The boy grabbed Okarun, saying he was brave to touch him. Okarun apologized profusely. Another approached and asked if he wanted to get beaten up. Momo stopped them all, while Okarun said they didn't come there to fight. Momo explained that they just wanted to ask Zuma something. One of them replied that there'll be no more talking until he kicked Okarun's ass since he attacked him first. Okarun touched his glasses and agreed. He said they could beat him up, but they should never touch Momo. Momo said he didn't need to do that. She responded that technically, the guy was the first to touch her hair, calling him a creep. So, for the third time, she demanded they bring out Zuma. A giant-like student emerged, surprising them. He was incredibly large, and Okarun wondered if he was Zuma. The giant said he should apologize now. Momo was confused about why she should apologize when the other guy should be the one apologizing. However, the giant grabbed the boy's head and said he couldn't just touch a girl's hair like that. The boy apologized, but the giant said he shouldn't be apologizing to him. So, the boy bowed and apologized to Momo. Momo accepted the apology while Okarun also bowed and apologized in return. The giant said they don't tolerate dudes who make girls sad. That's their stance. As they could see, they were in the middle of a dispute. Class B was up next, and they had a murderous rage going on. So, he apologized for their unpleasant experience there. Momo replied that it wasn't a track meet. The big man said the boy they were looking for was in grade 10, Class D. He pointed to a group nearby and said they were Class D, to which Momo commented that this wasn't a spectator sport. Clearly annoyed, Momo asked if they are even capable of understanding. The man suggested that if it was okay with her, they would accompany them. Momo was pleased with the offer and agreed. So, the giant and his classmates approached and confronted the Class D group. The The two groups started posturing, causing Momo and Okarun to fall silent. The big student from Class D said how was he supposed to know where Zuma was? And even if he knew, he doubted they would tell them. Momo was surprised to learn that this wasn't Zuma. The other responded that he was the number 3 of Class D, Toriyomi. The bald one got annoyed at being called number 3. Again, he was asked where Zuma was, but Toriyomi said he didn't know. He hadn't seen him for about 2 weeks. Besides, Zuma rarely attended school anyway, so he was probably just wandering around somewhere. He added that he didn't want to associate with Zuma anymore because of the strange things he had been doing lately. Okarun and Momo were shocked when he said he got creeped out by Zuma, as if he had been possessed. Previously, Toriyomi said Zuma was extremely tough in fights. He could even say Zuma was the toughest in their grade. But lately, he seemed deadly in a different way. He was like a demon, not human anymore. Momo asked if he had seen Zuma with a gold ball since he was there 2 weeks ago. Toriyomi confirmed this. Finally, they were on the right track. Momo asked if Zuma had mentioned anything about that object. Toriyomi said Zuma only stated that now that he had it, he can wreck the world. So, Toriyomi believed Zuma had gone crazy. Momo and Okarun exchanged glances. Momo asked Okarun if he could transform now, which surprised him. But Momo insisted it should be done immediately. So, Okarun took off his shoes and gradually transformed using Turbo Granny's powers. Momo addressed Toriyomi again, asking if he noticed anything. Toriyomi was shocked by what he saw, and Momo confirmed if he could sense the supernatural. Toriyomi couldn't believe it and said they were the same as Zuma. Momo was puzzled and asked if they had the same form as Okarun. Toriyomi backed away, telling them to stop and calling them monsters. His companions were confused about why he was so frightened and asked what the problem was. Momo repeatedly asked Toriyomi if Zuma was like this too, and if he had touched the golden balls. However, Toriyomi was overwhelmed and disgusted, then ran away. The other students laughed, saying his behavior didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Okarun and Momo seem to have found a lead in their search for Okarun's family jewel. We then see an old house, seemingly abandoned, as the place is messy. Momo and Okarun went there to search for Zuma. However, there was no one there. Momo said she also tried to sense an aura there, but there was nothing at all. So, they had no clue where to find him anymore. Momo was very frustrated, wondering where Zuma had gone. Meanwhile, Okarun couldn't believe that Zuma was like them, but he reportedly said he would destroy the world. Momo asked what they would do if he was like the evil eye. Okarun suddenly heard something strange and asked Momo if she noticed that sound too. She listened carefully and said it sounded like screaming. Okarun added that the sound was getting closer and closer. So Momo became worried and curious about where it was coming from. Okarun couldn't identify it, but he had a bad feeling about it. Just then, an old man, wearing only briefs and sando, came running towards the two of them, which startled them greatly. They started running because they thought he was a pervert with a sword. While Okarun was taking off his shoes, he told Momo to stop the man for a moment. So, using her giant hand ability, she halted him. The man was terrified, calling her a monster. Momo then told Okarun that she would handle it and that he should call the police. However, the man slashed at her giant hand with his sword, causing Momo difficulty. She was hurt, so Okarun made her step back. Suddenly, they heard another sound, which turned out to be a group of men running in their direction. The old man asked them for help. Momo couldn't believe this was yet another problem. One man from the group charged at the one they called a dirty old man, wielding a piece of wood. However, Momo intervened and stopped him. The group was surprised by this and asked what kind of being she was. Momo was curious about their way of questioning. She also told them to stop swinging the object they were holding, as it was dangerous. Just then, Okarun transformed and shielded Momo. He threatened the group not to come closer to her. They were shocked by his action, and Momo pondered their reaction. The men said he was like Zuma. So, Momo stepped forward and asked if they had mentioned Zuma. She wondered if they were also sensitive and asked if they had been like this all along, or if they had touched the gold ball. The man was surprised to hear her words and asked who she was, but Momo said to answer her question first. She knew they were acquainted with Zuma. The masked men took a stance and demanded that they hand over the old man. They said they didn't care about anything else. They warned that if Momo and Okarun interfered, they wouldn't show any mercy. While crying, the old man said he wouldn't go with them because he was going home. He said he wouldn't return there, especially now that he had managed to escape. However, Momo asked them again if they knew anything about Zuma. She emphasized that she wouldn't give up the old man if they didn't answer her question. However, the group threatened Momo and Okarun not to play games with them, or else they would finish them off. They said it wasn't a negotiation, and they would surely regret it. So, Momo concluded that they indeed knew Zuma. The group didn't respond, just staring at each other. There was an awkward silence. Nevertheless, the masked man eventually gave in and invited them to come along. He admitted that he doesn't hit women on principle, so he apologized to her. But he told her to make sure the old man would follow them. They went straight to an old tenement. Momo and Okarun followed the group, and they could see that people were actually living inside. She noticed some people hanging out in the hallway, sleeping outside. While walking, the old man pleaded with him to promise not to leave him there and to protect him. Momo agreed, but told him to stop holding onto her bag. Finally, they reached their destination, but it was just an empty space. So, Momo asked what they were referring to, as this wasn't the deal. But the masked man pointed out that Zuma was inside. A small diorama could be seen sitting on the bench. He revealed that Zuma had gone inside that diorama-like object, and for Zuma to get out, someone needed to take his place. The old man sobbed, seemingly traumatized. He said he would never go back there because he had already experienced that living hell. Momo was shocked by his words, and the masked man said that the old man had been there from the beginning. If he hadn't left, Zuma wouldn't have ended up there. They surrounded them and said that for Zuma to get out, they needed to throw the old man back in. They prepared to execute their plan, but once again, the old man said he wouldn't return to that world, holding his sword. Another masked man replied that he should face reality. He had already been in that diorama. Because of this, Momo stopped them and tried to calm the situation. However, the men said they would take Zuma back, so she shouldn't obstruct them. They demanded that they surrender the old man. Momo looked at the old man and asked him to tell his story, as they might be able to help. Nevertheless, he only replied that he would never go back there. Momo said she understood him and promised that he wouldn't need to return there. So, he began to tell his story. When he was in 4th grade, he was given that diorama as a gift. His father bought it as a birthday present. He was overjoyed and thanked his father. While in their living room, his mother was curious about what it was, as the box was beautiful. The father answered that an acquaintance had sold it cheaply at their antique shop. Apparently, it was already old. It was extremely intricate and beautifully made. It seemed to be love at first sight for him, and he felt something calling him from it. So, when he opened it and marveled at the palace-like interior, he touched it and suddenly blacked out. The next thing he knew, he was wearing a helmet and had been transported to a strange place filled with bizarre creatures. Back in the present, the old man couldn't hold back his tears as he remembered this. Momo became curious about how old he was now, but he couldn't determine that, as many years had passed, and it felt like he had been there forever. From then on, he was just stuck there. He recalled the place full of monsters, so he was always running and hiding. However, there were many sweets, so he managed to survive. Okarun and Momo became curious about the story. The old man added that in the end, he couldn't handle his situation anymore, so he decided to end his life. However, a person suddenly appeared before him. He was overjoyed that after so long, he had seen a person. Because of this, he held her hand. After that, he suddenly returned to the real world. He was extremely happy to be back, and so he went straight to their house, but he had no idea where he was and didn't know how to get back. So, until he could figure things out, Zuma let him stay with them. Momo was shocked when she heard this name. She asked if it meant that he and Zuma had switched places inside, but he replied that it wasn't the case. Zuma had switched places with the woman he pointed to. That was the hand he had held. Again, Momo was confused. So the woman explained that the old man had gone into the diorama first, then her, and then Zuma. When Zuma arrived there, she approached him and begged to be let out. So Zuma took her place. That's why they all owed Zuma a debt of gratitude. The woman added that all the children there had their own sad backstories. For instance, some couldn't attend school or had troubled lives. However, when they went to that place, they enjoyed being together. Nevertheless, that place also had bad people. These bad people forced women to sell themselves or sell nasty drugs. But Zuma and his group protected them from such people. One masked person approached and said that he had suggested before that he should replace the woman. But Zuma had clearly stated that none of them should go there no matter what happened. He added that Zuma said he would destroy the world and return there, and they should just watch. Finally, Momo and Okarun gained some clarity. That's what he meant, they realized. Okarun remarked that it was a different world than they had imagined. But Momo wondered why Zuma needed the gold ball. So she asked the group if they had heard Zuma mention anything about a gold ball. One of them answered that someone had entrusted it to him. Zuma was researching magical objects because he thought the diorama might be one. Just then, a person he didn't know appeared and volunteered to help. Momo was curious if they knew him, but they said they hadn't seen him yet. According to that man, he could destroy the diorama if he had that gold ball. Momo looked at Okarun and said that's what the man from Renjaku had said too. Okarun replied that the man seemed to know how to use the ball effectively. However, the woman said that a week had passed since Zuma entered there, so he might be in trouble now. That's why the group was losing patience. One of them said that the old man belonged there anyway, so Zuma shouldn't have to do dangerous things. So they just needed the old man to go back inside. But again, he shouted that he would never go back there. The tension rose once more, so Momo intervened, saying there might be another way. The old man retaliated and swung his sword. Momo told him to be careful because he almost hit her. However, she stumbled backward and fell towards the diorama, causing her to suddenly disappear. Okarun, the old man, and the group present were shocked by what happened. Okarun shouted and called out to her. Okarun couldn't believe what had happened. Meanwhile, Momo seemed to had skydived without a parachute as she had fallen into the diorama. A vast area could be seen there, and Momo was wearing a helmet while in the air. As she approached the ground, various types of sweets could be seen below. Momo fell directly onto what appeared to be a large macaroon. She landed face down upon impact, and despite wearing a helmet, she couldn't help but cry from the experience. She called for help from anyone, but given the vastness of the area, there was no one around. However, the place was filled with various kinds of sweets and pastries. Momo was startled when a scroll suddenly appeared before her. It opened, and a feather wrote "Welcome to Danmara." Momo kneeled down to examine it and was surprised to read Danmara. The scroll also carried a card containing symbols. However, Momo couldn't understand their meaning, so she looked up at the sky and wondered how she could return from there. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to accept her situation. She stood up and said that for now, she would look for Zuma. Once she found him, she could ask him about those things. The vast expanse of the land was shown, and Momo began to explore the surroundings. She was in a forest full of sweet treats, so when her attention was caught by something hanging from a tree branch, she took what looked like cake pops and tasted them. She was amazed at how delicious they were. After a while, she reached a stone bridge and continued walking to find Zuma there. As she continued exploring, she reached the entrance to a castle. Outside, various weapons and shields were on display. Momo noticed a sword similar to the one carried by the old man. She practiced using and swinging it. Momo was pleased and chose to bring it inside. She hung it on her back and thought about what the old man had said about the place being filled with monsters. However, she hadn't encountered any yet. As she walked, she stepped on something strange. She noticed it was fresh cream and became annoyed. She then observed that the path inside was by climbing a steep hill. This concerned her, and the scroll appeared in front of her again that startled her. It was written that this was the National Border Hill, which puzzled Momo. Back in the real world, the group suggested returning the old man to the diorama, but someone stopped them. He pleaded for them to calm down and not push because it was dangerous. This was because they had all approached and peered into the diorama at the same time to look for Momo inside. They had difficulty identifying exactly where she was inside because she was so tiny. However, Okarun noticed that a figurine was moving. After looking at it carefully, he realized it was Momo. The masked man didn't seem surprised since she had entered the diorama. He mentioned there was also a figurine of Zuma there, and Okarun searched for it. But the man recounted that they hadn't seen him for 2 or 3 days. So, they thought their companion might be in danger. Okarun asked why they hadn't mentioned this earlier. Okarun continued to observe and said that it wasn't a diorama, which surprised the man. From afar, Momo looked like a figurine, and there was a number 1 placed at the entrance of the castle where the national border hill was blocking the way. While inside Danmara, Momo figured out that she was inside a game. Outside, everyone was shocked when Okarun mentioned that it was a game. He pointed out that the patterning on the ground looked like squares on a board game. And when it comes to games, there's surely a way to finish them. He trusted that Momo would be able to complete this game. Inside, Momo could be seen struggling to climb the hill. She was extremely irritated at whoever came up with this idea. She vowed that she's gonna make him regret it. However, because the surface was smooth, she slipped. She couldn't believe she was back to 0 again. When she fell to the ground, she angrily punched the fresh cream out of frustration when suddenly she was startled by a loud noise. It turned out to be a giant knight that had smashed the side of the castle. He looked at Momo and approached her. He had a shield marked with symbols similar to those she had seen on the card she held earlier. When the giant looked at Momo, she just said hello. However, he just struck the wall, causing the place to crumble. So Momo ran. She called him a jerk and told him to watch it. She suddenly extended her hand to use her ability. However, to her great surprise, nothing happened. Meanwhile, the knight charged at her, and all Momo could do was dodge his attack. Again, Momo tried to raise her hand, but her power still didn't work. So she pulled out her sword and asked the enemy for a moment to get into position. She faced it while holding the sword, then shouted Okarun's name. As the giant swung his enormous sword again, the surroundings were destroyed, but luckily someone saved Momo from being hit. Momo was shocked when she noticed this. 2 umbrellas suddenly emerged and blocked the bricks that were about to hit them. The rescuer put Momo down and asked if she could walk, to which she answered yes. The rescuer faced the giant knight while Momo stood to the side. When he took a stance, the man resembled Okarun, and those umbrellas were his weapons. Momo was shocked by this. When the knight attacked again, the man charged with his umbrella. He struck the tip of the giant's sword with the end of his weapon and suddenly pressed a button. When it opened, the entire sword suddenly exploded, traveling up to the enemy's hand and arm. Momo couldn't believe what had happened. While the man nimbly jumped and charged at the enemy, he discarded the used umbrella and brought another one and went straight for the giant's head and grabbed onto his helmet. He took his umbrella and thrust it with full force directly into the enemy's helmet. He pressed the button on the handle again, which caused the giant knight's entire body to explode. Because of this, the enemy was destroyed and defeated. He then opened the umbrella and used it to land safely on the ground. Upon landing, the man asked who she was and why she came there. Momo replied that she was looking for Zuma. Surprisingly, the guy who helped her introduced himself as the Zuma they had been looking for. Zuma returned to his normal appearance, which surprised Momo. While he seemed to have difficulty stepping on the ground, Momo couldn't believe that he was the one they had been looking for all this time. Zuma asked why she wanted to see him, and so Momo mentioned that he had the gold ball. He was shocked when she asked for it back, saying it belonged to her friend. Zuma then realized that if she knew about the gold ball, it meant she could also use powers. However, he apologized and said he couldn't return it until it was finished. He took out the gold ball and explained that in that world, without it, they couldn't use their abilities. Momo was surprised by this and realized that's why Zuma wanted it. Zuma was puzzled that she didn't know about this. Momo asked who told him about it, to which he replied that it was a man he didn't know. But the man knew a lot about magic objects. Zuma recounted that while he was reading in the library, this man suddenly appeared and spoke to him. When Momo asked what he looked like, Zuma said he didn't know. Whenever he tried to remember, he would suddenly feel dizzy. It seemed the man knew what he was thinking and that he had powers. The man accompanied him to the police box to retrieve the gold ball. And for some reason, the police didn't suspect him. Anyway, that's where the man mentioned that if Zuma didn't bring the gold ball into the diorama, he wouldn't be able to use his power once inside. Momo was curious about why the man helped him, and Zuma replied that the man wanted him to destroy that world for him. Apparently, the man couldn't enter the diorama, so he wanted Zuma to enter in his place. Momo was confused about why the man couldn't enter. Zuma just scratched his head and said he didn't know more, as that was all the man had told him. But if it meant he could help his friends, then he didn't care either way. Zuma admitted it had been difficult because this world was full of monsters, but Momo couldn't believe it, as she hadn't encountered any since she arrived. He replied that this was because he had killed them all. Momo was shocked by this. She then pointed something out, asking if Zuma hadn't noticed that it was a game, which surprised him. She told him to look carefully at how the ropes were neatly arranged. It looked like it was set up like an athletics tournament. Momo added that they didn't need to defeat all the monsters there. All they had to do was focus on clearing each stage, and if they cleared each stage, then they might be able to get out. Zuma asked if she was a genius, and she simply replied that she already knows. Momo slowly walked and invited him along. She mentioned that his friends were worried. Zuma just looked at her, and as he followed, he asked for her name. Momo didn't want to answer, but if he returned the gold ball, then she might tell him. Zuma watched her try to climb the wall several times. He then thought of removing his geta, the traditional Japanese footwear, and placed them on his arms. He ran barefoot and reached the rope before Momo. He invited her to climb up to his position, saying he would pull her up. This irritated Momo, but finally, the two managed to climb up there. Momo praised Zuma, saying nice job, and asked why he didn't use his powers if he could. It would have made their climb easier. Zuma replied that his powers weren't all powerful. Both were suddenly shocked when they noticed the next stage, which looked like a giant obstacle course. Momo thought this stage was crazy and looked for its bottom. Suddenly, Zuma started undressing, which surprised Momo. When she asked what he was doing, he said he was worried about her skirt, so he gave her his pants to wear. Momo thanked him, and they both got ready. Momo was confident that with Zuma's power, they could finish this stage quickly. Because of what she said, Zuma looked for the gold ball and mentioned it was in his pants pocket. Momo was irritated because she wanted to finish quickly, making Zuma apologize. Momo searched for the gold ball in the borrowed pants pocket but had difficulty. So, she asked which pocket it was in. Zuma was shocked when she said it wasn't there. He couldn't believe what had happened. Looking around, Momo noticed it had fallen into the course. It seemed to have dropped while Zuma was taking off his pants. Momo called him a dumbass and told him to think before acting. She ordered him to go down and get it. So, Zuma went down and walked on the balance beam. He was struggling, and Momo said it was because he was still wearing his geta. She told him to take them off, but Zuma asked if she didn't think the geta were cool. Momo didn't care about that and just told him to continue. Zuma became concerned when he saw giant frogs wearing chef's hats around, while he was holding his sandals. He looked at them carefully and told Momo he would need her help. Momo was disgusted by the frogs and noticed that they were also after the gold ball. So, she went down on another balance beam and hurried to get to the gold ball before the frogs did. While the frogs were moving to get closer to the gold ball, Zuma slid down the chocolate slide and Momo used a candy cane to descend. She landed on a biscuit, but when it wobbled, she was forced to jump from one biscuit to another in a line to reach the other side. Momo was clearly struggling to pull herself up, so Zuma told her not to fall because he wouldn't be able to help her. Meanwhile, Zuma jumped onto a pole at the side where there was a frog. He kicked the frog chef off, and Momo was pleased to see his progress. She praised Zuma for it and said he was on the warpath. Momo then prepared for her next obstacle. As she was gaining momentum, she mentioned that she also had been through hell and back. She grabbed onto what looked like a giant punching bag zipline that suddenly started moving. Upon reaching the other point, Momo let go to retrieve the gold ball. She was worried when she almost fell off. However, something suddenly hit her face, and it turned out to be one of the frog chefs trying to make her fall. It called her a monster, but Momo retorted that he's the monster. So she kicked its left leg, causing it to lie down in pain. Momo stood up and said, they should see who's tougher between them. She pushed the frog chef to make it fall. She was surprised to see Zuma back on the balance beam with several frog chefs blocking his way. Momo remarked that Zuma, whom he keeps calling Underpants, was truly unstoppable. Using a large spoon, Zuma hit the frogs, blocking him on the balance beam. He told Momo to hurry and get the gold ball, saying he'd take care of those frog chefs. Momo asked who he was calling you. So, while fighting, Zuma asked for her name again, but Momo just replied, "Nice try." Zuma's frog opponent used a large fork to fight him. While this was happening, someone suddenly spoke, inviting everyone to eat tasty treats. The voice asked if they wanted chocolate. Momo wondered where the sound was coming from while Zuma mentioned that his bastard opponent was tricky. Suddenly, a large hand holding a rolling pin appeared, destroying parts of the obstacle course. Momo became worried when she noticed that because of this, the balance beam was wrecked and Zuma fell. It appeared to be a giant pastry chef who looked at Momo, who was perched on a large chocolate bar. Momo didn't know what to do and looked around. She noticed some frog chefs busy at work, passing what looked like chocolate balls to each other. Momo was confused by what was happening around her. Again, she heard the voice, and it was coming from the giant chef, who repeated that everyone will have something to eat. The frog chefs continued producing biscuits as the voice invited them to eat some tasty treats. Because Momo didn't understand what was happening, she just ran to find Zuma. The voice asked if they wanted to eat candy. Meanwhile, Momo was shouting Zuma's name and looking for him. Finally, she saw his arm. He had been pinned down by parts of the obstacle course, so she told him to hold on. But he threw a lollipop at her face, which surprised Momo. Zuma told her not to let go of it. Momo looked back when something was destroyed again, and the chef hit something with the rolling pin. She was shocked, and as Zuma stood up, he said the giant was playing a version of color tag. It seemed that if they couldn't hold on to the things the giant mentioned, he would try to kill them. Zuma said the cookies served as a cushion and saved him. Momo was worried when she noticed that even the frogs were being attacked by the giant chef. She wondered if they weren't on the same side. Zuma had no idea about that. Momo suddenly noticed paper frogs on the ground. She wondered what they were and why there were so many origami on the floor. Zuma replied that those were the defeated frogs. When Momo picked one up, she wondered if they were shikigami, like cursed spirits. The giant chef was heard again saying they would all eat tasty treats. He asked if they wanted Florentine. So, the two hurried to run, and Momo had difficulty understanding what he said. Zuma replied it was Florentine, but he didn't know what it was, so he asked Momo. He held on to a biscuit, but that wasn't it. They noticed the frogs were approaching too. Finally, Momo found a Florentine, and Zuma quickly ran towards it to touch it too. However, Momo fell along with the Florentine. Zuma called her a moron, saying she put her weight on it, so it broke. Zuma caught her by the foot and told her to share the Florentine, so he reached for it. The giant chef moved to hit the frogs on the side who hadn't touched the Florentine with the rolling pin. Even though Momo and Zuma weren't the targets, they were affected when part of the place was destroyed and they fell. The giant chef continued the game, so Momo hurried Zuma to pull her up. He replied that she should let go of the Florentine because they didn't need it anymore. Zuma was struggling because only his lower body was holding on while he supported Momo. So Momo told him to use his back muscles. However, Zuma shushed her and blamed her, calling her a klutz. Breathless, Momo couldn't believe Zuma called her a klutz. She said he didn't even know what a Florentine was. Zuma replied that there was already another one coming. The giant chef again said to eat tasty treats and asked if they wanted a donut. The two went straight to search for donuts in the area. They ran hurriedly and finally found a donut nearby. As they approached it, they were hit by treats thrown at them by the frogs. Momo tried to stop them, but Zuma said to forget about them because they were running out of time. They jumped together to land on a large donut in the middle. However, they weren't the only ones who noticed it. Other frogs did too. The giant chef hit those who didn't touch the donut again. Momo and Zuma were in an awkward situation when they saw 4 frog chefs in front of them. They suddenly rushed at each other, and Momo tried to make them leave. One replied that they should be the ones to leave. The frog added that Danmara wouldn't let them escape. It called them monsters and told them they will die there. Momo was curious about what it was saying and needed, pushing it to the side. As Momo had said, they were the monsters. The frog she pushed grabbed her foot, while another held her right arm. Momo struggled to break free from the two frogs that wouldn't let her go. She was about to fall when Zuma hit the frogs in the face with his geta, saving Momo. He was very proud of his geta. Momo admitted she was wrong about them and thanked him for his help. She then explained that the giant chef was on a treat-smashing spree, and now there were fewer places they could go. She looked for the gold ball, and Zuma pointed out it was on the macaron. Momo noticed it wasn't too far and suggested they go straight there. But Zuma objected, saying they didn't have enough time and needed to wait for the next round. Momo argued they couldn't wait because the frogs might get it. Zuma defended that if they made a mistake, they would surely die. But Momo insisted they couldn't just wait and do nothing. She was determined and convinced Zuma to act. They looked at each other as the giant chef spoke again. They jumped together towards the macaron, hoping it would say macaron. However, the chef asked if they wanted to eat some cake. Momo was furious. Zuma headed straight for the macaron and told her to go for the cake while he'd get the gold ball. But he was hit again by donuts and candy thrown by the frogs. He couldn't dodge anymore, but Momo jumped to help him. Zuma was worried when he saw Momo fall with frog chefs behind her, but Momo told him to go straight and get the gold ball. A frog was rushing alongside Zuma to grab it, but luckily Zuma pushed it away and got the gold ball first. However, because they didn't touch the cake, they were hit by the giant rolling pin of the chef. Their footing was destroyed, and Zuma fell. The chef kept smashing around, causing Momo to fall too. After that round, the giant chef posed again, but it was to thank them for their patronage, saying they would close for now. A hand was seen grabbing the rolling pin, which turned out to be Momo's giant hand ability. She made a heart shape with her hand and asked if he was for real. She said to let them eat cake. Momo then posed to attack using her Momo Tri-Beam, which hit the giant chef square in the face, causing it to fall and be defeated. A multitude of candies scattered from the chef's body after Momo used her special move on it, and afterward, she fell along with the candies onto the ground. Due to the chef's enormous size, when its entire body transformed into candy, it covered almost the entire area of the candy obstacle course. While lying among the numerous sweets, Momo commented that from a certain point of view, this situation was heaven. After that, she tried to get out of the candies but seemed to be stuck and unable to move. But fortunately, Zuma arrived and pulled her out of the giant candies. Momo thanked him, to which Zuma brushed it off and said he should be the one saying that because she had saved him. Let's go back to the time before Momo defeated the giant chef, and it was shown that Zuma had managed to reach the golden ball. The giant chef prepared to hit him with its rolling pin, so he also prepared to use his umbrella weapons. But when he tried to invoke it, he couldn't materialize it, causing Momo to ask him while watching what he was doing and telling him to attack, to which he explained that he couldn't because his spiritual powers hadn't been restored yet, which also worried Momo. He said he had already used 2 umbrellas earlier against the giant knight, so it would take a while before his power returned. Because of this, he was forced to dodge the chef's rolling pin and jump between the platforms on his sides, and he grabbed onto a protruding candy cane, and while hanging there, Momo shouted at him, and it turned out she had jumped towards him, and she ordered him to throw her the golden ball, which he immediately did, and Momo caught it. Momo quickly used her powers to envelop herself in a shield, and using her powers again, she grabbed Zuma from the protruding candy cane, which surprised him and made him wonder what it was. Momo held onto a still-standing candy pole and pulled herself towards it, placing Zuma on a cake so the chef wouldn't attack him. Zuma was concerned about Momo's situation because the chef was about to attack again, and soon its attack landed on her, causing Zuma to stare in disbelief at what had happened. However, Momo managed to dodge and grab the chef's rolling pin to propel herself upward when it swung again to attack, and this is when Momo used her Momo Tri-Beam. Back to the present, Momo gave Zuma a peace sign, while Zuma called her a wicked badass for what she did, to which she agreed and told him not to underestimate her. Momo offered the golden ball back to Zuma, which confused him, so she explained that wasn't he unable to return it until he destroyed this world. So it is what it is, and she would let him borrow it. Zuma didn't accept her offer and said she should hold on to it because his powers were depleted for now, and he added that she was stronger, which made Momo start to grin and told him to say that again to make her feel good, to which Zuma repeated that she can keep the ball, irritating Momo, who said that wasn't what she meant. Suddenly, more scrolls appeared around them, causing Zuma to comment, "Here's something else," while Momo said this was getting annoying. The scroll that appeared in front of them came with a card each, and written on it was the name of the chef they defeated, Nam Nam Bongo, with a skill called Death Patissier, and it had 2,500 health points and seemed to be a strike/drill card. The scroll explained that they had obtained a new card, Nam Nam Bongo, and it had a skill that allowed them to use its powers when they ate treats. Zuma wondered what that meant and what this card was, and Momo explained that she didn't pay attention to these things before and asked if this was some kind of hint about the game. While Zuma seemed to understand the meaning, so he tried eating a donut from the ground. He bit into it, causing Momo to ask how it was, to which he said it was delicious, so Momo pointed out that wasn't what she meant. It wasn't long before Momo noticed something about him and started pointing while looking concerned, which made him wonder what was wrong. It turned out that what Momo was pointing at was his legs, which had turned into donuts, shocking him as well. He panicked about how to return them to normal while Momo just laughed at him because for her, this was actually hilarious. His legs clenched and suddenly propelled him high up due to the springiness of his feet, and he landed headfirst on the ground because he didn't know how to control it yet. Momo was amazed and said that this was how the power they obtained worked, and she tried to lick a lollipop to see what power it would give her, and it turned out that it made her body sticky. She was disappointed with the power she got while Zuma couldn't stand up because whenever he stretched or bent, his feet would launch him into the air. Momo looked at their scroll while wondering how they could return to normal, and while thinking about the word cards, she remembered something. She pulled something out of her pocket and revealed a card with 9 circles arranged in a circular shape, and in one circle was the image of the knight they had fought earlier, and now the picture of the chef they had just defeated was added. When she took out that card, 2 more cards appeared beside her, one of which was Nam Nam Bongo, and the card they had obtained earlier when they defeated the knight, Carmine. Momo tried to hold the Carmine card, and when she touched it, a large shield appeared and the effect of the candy she ate disappeared, which amazed her, and in the process, her pants became loose. She called Zuma to show him the card, to which he just told her to wear her pants properly. She told Zuma to try holding the Dark Knight card, and when Zuma tried it, he also got a shield and his legs returned to normal. Zuma was nervous because he thought he would be a donut forever while Momo discovered that if you touched the card again, the effect it released would return. Because of this, Momo realized that they needed to fill the 4 larger circles and they could do that by defeating boss-type monsters, and when they got them all, they would be able to beat the game. After that, Momo said she forgot to tell Zuma, but she also used a special move earlier so she wouldn't be able to use her powers for a while, causing Zuma to ask while standing up if she was serious and that she should pull up her pants. He added that if that was the case, they needed to make full use of the cards and now they should try different treats. Momo was excited about that because they could eat all those treats without guilt, while Zuma focused more on finding his Geta sandals, which irritated Momo and made her say that Zuma was a bit of an airhead, to which Zuma responded that she's one to talk. Despite Momo's excitement about eating the treats, they didn't read the small description written on the Nam Nam Bongo card that said if they ate things in this world, they could become residents of this world. Let's return to the outside of this game, where Zuma's companions were talking, and the apparent vice leader of their group was saying that they would also enter the board game because if what Zuma and the others were doing was truly a game, it would be easier for them to defeat it if they worked together. He explained that after Momo entered the board game, Zuma didn't come out, which meant they were traversing it together. Okarun shouted to wait because he thought this wouldn't be easy, especially since they were dealing with a cursed object. While thinking about Seiko, he said he could call a spirit medium, so couldn't they wait that long? But the vice leader asked him if he's willing to just sit on his ass even though the girl important to him is stuck inside. It was okay for all of them there to put their lives in danger for their friends, and no matter how afraid they were, they would never run from an enemy that was right in front of them. Nevertheless, Okarun still thought rationally and shouted for them to calm down while thinking about Momo, because if they failed here, they wouldn't be able to save anyone, to which the vice leader countered that if they were too slow, they might be too late. He said he understood where Okarun was coming from, so he should do what he wanted, and they would do the same. After that, he shouted at his men to prepare and gather. while Okarun decided to follow them and transform into his Turbo Granny cursed form. While preparing, he thought about Momo again and commented in his mind that he was at his limit too. On the other hand, let's return to Momo and Zuma, where they were jumping up a high tower while being chased by a Gorgon-like monster that resembled Medusa. Using their donut spring ability, they continued climbing the tower to avoid being caught by the monster, and while doing this, Momo fearfully asked Zuma if his spiritual power had recovered, to which he said not yet and asked if they should try other treats and if they had anything that could help them take down the Gorgon, to which Momo shouted that they had tried everything. The Gorgon continued chasing them, causing Zuma to shout that this was too difficult while Momo pointed out that it was a stone monster that even the Dark Knight's sword couldn't scratch. Zuma became more worried because he could see the top of the tower and said that at this rate, they would be eaten there. So Momo shouted that she knew that. After gaining a small gap from the monster, Zuma suggested if they should just jump from there and run, and didn't they still have marshmallows, and if they ate those, they wouldn't die when they landed. Momo threw a square cracker while saying to wait, and the stone monster suddenly ate it, which frightened Zuma and made him realize that it would just eat them mid-air if they jumped, and Momo added that they had nowhere to run so they needed to take it down. After the Gorgon ate what Momo threw, she noticed that the monster's color suddenly changed, which surprised her. While rummaging through her bag, she found some Spice-Arama chips with hot chili flavor and said they hadn't tried those yet, so Zuma pointed out if she had just brought those into the game, to which she replied that it's not like the treats themselves come with powers. She said they needed to try anything they could, and she ate a piece of chip, which allowed her to breathe fire. Zuma was surprised and amazed, and immediately asked for some too, while Momo grinned and boastfully said for the monster to prepare to be engulfed by her flames. After Zuma ate, they simultaneously breathed fire at the Gorgon, but even though it hit the monster's face solidly, it still managed to pass through and continue chasing them, so they quickly ate a donut in response to jump and distance themselves again. They noticed that they were almost at the very top, so Zuma pointed out that they couldn't go to a higher floor anymore, so this was the end for them. But Momo didn't lose hope and said to wait because there was still something they hadn't tried. She took out a plastic-wrapped candy and fed it to the monster, which made it all sticky, surprising both her and Zuma. And Momo commented that she knew the monster's body would turn into candy here, and she realized it when it changed color earlier. This is where she also learned that the Nom Nom Bongo card they got didn't just apply to them, but also worked on any monster she fed treats to. Momo handed the Spice-Arama chips to Zuma for him to eat too, and they simultaneously breathed fire on the Gorgon again, and because its body had turned to candy, it started to melt. Zuma noticed that the monster was trying to run, but because its body was sticky, it moved slowly. Before the monster could get far from them, Momo quickly used the Carmine card and summoned the Dark Knight's shield and sword, and jumped towards the monster to slice its head while Zuma continued breathing fire. In the next scene, it turns out that Okarun didn't follow Zuma's friends but quickly ran to Momo's house to call Seiko. However, when he got there, he found that Seiko wasn't there and Turbo Granny told him that she had gone to work, while Vamola happily invited him in, and Rin was curious. Okarun was also puzzled as to why their class rep was here, and she greeted him good evening and said that she owed Seiko a favor from before, so she brought her something as a thank you. Vamola offered Okarun some of the Haikame Goku that Rin had brought, to which he replied that it was fine and he appreciated it, but added that this wasn't the time for that because currently, Momo had been spirited away by a board game using a weird curse, so he came here to ask for Seiko's help, and when he said that, Vamola became worried while Turbo Granny laughed and said Momo deserved it, which made Vamola comment on how mean she was. Okarun asked Turbo Granny if she knew anything that could help them, and he explained the appearance of that board game to her, and that when people are pulled into it, they become game pieces, to which Turbo Granny ignored him because she claimed she couldn't hear him, and asked what she would get out of it. Mai commented that as if this blockhead, referring to Turbo Granny, would know anything, so Rin told her why she would say that, while Turbo Granny started stretching her arm while telling Mai to take it easy. She trash-talked her by calling her a nitwit shithead, and suddenly punched while asking who she thought she was trying to pick a fight with. However, Turbo Granny couldn't reach her, so she just shouted at her to die, while Mai called her a moron, so Vamola told Turbo Granny to stop while Rin was asking Mai to apologize. While the two were still arguing, Vamola explained to Okarun that those two don't get along and are always fighting, to which Okarun silently agreed. After that, Okarun called Mai and asked if she knew anything about cursed board games, to which Turbo Granny explained that this turtle brain's head might be big, but it's completely empty, with a 3-second limit on how long she can remember the past. Because of this, Mai also trash-talked Turbo Granny and they started bickering again, so Okarun stopped them and said this wasn't the time for that. Okarun knelt while begging Turbo Granny that they needed her help because didn't she know about magic objects and he would give her anything in exchange. He got Turbo Granny's attention when he said he would give her anything and she asked if it was really anything, to which Okarun agreed. Turbo Granny asked if there was a black cloth near the wooden box, so Okarun thought about it and said there wasn't any, causing Turbo Granny to comment that this was the worst and what idiot would do such a thing. Turbo Granny called Rin and said she needed to move too, and after that, they quickly went to the place where the wooden box was. Turbo Granny didn't bring Vamola along because she said she would just be a nuisance there, so Okarun pointed out that Vamola was tough too. Rin started to get nervous and asked what good she would bring if she came along. So Turbo Granny explained that they had a lot of gear so she would be their porter, to which Rin just responded with a yes ma'am. On the other hand, let's return to Momo and Zuma's situation, and inside the board game, they had arrived at a town. While walking, they encountered a frog wearing a chef's attire while holding a large fork, and Momo commented that it was seriously staring at them while Zuma said it didn't seem like it would attack. Momo remembered something so she started rummaging through her bag, and she took out the newly acquired card from the Medusa boss. And it turns out that the card they got from it was rock-hard Costanus with a skill called Medusa where if they used it, their bodies would turn to stone and it would slow down their movements. Momo pointed out to Zuma that it said their bodies would turn to stone, and using that, she thought they would be okay even if they were stabbed. They tried using the skill of this card so both Momo and Zuma turned to stone, but when they tried to move towards the frog, they moved extremely slowly. Because of this, they returned themselves to normal and said they wouldn't get anywhere if they did that and how useless this card was, and Momo complained that this was what they got after struggling so hard to fight that rock-hard Costanus. They both stared at the frog and decided to just use the Carmine card to summon a sword and shield, while the frog continued to stare at them, and soon it suddenly spoke and welcomed them to the town of ice, which surprised them. The two were puzzled and Zuma asked if that meant this place would become cold. Momo tried to talk to the frog and said that if it wanted to fight, they wouldn't hold back, so what was going on here? But the frog just repeated its welcome. Zuma pointed out that it was repeating itself while Momo realized that this was how it worked and tried to ask the frog what its name was, to which the frog just repeated what it had said earlier. Zuma said it repeated itself again, while Momo said it was one of those types that could only speak set phrases. After that, they decided to just walk further into town and leave that NPC behind, and while walking, Momo asked if they didn't see these in video games, to which Zuma asked if that meant it wasn't an enemy, and Momo replied that she wasn't sure but for now, her guess was that it wasn't like the ones they had encountered thus far. Something caught Momo's attention and she leaned to their left while saying that something smelled good, causing Zuma to react and ask if they were sure about this place and that they wouldn't be attacked by everyone there all at once, to which Momo replied, while heading towards the smell, that she didn't know. When they reached where the smell was coming from, they saw a large piece of meat being grilled by a frog chef, and the desire was visible on their faces when they saw it. Momo happily approached the meat while saying that they had only been eating sweets and she thought she was going crazy from it, while Zuma asked if it was okay for them to eat this. Momo asked the frog cooking the meat if they could have some, to which it welcomed them and asked if it could take their order while a scroll appeared, which puzzled Momo and Zuma. Text appeared there stating a quest that required 2 Fs to get the meat, which confused Momo. Because of this, Momo thought they needed money for it, which disheartened her, and she shouted that there were 2 hungry children asking the frog, while Zuma noticed something and said to wait. He noticed the 2 frog symbols, and here Momo remembered something and started rummaging through her bag, and took out the origami frogs they had gotten when they were still in the candy obstacle course. It turns out her thinking was correct, and the frog thanked them when they gave these to it, and thanked them for their patronage. In exchange, They were able to buy 2 pieces of meat using their origami frogs, and because of this, they were both filled with joy and desire as they stared at this meat, and they simultaneously shouted bon appetit before eating. After a few moments, they had finished the delicious and juicy meat they had bought, and the joy and satisfaction were visible on both their faces. While still stuffed, Momo yawned and said she suddenly felt sleepy, so Zuma told her not to sleep because they were behind enemy lines. Momo pointed out that this place looked like it would have an inn, so Zuma said he didn't agree with that and it was too risky, and they really couldn't sleep in this kind of place, to which Momo asked if he thought it would be okay and that no one was attacking them now, causing Zuma to comment on how unreal she was and asked if she wasn't afraid. Momo reasoned that Zuma was tough, so Zuma commented that she expected him to handle it, to which Momo said she was serious about this and it was time for them to get some rest because if not, they would end up in trouble since neither of them had fully recovered their powers. Momo also pointed out that the design on their card had 4 large circles, and they had already defeated the Patissier, Snake, and Knight. So didn't that mean there was only 1 stage left? And if it was like most games, the final stage would be extremely difficult. Zuma replied that he understood that and agreed to rest, but they would take turns keeping watch. Momo agreed to his proposal, and soon they started looking for an inn within the town. They explored it, and before long, they arrived at an extensively stylish building with an abundance of candy as decoration. The Froggen manager welcomed them and said that 2 rooms cost 4 Fs, which irritated Momo because they needed money while Zuma said he didn't have anything like that in his name, and Momo also pointed out that she only had 2 Fs left. Zuma suggested that Momo should get a room for herself and he would keep watch from the hall, to which Momo disagreed and said she wouldn't be able to sleep due to guilt. She said Zuma should use the room and in return, he should go all out later, to which Zuma objected that as if he could do that and it was Momo who thought of picking those up, so Momo also objected and replied no way. After their argument, they decided to just enter 1 room together, but when they went in, they only saw 1 bed, which left them speechless and poker-faced. Zuma pointed out that this was Momo's idea, so what were they going to do now? To which Momo replied that they would rest. However, Zuma decided to just go out and said he would stay in the hall, and Momo should just tell him when it was time to switch. When Zuma went out to the hall, he just sat beside their door, while Momo stared at him and commented cool. Momo looked for where the bath was, and she found a large machine that looked like a frog, and it turned out to be a high-speed washing machine, which delighted her, and she immediately took off her clothes to wash them because she had been feeling grody for a long time. When she put all her clothes in, the frog washing machine started moving as if it was gargling her clothes, which made her wonder if that was okay. After that, she opened the door to the bath, and when she opened it, she saw a beautiful bath with a view overlooking the town. After a while Zuma was just poker-faced outside the room waiting, he was surprised when the freshened-up Momo called him, and she had something she wanted to show him. Momo laughed when she saw how he had been waiting there, and said that it was hilarious. They entered the room and Zuma commented on how quickly she had finished, so he asked if Momo had really slept, to which Momo just said not to think about it, and that the bath here was super deluxe, and this washing machine could wash and dry her clothes extremely fast. When Momo brought him to the bath, she excused herself and said she would go out and he could sleep first if he wanted. As Momo left, she shouted, "Take your time," while Zuma stared at her and suddenly slapped his face to regain his composure and went to the bath, while Momo sat in the same spot where Zuma was sitting earlier. While sitting outside, Momo felt worry and sadness, and she called out Okarun's name. On the other hand, in Okarun and Rin's situation, Rin asked him if he didn't think they should stop for a while, to which Turbo Granny said not to stop and that they would outrun those chasing them. It turned out that Bega the demon cop was chasing them, and he was telling them to stop because they shouldn't be wandering around wearing their school uniforms at this hour, but Turbo Granny didn't let them stop running from this persistent cop. When Rin said they should stop, Okarun replied that they couldn't do that because Momo was waiting for them. Let's return to Momo and Zuma, where Zuma came out of the room to tell Momo it was time for them to swap, but he found her already asleep while sitting. He tried calling her, but she didn't respond, so he tapped her to wake her up, but due to fatigue, she just groggily groaned. so he decided to just help her walk to the bed while saying she shouldn't sleep outside, to which Momo sleepily agreed. While laying Momo down, he also told her that she was the one acting all big earlier, even telling him they needed to stay here. Momo seemed to be dreaming about Okarun and suddenly spoke the words "Tell me you love me," which caught Zuma's attention. Zuma appeared to feel something because of Momo's words, but he just stared at the sleeping Momo, and after tucking her into bed, he went out and started thinking about what Momo's words to him meant. Momo had a deep sleep, and she dreamed of eating a steamed pork bun, causing her to bite her pillow, but soon she woke up and realized she had fallen asleep. She was speechless when she saw that she was inside the room, so she quickly went out to check on Zuma while feeling worried. When she went out, she saw Zuma sprawled on the floor, which concerned her, so she approached him and tried to talk to him while apologizing and saying she had fallen asleep like a dog. Zuma's drool was visible as he lay unconscious while Momo continued apologizing for letting him sleep outside. It wasn't long before Zuma groaned as if he was about to wake up, and he immediately sat up and started looking around while saying he had crashed and asking Momo if she was okay, to which Momo imaginatively stabbed herself while asking for forgiveness, which puzzled Zuma as to why. The newly awoken Zuma asked if she had slept well, which made Momo feel even worse and said not to ask that and that she had done something terrible to him. So Zuma was puzzled again and asked why she kept saying that, and if Momo had rested, wasn't that a good thing? But Momo felt even more hurt and told him to stop. After their rest at the inn, they walked around the town again, and Zuma commented that in the end, the frogs didn't attack them, to which Momo agreed and said he was right in a more formal manner. So Zuma told her to stop acting like that, but Momo reasoned that she felt extremely guilty, to which Zuma added that it was annoying. Zuma handed the golden ball to Momo and told her to see if her powers had returned, and Momo took it and tried, where they saw that her powers had indeed returned. Momo did a happy dance when she got it back, and Zuma asked if it was some kind of spiritual power she was releasing, to which Momo shook her head and said it wasn't like that for her and it was more like a superpower. Momo returned the question to Zuma, and Zuma answered that his came from umbrellas, which made Momo ask what those were and if they were like umbrella yokai or something, to which Zuma replied that he didn't know, which puzzled Momo and made her ask how he learned to use them. So Zuma answered that he didn't want to say. Zuma took out his 2 umbrellas to show Momo, which impressed Momo and she called them badass, and she also asked if he could use them to fly. So Zuma explained that he could leap from the force when they open, but he couldn't fly like a bird. He added that when he opens an umbrella, it releases its spiritual power and he can't use it again, and when he opens both, he'll run out of spiritual power. While Momo was commenting on how many conditions his power had, something suddenly dripped on her face, and it turned out that it had started raining where they were, which worried Momo. But Zuma quickly acted and opened one of his umbrellas and held it over Momo to keep her from getting wet. Momo was surprised by this and asked if it was okay to open an umbrella there because they were about to face the final stage next, and Zuma was too close to her. So Zuma asked what choice they had and called her a moron, which puzzled her. So Zuma explained what would happen if she got sick, so Momo should take shelter. But because their bodies were so close, Momo was blushing while shouting that this was too sudden, and Zuma asked if she felt cold, to which Momo replied no. Momo pushed Zuma away because he was too close to her, so Zuma told her to stop chattering and that she needed to take care of her throat, which irritated Momo, and she told him to stop acting like this. While trying to stop Zuma, Momo remembered Okarun in his Turbo Granny curse form and explained that actually, his personality also changes when he uses his powers, and she commented that this was such a headache and told Zuma to just return to normal. Zuma returned to normal and was puzzled by what happened, and soon he became worried because he had used one of his umbrellas, so Momo kneed him and called him a numbnuts while telling him to get his emotions checked. Zuma asked why he had opened it and who cared if they got wet in the rain, which irritated Momo even more, and she shouted that now he was just making it worse. As a solution to their problem, Zuma picked up a large leaf to use as a shield against the rain while they walked. When they reached the ruins of what looked like a castle, the rain gradually stopped, and as they explored this place, they saw a multitude of jelly-like creatures in the area. There were also jelly-like creatures floating around emitting light like lanterns, which amazed Momo. While Zuma watched Momo enjoying the surroundings, It brought a smile to his face as if it was bringing a warm feeling to his body. After a while, they reached the outside of a castle where a multitude of soldiers, behemoths, a dragon, and what looked like a griffin had also gathered. They were stunned by what they saw from atop a castle wall, and here a quest scroll appeared. This quest was called Castle Siege, and they needed to defeat the armies and destroy the crystal inside the castle. The scroll also listed the units taking part in this quest. When they read what they needed to do here, they stared at the enormous number of enemy troops, and Zuma started counting them. And soon they commented that this wasn't going to happen. The two could see how outnumbered they were as they faced the multitude of soldiers and monsters of the castle they needed to infiltrate. And Momo suddenly said to wait because it seemed like they had entered impossible mode, and they even had dragon-looking things to fight against, while Zuma continued counting how many enemies they had. Momo read the scroll carefully and said that this didn't make sense and there must be more information for this. And here she noticed that there was a dice symbol, so she touched it. 3 dice began to appear out of thin air, which caught Momo's attention and made Zuma comment that something was appearing here. Momo read the scroll again and saw that if they threw these dice, they could create an army. The yellow die was for multiples of 100, the red for multiples of 10, and blue for multiples of 1. Momo understood here that if they got a 6 on the yellow die, they would have 600 troops and so on and so forth. If that's the case, Zuma said, they could now match the massive army in front of them, and Momo asked him how many enemy troops were there because he had been counting them earlier, to which Zuma explained that he got lazy and just stopped partway, which left Momo speechless and asking if he was serious. Zuma said he had reached 200, so Momo asked if that was the total, but Zuma replied that he didn't know and it might just be 1/3. Momo said she understood, and if so, they were facing around 600 enemy troops there. She stretched her shoulder while preparing to roll for 600, so Zuma told her to wait and asked if she was really going to roll for the hundreds just like that. Zuma suggested that they should start with single digits, and sometimes her enthusiasm was scary, to which Momo agreed because it was a good point, but she quickly took back her agreement, reasoning that the numbers she would roll here would really scare Zuma and she had seen the future. When she rolled the die, she got a 6, which amazed Zuma while she posed boastfully saying who did Zuma think he was talking to, and she explained that when she used her superpowers, it was always a perfect 6, which made Zuma say badass. However, the game suddenly made a buzzing sound that got their attention, and a scroll appeared saying that due to cheating, their yellow die was 0. Zuma shouted that this was bad and it became 0 because of Momo's cheating, while Momo was wrapped in shame and Zuma added why she even needed to cheat there. Because of this, Momo got angry at him and asked wasn't he just calling her badass, to which he replied that she was more like a lame ass, and asked if Momo had rolled triples, so Momo shouted that it was singles. If that's the case, Zuma said, she should hurry up and roll the double, so Momo silenced him and threw the die. It landed on 1, which irritated Zuma, so he tried to take the last die saying he would roll it, but Momo wouldn't let him and said to wait because she knew what she needed to do, to which Zuma argued that clearly, she didn't. Zuma managed to get the remaining die and threw it boastfully while shouting that this was how to roll dice, but despite his arrogance, it rolled a 2. So Momo started punching him while telling him to try saying again how to roll a die, while he apologized and reasoned that Momo's cheating had tainted everything. While they were still arguing about which of them was the lame ass, the scroll informed them that they had gotten 210 troops. The 210 troops they got appeared at the bottom of their stronghold, but compared to their enemy, it was just a tiny amount, so Momo commented that they got hardly anything there, to which Zuma added that this was better than nothing, while Momo noticed something else written on the scroll, so she said to wait. She read here that there were 4 jobs they could choose from to give to their 210 troops. There were knights who were strong against archers, archers who were strong against mages, mages who were stronger against warriors, and warriors who were stronger against knights. Here Zuma noticed that their game was like rock, paper, scissors, while Momo started giving jobs to their troops and divided them into 4 equal parts with 1 available job each and asked if Zuma thought this would work. Incidentally, it seemed they would also choose their own jobs, so she asked Zuma what he would take, to which Zuma decided to become a knight. They prepared here with their troops, and it looked like Momo chose the mage job, and they faced the multitude of enemy troops they would be up against. Soon after, Momo shouted for the troops to give it their all, and their goal was the crystal inside the castle, and she sent them charging while Zuma led the charge. The enemy troops were also charging at them, and the archers on the opposing side immediately rained arrows. So Momo shouted that they were coming and to cluster together and protect each other using their shields, which Zuma and their troops quickly did. The knights managed to block the enemy's rain of arrows and significantly reduce the damage they took. But this wasn't the same for the mages' situation. Momo shouted that they were taking major hits here and said that it was mentioned earlier that mages were a poor match against archers. Both sides continued to charge at each other, and Momo noticed here that the enemy's front line was made up of knights, so their front line should consist of warriors. She brought their army's warriors to the front, and because of this strategy, they easily defeated the multitude of knights in the enemy army. Momo shouted yes here due to excitement, and said that now she understood how this strategy worked. She explained here that since they had just put their warriors in front to gain an advantage, she expected their enemy to send mages to destroy their warriors, so in response, they needed to prepare their archers to counter their weaker mages, so these were the next ones she brought to the front. Momo's warriors gradually overpowered the enemy's knights, and as they did this, the enemy's mages slowly approached as a counter to their strategy. They prepared to use magic and waited for Momo's warriors to get closer. They began to cast, but because Momo had prepared for this, their archers rained arrows on the mages while they were still casting, disrupting them and killing them. While their archers were raining arrows, Momo ordered the warriors to stop and maintain a position where they couldn't be reached by spells. The warriors did this, and the enemy archers countered with a rain of arrows, which worried Momo, but she quickly ordered Zuma to charge the enemy archers, to which Zuma immediately responded. The enemy archers reloaded their arrows, but before they could release them again, Zuma had reached their side and kicked them, knocking them down. Zuma transformed here to strengthen himself, and other archers there tried to shoot him, but using his umbrella and shield, he managed to block them, and as a counterattack, he threw his shield at one part of the group of archers, knocking them down, and he quickly followed up with a javelin-like throw using his umbrella, which solidly hit a multitude of archers, knocking them too. Momo commented on how tough Zuma was, and that he was doing the work equivalent to a dozen people by himself. She said Momo was right to make Zuma the only knight because in that way, she could assign others to different classes. An enemy warrior charged at Zuma, but he managed to block its attack with his umbrella. However, he was surprised when it still managed to damage him. So Momo explained that he was a bad match for this because knights were weak against warriors, so he should dodge them as much as possible. Because the warriors from the other side were charging, Momo ordered their mages to attack and she joined them. And since warriors were weak against mages, they easily defeated the multitude of warriors charging at them. Momo was pleased because they had defeated 1/3 of their enemy and they had barely lost any. And when the other enemy knights started to charge, Momo brought their warriors to the front again. However, to her surprise, a behemoth started to charge there, and it sent a powerful foot stomp that sent them and some of their men flying. Momo was also hit by this, and Zuma turned to look at her, and he immediately charged towards the behemoth while telling them to retreat. However, Zuma could do nothing when the beast sent a tusk attack at them, and he was forced to just block it. Zuma was shocked that even though he blocked, he saw that his life was halved because of that attack, and Momo had managed to stand up again and told Zuma to retreat, explaining that mages don't use that much stamina and that behemoth class was warrior. Momo shouted at their troops to attack while falling back and to avoid being hit by the behemoth's attacks as much as possible. However, when they did this, they started getting hit by a rain of arrows from the enemy archers, so Zuma explained that if they put too much distance between them and the enemies, they would be attacked by the enemy's archers. Momo ordered their warriors again to use their shields to defend the mages, and to hold out until they defeat the mega beasts they were facing. However, to Momo's surprise, something suddenly sent hell from the sky, and it turned out the dragon was responsible, and it started burning all their warriors using its fire breath. Momo was worried about this, but she quickly noticed that the dragon was mage class, so she ordered the archers to target it. While she also asked Zuma if he could do anything about the enemy archers, to which he replied that it wasn't easy because they were behind the warriors who were protecting them. Because of this, Momo shouted that this couldn't be, and their situation was really bad, and because of the number and monster allies of their enemy army, Momo's army was gradually being overpowered by them. Due to the dragon's flame breath, most of Momo's warriors were burned, and this marked the beginning of their formation's downfall. Momo shouted that they should just hold their ground, and at this rate they would be wiped out, and we can see that their limited troops were gradually being depleted. Zuma was hit by a behemoth which sent him flying and put his health points in jeopardy, and Momo saw here that they were down to 84 troops, which worried her. Inside the smoke of chaos, Momo saw a silhouette of a monster, and it turned out the enemy troops were charging directly at her, and as a behemoth was about to deliver a foot stomp to her, unexpectedly, a motorcycle suddenly used the warrior's shield as a ramp and hit the behemoth's face, completely knocking it down. Momo was surprised and turned to look behind her, and it turned out that Zuma's group had arrived along with other students from Renjaka High School, and they were quickly charging towards their enemy. The two big dudes shouted to their companions, asking where Zuma was, and that they would see here who was the toughest among them. Zuma's vice leader shouted asking if he was okay, while their companions were delighted that the phantom bike worked on the enemy while its owner was dismayed because his bike was destroyed. They took shields from the fallen warriors, and their giant companion ordered them to protect Momo, so Momo thanked him for this. When Zuma saw this, he was also surprised and commented that his crazy friends came in full force. While riding on their respective motorcycle bikes, those riding took out their respective bows and started raining arrows on the dragon, while saying to make sure they could ride it. A multitude of motorcycles surrounded the dragon and continued to attack while the dragon tried to counter using its fire breath, but Zuma's companions just shouted at it to come down and catch them because its fire wouldn't reach them from that height. Others seemed to turn into zombies as they started to swarm a behemoth while commenting on how big this frog was and that they should climb on its back, which made Momo shout that she had been telling them this wasn't a track meet. Before long, the delinquents managed to defeat one of the behemoths, and after that, they immediately went to the two remaining behemoths to take them down as well. On the other hand, those on motorcycles had already managed to defeat the dragon, so now they turned their focus to the remaining griffin, which made Momo shout that they were out of control there. She tried to stop them and said that they couldn't just charge in there without thinking and that they needed to consider the pairings. However, despite Momo's words, they continued to charge, and using their chosen jobs in the game, they easily destroyed the enemy troops. Momo was bewildered because she saw delinquent mages here, while Zuma told her not to think about it and that they were used to fighting. Momo was pleased because they had reversed the situation, and now only 102 remained of the enemies, while their allies had increased to 251. However, Zuma said, pointing out that the condition to clear this stage was that they needed to break the crystal inside the castle. Because of this, they both ran while Zuma said to leave this fight to their companions while they would break the crystal ball, to which Momo agreed and said that after that, they could go home. They entered the castle, and as soon as they entered, Zuma told Momo to be alert and that anything could jump out at them at the last minute, which slightly annoyed Momo, and she said she knew that. They walked into the hallway, and when they entered a room, they saw a crystal floating in the center of this room while being illuminated by a beam of light. Momo observed the surroundings and commented that it felt like they had entered another world, and she also wondered if the one in front of them was the crystal they needed to break. She also noticed that there seemed to be talismans attached to this crystal, so she told Zuma to wait, but Zuma didn't listen and said for her to step back as he would cut it, and it was time to destroy this crazy-ass world. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind them not to destroy it, but it was too late because Zuma had already cut this crystal in the middle, causing their eyes to widen in shock. When they both turned around, it turned out to be Okarun while carrying Turbo Granny on his back, and a blush of joy was visible on Momo's face when she saw Okarun, but instead of being happy to see them, Turbo Granny shouted at them to run. The castle began to crumble after Zuma cut the crystal, alarming those inside. They immediately ran to avoid being crushed by the falling rubble. Zuma commented that he thought they had cleared the game, to which Okarun replied that they shouldn't have done that and it wasn't supposed to end, which confused Momo. Turbo Granny explained that this wasn't a board game but a cursed wicker trunk, trapping an evil yokai inside through a curse, with the box serving as a sealed cage. Zuma was surprised that Turbo Granny could speak, as they perceived her as a cat, which irritated Turbo Granny. Meanwhile, Okarun asked Momo if Zuma was her companion here, to which Momo agreed. Momo then called out to Turbo Granny and asked if the crystal was the only thing they shouldn't have broken. Turbo Granny shook her head and explained that there should have been 4 seals in this place. As she said this, Momo remembered the card with 4 large circles symbolizing their targets, and she realized they had destroyed all those seals, which angered Turbo Granny, who explained that the beings they defeated were guardian deities keeping the yokai imprisoned. Momo reasoned that the cursed wicker trunk was set up like a game, seemingly inviting them to finish it, to which Turbo Granny shouted that that was precisely the point. Upon exiting the castle, a congratulatory tab appeared, indicating they had cleared all stages, and the items Momo and her friends wore from the game began to disappear. Zuma's friends cheered because they had finished the game, while others wondered where the music was coming from and commented on how easy it had been. Momo asked Turbo Granny again what was sealed in this place, to which she replied that she didn't know, but if they used a cursed trunk, they could be sure it would bring real trouble. After the congratulatory tab vanished, various cards appeared with carved creepy faces, eyes with feet, ears with 6 fingers, noses and mouths full of mustaches, all connected to a black vine-like thing. This strange creature spoke, thanking them because, thanks to them, it was finally free again, and told them how much it loved them. Turbo Granny immediately shouted for everyone to close their eyes, which confused them, so she explained not to look at that creature. She said it was the fairy tale card, and it had the ability to take over anything who looked at it. The fairy tale card recognized Turbo Granny and commented that she seemed to have changed, asking if she was on the human side now, to which Turbo Granny called the creature Asswipe, while saying it seemed to have taken over the cursed trunk. Apparently, it couldn't destroy the seal on its own, so it turned the trunk into a board game to get other people to break the seals for it. Momo was irritated and asked how they could get out of there, and the fairy tale card answered that none of them could leave because once they entered the cursed trunk, they could never escape. Momo shouted that it was lying because the old guy and one woman had gotten out of here, so the fairy tale card explained that it had allowed those to leave because people who wouldn't play the game were useless to it. Because if they were outside, they could lure many other people into that game, as all they needed to do was tell others about what they saw inside the board game. Those people approached this game with various motives, some out of curiosity and others to save their friends. Momo then said that if they couldn't get out by themselves, the creature should hurry up and do it for them. So the fairy tale card asked if they really wanted to leave the wonderful world it had created. It thought they would be pleased here, so it had prepared all that sugar, believing humans had a dependence on sugar. Momo objected and shouted that she wanted crab and ramen, and that this shitty world was incredibly boring. The creature asked if what she was saying was true, and explained that while it might be true for her, what about the others? The creature wondered how many humans here wanted to return to real society. It pondered how many had been hurt by their families, treated as defective by society, and driven to the margins like garbage. While saying this, we were shown a memory of Zuma's vice leader being beaten and humiliated inside the men's bathroom. In fact, it said that those people despised the real world and wanted to make the real world chaotic. Because some of Zuma's friends didn't close their eyes, the fairy tale card gained control over their bodies, and it immediately ordered Zuma's vice leader to charge at him. Zuma peeked to see what was happening, but unexpectedly, his vice leader struck him on the head with a steel bar, causing a cut on his left eyebrow, which alarmed Momo. The force of his friend's blow made him clutch his bleeding head, and when he looked at it, the appearance of what he was seeing seemed to change, looking like a woman with a card for a head. His eyes widened at this, and the fairy tale card began speaking to him, saying that he in particular had lovely eyes and pointed that he wished to destroy the world and leave it in ruins. After conversing with the creature, he suddenly lost himself and began transforming into a frightening form while being possessed by the fairy tale card. Zuma seemed to become a rampaging monster as he began to shout loudly and transform, while concern was visible on the faces of Momo and Turbo Granny. Zuma produced an umbrella, and the force of its opening sent everyone around him flying, but fortunately, Okarun and Momo embraced each other while Turbo Granny managed to grab onto Okarun's clothes. As they were being blown away by Zuma, Momo asked him what he was doing. Turbo Granny commented, wondering why that bastard was here, drawing their attention. She asked Momo if she couldn't use her powers, to which Momo replied that she couldn't do it unless she had the gold ball, which made Okarun turn to her and ask where it was now, and she answered that Zuma had it and they needed to get it back. After Zuma's transformation, he commented that with what he had obtained here, he could now leave this cursed trunk, and using this power, he would make it rain blood all over the world. Then Zuma brought out his umbrella weapon and wrapped it around his body like a cloak. Momo was shocked and quickly asked their companions if they didn't have cards like hers, and if so, they should choose the card that could turn them to stone. Zuma sent out an extraordinary wind force attack by opening his umbrella body, but fortunately, the delinquents managed to grab the rock-hard Costinus card and transform their bodies into stone, yet the strength of the fairy tale card's attack still sent them flying. The stone bodies of the delinquents were scattered about, but luckily, they didn't break. So when they returned to normal, they were impressed by what happened and commented on how wild those cards were. Okarun remarked that Zuma's umbrella attack power was extraordinary and likened it to a cannon, to which Momo added that their situation had become worse because Zuma was so powerful. At first, Okarun thought it had no weaknesses, so Momo explained that yes, it was super strong, but it could only open its umbrella twice. Because of this, Momo noticed that Zuma had already opened his umbrella twice, so the remaining chance to open it was just once, and Turbo Granny added that this was the power of the fairy tale card they were fighting against. Turbo Granny explained that it could draw out the maximum power of any human it possessed, and she used Okarun as an example, saying it could let Okarun go all out any number of times. But she was sure they had realized that if they used that ability repeatedly, it could destroy one's body, so at this rate, the possessed Zuma would surely become compost. Zuma prepared to use his special move again, and as the powerful air burst was about to explode, Momo quickly asked Okarun and Turbo Granny if they had cards like hers, to which the two agreed, so she told them to choose the card that turned them to stone. They immediately grabbed the rock-hard Costinus and turned to stone before Zuma's attack hit them, and the impact of the wind sent them flying. It also managed to crack Momo's stone body, and when she returned to her normal form, she suffered a scratch on her shoulder. Okarun worried about this while she winced in pain and couldn't believe that even the rock form could be damaged. The possessed Zuma caught Momo's attention as he laughed and commented on how wonderful this was, and she saw that Zuma's face was bloodied inside his monster suit, causing her to cry out in concern. She remembered a time when they were walking in Ice Town, and as they walked, they were talking, and Zuma stared at her, and after that, she commented that he really was a bird brain, and shouted not to let that monster manipulate him like this. She told him to look at his friends who came for him, and that the Zuma she knew wasn't the kind of person who could hurt them. As the possessed Zuma continued his rampage, Momo took out the Carmine card and brought out the Dark Knight sword and shield, beginning to charge at Zuma while shouting for this piece of shit to wake up. The fairy tale card replied that it wasn't manipulating Zuma or anything in the same way, and that this was his own destructive impulse. Momo stopped running and was shocked by what she learned, and the monster added that it was Zuma's desire to destroy this world, to destroy her and everything else. All the fairy tale card did, it said, was to ask him to be his true self and express his feelings. Zuma suddenly appeared above Momo, ready to unleash his special umbrella move again while commenting "Oh les miserables," so Okarun quickly ran towards Momo, telling her to use the stone card, but as Momo was pulling it out of her pocket, she dropped it. Zuma's wind attack struck forcefully where Momo was standing, causing a large cloud of smoke in the surroundings, but fortunately, Okarun managed to reach Momo, and they, along with Turbo Granny, transformed into stone. After enduring Zuma's attack, Okarun's stone body also cracked, resulting in a scratch on his left shoulder when he returned to normal. As they fell to the ground, while standing up, he asked the prostrate Momo if she was okay because they needed to run and couldn't defeat Zuma inside the game. However, when Okarun looked closely at what had happened to Momo, he saw that she had a large gash from her left shoulder to her right ribs, causing his eyes to widen in concern and immediately cry out Momo's name in fear of what had happened to her. Okarun said here that this couldn't be and asked what about Momo's cards. Zuma, on the other hand, prepared to launch another attack while saying the words Jean Valjean, which worried Okarun and he shouted to wait, then picked up Momo and shouted again at Zuma that he was a dumb jerk. Zuma released his air burst attack towards the two, but fortunately, Okarun managed to run away from the trajectory of the attack while carrying Momo. The fairy tale card asked if they could hear the people singing, to which Okarun just shouted that after all he had done to find Momo, what was Zuma doing? Zuma didn't listen to him and just sent another attack, which forced Okarun to transform himself into stone. Due to the strength of the air attack, it still managed to create a large crack in his stone body on the back, and when he returned to normal, he sustained a large cut on his back, causing him to trip while running. He winced in pain and got irritated, saying that if he could only use his powers here, he would be able to run. While still on the ground, the monster came back again and pointed his umbrella at them while again saying the words Jean Valjean, which worried him. Okarun quickly took his cards from his pocket, but when he reached for them, he was surprised that they were no longer in his hands, and it turned out he had dropped them when they fell earlier. Zuma prepared again to use his special move while showing interest in Les Miserables, and Okarun quickly shielded Momo's head to protect her from the incoming attack on both of them. Zuma released his air burst attack, but fortunately, a convenience store countertop suddenly appeared and blocked the attack, which surprised Zuma. The one who created it commented that he had finally caught up with them, and it turned out that Rokuro was responsible for this, and he commented that he hoped they would tell him about any part-time work with good pay, while Okarun was very surprised to see him and asked what he was doing here. So he explained that he had just seen them earlier running from Bega the Demon, and while he was chasing them in hopes of getting a lead on a new part-time job, he ended up here. Turbo Granny shouted beside them while throwing the cards on the ground, asking why Okarun didn't tell her how to return to normal. She said she just turned around for a moment and now Momo was like this, and that she would treat her wound, and asked where did Okarun put the bag they were carrying. Someone else spoke behind them, asking if this was a dream or if it was really happening, and what was this place, but he quickly said never mind because there was no point in thinking about it anymore. It turned out that Bega had arrived there, and said that in any case, they were all under arrest. Okarun was very surprised when he saw him, while Turbo Granny commented that this cop was a pain in the ass. The monster said that the police officer had no role in this, and shouted Javert, while preparing to send his air attack, which they managed to dodge. Because of what he saw, Bega asked which of them had the cannon there because it was dangerous, and while pulling out his revolver, he shouted that now it was legitimate self-defense for him to do this, and he started charging at Zuma while shooting at him with his weapon. Fairy Tale Card easily blocked it using Zuma's umbrella, but Zuma's body condition inside him was getting worse and worse, so Fairy Tale Card was surprised that it was floundering because of a mere policeman. Rokuro, on the other hand, sent a laser beam using the barcode scanner, so Bega commented that he was a convenience store clerk but had a gun, and because of that, he was under arrest. So Rokuro pointed out that this wasn't a gun but a high-output particle beam, which made him even more under arrest. When his particle beam hit Zuma's umbrella, it seemed to hit a body as well because blood splattered there, and Zuma's body was also being beaten in the process, so the Fairy Tale Card commented that the direct hit seemed too much. Because of this, the possessed Zuma decided to propel himself away from them, which Okarun noticed. When he reached a point in the air, he quickly released his cannon-like air attack, and he propelled himself again after that, and after changing position after position, he released multiple air burst attack in the middle of it. Okarun said he was like a rocket, while Turbo Granny pointed out that Umbrella Boy was a sweet yokai by nature, but when forced to fight, nothing could stop him. The possessed Zuma repeatedly performed his dash and mid-air strike maneuver, and because of that, he overpowered Rokuro and Bega's defense, sending the two flying. Okarun was worried about the two when he saw what happened, while Turbo Granny was biting on a cloth in extreme frustration while saying that those blockheads were no match for that being, and as a yokai, that Umbrella Boy was not a pushover. Okarun started running sideways while carrying Momo and Turbo Granny, and she was telling him to get his family jewel from Zuma because if he got it, he could use his powers. So Okarun asked how he was supposed to do that because he couldn't fight him using his regular body, to which Turbo Granny shouted not to ask her and that he should figure it out himself. Turbo Granny jumped down from his arms and said she would contact Rin and that it was too noisy here so she wouldn't be able to hear anything she said. While Turbo Granny was running away from the scene, she shouted at Okarun to hurry up and blow their enemy away because he was the only one who could defeat Zuma. While Rokuro and Bega were fighting Zuma, Okarun went to the stronghold stairs to lay down the injured Momo. Okarun looked back at the battle and after adjusting his glasses, he quickly ran towards the three, but while running, he thought about how slow he was and that he hadn't realized how much he relied on the power of the curse until now. He said it was terrifying because how could he get his family jewel from that monster when it was flying around in the air, and neither Rokuro nor Bega could damage it, and he was no match for it in his flesh and blood form. He remembered Momo and how she defeated the leader alien using her risky plan, and here he thought that Momo always turned their situation around no matter how bad it was, so he thought that if she were awake now, she might have come up with something. While he was running, let's go to Rokuro and Bega, where Bega said he had run out of bullets so this convenience store man should come up with a plan, to which Rokuro replied that he wasn't useful. Bega told him that his gun was useless here and asked if there was no way to stop that creature they were fighting from moving like that. So Rokuro answered that he didn't know and explained that it moved and attacked using shock waves from opening and closing its umbrella. So in simple terms, Zuma was using air resistance, so if they could remove the air, they could stop its movement, to which Bega shouted that it seemed impossible, and while they were talking, Okarun had caught up with them. They all ran together and Okarun told Rokuro to make himself into a rocket and asked if he couldn't transform into many things using his nanoskin, to which Rokuro replied that he could transform but he didn't have enough nanoskin. So all he could do was make a jetpack. Bega was telling Okarun to stay away from here because this place was dangerous, and Okarun shouted at what Rokuro said, asking if wouldn't that help. Rokuro made a jetpack and said he would try it, so he quickly flew towards Zuma, but was quickly toppled in the air, which left Okarun dumbfounded while commenting that that was useless. Because of this, they just continued running and Rokuro said that Zuma was wrapped in air, and he couldn't get close when he's in the sky, which made Bega ask if that meant nothing could land on that creature. Okarun suddenly thought of something here and immediately ordered Rokuro to make a heater that could heat up their entire area. So Rokuro asked if it was because he was cold, which made Okarun shout at him to just do it. Because of this, Rokuro transformed his body into a box-type heater and put some cords on Okarun and Bega's bodies, which made Okarun ask what this was. So he explained that he didn't have enough power by himself, but if he used the power of all three of them, he could produce stupendous power. He explained that the heat they produced by running is being vented from his heater and providing a powerful warmth. Bega asked what the point of all this was, so Okarun said he didn't know if this would work, but he would try anything he could think of because if Momo were here, this is what she would do. No matter how outlandish their idea might be, he would do it. Before long, the possessed Zuma suddenly lost control of his flight and attacks, so he wondered what was happening, and soon he was being blown away by a sudden wind. Okarun commented that he better let go of the umbrella he's holding, which caught his attention, and when he turned to him, he added that the warmed-up surface area was being lifted all at once by Fairy Tale Card's gust of wind, creating a tornado. A large tornado began to form behind them and sucked in the possessed Zuma. Zuma was thrown off due to the strength of the tornado, and when he fell to the ground, Bega immediately ran towards him and kicked his umbrella away from his hand. As a counter, Zuma tried to deliver a high kick to him, but he managed to block it with his arm. However, due to the impact of the kick, his nose still bled and his arm guard was shattered. Zuma then took his Geta sandals and put them on his hands, and when he was about to hit Bega, Rokuro arrived and prevented it from happening, and as a counter, Rokuro used 6 sense organs on him. But even though it hit Zuma point blank, it didn't even make him step back, which amazed Rokuro at his defense. While still distracted, Zuma punched him in the face, sending him flying, and as a cover-up attack, Bega charged in with his police baton, and when Zuma was about to rush him, Okarun suddenly hugged him so Bega managed to hit Zuma in the face with his police baton. But unexpectedly, Zuma's umbrella moved on its own and hit him like a rocket. When he fell, the umbrella changed targets and hit Okarun in the back while he was hugging Zuma, which also knocked him down, and after that, Zuma sat on his umbrella while it was on Okarun's back. After that, Zuma released his air blast point blank at Okarun, which destroyed their surroundings, and the shockwave from the impact reached Rokuro and Bega. Zuma lifted his umbrella and wore it again like a cloak, and suddenly commented on who this was and why he had such kind of power. Behind the smoke of the battle, there was a glowing circle, and it turned out to be Okarun, who had transformed into his Turbo Granny cursed form because he had retrieved his family jewel from the monster. After Okarun and Zuma exchanged glances, Okarun said he needed a moment to hide his family jewel. As soon as he pocketed the golden ball, he and Zuma swiftly moved to charge at each other, resulting in a contest of speed. While performing his air maneuver, Fairy Tail Card asked how Okarun was able to use Turbo Granny's powers, to which Okarun replied while dodging that he wouldn't tell him. It then attempted to deliver a low kick while saying that Okarun lacked love, which Okarun easily evaded while saying that he had hurt Momo. But unexpectedly, the monster suddenly threw his Geta sandal at the side of his face, and upon catching it, he punched him in the face with it, sending him flying. The possessed Zuma's umbrella flew in front of him and unleashed an air cannon attack while the Fairy Tail Card said that it wasn't responsible for this. Okarun managed to dodge Zuma's air burst attack while commenting that he was really going all out, and possessed Zuma continued to charge while saying that these were Zuma's destructive impulses and that he wanted to destroy the world. When Zuma threw a punch at him, Okarun managed to dodge by lying on the ground, and as a counter, he kicked him hard into the air, and while performing a combo, he commented that this was depressing and that he would go all out too. However, when he jumped to follow up his combo, Zuma managed to dodge him using his umbrella, and while flying through the air, he commented that it was a bad idea to jump so quickly, because now he wanted to target his genitals. Zuma charged quickly like a rocket towards Okarun, but before he could make contact, Okarun managed to stop him with his powerful legs, which surprised him, and Okarun ominously said that now he was trapped. Nevertheless, as a counter, the possessed Zuma unleashed his air burst attack again, sending Okarun flying to the ground, and upon landing, Zuma prepared to launch another attack while commenting on how impudent Okarun was because Turbo Granny could only crawl on the ground, so he couldn't defeat Umbrella Boy. Several debris began to fly around him, which puzzled him and made him think a super being was responsible, but it turned out to be just Rokuro, and while controlling them, he replied that it was just a convenience store clerk doing this. He directed a multitude of debris towards Zuma, who commented that he hated convenience store clerks like Rokuro, and as a counter, he used his air burst attack on him, forcing Rokuro to run. As the attack continued, possessed Zuma said they had no hope here, and they were no match for Umbrella Boy. Okarun quickly moved above him and said he only needed to reach him with his feet, and due to the speed of the event, Zuma couldn't react, and Okarun's axe kick solidly hit his head, shattering it and sending him flying and bouncing on the ground. Okarun's attack didn't end there, and as Zuma bounced, Okarun quickly charged again and, using his all-out attack, delivered a double kick to possessed Zuma's body that was so powerful it created a shockwave. He was sent flying towards the stronghold, and due to the force of the impact, he managed to destroy a small part of the wall. Zuma didn't move after that attack, so Okarun returned to normal and wondered if he had defeated him. It started to rain in the area, which puzzled him, and he suddenly heard someone speaking near Zuma, saying to stop bullying his brother. A child holding an umbrella appeared next to Zuma, and suddenly a scene of two young siblings holding hands emerged, causing Okarun to ask what this was, and he also saw the same children where the older of the two seemed to be running while it was raining. Bega arrived on the scene and shouted Zuma's name, asking if he was Unji. He seemed unable to believe what was happening and asked what he was doing in that place of all places. Vega said he had been looking for Zuma for a long time. Okarun continued to see the child, telling him not to bully his brother, which made him wonder how this was happening. And he also saw a scene where the two siblings were holding hands while looking at a river. In the next scene, we delve into Zuma's past, explaining why Okarun is seeing these visions. It was shown that from a young age, they had lost their father. After mourning the loss of their father, they went with their mother to his office to speak with his bosses. His mother complained to the higher-ups that it was clear her husband had been overworked, which led to this outcome, to which they merely responded that it was her husband's own negligence that caused his death and that he was the one who wanted to work overtime, while another asked if he regularly serviced his moped. This angered their mother, who shouted that a man had died and they were trying to blame him for his own death, so Unji covered his brother's ears to shield them from hearing this argument. After that, we moved to their rented apartment, where Unji's mother was pleading with the landlords, promising to pay next month, to which one angrily replied that she always said the same thing, so she should stop it, and that they wanted them to leave. So Unji's mother reasoned that she had children, but the man just said that it had nothing to do with them and that she had chosen to have them. While this was happening, Unji and his brother were reading a storybook, and his brother asked Unji if they could fly to the sky using an umbrella, to which Unji smiled and replied that he didn't know. In the next scene, we move to a beautiful morning where Unji's brother was walking along the riverside wearing boots and carrying an umbrella. As he was walking, suddenly a child kicked him in the back, causing him to fall face first, and they started laughing at him along with their companions. They taunted him, saying how weird he was for always wearing rubber boots and carrying an umbrella even when it wasn't raining. When Unji's brother raised his head, it was revealed that he had been hurt badly from the fall and his forehead had started bleeding, but he quickly grabbed his umbrella and happily raised it despite what had happened. One of the bullies tried to take his umbrella, but suddenly someone kicked the child in the face, knocking him down, and it turned out to be Unji. Unji scared them off, causing them to run away from them, and as they were running, his brother called out to him, still with a bleeding forehead, and asked if he was jealous of his umbrella. After that, we moved to a rainy day, where Unji's brother was still happily walking along the riverside, even though he was struggling due to the strong wind accompanying the rain. Unfortunately, the wind started to blow his umbrella in the opposite direction, and due to his small and weak body, it was blown towards the river and he couldn't reach it anymore. We then suddenly moved to Unji running, with intense worry and concern visible on his face. He ran as fast as he could, but when he arrived at the riverside, it was too late, and all he found were the first responders attending to the lifeless body of his brother. He was stunned by what he saw on this tragic night, and after some time, he told his mother about it, and they mourned the death together. While holding the remaining memento of his brother, the rubber boots, he remembered his smile as he held his umbrella while walking along the riverside. After that, we moved to a scene where Unji was being held at the wrist by his mother and being pulled somewhere, so that made Unji wonder. It turned out she had brought him to an amusement park, and here they had fun and rode various rides like the merry-go-round, jet spinner, and Ferris wheel. Afterwards, they ate delicious ice cream, and the joy was visible on his mother's face as she watched him happily eating. As night fell, they also watched the amusement park's fireworks show, and they saw colorful designs painting the sky. However, despite all the joy they experienced on this day, it was actually a situation like a last meal when you're sentenced to death because Unji's mother tried to pull him along in her unaliving attempt by throwing themselves in front of a moving train. It turns out this was the scene he saw before being possessed by the fairy tale card, and here his mother had gone insane due to all the bad things that had happened in her life, and in response, she had decided to end it all. Crying profusely, Unji tried to remove his mother's grip from his arm to avoid being splattered, and fortunately, he managed to do so, but he couldn't stop his mother from ending her life. In the next scene, we see Zuma frowning, and it seems like a man is introducing him to other children. It looks like one of them is about to shake his hand. Fast forward a bit, we see Zuma getting punched in the face. The boy who punched him said he didn't like how Zuma looked at him, and his companion added that Zuma's face makes him sick. They also said that from that point on, Zuma would be on toilet duty, and they ordered him to do the weeding. Because of the punch, Zuma was left crying with a bloody nose. Someone asked him what was with the rebellious look in his eyes, saying his face was the problem. They also said Zuma should be more obedient. Moreover, they said Zuma had no social awareness, so what was happening to him was his own fault. At that moment, Zuma wondered what was wrong with this shitty, effed up world, and he saw some bricks nearby, which he picked up and used to hit the bullies. In the next scene, Zuma has grown older and is punching a man while saying he'll smash it to pieces. He's part of a fist fight happening under a bridge, and he told his opponents that they're under his umbrella now, and if they disobey him, they'll die. One of Zuma's companions said they were done there, and according to Zuma, they should draft more troops because they're starting a war. Then, they surrounded a police car, hitting it with various objects. One policeman said they were nothing but trash, while another was calling for backup on the radio. A policeman got out of the car, saying not to underestimate them, but his companions said to wait for backup. At that moment, someone kicked the policeman who got out of the car, and it was Zuma who did it, punching the policeman in the face. Zuma was thinking about his brother's death, which made his punches more intense due to anger, and he also thought about how his mom passed, so the policeman was really in a bad situation. However, another policeman grabbed him by the shoulder, slammed him to the ground, and put handcuffs on him. The backup arrived, and Zuma and his companions were arrested at 10:33 p.m. We learned that one of the policemen there was Officer Bega, who said they were arresting Zuma for interfering with the duties of a public official. Zuma told the police, "Screw you," and said he'd remember him. The police left the crime scene and took Zuma to Kamigo police station, where Zuma gave Officer Bega a deep look. They locked Zuma in a cell without even a bed, and the police discussed what happened to his family. Bega was reading Zuma's file, and someone said Zuma was placed in an orphanage but ran away after an incident that resulted in injuries, and he ended up joining a group of delinquents and drifted from place to place. An old man added that after a few years in that place, Zuma might be reformed to a degree, and Bega asked what would happen after that. The man replied that he didn't know, but the government provides support for children under 18, so he expected Zuma would return. In the next scene, a man is coming out the institution, and it's Zuma, who seems to have noticed something. He saw a man who seemed to be waiting for him, and it was Officer Bega, whom Zuma immediately recognized. Then, we move to another place, and it seems Zuma recognizes it. It's Bega's house, where he took Zuma, who asked what was happening and if Bega was playing with him. Bega told Zuma to come in and told him he would be his guardian now, which seemed to surprise Zuma. Bega showed Zuma where his room was and told him not to enter it. However, Zuma asked who would live with someone like Bega, and Bega asked if Zuma wasn't happy unless he lived with his mom, which seemed to annoy Zuma. He entered the house wearing his shoes and said, "Bring it on." So Bega told him to take off his shoes. Zuma said he remembered Bega's face and had wanted to kill him for a long time, so he was about to punch him, but Bega quickly took him down and tied him up with a jacket. Bega said Zuma could only do that in his dreams, so he better keep working on it. In the next scene, we see a family leaving a fair, and we learn that it's Zuma's family. It turns out this is just Zuma's dream, and suddenly a pillow is thrown at his head. Bega said it was morning, and Zuma is angry because Bega woke him up so early, saying it's not even 5 a.m. yet. We see prepared food: rice, soup, vegetables, and salmon. Zuma stares at it, while Bega gives thanks for the food. The two eat, and Bega tells Zuma to give thanks, but Zuma tells him to get bent. Because of this, Zuma receives an incredibly hard slap, and he says it hurts. Bega says he already told Zuma to give thanks, and Zuma replies that he wasn't joking. Zuma is angry, so he stands up to leave, saying he can't take this bullshit. So Bega asks if he's running away. Zuma turns around because of this, and Bega says Zuma gives up quickly, so Zuma stops trying to leave. Zuma sits at the table to eat again, and suddenly he kicks the table towards Bega, causing the food to fly everywhere. Bega gets angry because a lot of food was wasted, and Zuma says he won't listen to anything Bega says. Then, we see Bega brushing his teeth, and Zuma tries to hit him from behind, but Bega senses he's there and kicks him. Next, Zuma tries to ambush Bega at the door, but Bega kicks the door very hard, trapping Zuma. Zuma also tries to ambush Bega from above, but Bega's senses are strong, so he punches Zuma. When night comes, Zuma listens at the wall of Bega's room to know if he's asleep. When he hears nothing, he slowly goes to Bega's room, and when he peeks in, he confirms that Bega is asleep. He was about to hit Bega with an umbrella, but he saw Bega's notebook with a picture of his family. Zuma seems to feel guilty about what he was going to do, so he didn't continue and left the room. We're shown prepared food again. Bega gives thanks for the food, and Zuma just stares at him, then asked Bega why he adopted him if he had a family. Bega answered that they're dead because one day, his wife took their child to school, and on the way, they were stabbed by a man. The man said he did it because of anger towards society, and he wanted revenge on this rotting world. He said he wanted to kill people who looked happy to make them understand. Bega said he thought about killing the man and killing himself, and he still thinks about doing it, but whenever he's close to doing it, his child's face appears, saying she also wanted to become an officer when she grows up, and called Bega a hero who fights for justice. Bega added that, as the man said, there's no hope for their rotting world, but if they just neglect it, they've already lost. He said the world will just become more twisted, and in the end, it will become a hell that people can't live in. Bega added that he doesn't want to be defeated by this world, so he adopted Zuma, because even though things are difficult sometimes, they can't forget kindness and compassion, and they need to live with care. Then, he told Zuma he would protect him, and Zuma suddenly remembered his sibling. Zuma asked what Bega knew, saying shithead adults blamed his mother for his father's death, and he was bullied at school just because he was poor. In the end, his mother offed herself, planning to take him with her. Zuma also said no one helped them, and people like Bega and their society rejected him. Then, Zuma stood up, saying adults can go straight to hell, and he left, while Bega did nothing and just continued eating. In the next scene, we see it's raining, and Zuma goes to the place where his sibling died, seemingly deep in thought. Zuma lingered at the place where his brother died, despite the rain, and he remembered his little brother smiling at him. Before long, he left, and he heard someone shouting, "Give it back." So he turned to see where it came from. He saw a child being bullied by his companions, and the bully took something made by the child's mother. They passed around the object, which had a frog design, and they continued to laugh at him while he cried. At that moment, Zuma noticed something, a dead frog with its head cut off. Then, he remembered the deaths of his father and brother, and how his mother offed herself, wanting to take him with her. Zuma was visibly affected by this and left. Let's return to the children, where one bully threw the bullied child's possession into the river. Someone told the child to forget about it, saying that the child's mother would make a new one, so they should go. The child stared at the river where the item made by his mother was thrown, and suddenly Zuma heard a splash of water, so he turned to look. He noticed the bullies running somewhere, and the child drowning due to the strong current, which reminded him of how his sibling died. The river carried the child away due to the strong current, and Zuma just stood there stunned, as if telling someone to stop. The other children were worried about the drowning child, who seemed to have gone under completely. At that moment, someone arrived on a bicycle and told Zuma to call the fire department. That person was the police officer who had adopted Zuma, and he jumped into the river to save the child, causing Zuma to worry about him. The officer grabbed the drowning child and lifted him up so he could breathe, even though he himself couldn't breathe. While doing this, he thought about what his daughter had told him before, that he was a hero who fights for justice. Moreover, he remembered how he used to carry his daughter, and he said to himself that he wouldn't stand for defeat, and he wouldn't let people die, so this child must live. As he was saying this, his vision gradually darkened, suggesting to us that he was losing consciousness. Zuma called the officer an idiot, saying he would get himself killed, and begged him to stop while running towards him. He remembered the officer's promise to protect him, so he shouted not to kill any more people, as if talking to someone or something of a higher being. When he reached the riverbank, he saw his little brother, which surprised him, and he asked if Unji was jealous of his umbrella. Then, it changed form into a creature with one eye and one leg, wearing Geta sandals. It said it would lend Zuma its umbrellas. After that, the creature merged with Zuma, turning him into the Umbrella Boy, and he flew above the river. We see that the wind grew stronger, blowing away the children's umbrellas, and the river's waves intensified, submerging the officer and the child. We're also shown the time when Unji's brother asked him if they can fly with an umbrella, and it seems the bullied child appeared slightly. In the next scene, Zuma picked up the child, while his second umbrella lifted the officer to save him. Then, the river seemed to calm down, and the officer coughed up water, so someone said he had awakened. He saw Zuma standing in front of him, with the children behind. Moreover, the child he tried to save was also alive. Then Zuma fell to his knees, and both of them was relieved they were alive, while an image of Unji's little brother was shown. In the next scene, we see a rice field, and the police officer asks Zuma how he saved him, but Zuma replies that he already said he wouldn't tell. He says he won't share the story with someone who suddenly jumps into rivers. According to the officer, when someone is drowning, they only have 10 seconds, and their head needs to be brought out of the water immediately. Zuma then asked what's the point of doing that if the rescuers end up drowning too. The two seem to be traveling, and they arrive at a cemetery. Their purpose there is to visit the Zuma family grave, and Zuma thanks the officer for it, saying he made a beautiful grave for his family. They left an umbrella and boots there for Zuma's brother, and both paid their respects to the family. Then, Zuma said that his family never had money, and all of his brother's belongings were hand-me-downs from him, who was named Futa. Nevertheless, his mother took pity on Futa and bought him an umbrella and boots. Futa was overjoyed with their mother's gift, so he carried them wherever he went, even on sunny days. No matter how bad things got, Futa always had a huge smile on his face, which lifted Zuma's spirit. He added that for him and his mother, Futa's presence was like the sun. So when Futa died, his mother just gave up. Zuma added that he wasn't enough for his mother. He was sobbing heavily, while saying he should have been the one in his brother's place. At that moment, the officer seemed to pity Zuma and held his head to comfort him. He told Zuma that won't do, and he couldn't die. He asked if Zuma understood that, while looking at his family's grave. The two left, and in the next scene, we see prepared food. Someone appears to be praying, and both Zuma and the officer give thanks for their meal. After that, we return to the present, and Momo wakes up in tears. She's struggling to stand and calling Zuma's name. Meanwhile, Okarun, Officer Bega, and Rokuro are occupied with the fight. The fairy tale card asks them what they think they're doing, and we see that it's also holding Zuma. It calls the three fools and attacks them with its tendrils. It adds that they're denying Umbrella Boy's freedom to wreak havoc. The officer tells Zuma to hold on, saying they'll open his eyes. If Zuma is still confused, he'll hit him to knock some sense into him. He tells Zuma to come back and not let the fairy tale card defeat him. At that moment, Zuma seems to be returning and calls out to the officer. However, he's still controlled by the fairy tale card, which says this isn't good while Zuma keeps calling for the officer. Then, the fairy tale card uses the Umbrella Boy's umbrella to jump up, saying it can't let the officer get close to Zuma because its mind control over Zuma is too strong. It bids farewell, saying it's leaving the cursed trunk, so Okarun calls it a coward and tells it not to escape. Then, Momo arrives, and Okarun asks if she's okay, saying she shouldn't overexert herself. Momo apologizes while crying, saying it's her fault because she undid all the seals. Because of this, the fairy tale card can leave that place, while they all remain trapped. Okarun tells her not to apologize, saying if he were in her position, he would have done the same. Everything will be okay, and they'll find a way to sort it out, and he promises that they will get Zuma back too. He also apologizes for taking so long to get there, so Momo just said okay, and cried. Turbo Granny arrives and asks the two what they're doing standing there, calling them shitheads. She says she's not the only one forced to do the work there, and Zuma's classmates are with her. Okarun asks if Turbo Granny contacted the class rep, and Momo seems surprised. Okarun explains that she's on standby, and Momo says it's too dangerous, asking why they brought her. Turbo Granny replies that it's so they can leave the cursed trunk, and Momo sees that Turbo Granny has a Serpo phone on her forehead. She calls Rin using it, who answers that she can hear Turbo Granny. She says they're ready, and we see that the ground is full of talismans. Rin asked what she should do next, and Turbo Granny replied to place the cursed trunk on top of the black cloth, warning her not to topple it. Then, once Rin places it on the cloth, she'll be able to touch the cursed trunk, and only then retrieve the figurines from inside. Turbo Granny instructed Rin to do it slowly and not to damage them, as even the smallest crack could kill the person represented. Rin then asked how they would move the cursed trunk onto the cloth without touching it, as they would be pulled inside if they did. Moreover, the bench was fixed to the floor, so they couldn't move it. So what should they do? A woman wearing a bike helmet suggested holding the cursed trunk with tree branches to avoid direct contact, and she was already doing so. However, Turbo Granny stopped them, saying not to touch the cursed trunk with sticks, and we see that the woman with the bike helmet disappeared. Rin said Turbo Granny should have told them that earlier because a woman was pulled inside. Turbo Granny called them shit for brains in response. Then, she asked Rin if she had any black cords, like those used to tie packages. They could use those to lift the cursed trunk, and Rin said she would try. However, Turbo Granny didn't allow Rin to do it, as she couldn't risk being pulled into the cursed trunk too. When Rin asked what they should do, Turbo Granny said she'd have Mai do it, which Rin couldn't believe. Turbo Granny explained that Mai was a yokai, so she had resistance to curses, and if Mai used the black cords, she wouldn't be pulled into the cursed trunk. Rin instructed Mai on how to move the cursed trunk, but Mai refused to do it. Turbo Granny, angered, said she'd kill Mai, and Mai replied that she wouldn't take orders from Turbo Granny. Rin told her this wasn't the time to worry about that, as everyone was in danger. Mai responded that if that's the case, Rin should save them, but Rin argued that she couldn't. Mai then told Rin not to say she'd forgotten, which confused Rin. Mai explained that she was haunting Rin to turn her into an idol, and it seemed Mai was changing form as she said she'd do this until Rin became a top idol. She also said she wouldn't leave Rin alone, moving closer to her, so Rin pleaded for her to wait. After that, Mai surrounded Rin, and Rin begged Mai to stop, saying it wasn't the time for that, and they needed to save everyone. In the next scene, a big explosion occurred, surprising everyone, and it seemed Rin's appearance had changed. Someone said, "That's what I'm telling you," and it was Mai, who stated that Rin could save everyone through song. We see Rin wearing a two-piece outfit, looking like an idol, with Mai as her microphone, which shocked Rin about her own appearance. Mai said they should cheer for Rin, and their cheers would give her strength. Rin asked why she was dressed like that, saying it was embarrassing, and begged Mai to change her back. Mai explained that the more people cheered, the prettier Rin's outfit would become, and that's what they needed to pump up Rin's fans. Rin insisted again that they needed to save everyone, so there was no time for singing. However, Mai said that if Rin didn't sing, she'd remain in that form forever, which shocked Rin. People cheered for her, with someone calling her Bikini Armor, so Rin was forced to sing, though she said she felt like she might throw up. Inside the cursed trunk, Turbo Granny was yelling "dumbass" and "scumbags," and we see her throwing a tantrum, saying she'd send Mai to hell. Okarun took the Serpo phone and tried to talk to Rin, but he couldn't contact her. At that moment, a man saw something, saying that the world of the game was falling apart. Turbo Granny panicked, saying the seals were broken, which is why this was happening, while Rokuro was looking for work and Okarun was asking what would happen. Turbo Granny answered that that world will get wiped out, including them. Because of this, Turbo Granny became angrier at Mai, and Okarun pleaded for Rin to answer and to make Mai understand. Momo told Okarun to calm down, and suddenly she heard someone call her name. Then everyone inside the cursed trunk started floating, but Momo was left behind. Momo was surprised by what she saw and held on to Okarun, asking him what was happening. Zuma's classmates panicked, saying all sorts of things. Momo asked Turbo Granny if this was bad, and if they would all disappear. Turbo Granny said she didn't know because it was weird, and something was odd. At that moment, they heard someone singing, and Turbo Granny realized it was caused by the Onbusuman. Outside the cursed trunk, people were crying at what they saw, and were shown that Rin was singing. Turbo Granny said the Ombudsman was manipulating gravity, causing the figurines to float. Rin was amazed that the figurines were floating, and Mai explained to her that her singing was controlling gravity. Then, Mai said, "Let's really get things pumping." A man said he would make noise with his companion. and it was shown that they had a mobile DJ booth with large speakers in the back of a car. The DJ started playing music, and his companions sang along. So people cheered for them, and Rin joined in. Back inside the cursed trunk, Okarun seemed unable to believe that Rin was singing using the Onbusuman's power. Turbo Granny said it feels like Mai was stealing her thunder, and it makes her sick. Then, Okarun asked if that was the case, then why is Momo the only one not floating? Because of what Okarun said, Turbo Granny asked if Momo had eaten food from that world, which stunned Momo, because she had done so. Momo told Okarun to let go, but he refused. Momo said that if Okarun didn't let go, he would get stuck there too. Then, Okarun handed the golden ball to Momo, saying he had changed form using it. So it was possible the curse wouldn't affect Momo, but Momo still didn't float. Turbo Granny said this was the fairy tale card's doing, and they needed to defeat it before the world of the cursed trunk completely collapsed. Suddenly, Turbo Granny jumped onto Momo's shoulder, saying she'd accompany her because luck was on her side. So Okarun would be the one to defeat the fairy tale card. However, she reminded him that time in that world was different from real-life time. 1 hour outside was equivalent to several days inside. When Okarun gets out, that's when the contest will begin, and the longer he takes, the closer it gets to bye-bye. Momo said Okarun could do it, so he should blow away the fairy tale card. Momo and Okarun stared at each other, and Momo let go, leaving only Okarun holding on. Momo told Okarun to hurry, and Okarun said that even being away from Momo for a moment was difficult for him, and he confessed to Momo that he loved her. Momo couldn't believe what she heard, and Okarun added that he didn't want to let go of Momo. Because of this, Turbo Granny called him a bird brain, saying it wasn't the time for confessions, so Okarun should hurry up and defeat the fairy tale card. Rokuro seemed surprised that Okarun confessed, so he asked Momo how she felt, while the police officer asked what was happening. Rokuro also asked if it was thrilling, while the police officer asked if they would die if they flew up to the sky. So what should they do? Turbo Granny again hurried Okarun, and at that moment, Momo removed Okarun's hand from hers, causing him to float upwards completely. Okarun called out to Momo, and Momo shouted that Okarun could do it, and he should blow away the fairy tale card. Okarun swore he would do it, and Momo said Okarun could properly confess once they got out of there. Okarun replied that he understood and would do it, so Momo told him to swear it, and Okarun did. However, Momo wanted Okarun to say, "I swear it," and Okarun said it, but Momo made him repeat it, and he complied. In the next scene, we're shown the Brella boy, coughing up blood. So the fairy tale card told him to hang on because they were only a little further. He said he would finally be free, and he had waited so long for this. Then, one of Zuma's classmates appeared next to the Brella boy and called for his attention. He told him not to think he could escape, because once they got out, he would beat up the fairy tale card. The fairy tale card was surprised by this, so he asked what that meant and how the boy had flown there. Other classmates of Zuma followed, which surprised the fairy tale card even more. He couldn't believe how this was happening, and Zuma's classmates were taunting him in various ways. In the next scene, the boys emerged into the real world, and Rin stopped singing because of what she saw. She seemed shocked when Zuma came out, as he was covered in blood. The fairy tale card followed, saying how marvelous it was and how happy he was to be free. Rin told this to Mai, who said it was interrupting their performance. We also see Zuma's classmates tending to him, with one saying they should call an ambulance for Zuma. The fairy tale card said Zuma did well because he was free thanks to him. He said Zuma fought like a hero, so he wouldn't let his death be in vain. He added that he could hear the song of one who fights, the singing voices of those who feel anger, and said he had found the possessor of wondrous power. He was referring to Rin, and said she had the potential to destroy the world, and she had that capacity within her. The fairy tale card called Rin Jean, and asked her who would have thought she'd be in that place. He added that Rin should open her heart and mind, and let him see her true self. The fairy tale card had entered Rin's mind and was impersonating people from her life, such as her mother and grandmother. He also mimicked what they said to Rin, and surrounded her with his tendrils. Then, he spoke as Rin, saying things she used to think, like how she felt when she saw children playing and the pain she felt about it. we learn that Rin harbored deep anger from her past and wanted to destroy everything. Suddenly, the fairy tale card was flung towards a building, and he couldn't believe he couldn't possess Rin. Mai said she was the reason why the fairy tale card couldn't do that, and introduced herself as Rin's producer. She added that Rin wouldn't become a puppet that the fairy tale card could control. As Mai was saying this, people were cheering for Rin, saying she would sing. The fairy tale card called Rin a pretend do-gooder and told her to shut her mouth. After that, Rin's mouth disappeared, which shocked her, and Mai noticed it. The fairy tale card seemed to be taunting when he said it was too bad, and even if he couldn't control Rin's will, he could control other parts of her body. We returned to Okarun and the others, and the police officer asked if they hadn't gotten out of the cursed trunk yet, while Rokuro said that if he didn't get back soon, he'd be scolded by the store manager. Then, they suddenly stopped, and Okarun panicked because they were falling. The police officer said the singing had stopped, and Rokuro said it's bad, so he told them to hold on to him. Rokuro turned parts of his body into rocket boosters and a jetpack to lift Okarun and the police officer upwards. However, Rokuro exceeded his capacity, so he said he couldn't rise. Because of this, Officer Bega and Okarun panicked again, and they both cheered for Rokuro, but he told them to let go of him. In the next scene, Zuma's classmates attacked the fairy tale card, with one saying they should wreck him, while another said he was dead meat. The fairy tale card said they wouldn't do nothing of that kind, and he removed the eyes of those attacking him and ears for others. The eyes of Zuma's classmates changed appearance, a sign of the fairy tale card's mind control, and suddenly one whose eyes were removed was punched. Then, the students fought each other, and a large-bodied student tried to stop them, saying those still conscious should protect Rin, but he was mind-controlled too. He easily threw off his classmates and charged at Rin, but he was suddenly flung to the side by a mysterious force, which surprised Rin and the fairy tale card. We're then shown the talismans, which suddenly started flying around. A talisman stuck to a mind-controlled boy, and he suddenly stopped what he was doing. The talismans also hit other classmates of Zuma, and they were knocked out by the force of the impact. Rin saw someone arrive, and it was Count Saint-Germain, who knocked out those charging at Rin. The fairy tale card was surprised to see Count Saint-Germain, and so were Rin's companions, with Mai even asking if he was on their side. The fairy tale card said that what happened to Zuma's classmates was a sealing technique that temporarily stops movement, and that Count Saint-Germain is very knowledgeable, just as he suspected. He also added that the Brella boy sent by Count Saint-Germain to him was very useful. He also thanked Count Saint-Germain because he escaped thanks to him, so he asked why he was getting in his way. However, the Count Saint-Germain didn't seem to know him. The fairy tale card replied that Count Saint-Germain was that kind of person, the type he didn't want to befriend. He also took Count Saint-Germain's eyes, which shocked Rin. The fairy tale card laughed at Count Saint-Germain, saying that with such a face, he wouldn't be able to enjoy tea parties. Then, he attacked Count Saint-Germain with his tendrils, but Count Saint-Germain deflected them, which surprised the fairy tale card, as he had already taken his eyes. Count Saint-Germain brought out something that looked like needles and stuck them into the tsuba, or guard in English, of his katana. Then, he charged forward, using the power of the jumping crone yokai, which surprised the fairy tale card, and we can see Count Saint-Germain jumping in the air. He removed the first needle he had inserted and replaced it, allowing him to use the power of the black haircut yokai to cut the fairy tale card's mouth card in half. Because of this, Rin's mouth returned, and the mouth card gradually disappeared, but a new mouth card grew from one of the fairy tale card's tendrils, and Rin's mouth vanished again. The fairy tale card said that what Count Saint-Germain did was useless because no matter how many cards he cut, he could grow an endless supply of cards from the buds of his tendrils. The fairy tale card asked if Count Saint-Germain got it now, and attacked him again, but Count Saint-Germain inserted another needle into his katana's guard and used the power of the water tiger yokai. The fairy tale card attacked relentlessly with his tendrils, saying that Count Saint-Germain couldn't defeat him alone, even if he was the one and only Count Saint-Germain, who was avoiding the mind-controlled minions of the fairy tale card. He also said that Count Saint-Germain was truly a crafty fellow, as he had helped him escape the cursed trunk, disguised as Mr. Sanjome, but now he was attacking him, We learn that Count Saint-Germain was the one who took the golden ball from the police box, gave it to Zuma, and sent it inside the cursed trunk. So he asked why Count Saint-Germain was now trying to kill him. Count Saint-Germain said that fools are the same at any age, and people convinced of their victory become careless, and the careless expose their mistakes. The fairy tale card asked when he had exposed any of his mistakes, and retorted that it was Count Saint-Germain who exposed himself. He added that from the beginning, Count Saint-Germain's intention was to free and kill him, but he underestimated him. He said Count Saint-Germain fought him without preparation, and that would be the end of his luck. Count Saint-Germain said that the fairy tale card had mentioned earlier that he couldn't defeat him alone. Then he explained that Karuta cards were originally cards to read and cards to pick up, and 2 cards make a pair. He also pointed out that the monster's number of cards are even. So if he destroyed 2 at once, or all of them, the fairy tale card wouldn't be able to regenerate. The fairy tale card called him a fool and asked how such a thing would work, and if it were true, could Count Saint-Germain do it alone? He answered that he couldn't, and the fairy tale card said that's what he thought. So Count Saint-Germain couldn't defeat him. At that moment, Okarun, Rokuro, and Officer Bega suddenly arrived. They immediately saw the fairy tale card, who seemed angry at their arrival, and Rin was trying to say something. Count Saint-Germain said that with Okarun and the others, they could defeat the fairy tale card. The fairy tale card called the 4 of them cowards, and asked if they had no shame for ganging up to attack one person. While the fairy tale card was saying this, Okarun, the police officer, and Rokuro were running away in fear. Okarun said he had gone all out twice already, so he couldn't fight anymore, while the police officer was looking for Onji, prompting Rokuro to call them useless. Then, Count Saint-Germain called out to Okarun while running beside him, and Okarun seemed frightened, calling him a faceless monster. Count Saint-Germain suggested they work together, and Okarun asked who he was and how he knew his name. Count Saint-Germain replied that they could introduce themselves later, but Rokuro recognized him, shouting that he was Count Saint-Germain. Rokuro also asked what Count Saint-Germain was doing there, and Count Saint-Germain replied that he didn't know Rokuro, and they might have met at another time. While the two were talking, Okarun was looking for the class rep, who was waving at him amidst the fighting students. He was surprised when he saw what she was wearing, and the police officer was shocked when he saw Zuma lying on the ground. He approached him and told him to stay with him, asking if he was still breathing. However, Officer Bega seemed stunned, and we learned that Zuma was no longer breathing. The police officer said this couldn't be happening and told Zuma not to die on him. When the officer shouted Zuma's name, we're shown the sky, indicating that Zuma had passed away. In the next scene, we see Onji next to his brother, and they smiled at each other. Then, Onji seemed to notice something while Fuda ran away. Onji saw his parents and Fuda called him, saying goodbye, suggesting to us that Onji wasn't actually dead yet. His frown then turned into a smile, and turned around. Then, we return to the present, and Zuma wakes up. At that moment, Officer Bega was giving him CPR, still trying to talk to him. Zuma told the officer to be quiet, saying he wouldn't die so easily. The officer was crying with joy that Zuma was alive, calling him a fool and saying they would go home. We moved to the battle, where a blast destroyed the fairy tale card's eye card, but of course, it regenerated a new card. We learned that Rokuro caused this, surprised at the fairy tale card's regeneration. Okarun said it was crazy and asked if there was no way to defeat it. Count Saint-Germain replied that to defeat the demonic fairy tale card, they needed to attack the paired cards at the same time. Then, he asked Okarun if he could use his power, which seemed to surprise him. Okarun couldn't believe that Count Saint-Germain knew about his power, and we're shown Momo inside the cursed trunk, shouting something. According to Okarun, this wasn't the time to think about that because they needed to defeat the fairy tale card. So he transformed, saying he didn't care what happened to his body because there was no time left. Okarun charged forward, and Count Saint-Germain said it was marvelous, wanting Okarun to attack the face card. He also ordered Rokuro to attack the eye card, and Rokuro asked about the hourly rate, to which Count Saint-Germain replied he'd think about it later. Count Saint-Germain added that he and Okarun would go first, and Rokuro should wait for his signal. The fairy tale card said it was unforgivable and called the 3 of them cowards and villains. In the next scene, someone says they'll join too, and they seem to be reaching for something spinning. It's Zuma, being helped to stand by Officer Bega. And the fairy tale card couldn't believe he was still alive, saying Zuma could help him, so they should leave temporarily. He said they would use Zuma's power, and the fairy tale card tried to possess him, but was surprised that he couldn't. He told Zuma to think about his mother, attempting to give him more anger, but Zuma countered, saying his mother tried to protect their family's life, so how could he hate a mother like that? At that moment, the fairy tale card became angry, wanting Zuma to hate his mother. Count Saint-Germain said the fairy tale card was trying to give them anger, divide them, and create conflict, so they shouldn't listen to it. He told everyone to attack simultaneously, and the fairy tale card shouted that they could all die, while attacking them with his tendrils. Okarun said that if it was for Momo, he could fight on, and we see them destroying the fairy tale cards simultaneously, with Okarun going all out again. Due to the attack by Okarun and the others, Zuma's classmates were freed from mind control, and the body parts removed by the fairy tale card returned. We also see that the fairy tale card is gone, with only something like electricity remaining, shooting off sparks. Count Saint-Germain, the delinquents, Zuma and Officer Bega, Okarun, and the others that fought the fairy tale card have won. Then, Okarun immediately looked for the class rep, but suddenly fell face down, saying he could not muster any strength, which worried the class rep, who asked if he was okay. Okarun said Rin needed to sing because someone is still inside the wicker basket. And that was Momo, which seemed to shock Rin. Inside the cursed trunk, Momo was kneeling, with only a little ground left for her to stand on, as the rest had disappeared and was disappearing. Momo and Turbo Granny were hugging each other, and Momo thanked Turbo Granny for staying with her. Turbo Granny replied that she wouldn't abandon something so precious to Seiko. Then, Momo's body started to disintegrate, and Turbo Granny panicked, saying to take Momo and let her live instead. Momo seemed annoyed by this and said it was the opposite of what Turbo Granny had just said, and that Turbo Granny's luck was utterly useless. Turbo Granny replied that it was Momo's fault for not controlling her hunger, so why should she be responsible for Momo's actions? At that moment, Momo suddenly floated, and they both realized that Okarun had defeated the demonic fairy tale card. However, Momo said she was still disintegrating, so Turbo Granny told Rin to hurry and sing with more soul. Then, Momo seemed surprised because Turbo Granny was growing larger, who also didn't know what was happening. Turbo Granny said it was weird, and Momo was hurt by her tight grip. She tried to calm Turbo Granny down, and it seemed they were close to getting out of the cursed trunk. The two did get out, and Okarun caught them, unable to believe how small Momo was. Momo couldn't believe her condition either, and Okarun was truly shocked. On the other hand, someone shouted, "What the hell is this?" And we see the fairy tale card in its depowered form, with someone telling it that it couldn't escape. It was Count Saint-Germain. The fairy tale card reminded Count Saint-Germain that they had a deal. If Count Saint-Germain got him out of the cursed trunk, he would lend him his power. Count Saint-Germain said that for this to happen, the fairy tale card needed to surrender to him and say the words, "I lose," so he could free it. The fairy tale card couldn't believe that Count Saint-Germain had fought him just to make him say those words. The fairy tale card said it, adding that at long last, he was free, and he was ready to accept every defeat for that. Then, suddenly, a small knife stabbed the fairy tale card, and it called Count Saint-Germain a filthy bastard swine. At that moment, Count Saint-Germain reminded him that they had an agreement, so he collected from the fairy tale card, while putting away his small knife. Count Saint-Germain had obtained the fairy tale card's powers, who said Count Saint-Germain couldn't escape what he'd done, so he ordered him to return his power. Count Saint-Germain said he wanted to know all the mysteries of that world and wanted everything for himself, including the power of yokai, because he was a collector of the paranormal. He added that if he had to choose, there was one thing very important to him, so he asked the fairy tale card if it was familiar with Dandadan. In the next scene, we're taken to a hospital, and a reporter is covering a brawl that occurred at the Renjaku apartment complex. The incident reportedly started when hoodlums, who were using derelict buildings as hangouts, fought with students from nearby Renjaka High School. More than 100 people were injured in this brawl, including Officer Bega and Zuma, as the brawl they're referring to was their fight against the fairy tale card. Bega asked why Zuma didn't tell him anything, and Zuma replied, asking if he meant about the cursed board game or his umbrella powers. Bega said it was about everything, and according to Zuma, Bega wouldn't have believed him, just like the detective who talked to them. We go back to the past, where Bega said that when he came home after working days straight, Zuma wasn't at home, and he found a weird old man instead. Back to the present, and Zuma explained that the old man had been trapped inside the board game since he was a child. The man had been stuck for a long time and knew nothing about the place, so Zuma let him stay at their home. Bega said Zuma should have at least told him, and that he could have called. Zuma said he went to the police box to tell Mr. Bazin, saying he'd be gone for a while. However, Bega said this was the first he'd heard of it, but he knew Zuma had been to the police box because of the lost and found record. Zuma realized it was because of the orb, and said he was told he could enter the board game because of it. So Bega asked who told him that, but Zuma couldn't seem to remember. He tried to recall who it was, and at that moment, the old man who had been stuck inside the cursed trunk arrived with Zuma's friends. The old man was asking Zuma for help because they had no one else to rely on, so Zuma calmed him down. One of Zuma's friends said they were there to visit him, and Zuma said they might disturb the other patients, so they shouldn't all come at once. We moved to an all-you-can-eat restaurant called Goro Stamina Booster, where Seiko is treating everyone, saying her salary would be used up there. She's talking to the students who helped fight against the fairy tale card. Eira is there too, having someone try something, and it's Momo, whom they're treating like a doll, even getting her a dollhouse and doll friends. Momo is throwing a tantrum because she doesn't like her situation, and Eira seems to be teasing her, pretending to speak as a doll. Momo said she's getting annoyed, and Eira replied that she needs more calcium. Vamola is watching this and finds Momo cute. Of course, Seiko continues to tell everyone to eat to make her money worth it. We also learn that Gigi and Sakata are part of the meal, and Gigi asked why they didn't ask him for help. On the other hand, Sakata can't believe how small Momo is and asked why she doesn't go into the plastic models he made. Okarun said he needed to save Momo quickly and couldn't just stay calm, so he apologized. Then, Gigi called Momo and said that next time, Momo should promise to ask him for help, not just Okarun, which seemed to surprise Momo. Okarun heard this too, and he remembered holding Momo earlier and what Momo said about his confession. Eira added to what Gigi said, saying Momo should approach them for any paranormal activity. Sakata butted in and told her to come to the Great Kinta for help too, while Gigi pleaded, saying Momo is precious to him. Okarun looked shocked at what he heard, and Momo replied that she heard them, and what happened was an accident, so she promises to approach them next time. At that moment, someone said she couldn't add more troublemakers, which seemed to confuse Eira. We learned that it was Mai saying this, and Rin was trying to stop her, but Mai continued speaking, saying she and Rin were enough. Eira asked who she was and if she could stop pretending to be part of their group. Mai replied that was her line, and Eira called Mai a skank, saying she wasn't cute in any way. Mai said Eira was talking to herself with the word skank, and that Rin was 100 times cuter than her, but Rin pleaded not to be involved in the conversation. Gigi asked if Momo was hurt, and she replied no, that her wounds had healed, so she felt like $1,000,000. Then, Gigi asked Seiko if Momo would grow and how to return her to normal. Seiko said she didn't know, as it's a rule not to eat food from other worlds, which surprised Gigi and Okarun. Then, Seiko thanked Okarun, who didn't seem to understand why she was thanking him. Seiko said Okarun was the reason Momo got out, and they were lucky they managed to do it, so she was grateful to Okarun, who said he didn't do anything. Seiko also thanked Turbo Granny for accompanying Momo, but Turbo Granny ignored her because she was too busy eating. Okarun asked if Momo would stay like that forever, and Seiko replied that they couldn't let that happen, so she promises they'll find a way, no matter what. The group returned to Seiko's house, where she was smoking, and Turbo Granny was holding Okarun's family jewel, looking very nervous. We learn that this is because they're playing a game again to return Okarun's family jewel, and their game is baseball. They have different roles. Rin, Momo, and Eira are fans or spectators. Sakata is the photographer. Seiko is the batter. Gigi is the umpire. Vamola is the catcher. Turbo Granny is the pitcher, and Okarun serves as home base. Seiko says she owes Turbo Granny. While Gigi is nervous, Momo is cheering, Vamola is ready, and of course, Turbo Granny is calling someone a dummy. While they're all talking, Okarun asks if they can't return it like normal people. Momo teases Turbo Granny, saying she's nervous, and Vamola encourages Seiko to swing. Then, Eira tells Sakata to take a picture of Vamola, who looks very serious, and Sakata happily does so. Gigi says they should start, and Okarun agrees to let them do it. Turbo Granny says if Seiko thinks she can hit her big league pitch number 6, it won't happen, and she throws Okarun's family jewel. Seiko replies that she swung her bat many times before while doing this, and Okarun says it's crazy. Seiko goes all in to fight Turbo Granny's big league pitch, and we see the family jewel change direction. Seiko is surprised by this, and Turbo Granny calls her a fool, saying that wasn't her big league pitch number 6, but her Super ET curveball, which shocks Seiko. Turbo Granny adds that Seiko swung thinking it was a big league pitch, but that bat won't hit it. She said Seiko will never beat her, and Momo calls her grandmother, thinking about the crab prank Turbo Granny did when they last played. Because of this, she hits the ball, surprising everyone. The ball flies away, seemingly a home run by Seiko, which everyone can't believe. Seiko tells them to find it, and they search for it in the rice field. In the next scene, Okarun thanks them because both his family jewels have been returned. Gigi congratulates Okarun, and Momo is also very happy, while Okarun says they helped him a lot. The two grandmothers are there too, discussing how Seiko defeated Turbo Granny. Then, Momo told Okarun that this is great, but Okarun replied that nothing's great about it since Momo shrunk. He also apologizes and says he had promised, when Momo suddenly says it will be okay, and she's sure she'll return to normal. Eira says Momo is more adorable this way, so Momo tells her to be quiet and asks if she has nothing else to wear. Eira shows her small beauty products, but Momo doesn't like them. At that moment, Turbo Granny says Okarun needs to return something to her, and Momo asks what it is. Turbo Granny answers that it's her spiritual power, which seems to sadden the two. Gigi and Eira wonder about what Turbo Granny is saying, so Turbo Granny reminds them of their deal about finding Okarun's family jewel, and Eira asks if Okarun can no longer use Turbo Granny's power. She adds that they might be attacked by aliens or something again, and they'll be in trouble without Okarun's powers, but Okarun says he'll return it because it's a promise. Gigi can't believe Okarun will do this, and Eira says again that Okarun won't be able to do anything if something happens. Okarun thanks Turbo Granny for lending him her powers, saying it saved them, but Turbo Granny is in a hurry to get them back. In the next scene, Seiko brings out her giant fan for hitting, and Okarun sits down holding Turbo Granny, with his feet submerged in water. Seiko got ready, and everyone watches seriously. Seiko calls Okarun a bonehead while hitting him, and after a while, Turbo Granny jumps away from Okarun, and her powers gradually enter the Maneki Nico, alerting the whole group. Eira can't believe that's what the real Turbo Granny is like, and Gigi says the bloodlust is intense. Eira adds that Gigi should bring out the evil eye because Turbo Granny might attack them, but Turbo Granny didn't do that. Everyone is stunned, and Turbo Granny says Okarun has returned her powers, so she has no reason to stay. Then, we're shown various memories the group made with Turbo Granny, and she finally leaves as she waves goodbye.